My husband booked a Hawaii trip for his whole family, but forgot to include me. I found out about the Hawaii trip by accident when my 8-year-old daughter Mia came running into the kitchen asking if she could bring her new swimsuit to Hawaii next month. I had no idea what she was talking about until she showed me the group text on her iPad that my husband Steve had included her in about the family vacation he was planning. There were flight confirmations for Steve, both our kids, his parents, his sister Rachel and her husband, even his brother, who he hadn't talked to in 2 years. 7 tickets to Maui for 10 days. My name wasn't anywhere. When Steve got home, I asked about Hawaii and watched him turn white. He started stammering about how he thought he'd told me and it was just a miscommunication. Then he changed his story to say he was planning to tell me but wanted it to be a surprise. When I pointed out everyone else knew, he said he must have forgotten to add me when booking and he'd fix it right away. But when he called the airline, suddenly the flights were fully booked and he couldn't add another ticket. How convenient. His mom called the next day saying how sweet it was that I was letting Steve have special bonding time with the kids and his family. That's when I realized this was deliberate. Steve had told them I was choosing to stay home. Rachel texted asking if I was okay with her taking my spot in the family photos since I wouldn't be there. My husband had literally written me out of our family vacation. The truth came out when Mia mentioned that Daddy said Mommy needed a break from everyone and would enjoy the quiet house. Steve had been telling the kids for weeks that I was too tired for vacation and wanted them to have fun without me. He'd poisoned them against me before I even knew about the trip. When I confronted him again, he finally admitted he thought I'd been too negative lately, and the family deserved a fun trip without my mood bringing everyone down. My mood? I'd been working 60 hours a week at the insurance company while he'd been unemployed for 6 months playing video games. But sure, I was the problem. Fine. If Steve wanted a vacation without me, I'd make sure he got exactly that. First, I called my boss and put in for the same 10 days off. Told him I needed to handle some personal matters. Then I started planning my own trip. Not a vacation, though. Something much better. See, Steve seemed to forget that I handled all our finances since he couldn't even remember to pay his credit card on time. He also forgot that his parents' house, where they'd stay before flying out, was actually partially in my name since we'd co-signed to help them refinance. And he definitely forgot that I knew about his little gambling problem that he'd hidden from his family for years. The week before their trip, I started preparing. I canceled the hotel reservation in Maui and rebooked it for just 2 nights instead of 10. But I made sure the confirmation still showed 10 nights. I also called the car rental company and downsized their minivan to the smallest compact they had. 7 people's luggage in a Corolla would be interesting. Then I started the real fun. I withdrew our vacation savings, approximately $8,000, and put it in a separate account that only I could access. When Steve's card inevitably declined in Hawaii, he'd have to explain to his family why we suddenly had no money. But that wasn't enough. I wanted Steve to truly experience what it was like to be excluded. So I invited my sister Lisa to stay with me while everyone was gone. We planned our own staycation with spa days, wine tastings, and expensive dinners, all charged to the credit card Steve and I shared. Every charge would send him a notification while he was trying to enjoy his beach time. The day they left, I played the perfect wife. Helped pack, drove them to Steve's parents' house, kissed everyone goodbye. Steve actually looked relieved that I wasn't making a scene. His mom gave me a patronizing hug saying she hoped I'd enjoy my rest. 2 hours after their flight took off, I texted Steve a photo of me and Lisa at the 5-star steakhouse downtown with the caption, "Thanks for suggesting I take a break." Then I turned off my phone. According to Mia later, the Hawaii trip was a disaster from landing. The hotel check-in desk was chaos when they arrived. Steve stood there with his family crammed behind him, while the front desk clerk kept shaking her head and pointing at the computer screen. His voice came through my phone 3 hours after landing, shaky and stressed. The hotel only had them down for 2 nights, not 10, and every other place was completely booked because it was peak tourist season. I sat at the steakhouse with Lisa, my wine glass half empty, and listened to him explain the problem like I might somehow fix it. I told him that sounded really terrible, and I hoped he figured it out. Then I hung up and waved the waiter over to order the chocolate lava cake that cost $18. Lisa raised her eyebrows at me but didn't say anything. She just lifted her own wine glass and we clinked them together. The next morning we drove to the spa downtown, the fancy one I'd walked past 100 times but never went inside because it seemed too expensive. The receptionist handed us robes and slippers and showed us to the relaxation room where we waited for our appointments. I got the full package with a massage, facial, seaweed body wrap, and something called a hot stone treatment. Every service got charged to the credit card, and I knew Steve's phone would buzz with each notification. Lisa got the same treatments, and we spent 4 hours being pampered while soft music played and people brought us cucumber water and warm towels. I kept picturing Steve in Hawaii trying to explain to his parents why money was suddenly tight. The massage therapist worked on my shoulders, and I realized how tense I'd been carrying everything for months. When we finally left the spa, my skin felt soft and my muscles felt loose, and I'd spent more than our usual monthly grocery budget. I didn't feel guilty at all. Steve called again while Lisa and I were getting ready for dinner. His voice sounded different this time, higher and more frantic. His credit card got declined at a restaurant where they'd taken everyone for dinner. Theodore and Lillian had to cover the bill for all 7 people, and I could hear Lillian's sharp voice cutting through the background noise, demanding to know what was happening with our finances. Steve asked if something was wrong with the bank, if maybe there was fraud on our account. I let him talk himself in circles for a minute before I said the bank was fine and hung up. Lisa looked at me from across the hotel room where we were staying instead of at home, because why not make it a real vacation? She asked if I was sure about all this. I told her Steve was sure about leaving me out of a family trip and lying to our kids about it. He called 10 more times over the next few hours. I ignored the first 9. On the 10th call, I finally answered and kept my voice calm and steady. I explained that I'd moved our vacation savings into a separate account since he'd planned a vacation without including me in it. Steve started yelling immediately, his words tumbling over each other about how I was ruining everything and being vindictive and punishing the kids for something he did. I waited until he stopped to breathe and then reminded him that he told everyone I was too negative and needed a break from them. He told his own children that their mother didn't want to be with them. His parents thought I was choosing to stay home. He'd written an entire story about me without bothering to check if any of it was true. The line went quiet for a second, and then Steve hung up on me. My phone rang again 20 minutes later with a video call from Mia. Her face filled the screen, red and blotchy from crying. She was squeezed into a corner of what looked like a tiny hotel room with people moving around behind her. Caden kept hitting her arm trying to get into the camera frame, and she pushed him away while crying harder. Everyone was crammed into one room because that was all the hotel had available, and nobody was having fun, and Daddy kept fighting with Grandma about money, and why wasn't I there to make everything better? My chest hurt listening to her voice crack on the last words, but I made myself remember that Steve told her I was too tired to come, that I wanted them to have fun without me. He'd planted those ideas in her head for weeks before they left. This whole mess was his creation, not mine. I told Mia I loved her and I'd talk to her tomorrow, then ended the call before I could change my mind about any of this. Lisa brought up the money situation over breakfast the next morning. We were sitting in a cafe eating overpriced pastries and fancy coffee drinks. She said maybe I'd made my point and should send enough money, so the kids could at least enjoy some of the vacation. I stabbed my fork into my croissant and told her I wasn't ready to let Steve off the hook. We went back and forth about it, her voice getting sharper each time she pointed out that Mia and Caden were suffering too. I reminded her she'd supported this plan when I first explained it. She said she supported making Steve face consequences, not making my kids miserable in Hawaii. The argument ended when I threw down money for the bill and walked out of the cafe. She followed me to the car, but we didn't talk much the rest of the day. Theodore called my phone that afternoon, and his voice had that cold, formal tone he used when he was disappointed in someone. He said Steve had explained the whole situation to him, how I was holding their vacation hostage over a simple misunderstanding. Theodore launched into a lecture about family unity and the importance of forgiveness, and how marriage required compromise from both people. He talked about how Steve was trying his best, and I needed to be more understanding of the pressure he was under. Not once did Theodore mention that his son deliberately excluded me and then lied about it to everyone. Not once did he acknowledge that Steve had poisoned my own children against me. I listened to the whole speech and then told Theodore I needed to go and hung up while he was still talking. I pulled up our credit card statement online and scrolled through the charges from Hawaii. The cramped hotel room cost more per night than the original booking, because it was last minute. Restaurant meals for 7 people kept appearing with Theodore's and Lillian's names on the charges since Steve's card wouldn't work. 3 separate attempts to upgrade the rental car from the compact to something bigger, all declined. I pictured them trying to fit 7 people and all their luggage into that tiny car, driving around Maui with everyone crammed together and miserable. Part of me felt satisfied seeing the proof of Steve's disaster. Another part of me felt sick knowing my kids were part of that disaster. My phone buzzed with a long text message from Janelle. She called me selfish and cruel for ruining everyone's vacation, especially the kids' first trip to Hawaii. According to her, Steve was just trying to give his family a nice experience, and I was punishing everyone because of my control issues and negative attitude. She wrote 3 paragraphs about how I was being unreasonable and vindictive, how I was damaging my relationship with my children, how I was showing my true colors to the whole family. She ended by saying they all felt sorry for Steve having to deal with me. I read the message twice, my hands shaking harder each time. Lisa found me in the bathroom 10 minutes later, sitting on the floor with tears running down my face. She didn't say anything at first, just sat down next to me and pulled me against her shoulder. I told her hearing about how miserable my kids were in Hawaii hurt worse than I'd expected. She rubbed my back and said, Steve definitely deserved consequences for what he did, but maybe I needed to think about what I actually wanted from this whole situation. Did I want Steve to suffer? Or did I want my marriage and family to survive this? Because right now, I was getting the first thing but destroying any chance at the second. I sat on the bathroom floor until my legs got numb and my back hurt from leaning against the cold tile. Lisa helped me stand up and we went back to the living room where she made me drink a glass of water and eat some crackers even though I said I wasn't hungry. She asked if I wanted to talk about what I was feeling, and I told her I didn't know what I was feeling anymore. Mad at Steve, guilty about the kids, confused about whether I'd gone too far, worried that I'd broken something in my family that couldn't be fixed. My phone buzzed on the coffee table around midnight. I picked it up and saw a voice message from Steve that was 7 minutes long. Lisa watched me stare at the notification for a full minute before she asked if I was going to listen to it. I pressed play and put it on speaker. Steve's voice came through rough and tired like he'd been crying for hours. He said he was recording this at 2 a.m. Hawaii time, and everyone else was finally asleep in their cramped hotel room. He started by saying he was wrong about everything, and he'd been lying to himself about why he excluded me from the trip. The unemployment thing had destroyed him more than he'd admitted to anyone, including himself. He felt worthless and small, and like he was failing as a husband and father every single day. Planning the Hawaii trip with his parents' money and credit card points had been his way of trying to feel important again, like he could still provide something big and special for his family. But instead of including me and being honest about his feelings, he'd convinced himself I was the problem, and the family would be better off without my negativity bringing everyone down. He admitted he'd poisoned the kids against me by telling them I didn't want to come because I was tired of them. He said hearing Mia cry about how cramped and miserable everyone was had made him realize what he'd done to our family. He'd excluded his wife, lied to his parents and siblings, manipulated his own children, and ruined what should have been an amazing vacation because he was too proud and ashamed to admit he was struggling. His voice broke completely when he said he understood if I couldn't forgive him, and he deserved whatever I decided to do next. The message ended with him saying he loved me, and he was so sorry for everything. I sat there staring at my phone after the message finished. Lisa asked what I was thinking, and I told her I had no idea if Steve meant any of that, or if he was just panicking because the vacation was a disaster and his family was seeing him fall apart. She said that was a fair question, and I needed to figure out what I actually wanted before I responded to him. We stayed up until 3 a.m. talking about my marriage. I told her about the last 6 months of Steve being unemployed, and how I'd worked 60-hour weeks while he played video games and barely looked for jobs. I talked about how resentful I'd gotten doing everything while he did nothing, how I'd stopped telling him about my day because he never seemed interested, how we'd stopped having real conversations about anything important. Lisa listened and asked if I'd ever told Steve I was at my breaking point before all this happened. I realized I hadn't, because I'd been too busy being angry and working all the time to actually sit down and have an honest conversation with him. She pointed out that Steve excluding me was terrible, but I'd also checked out of the marriage months before without telling him how serious things had gotten. We'd both failed each other in different ways, and now we had to decide if we wanted to fix it or let it end. I fell asleep on the couch around 4 a.m. and woke up at 9 to 17 missed calls from Hawaii. 3 were from Steve, 2 from Theodore, 1 from Lillian, and the rest were from numbers I didn't recognize that I assumed were other family members calling to yell at me. I ignored all of them and made coffee while Lisa took a shower. My phone rang again at 10, and this time it was Lillian calling. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. Lillian's voice sounded completely different from the cold, formal tone she'd used when she called me about giving Steve bonding time. She sounded exhausted and sad and older somehow. She said she needed to talk to me about what was really happening with the Hawaii trip. I braced myself for another lecture, but instead she said she'd been watching Steve completely fall apart over the past 2 days. She'd seen him crying in the bathroom, snapping at the kids, unable to sleep or eat or enjoy anything about the vacation. Yesterday, he'd finally broken down and told her and Theodore the truth about why I wasn't there. He'd admitted he deliberately excluded me and lied to everyone about me choosing to stay home because I was negative and tired. He'd confessed to telling the kids I didn't want to come because I didn't love them enough. He'd explained about losing his job and feeling worthless and trying to prove he could still provide something by planning this trip without me. Lillian said she felt terrible for believing Steve's story about me being negative and needing space. She'd called me to say how sweet it was that I was giving Steve bonding time, when really I'd been completely excluded and lied about to my own children. She apologized for not questioning Steve's version of events, and said she should have known something was wrong when he seemed so relieved I wasn't making a scene at the airport. She asked if there was any way to fix this mess, or if Steve had destroyed our marriage completely. I told her I didn't know yet, and I needed time to figure out what I wanted. She said she understood, and she hoped we could work things out, because she could see how much Steve loved me, even though he'd made terrible choices. We hung up, and I felt even more confused than before. An hour later, my phone buzzed with a video call request from Steve's phone. I answered it and saw Mia's face filling the screen instead of Steve's. She was sitting on a beach towel with her hair wet and sandy, and she looked so small and sad that my chest hurt. Caden appeared next to her, and they both looked at me with these guilty, worried faces. Mia asked if I was mad at them for going to Hawaii without me. I told her I could never be mad at her or Caden for anything Daddy planned. She started crying and said Daddy told them I didn't want to come because I didn't love them enough to take a vacation with them. She said she'd believed him because Daddy seemed so sure, and now she felt bad for not asking me if it was true. Caden said he'd been mad at me the whole plane ride for not wanting to spend time with them. Hearing my 8-year-old daughter say she thought I didn't love her enough to go on vacation broke something deep inside me. I realized Steve's betrayal went so much deeper than just excluding me from a trip. He'd actively poisoned my relationship with my own children by making them believe I'd chosen to abandon them. He'd planted doubts in their minds about whether their mother loved them. That felt worse than anything else he'd done. I told Mia and Caden that I loved them more than anything in the world, and I would always want to spend time with them no matter what anyone said. I explained that Daddy had made some bad choices about the vacation, but none of it was their fault, and they didn't do anything wrong. Mia asked why Daddy would lie about something like that, and I told her Daddy was going through some hard stuff and made mistakes, but we'd figure it out as a family. We talked for 20 more minutes about their trip and what they'd seen in Hawaii, and I tried to make them feel better about everything. After we hung up, I went to my bedroom and cried for an hour. Lisa knocked on my door around 1 in the afternoon and said she had to leave because she needed to get back to work in the morning. Before she left, she hugged me tight and said whatever I decided about my marriage, I needed to make sure Mia and Caden knew none of this was their fault. She was right, and I spent the rest of the day thinking about how to protect my kids from the damage Steve and I had done to our family. I thought about what kind of example I was setting for them by seeking revenge instead of trying to fix problems. I thought about what they'd learn about marriage and conflict from watching their parents destroy each other. I realized I'd been so focused on making Steve suffer that I hadn't thought about what my actions were teaching our children about how to handle hurt and anger. Around 6 that evening, I logged into our bank account and looked at the balance in the separate account where I'd moved our vacation savings. I thought about Steve and the kids stuck in that cramped hotel room with his parents and siblings all crammed together and miserable. I thought about Mia's face on the video call asking if I was mad at them. I thought about what Lisa had said about making sure my kids didn't remember their first Hawaii trip as the vacation where their parents' marriage exploded. I transferred $4,000 back into our shared account, enough to cover a decent hotel for the remaining 5 nights, and some activities for the kids, and decent meals for everyone. It wasn't about forgiving Steve or letting him off easy. It was about making sure my children had at least some good memories from this trip, instead of just remembering everyone being cramped and fighting and miserable. I kept the other $4,000 in my separate account, because I still didn't trust Steve completely, and I wanted to make sure I had money he couldn't access if things got worse. 20 minutes after I transferred the money, my phone rang with Steve's number. I answered and heard him sobbing so hard he could barely talk. He kept saying thank you over and over and asking if this meant I was willing to work things out. I cut him off and told him we needed to have some serious conversations when he got home. I said we needed marriage counseling and he needed to tell his entire family the complete truth about why I wasn't invited and what he'd told the kids about me. I said I needed to see real changes in how he handled our relationship and our finances and his job search. I told him I wasn't promising to forgive him or stay married to him, but I was willing to try counseling and see if we could fix what he'd broken. Steve agreed to everything immediately. He said he'd tell his family the whole truth today, and he'd find a counselor as soon as they got home, and he'd do whatever it took to prove he could change. I wondered if he actually meant it, or if he was just saying what I wanted to hear because he was desperate and embarrassed. I told him I'd talk to him when he got home and hung up before he could say anything else. 2 hours later, Steve texted me that he'd moved the family to a better hotel with actual rooms for everyone, and they were going to try to salvage the last few days of the trip. He sent photos of Mia and Caden finally smiling at the beach building sandcastles and playing in the waves. They looked happy and relaxed for the first time since they'd left, and I felt relieved that at least they'd have some good memories from Hawaii. My phone buzzed with a text from Janelle that was much shorter than her previous angry message. She said Steve had confessed everything to the whole family, and they were all shocked he'd lied so much about the situation. She apologized for calling me selfish and cruel without knowing the full story. The apology felt more like something she had to send, because Steve told her to, rather than something she actually meant, but I appreciated it anyway. I spent the next 4 days working normal hours for the first time in months. I left the office at 5 instead of 8 or 9, and I didn't check my email after dinner. I went to the gym and met a friend for coffee and cleaned out my closet, and did all the things I never had time for when I was working 60-hour weeks. I thought a lot about what I actually wanted from my life and my marriage. I realized I'd been so busy being the responsible one and resenting Steve's unemployment that I'd never told him how close I was to my breaking point before any of this happened. I'd let the resentment build up for months without having honest conversations about how overwhelmed and angry I felt. Steve excluding me was terrible and unforgivable in a lot of ways, but I'd also failed to communicate how serious our problems were before they exploded. We'd both made mistakes, and now we had to decide if we wanted to fix them or give up. The day Steve and the kids were supposed to come home, I cleaned the whole house and made their favorite dinner and tried to prepare myself for whatever happened next. I heard the car pull into the driveway at 6 and my stomach twisted into knots. The front door opened and Mia ran inside first. She dropped her backpack and ran straight to me crying and saying she was sorry for believing Daddy when he said I didn't want to come. I picked her up even though she was getting too big for me to carry easily and held her tight against my chest. I told her I would always want to be with her no matter what anyone said, and she didn't have anything to apologize for. Caden hugged my legs, and Steve stood in the doorway with all the luggage looking tired and scared and uncertain. The atmosphere felt awkward and tense, like we were all walking on broken glass, trying not to make things worse. I put the kids to bed early that night and came back downstairs to find Steve sitting at the kitchen table with his hands folded in front of him. He looked up when I walked in, and I could see he'd been crying. I sat down across from him and waited for him to start talking. He took a deep breath and told me he'd been struggling with depression ever since he lost his job 6 months ago. He said every morning he woke up feeling worthless because he couldn't provide for his family anymore. He explained that he'd been using credit card points he'd saved up for years, plus money his parents offered to contribute to plan the Hawaii trip, because he wanted to feel important again. He wanted to prove he could still do something big and meaningful for his family even though he wasn't working. I listened without interrupting while he talked about feeling like a failure every time I left for work, and he stayed home playing video games. He admitted the trip planning made him feel competent and necessary for the first time in months. Then he looked at me and said, excluding me was the worst thing he'd ever done to anyone. He said lying to the kids about why I wasn't coming was unforgivable, and he understood if I couldn't get past it. I told him I understood what it felt like to struggle and feel worthless, but that didn't excuse what he did to me. I said he excluded me from my own family and turned our children against me, and I didn't know if our marriage could survive that kind of betrayal. He nodded and said he'd do anything to fix this, but he knew it might be too late. We sat there in silence for a long time before I finally went upstairs to bed alone. The following week, we had our first marriage counseling appointment with a woman named Dr. Patterson who came highly recommended. I expected her to take my side immediately when I explained what Steve had done, but instead she asked us both hard questions about how we communicate and handle conflict. She pointed out that Steve's betrayal was massive and had caused real damage to our family, but my revenge had also hurt our kids. She said Mia and Caden spent days in Hawaii watching their parents' marriage fall apart in real time, and that wasn't fair to them. She asked me why I hadn't told Steve how overwhelmed and angry I was feeling before everything exploded. I admitted I'd been so focused on being the responsible one and keeping everything together that I never actually said how close I was to my breaking point. Dr. Patterson told Steve he needed to take responsibility for his depression and job loss instead of hiding from it through elaborate vacation planning. She told me I needed to communicate my needs clearly instead of letting resentment build up until I wanted revenge. By the end of the session, we were both exhausted and neither of us felt vindicated. Dr. Patterson scheduled us for weekly appointments and told us we had a lot of work to do if we wanted to save our marriage. 2 weeks later, Steve got a call from a company where he'd interviewed 4 months ago. They were offering him a position with good pay and benefits starting in 2 weeks. He hung up the phone and just stared at me like he couldn't believe it was real. I could see he was nervous about whether I'd believe he was actually changing, or if I thought this was just another temporary fix. Honestly, I wasn't sure what I believed yet. The job offer was great news, but it didn't erase what happened in Hawaii, or fix the broken trust between us. I told him I was glad he'd be working again and contributing financially, but we still had months of counseling ahead of us. He nodded and said he understood he had to prove himself over time, and not just with one job offer. I agreed to keep going to counseling and see if we could rebuild something real, instead of just going back to how things were before. He accepted the job that afternoon, and I felt a tiny bit of hope for the first time since I found out about the Hawaii trip. 3 months later, our life looked completely different. Steve was working full-time at his new job and actually seemed to enjoy it. He came home at reasonable hours and helped with dinner and homework without me having to ask. We were both in individual therapy plus our weekly couples counseling with Dr. Patterson. The biggest change was how we talked to each other now. We had hard conversations about money and responsibilities and feelings instead of letting things build up. We sat down with Mia and Caden and explained in ways they could understand that Mommy and Daddy had both made mistakes and hurt each other, but we were working to fix it. Mia asked if we were getting divorced, and I told her honestly that we were trying very hard not to. We started planning a real family vacation for next summer, where everyone were included from the start. Steve showed me the resort options and asked my opinion on everything. Things weren't perfect, and I was still hurt by what he'd done to me. Some days I looked at him and felt angry all over again about being excluded and lied about, but I could also see he was genuinely putting in the work to change. He went to therapy every week and took his antidepressants and showed up for our family in ways he hadn't before. Our marriage had survived, but it wasn't the same marriage anymore. It was built on honesty and accountability now, instead of me just holding everything together while he coasted along. I didn't know if we'd make it long-term, but for the first time in months, I believed we had a real chance. My mother-in-law cut off my daughter's curly hair to make her match better with her favorite granddaughters. My mother-in-law Ruth had 3 granddaughters but only loved 2 of them. Her favorite was Tom's sister's kid Olivia, who was 6 and could do no wrong. Everything Olivia did was perfect and brilliant and deserved celebration. Next was Tom's brother's daughter Chloe, who was 4, and got the silver medal treatment with constant praise and expensive gifts. Then there was my daughter Zoe, who was 2 and got treated like she didn't exist. The favoritism started the day Zoe was born. Ruth showed up at the hospital 3 hours late because Olivia had a dance recital that couldn't be missed. When she finally arrived, she held Zoe for exactly 2 minutes, said she looked healthy enough, then spent the rest of the visit showing everyone videos of Olivia's performance. For Zoe's first birthday, Ruth brought a $10 stuffed animal from the pharmacy. For Olivia's birthday the same month, she rented a bounce house and hired a princess impersonator. The difference was so obvious that other family members started commenting, but Ruth would say Olivia was older and needed more elaborate parties. Tom always made excuses saying his mom was just more comfortable with older kids, but I knew better. Ruth would babysit Olivia and Chloe every weekend, taking them shopping and to movies and restaurants. When I asked if she could watch Zoe for 2 hours so I could go to a doctor's appointment, she said she was too busy. But maybe I should try finding a real babysitter. She had professional photos taken of Olivia and Chloe every few months, but never once asked for pictures of Zoe. Her house was covered in framed photos of the other girls, but Zoe's picture was stuck to the fridge with a magnet, half hidden behind a grocery list. The hair situation made everything worse. Olivia and Chloe both had straight blonde hair like their moms, while Zoe had inherited my thick black curls. Ruth constantly compared them, saying it was such a shame Zoe didn't get the family hair. She'd run her fingers through Olivia's hair, calling it silk, while barely looking at Zoe. She bought expensive hair accessories for the other girls, but told me Zoe's hair was too unruly for pretty things. At family gatherings, she'd style Olivia and Chloe's hair into elaborate braids and ponytails, while Zoe sat there watching. When Zoe would ask for a pretty hairstyle too, Ruth would say her hair wasn't the right type, and she should just wear it down. The breaking point came at Easter dinner when all 3 girls were there. Ruth had bought Olivia and Chloe matching Easter dresses with bonnets and shoes, spending at least $200 on each outfit. For Zoe, she grabbed a clearance rack dress that was 2 sizes too big, and said it would do. During dinner, she kept taking photos of Olivia and Chloe, calling them her beautiful princesses. When I suggested taking a photo of all 3 granddaughters together, Ruth said Zoe's wild hair would ruin the picture. She actually said that out loud in front of everyone. Tom finally started noticing how bad it was when his own brother pulled him aside and said Ruth's favoritism was getting cruel. The next week, Tom and I had to attend his company's award ceremony where he was getting a promotion. Ruth offered to watch all 3 girls together for the first time ever. I was suspicious, but Tom's sister and brother pushed for it, saying maybe Ruth needed time with all of them to bond properly. I left Zoe with her favorite dress and a bow for her hair, hoping Ruth might include her for once. When we came back, Olivia and Chloe were playing dress-up in Ruth's jewelry, while Zoe was sitting alone in the playpen with her beautiful curls completely gone. Ruth had cut my baby's hair into this choppy disaster that barely covered her ears. It was so uneven and horrible that Zoe looked like she'd been attacked. Ruth's explanation made my blood boil. She said Zoe's hair was making the other girls look bad in photos, and now all 3 granddaughters matched better. She literally destroyed my daughter's hair because it didn't look like her favorites. She said I should be grateful because now Zoe might fit in with the family better. Tom lost it completely, screaming at his mother about her blatant favoritism and cruelty. Ruth just shrugged and said if we'd given her a blonde granddaughter like everyone else, this wouldn't have happened. That comment broke something in me. I took Zoe home and spent the night holding her while she kept touching her missing curls. The salon could only do so much to fix the hack job, and my beautiful girl looked so different. Tom said we were done with his mother, but I had other plans. First, I created a social media account called Grandmas Who Play Favorites and started posting everything. Requested Reads is on Spotify now. Check out link in the description or comments. I uploaded the $10 stuffed animal photo first, placing it next to screenshots from Ruth's Facebook where she'd posted about Olivia's bounce house party with the princess impersonator. The difference was brutal. My fingers moved fast across the keyboard as I added the Easter dress comparison, the clearance rack disaster next to those matching $200 outfits Ruth bought for the other girls. Each post felt like releasing pressure from a wound that had been building for 2 years. Within 20 minutes, 3 people commented with their own grandmother favoritism stories. Within 40 minutes, 12 more joined in. By the time an hour passed, my notifications wouldn't stop buzzing with messages from strangers saying they'd lived through the same thing, that their parents or in-laws had picked favorite grandchildren and destroyed family relationships over it. Tom sat on the couch beside me watching the screen fill with comments and shares. He didn't say anything about taking the posts down or giving his mother another chance. His eyes kept moving toward Zoe's bedroom door where our baby slept with her butchered hair, and each time he looked, his jaw got tighter and his hands clenched harder against his knees. I posted the hospital story next, how Ruth showed up 3 hours late because Olivia's dance recital mattered more than meeting her newborn granddaughter. Someone commented asking if I was making it up because no grandmother could be that cruel, and I replied with the exact timestamps from that day, the texts Ruth sent saying she'd come after the recital finished. The validation from internet strangers shouldn't have mattered as much as it did, but after 2 years of Tom making excuses and family members staying silent, having people confirm that Ruth's behavior was wrong felt like breathing again. My phone started buzzing before sunrise with texts from extended family, asking if the social media account was really mine. Tom's phone lit up with messages from his sister and brother, his cousins, even his aunt who lived 2 states away. By the time I checked the account at 6 in the morning, it had 300 followers, and my haircutting post had been shared 40 times across different parenting groups and family drama forums. Camilla called at 7, demanding to know why we were airing private family business for the whole world to see, her voice sharp with anger. Tom told her their mother cut off a toddler's hair out of spite and asked what exactly should stay private about child abuse. Camilla went quiet for a second before insisting it wasn't abuse, just a bad decision. And couldn't we handle this like adults instead of blasting Ruth online? Tom asked where this adult conversation was supposed to happen, at the next family gathering where Ruth would ignore Zoe while fawning over Olivia and Chloe like always. Camilla hung up without answering. I called the best children's hairstylist in town and begged for an emergency appointment, explaining what happened in enough detail that she cleared her schedule for us. The stylist was a woman in her 50s with kind eyes who took one look at Zoe's head, and her expression went cold. She knelt down to Zoe's level and asked if she could fix her hair to make it pretty again, and Zoe nodded while touching the choppy ends near her ears. The woman worked carefully with her scissors, trying to even out Ruth's hack job into something that looked intentional instead of violent. She managed a pixie cut that was cute enough, but my baby's beautiful black curls were gone and wouldn't grow back for years. Zoe kept reaching up to touch her head during the haircut, her little fingers searching for the curls that used to bounce when she moved. When we got in the car to leave, she asked why Grandma made her hair go away, and I had to pull over 2 blocks from the salon because I couldn't see the road through my tears. Tom called his mother from our kitchen while I made lunch for Zoe, his voice flat and cold in a way I'd never heard before. He told Ruth she wasn't welcome in our home anymore and wouldn't see Zoe until she could explain why destroying a toddler's hair was acceptable behavior. Ruth's voice came through the speakerphone loud enough for me to hear from across the room, crying about how we were being cruel to her, how she was just trying to help Zoe fit in better with her cousins. Tom asked how cutting off a child's hair without permission helped anything, and Ruth said through her tears that now all 3 girls could match in photos, that Zoe's wild hair made the other girls look bad by comparison. The words hit me like a physical blow even though I'd heard them before. Tom told his mother she was sick and hung up while she was still talking. I posted Ruth's exact words about helping Zoe fit in better on the social media account, adding the before photos where all 3 girls stood together at Easter with their drastically different hair. The comment section exploded within minutes. People called out the racist undertones immediately, pointing out that Ruth clearly had a problem with Zoe's dark features and curly hair, that this wasn't about matching granddaughters, but about Ruth wanting Zoe to look white like the other girls. Someone linked articles about hair discrimination and how attacking a child's natural hair was a form of abuse that caused lasting psychological damage. Another person shared a story about their own grandmother who treated them differently because they didn't look like the rest of the family, and how 30 years later they still struggled with feeling unwanted. The post got shared 200 times in 3 hours. Camilla showed up at our house that afternoon without calling first, parking in our driveway and marching to the front door with her arms crossed. She started talking before I even fully opened the door, saying we were making Ruth look like a monster over a simple haircut, that family problems should stay private instead of being broadcast to strangers online. Tom came up behind me and told his sister that their mother literally said she wished we'd given her a blonde granddaughter, that Ruth's words, not ours. Camilla's face went pale and her arms dropped to her sides. She opened her mouth to argue, but nothing came out because she couldn't deny that sounded exactly like something Ruth would say. Tom asked if she remembered all the times Ruth compared the girls' hair, called Zoe's curls unruly and wild while praising Olivia's straight blonde hair as silk. Camilla looked at the floor and said she thought their mom was just being old-fashioned, but Tom said no, she was being racist and playing favorites, and they'd all ignored it long enough. The therapist's office had gentle lighting and toys scattered across a soft rug, the kind of space designed to make children feel safe. The therapist was younger than I expected, maybe early 30s, with a calm way of moving that put Zoe at ease within minutes. She played with Zoe using dolls and drawing while asking careful questions about family and feelings. After 30 minutes, she asked to speak with Tom and me privately, while Zoe played in the waiting room with a supervised aide. The therapist was gentle but direct, explaining that the haircutting combined with years of different treatment had already affected Zoe's self-image at just 2 years old. She said Zoe showed signs of understanding that she was less favored than her cousins, that she'd internalized the message that something about her wasn't good enough. The therapist recommended weekly sessions and absolutely no contact with Ruth until Zoe was much older and could process the rejection properly with professional support. She said forcing contact now would only reinforce Zoe's belief that she had to accept being treated as less than. I posted about the therapy recommendation that night without naming the professional or giving details that could identify her. I explained that my toddler was now in therapy because her grandmother's favoritism had damaged her sense of self-worth before she was even old enough for preschool. The account had grown to over 1,000 followers, and my post got picked up by 3 different local parenting groups, who shared it with warnings about grandparent favoritism. Comments flooded in from people sharing their own therapy stories, adults who were still working through childhood rejection from grandparents who played favorites. Someone started a thread listing signs of favoritism to watch for, and someone else created a resource document with therapist recommendations and articles about protecting children from toxic family members. Ruth's Facebook went dark within 48 hours of my first post. Her friends started commenting on her older posts asking about the allegations, wondering if the stories about her cutting a granddaughter's hair were true. Ruth deleted every comment and then deleted her entire social media presence, removing years of photos and posts in one sweep. Tom's brother Hank called on the third day saying their mother was devastated and humiliated, asking, "Couldn't we please take down the posts and handle this privately like adults?" I told Hank that Ruth had years to handle this privately, while she showered his daughter with love and treated mine like an inconvenience. And now everyone got to see exactly what kind of grandmother she really was. Hank hung up on me, but I noticed he didn't actually defend his mother's behavior. The silence on his end before the click said more than any argument could have. I set my phone down and stared at it for a minute, waiting to see if he'd call back with some excuse about Ruth meaning well or being from a different generation. The phone stayed dark. Tom looked over from where he was cleaning up Zoe's dinner dishes and raised his eyebrows in question. I shook my head and he nodded, understanding passing between us without words. The next morning started the flood of messages from extended family. Tom's aunt sent a long text saying she'd always noticed Ruth treated the girls differently, but thought it wasn't her place to interfere with how Ruth chose to spend time with her grandchildren. Tom's uncle called that afternoon, admitting he'd felt uncomfortable watching Ruth fawn over Olivia, while barely acknowledging Zoe at family gatherings. His wife sent a separate message saying she'd mentioned it to Ruth once years ago, and got such a cold response that she never brought it up again. Each message followed the same pattern of confession and excuse. They saw it, they knew it was wrong, but they convinced themselves it wasn't their business, or that speaking up would just cause family drama. By the end of the second day, 7 different relatives had reached out with variations of the same apology. Part of me felt good having my observations validated after Tom spent so long telling me I was being too sensitive about his mother's preferences. These people had watched Ruth shower Olivia with attention and gifts while treating Zoe like an afterthought, and now they were finally admitting they saw exactly what I saw. But the anger burned hotter than any satisfaction. Where were these people when Zoe sat alone at birthday parties while Ruth braided Olivia's hair? Where were they when Ruth brought expensive presents for 2 granddaughters and pharmacy toys for the third? They watched my baby get rejected over and over and said nothing because keeping peace was more important than protecting a child. I responded to each message with the same basic reply. Thank you for reaching out, but validation now doesn't undo 2 years of Zoe learning she wasn't good enough for her own grandmother while your entire family watched it happen. 3 days after Hank hung up on me, Camilla called. Her voice sounded different this time, quieter and less defensive than when she'd shown up at our house angry about the social media posts. She asked if I had a few minutes to talk and I almost said no, but something in her tone made me stay on the line. Camilla started by saying she'd been doing a lot of thinking since seeing the posts and talking to Tom. She admitted she knew her mother treated Olivia better than the other girls, but had convinced herself it was because Olivia was the oldest and needed more attention. She said she told herself that Zoe would get the same treatment when she was older, that Ruth was just more comfortable with 6-year-olds than toddlers. I listened without interrupting, letting her work through her confession. Then Camilla said something that surprised me. She apologized for not speaking up sooner and said she'd been thinking about all the times she accepted expensive gifts for her daughter, while Zoe got nothing. She mentioned the Easter dresses specifically, remembering how she'd thanked Ruth for the $200 outfit while watching me try to adjust the clearance dress that was too big for Zoe. Camilla said she felt sick thinking about how many times she'd let that kind of thing happen, without questioning why Ruth treated the girls so differently. Her voice cracked when she talked about the haircutting, saying she couldn't stop imagining how scared Zoe must have been sitting there while Ruth destroyed her curls. She asked if there was anything she could do now to help make things right. I told her the truth. Recognizing the problem now doesn't erase the damage, and Zoe would be dealing with this rejection for years according to her therapist. But I also said that speaking up going forward would matter, that if Camilla really wanted to help, she could start refusing Ruth's favoritism toward Olivia, and insisting all 3 girls be treated the same. That conversation gave me the idea for my next social media post. I sat down that night after Zoe went to bed and wrote about silent witnesses, about family members who watch favoritism happen and convince themselves it's not their place to intervene. I wrote about how every adult who stayed quiet while Ruth were excluded, Zoe taught my daughter that her mistreatment was acceptable and normal. I explained that calling out favoritism isn't causing drama, it's protecting children from emotional abuse that will affect them for life. The post went up around 10 at night, and by morning it had 200 comments. Person after person shared stories about being the unfavored grandchild, while aunts and uncles and cousins watched and said nothing. Someone wrote about how their grandmother openly preferred their brother, and the whole family just acted like that was normal, until the poster cut contact as an adult. Another person described watching their own child be excluded by grandparents, while their siblings' kids got special treatment, and how hard it was to finally speak up after years of keeping quiet. The comments section turned into this massive support group of people who'd experienced or witnessed favoritism. all agreeing that silence from other family members made the rejection so much worse. 2 days later, Tom came home from work looking tense. He said his father had called, which was unusual since his parents divorced 10 years ago and rarely communicated except about major family events. Ruth had apparently reached out to her ex-husband asking him to intervene on her behalf. Tom's father wanted to talk to him about giving Ruth a chance to apologize properly. Tom asked his dad what Ruth had said about the situation, and his father admitted Ruth told him we were overreacting to a simple haircut and turning the family against her over nothing. Tom asked if Ruth had mentioned the years of favoritism or the fact that she'd said she wished we'd given her a blonde granddaughter. His father went quiet for a minute, then said Ruth had left those parts out of her version. Tom told his dad the whole story, including Ruth's comment about Zoe's hair making the other girls look bad in photos. His father listened and then said he believed Ruth was genuinely sorry and wanted to make things right. Tom asked the critical question. Did Ruth understand why what she did was wrong, or was she just sorry about the consequences? His father hesitated too long before admitting that Ruth still seemed to think we were blowing things out of proportion. That answer told us everything we needed to know about whether Ruth had actually changed her thinking. 2 weeks after the haircutting incident, Zoe started having nightmares. She'd wake up crying in the middle of the night, and when I'd go to comfort her, she'd ask why Grandma didn't like her hair. During the day, she started getting anxious whenever we mentioned family events or gatherings. We had a birthday party invitation for Tom's cousin, and when I told Zoe we were going to see family, she immediately asked if Grandma Ruth would be there. When I said no, she visibly relaxed. I called Zoe's therapist and described the new behaviors. The therapist asked me to bring Zoe in for an extra session that week. After working with Zoe using dolls and drawing, the therapist explained this was a normal trauma response for a child who'd experienced repeated rejection. She said Zoe had connected family gatherings with feeling excluded and hurt, and now her brain was trying to protect her by creating anxiety around those situations. The nightmares were Zoe's mind processing the fear and confusion of having someone she trusted hurt her. The therapist recommended continuing weekly sessions and maintaining the boundary of no contact with Ruth. She said forcing Zoe to see her grandmother right now would only reinforce the message that Zoe had to accept being treated badly by family members. I posted about the nightmares that evening, careful not to include details that would identify Zoe's therapist or reveal too much about the therapy process. I explained that my 2-year-old was having nightmares about her grandmother and getting anxious about family events because she'd learned that family gatherings meant watching other kids get love while she got ignored. The response was immediate and intense. Comments flooded in within the first hour, people expressing anger that a grandmother's favoritism had traumatized a toddler badly enough to cause nightmares. Several followers shared the post to their own pages, adding commentary about how grandparent favoritism was a form of child abuse that people didn't take seriously enough. By the next morning, the account had jumped from 1,000 followers to 5,000. Local parenting bloggers started reaching out through direct messages, asking if they could cover the story. A few small news sites that focused on family issues sent requests for interviews. The attention was bigger than I'd expected when I first created the account, but it felt right that people were finally taking this seriously. Tom and I talked about the interview requests over coffee while Zoe played in the next room. Part of me wanted to do a formal interview and really blast Ruth's behavior into the public eye, but Tom worried that too much media attention might backfire and make us look like we were just trying to hurt his mother rather than protect our daughter. We decided against the formal interviews, but I did write a detailed post explaining the complete history of Ruth's favoritism. I included specific examples with dates, like Ruth showing up 3 hours late to the hospital when Zoe was born because of Olivia's dance recital. I wrote about the $10 pharmacy stuffed animal for Zoe's first birthday versus the bounce house and princess impersonator for Olivia's party the same month. I listed every time Ruth had refused to babysit Zoe while taking Olivia and Chloe every weekend. I described Ruth's house covered in professional photos of 2 granddaughters, while Zoe's picture was hidden behind a grocery list on the fridge. I explained the hair comments, the expensive accessories for the other girls, the Easter dresses, and I ended with Ruth's own words about wishing we'd given her a blonde granddaughter, and her explanation that Zoe's hair made the other girls look bad in photos. The post was long and detailed, and I hit publish before I could second-guess myself. Within hours, it had been shared across multiple local parenting groups and community pages. People I'd never met were commenting that they'd seen Ruth around town and always thought she seemed like such a nice grandmother. Others said they'd witnessed some of these incidents at family gatherings or community events and hadn't realized how bad the full pattern was. The post went viral within our local community, spreading through neighborhood groups and school parent organizations. People started recognizing Ruth at the grocery store and the pharmacy. Hank called Tom 2 days after that detailed post went up. He was mad, his voice loud enough that I could hear him from across the room even though Tom didn't have him on speaker. Someone had confronted Ruth at the pharmacy, asking her directly if she was the grandmother who'd cut off her granddaughter's hair out of favoritism. Ruth had apparently broken down crying right there in the pharmacy aisle and come home so upset she couldn't stop shaking. Hank wanted to know how we could be okay with strangers harassing his mother in public over family business. Tom let his brother rant for a minute before responding in this calm, cold voice that I'd never heard him use before. He told Hank that public shame was a natural consequence of Ruth's actions. He said maybe their mother should have thought about her reputation in the community before she cut off a toddler's hair because it didn't match her favorite granddaughter's. He pointed out that Ruth had spent 2 years publicly favoring Olivia and Chloe at family events and gatherings where other people could see, so she'd already made her behavior public long before I posted about it. Hank tried to argue that what happened in the family should stay in the family, and Tom asked him when exactly the family had planned to address Ruth's treatment of Zoe if we'd kept quiet. Hank didn't have an answer for that. Camilla reached out the next day asking if we could meet for coffee without the kids. I almost said no because I was tired of family members wanting to process their feelings about Ruth's behavior, while my daughter was in therapy dealing with the actual damage. But Camilla had been the only one to really apologize, so I agreed to meet her at a coffee shop near my house. She was already there when I arrived, sitting at a corner table looking like she hadn't slept well. When I sat down, she started crying before I could even order my coffee. She talked about all the times she'd accepted her mother's favoritism as normal, how she'd felt proud that Olivia was Ruth's favorite, and never questioned why that meant Zoe had to be excluded. She admitted she'd felt superior having the favorite grandchild, like it meant she was doing something right as a parent that Tom and I weren't. She said she'd convinced herself that Ruth's constant praise and expensive gifts for Olivia were just because they had a special bond, not because Ruth had a problem with Zoe's appearance. Camilla cried harder when she talked about the hair, saying she kept thinking about how Zoe must have felt sitting there watching Ruth cut away her curls. She said she'd been looking back through photos from family events and could see Zoe's face in the background of pictures, always watching Olivia and Chloe get attention while she sat alone. She asked me how she could have missed something so obvious for so long. I appreciated that she was being honest, but told her that seeing the problem now didn't fix the 2 years Zoe spent watching Olivia get everything while she got nothing. Camilla nodded and wiped her eyes with a napkin that was already soaked through. She said she wanted to make changes in how she handled Ruth's gifts and attention toward Olivia, but didn't know where to start. Tom had joined us by then because I'd texted him to come, and he suggested Camilla could start by turning down Ruth's excessive gifts and experiences for Olivia, or at least insisting that Ruth include all 3 granddaughters equally. Camilla looked down at her coffee cup and admitted this felt hard because Olivia had gotten used to being spoiled by Ruth. She said Olivia expected special treatment now and would be upset if the shopping trips and expensive presents stopped. Tom pointed out that was exactly the problem, that Ruth had taught Olivia to expect favoritism, and now it was affecting how she treated her cousins. Camilla agreed it was necessary, even though she didn't know how to explain it to a 6-year-old. The next day, I got a message through the Grandmas Who Play Favorites account from someone who said she was a family therapist, specializing in favoritism dynamics. She offered to do a phone consultation with me for free, because my posts had resonated with her professional experience. We set up a call for that afternoon, and she explained that grandparent favoritism often came from prejudice about appearance, personality, or circumstances. She said it rarely changed without serious intervention because the grandparent usually didn't see their preference as a problem. I asked if there was any hope for Ruth to change, and the therapist was honest that most grandparents who showed this level of favoritism didn't develop genuine insight. She explained they might modify their behavior when forced to, but the underlying preference usually remained. They just got better at hiding it, or found more subtle ways to show favoritism. The conversation lasted almost an hour, and she gave me specific examples of patterns she'd seen in other families. I shared the therapist's insights on the social media account without identifying her, and hundreds of people commented saying this matched their experience with favoritist grandparents. Many adult children shared that they eventually cut off contact entirely because the dynamic never truly improved. One woman wrote that her mother still favored her brother's kids 20 years later and had missed her daughter's wedding because it conflicted with her favorite grandchild's soccer game. Another person shared that their father had left money to only 2 of his 5 grandchildren in his will, because those were the ones who looked like him. The comments kept coming for days, and each one made me more certain that protecting Zoe from Ruth was the right choice. 3 weeks after the hair incident, a thick envelope arrived at our house with Ruth's return address. Tom brought it inside looking like he wanted to throw it away without opening it, but I took it from him. The letter was 3 pages long, written in Ruth's careful handwriting. Most of it focused on how hurt she was by the social media posts, and how we'd ruined her reputation in the community. She wrote about people whispering about her at church and her book club friends asking uncomfortable questions. She said she couldn't go to the grocery store without feeling like everyone was staring and judging her. The letter included one paragraph about regretting the haircut buried in the middle of page 2. She wrote that she wished she'd asked permission first, but never actually apologized for the years of favoritism, or acknowledged that she'd treated Zoe as less important than her other granddaughters. Tom read it over my shoulder and then took it from my hands and threw it in the trash. He said his mother still didn't understand what she did wrong because the letter was all about Ruth's feelings and her hurt reputation. I fished the letter out of the trash and took a photo of it with my phone, blurring out any identifying details like her address and phone number. I posted the photo on the account, and the comment section filled with people analyzing how it was a classic non-apology that centered Ruth's feelings rather than addressing the harm to Zoe. Several people shared similar letters they'd received from toxic family members that followed the exact same pattern. One commenter pointed out that Ruth had written 3 pages about her own pain, but only 3 sentences about what she'd done to Zoe. Another person noted that Ruth never once used the word sorry or apologized for anything except not asking permission, which wasn't even the real problem. 2 days after I posted the letter, Marisa reached out to me directly for the first time through a private message. She admitted she'd always felt uncomfortable with how Ruth treated Zoe, but hadn't spoken up because she didn't want to rock the boat. She apologized and asked what she could do now to help repair the damage. I told her the most helpful thing would be for her and Hank to stop accepting Ruth's favoritism toward Chloe, and to back us up when we maintained boundaries. Marisa agreed and said she'd been talking to Hank about how they'd enabled his mother's behavior by accepting the expensive gifts and special treatment for their daughter, while Zoe got nothing. A month after the incident, Zoe's therapist reports some progress, but notes that Zoe still shows anxiety around the topic of grandparents, and asks repeatedly why Grandma Ruth doesn't love her like she loves Olivia and Chloe. These questions break my heart every single time. I sit in the parking lot after the appointment and cry because my baby shouldn't have to ask those questions at 2 years old. She should just know she's loved by everyone. The therapist explains that Zoe's brain is trying to make sense of the rejection, and that she'll probably keep asking for a while. She recommends I give simple, age-appropriate answers that validate Zoe's feelings without bad-mouthing Ruth. I practice the responses on the drive home, but they all feel wrong because the truth is, Ruth doesn't love Zoe the same way, and I don't know how to make that okay. I share Zoe's questions on the social media account, and the response is overwhelming. Hundreds of people share their own childhood memories of asking similar questions about why grandparents loved their siblings or cousins more, and many say they still carry that rejection decades later. One person writes about being 45 years old and still feeling the sting of watching their grandmother hug their sister while barely acknowledging them. Another shares that they went to therapy as an adult specifically to process the damage from a favoritist grandmother. The comments keep coming for days, and each one validates what I already know, that this kind of treatment leaves permanent scars. Several people thank me for protecting Zoe now, instead of forcing her to keep accepting Ruth's cruelty for the sake of family peace. They say they wish their parents had done the same. Tom's aunt reaches out saying she wants to organize a family meeting to address Ruth's behavior, but Tom and I refuse to participate unless Ruth first acknowledges the full extent of her favoritism in writing. We're done with family meetings where everyone pressures us to forgive and move on. Tom's aunt sounds frustrated when he explains our position, but he holds firm. He tells her that his mother needs to demonstrate real understanding before we'll sit in a room with her. His aunt argues that Ruth is too proud to write something like that, and maybe we could compromise by having a mediator present. Tom says no compromise, Ruth writes it or we don't come. His aunt hangs up saying we're being unreasonable, but Tom just shrugs. He's learned that protecting Zoe matters more than keeping his extended family comfortable. Ruth apparently hears about our conditions for a family meeting and sends another letter. This one's slightly better, but still focused mostly on her intentions rather than her impact. She claims she never meant to hurt Zoe and loves all her granddaughters equally, which is such an obvious lie that Tom doesn't even finish reading it. He gets to the part where she says she loves them equally, and throws the letter across the kitchen. I pick it up and read the rest, where Ruth explains that she just has different relationships with each girl based on their personalities. She writes that Olivia is easier to connect with because she's older, and Chloe is more affectionate. She never once mentions that the real difference is their blonde hair, and how they look like the family she wanted. The letter ends with Ruth asking when she can see Zoe again, because she misses her granddaughter. Tom takes the letter and writes across the top in red marker that Ruth is still lying and sends it back to her. 5 weeks after the haircutting, the social media account has 10,000 followers, and I'm getting messages daily from people thanking me for speaking up about grandparent favoritism. Several people say the account helped them recognize similar dynamics in their own families and set better boundaries. One mother writes that she finally told her mother-in-law she couldn't babysit anymore after seeing my posts, because she realized the preferential treatment was damaging her younger son. Another person shares that they cut off contact with their father completely after reading about Zoe, because they recognize the same pattern with their own kids. The messages make me feel less alone, but also sad that so many families deal with this poison. I start a discussion thread asking people how they handled favoritist grandparents, and the responses fill up with practical advice and warnings about what doesn't work. Camilla takes a major step by telling Ruth that she won't accept any more expensive gifts or special experiences for Olivia, unless Ruth provides exactly the same for all 3 granddaughters. Ruth apparently cries and says Camilla is punishing her, but Camilla holds firm. She calls me afterward to tell me about the conversation, and her voice shakes when she describes Ruth's reaction. Ruth accused her of being ungrateful, and said she was just trying to be a good grandmother to Olivia. Camilla told her that being a good grandmother means treating all the grandchildren fairly, and Ruth started crying harder. Camilla says she almost gave in, but then thought about Zoe sitting alone in that playpen with her butchered hair, and stayed strong. Ruth ended the call by saying Camilla was breaking her heart. Camilla tells me she feels guilty but knows it's the right thing to do. Hank and Marisa follow Camilla's lead and establish the same boundary with Ruth regarding Chloe. Ruth calls Tom crying about how her own children are ganging up on her, and Tom tells her that they're finally holding her accountable for treating their children differently. I can hear Ruth's voice through the phone even though Tom doesn't have it on speaker. She's wailing about how nobody understands her and everyone is being cruel. Tom stays calm and tells her that she created this situation by favoring 2 granddaughters over the third. Ruth screams that she never did any such thing, and Tom hangs up on her. He sits on the couch afterward looking exhausted and says he never thought his siblings would actually back us up. I tell him they're doing it for their kids as much as for Zoe, because Ruth's favoritism was teaching all 3 girls terrible lessons. 6 weeks after the incident, Ruth asks through Tom's aunt if she can see Zoe for a supervised visit with us present. Tom and I discuss it with Zoe's therapist, who says it's too soon, and that Zoe needs more time to heal before facing her grandmother again. The therapist explains that Zoe is just starting to feel secure and safe, and seeing Ruth could undo that progress. She recommends waiting at least another month and then reassessing based on Zoe's continued therapy work. Tom calls his aunt back and relays the therapist's recommendation. His aunt sighs and says Ruth is going to be devastated, but she understands. She asks if there's anything Ruth can do to speed up the process, and Tom says no. Zoe's healing happens on Zoe's timeline, not Ruth's. I post about Ruth's request for contact and the therapist's recommendation to wait, and the comments overwhelmingly support protecting Zoe's healing process over Ruth's desire for access. Many people share that they wish their parents had protected them from favoritist grandparents instead of forcing contact. One person writes about being made to hug a grandmother who openly preferred their brother and how violated that made them feel. Another shares that their parents kept pushing reconciliation until they were old enough to refuse contact themselves. The validation from strangers helps when Tom's extended family starts texting, asking if we're being too harsh. I screenshot some of the comments and send them to the family group chat without additional comment. 2 months after the haircutting, we attend a family birthday party for Tom's cousin with Zoe, but Ruth is not invited per our request. Several family members comment on how much happier and more confident Zoe seems without Ruth's presence creating anxiety. Tom's uncle pulls me aside and says Zoe is like a different kid, playing with the other children and laughing instead of clinging to my leg. He admits he didn't realize how much Ruth's treatment was affecting her until he saw the difference. Zoe runs around the backyard with her cousins and asks me twice if Grandma Ruth is coming. When I tell her no, she visibly relaxes and goes back to playing. Tom watches her and his eyes get wet. He says our daughter shouldn't feel relief about a grandmother not being at a party. Camilla catches me by the punch bowl and leans in close, her voice dropping low. She tells me Olivia has been asking why Grandma Ruth doesn't take her shopping anymore. Camilla had to explain that Grandma made some mistakes and needs to treat all the cousins fairly. Olivia apparently said that didn't seem fair since she's the oldest. The comment makes my stomach drop because it shows how deeply Ruth's favoritism has affected Olivia too. Camilla looks embarrassed sharing this but says she thought I should know. I thank her for being honest and tell her it's not her fault that Ruth taught Olivia to expect preferential treatment. The conversation stays with me for the rest of the party. I watch Olivia playing with Zoe and Chloe, and I can see how she naturally takes charge, how she expects the other girls to follow her lead. Ruth didn't just hurt Zoe by excluding her. She also damaged Olivia by teaching her that being blonde and older made her more deserving of love and attention. She taught Chloe that she was second best no matter what she did. The whole dynamic was poisoning all 3 girls in different ways. This insight makes me even more determined to maintain our boundaries because fixing this isn't just about protecting Zoe anymore. It's about breaking a cycle that was teaching all 3 cousins terrible lessons about worth and favoritism. Tom's brother Hank pulls Tom aside near the end of the party, and I watch them talking seriously by the back fence. When Tom comes back, he tells me Hank admitted he feels guilty for not noticing sooner how extreme their mother's favoritism was. Hank said he's been thinking about all the times Zoe was excluded while Chloe got special treatment, all the shopping trips and movie dates and expensive gifts. Tom says Hank kept apologizing and saying he should have spoken up years ago. His awareness comes late, but it feels genuine. Hank walks over to me before they leave and tells me directly that he's sorry for not protecting Zoe when he saw what was happening. He says he convinced himself it wasn't as bad as it looked, because that was easier than confronting his mother. I appreciate his honesty even though it doesn't change the past. At least now both Tom's siblings are finally seeing the damage Ruth caused and taking responsibility for their part in enabling it. 3 months after the incident, we have another therapy session with Zoe's therapist. She reports significant improvement in Zoe's anxiety and self-image. Zoe is sleeping better, playing more confidently with other kids and asking fewer questions about why Grandma Ruth doesn't love her. The therapist shows us drawings Zoe made during their sessions, and the recent ones show her with big curly hair and a smile, standing next to other kids instead of off to the side alone. The progress makes me want to cry with relief, but the therapist also warns us that Zoe will likely need ongoing support as she gets older and processes the rejection more fully. She explains that right now Zoe is young enough that therapy can help reshape her understanding before the memories solidify into lasting trauma. As Zoe gets older and develops more complex thinking, she'll need to work through what happened at different developmental stages. The therapist recommends maintaining the no-contact boundary with Ruth for at least another 3 months to give Zoe more time to heal, without the stress of seeing her grandmother. A week later, another letter arrives from Ruth. I almost throw it away without opening it, but Tom says we should at least see what she has to say this time. This letter is different from the previous ones. Ruth actually acknowledges that she treated Zoe differently than Olivia and Chloe. She admits that she had prejudices about Zoe's appearance that she didn't recognize as wrong. She writes that seeing Olivia and Chloe's blonde hair made her feel connected to them in a way she didn't feel with Zoe, and she never questioned why that was, or whether it was fair. The letter is better than her previous attempts, but it still doesn't fully take responsibility for the emotional damage. She focuses a lot on her own confusion and hurt feelings about being cut off from the family. She asks if there's anything she can do to make things right, but doesn't actually suggest any concrete actions or changes. Tom reads it twice and says it shows some progress, but he's not convinced his mother truly understands what she did. We take the letter to Zoe's therapist at our next appointment. She reads it carefully and says it shows some progress in Ruth's awareness. Ruth is at least acknowledging the differential treatment and admitting to prejudice, which is more than many grandparents in similar situations ever manage. But the therapist recommends waiting to see if Ruth's behavior changes before allowing any contact. She warns us that many people can write good apologies but struggle to actually modify their behavior long-term. The real test will be whether Ruth can sustain this awareness and translate it into different actions, not just words on paper. The therapist suggests we maintain the current boundaries for now and see if Ruth continues working on herself, or if this letter was just an attempt to regain access to the family. Tom and I agree to keep waiting. I'm not ready to expose Zoe to Ruth again based on one better letter. I post a general update on the Grandmas Who Play Favorites account, explaining that we're maintaining boundaries while the person involved does work to address their favoritism. I don't share specific details about Ruth's letter, but I talk about the importance of watching for changed behavior, rather than just accepting apologies. The post gets hundreds of comments within hours. People share their own experiences with family members who apologized beautifully, but then went right back to the same harmful patterns. Others talk about the pressure they faced to forgive and reconnect before the person had actually changed. Several commenters thank me for prioritizing my daughter's well-being over family pressure to keep the peace. One woman writes that she wishes her parents had protected her this way, instead of forcing her to keep seeing a grandmother who favored her brother. Reading these comments reminds me why I started the account in the first place. 4 months after the haircutting, Tom gets a call from his aunt saying the family held a meeting without us present. She tells Tom they confronted Ruth about her pattern of favoritism and the damage it caused to all 3 granddaughters. According to his aunt, Ruth finally broke down and admitted she was wrong. She cried and said she never meant to hurt anyone, but she realizes now that her actions did cause harm. Tom's aunt sounds hopeful on the phone, like this breakthrough means everything can go back to normal soon. But then she mentions that Ruth is struggling to understand why her preference for blonde hair became such a problem. She apparently kept asking why it mattered that she connected more easily with Olivia and Chloe, why she couldn't just be closer to some grandchildren than others. Tom's aunt tried to explain, but Ruth didn't seem to fully grasp it. Tom thanks his aunt for the update but tells her we're not ready to reconnect yet. The fact that Ruth still doesn't fully grasp why favoring children based on appearance is harmful tells me she has a long way to go. Tom agrees when we talk about it that night. He says his mother might never completely understand because she'd have to confront some ugly truths about herself and her values. We decide to maintain the no-contact boundary for now while Ruth works with her own therapist. Tom says his aunt mentioned that the family is insisting Ruth get professional help, which is more than I expected from them. At least they're not just sweeping this under the rug anymore. 2 weeks later, Camilla calls with more news. She tells me Ruth has started therapy at the family's insistence. Her therapist is apparently working with her on understanding implicit bias and how her preferences hurt Zoe. Camilla says Ruth has been going twice a week and actually doing the homework her therapist assigns. She's been journaling about her feelings and reactions to the different granddaughters and trying to identify where her prejudices came from. This is more progress than I expected, but I remain cautious about whether Ruth can truly change. Camilla admits she's skeptical too, but says it's at least something. I tell Camilla I appreciate her keeping us updated, and that we'll consider contact again if Ruth shows sustained change over several more months. For now, protecting Zoe has to come first. 5 months after the haircutting, I held Zoe in front of the bathroom mirror while she touched the little spiral curls growing back around her ears. She kept giggling and pulling them straight to watch them bounce back into shape. The pixie cut had finally grown out enough that her natural texture was returning, thick and beautiful just like before Ruth destroyed it. Zoe pointed at her reflection and said her hair was getting pretty again, and I had to blink back tears because for months she'd been saying her hair was ugly. The therapist called this progress during our next session, explaining that Zoe was starting to reclaim her self-image after Ruth's attack. She said children Zoe's age form their sense of beauty from how adults treat them, and the fact that Zoe could feel excited about her curls again meant she was healing from the message that her natural hair made her less worthy. I took a photo of Zoe's growing curls that afternoon, carefully angling it so her face stayed hidden, but the beautiful spirals showed clearly against my hand. I posted it to the Grandmas Who Play Favorites account with a caption about small victories and reclaiming what was almost destroyed. Within an hour, the post had 2,000 likes and hundreds of comments celebrating Zoe's hair coming back. People wrote that they hoped Ruth saw the post and understood what she'd tried to take away. Someone commented that Zoe's curls looked like they were growing back even more beautiful than before, like her hair was making a statement. Others shared their own photos of children's hair growing back after similar incidents, creating this whole thread of recovery and resilience. The support felt overwhelming in the best way. All these strangers genuinely caring about my daughter's healing. Tom got a call from Camilla 3 days later while we were eating dinner. He stepped into the other room to talk, but I could hear his surprised tone through the wall. When he came back, he sat down slowly and told me Ruth had apparently been doing her therapy homework consistently for weeks now. Camilla said Ruth's therapist had her journaling about each granddaughter and identifying where her different feelings came from, and Ruth was starting to understand that her favoritism wasn't just preference, but actual emotional abuse toward Zoe. Tom looked skeptical saying it, like he wanted to believe his mother could change but didn't trust it yet. Camilla had also mentioned that Ruth asked if she could write another letter taking full responsibility this time, not just apologizing for the haircut, but acknowledging the entire pattern of favoritism. Tom and I looked at each other across the dinner table, both of us weighing whether we were ready to read another letter after the previous ones had been so centered on Ruth's feelings. I finally said we'd read it, but weren't making any promises about what would happen after. The letter arrived 4 days later in a plain envelope with Ruth's handwriting that looked less steady than usual, like she'd been nervous writing it. I made Tom read it first while I finished putting Zoe to bed, needing him to tell me if it was worth my time or just more excuses. He came into Zoe's room 20 minutes later with the letter in his hand and said I should read it, that it was different from the others. I sat on the couch and opened the 2 pages of Ruth's handwriting, immediately noticing that she'd crossed out and rewritten several sentences like she'd struggled with getting the words right. The letter started by naming what she'd done as wrong without any qualifications or excuses. Ruth wrote that she had treated Zoe as less important than her other granddaughters because of Zoe's appearance, and that this was racism and favoritism and emotional abuse. She didn't say she hadn't meant to hurt anyone or that her intentions were good. She just said she was wrong and that she'd damaged her relationship with her granddaughter in ways that might never fully heal. The second page outlined specific changes Ruth said she was committed to making, like examining her reactions to the girls before speaking and catching herself when she started to compare them. She wrote that she understood we had no reason to trust her, and that she needed to earn back trust through consistent changed behavior over a long period of time. The letter ended without asking for forgiveness or requesting contact, just saying she understood she'd broken something that might not be fixable, and that she accepted responsibility for that. I read it twice looking for the usual self-centered language or victim mentality but couldn't find it. Tom sat next to me and asked what I thought, and I said it was better, but that words on paper didn't mean Ruth had actually changed how she felt about Zoe. We decided to show the letter to Zoe's therapist at our next appointment to get her professional opinion on whether it showed real progress or just better apologizing skills. The therapist read Ruth's letter carefully during our session, while Zoe played with toys in the corner, then looked up and said it showed genuine progress in Ruth's understanding of her behavior. She explained that most people who show this level of favoritism never reach the point of naming it as abuse or acknowledging harm without centering their own feelings. The therapist said we could consider a very brief supervised visit in a neutral location if we felt ready, emphasizing the if and the supervised and the brief. Tom and I talked about it in the car on the way home, both of us feeling torn between protecting Zoe and wondering if Ruth had actually done enough work to deserve a chance. I said I wanted to wait another month to see if Ruth maintained this new awareness or if it was just temporary guilt. Tom agreed immediately, saying his mother had a pattern of seeming to understand something and then reverting to old behavior when the pressure was off. We told Camilla our decision, and she said she'd let Ruth know, adding that Ruth had expected us to need more time and hadn't pushed for immediate contact. 6 months after Ruth cut Zoe's hair, we finally agreed to a 30-minute supervised meeting at a public park with the understanding that we'd leave immediately if anything felt wrong. Tom called his sister and brother to arrange it, asking them to bring Olivia and Chloe so Ruth would have to demonstrate treating all 3 girls equally right from the start. Camilla said she'd been waiting for us to be ready for this, and had already talked to Ruth about appropriate behavior. The morning of the meeting, I dressed Zoe in her favorite purple shirt and put a clip in her growing curls, wanting her to feel pretty and confident. Tom kept checking his watch during the drive to the park, clearly nervous about seeing his mother for the first time in half a year. We arrived early and sat on a bench where we could see the parking lot, watching for Ruth's car. She pulled in exactly on time with Camilla's van right behind her, and I felt my whole body tense watching Ruth get out and walk toward the playground. Ruth looked older than I remembered, her hair grayer and her movements more careful. She'd brought a small bag with her that turned out to hold 3 identical stuffed animals, cheap ones from the grocery store but exactly the same. When the girls ran up, Ruth knelt down to their level instead of just bending over, and she spoke to all 3 of them before singling anyone out. She told Zoe her curls looked beautiful, and asked about her favorite color without mentioning Olivia or Chloe's hair at all. Zoe hung back at first, standing half behind my leg while Ruth talked, clearly remembering that Grandma had hurt her even if she couldn't fully articulate how. Ruth didn't push or try to force affection, just kept her voice gentle and asked Zoe about her toys at home. When Zoe mentioned her stuffed elephant, Ruth asked what the elephant's name was, and actually listened to the answer instead of redirecting attention to the other girls. She gave each girl their identical stuffed animal at the same time, not making a big production out of any one gift. Olivia asked why hers wasn't bigger since she was the oldest, and Ruth gently said all the cousins were equally special and deserved equal gifts. The whole interaction felt stiff and awkward, like Ruth was consciously monitoring every word and action, but she was genuinely trying. After exactly 30 minutes, Tom stood up and said it was time for us to go. Ruth nodded and told Zoe she hoped to see her again soon, then stepped back without trying to hug her or push for more contact. Zoe waved goodbye but didn't move toward her grandmother, and I took that as a healthy boundary my daughter was setting for herself. We scheduled visits every other week at first, keeping them to an hour at Ruth's house with Tom and me present the whole time. Ruth would greet all 3 girls at the door with the same enthusiasm, bending down to their level and asking about their weeks without singling anyone out. I watched her face during those early visits, seeing the way she had to pause before speaking, like she was running through a mental checklist of how to treat them equally. She'd catch herself reaching for Olivia's hair and pull her hand back, then make a point of complimenting Zoe's outfit or asking about her toys. The effort was visible in every interaction, this conscious work of fighting against instincts she'd spent years building. Zoe stayed close to me during the first few visits, playing with her toys but keeping one eye on her grandmother. She'd answer Ruth's questions but didn't volunteer information or run to show her things like she used to when she was younger. The easy trust was gone, replaced by this careful distance that broke my heart, even though I knew it was healthy. By the second month, Zoe would sit near Ruth during visits and accept the snacks she offered, but she never climbed into her lap or asked for hugs. Ruth noticed this shift, and I could see the pain in her eyes when Zoe chose to sit between me and Tom instead of next to her grandmother. But she didn't push or try to force affection. Tom talked to his sister every few weeks, getting updates on how the new family dynamic was affecting everyone. Camilla called one afternoon while I was making dinner and asked if she could stop by to talk. She arrived with coffee and sat at my kitchen table looking tired but lighter somehow, like she'd put down something heavy she'd been carrying. She told me that Olivia had thrown a tantrum last month when Ruth gave her the same birthday present as Chloe, a regular art set instead of the elaborate craft station she'd gotten the year before. Camilla had let her cry it out, and then explained that Grandma was learning to treat all her granddaughters the same, and that Olivia wasn't more special than her cousins just because she was older. The conversation had been hard, but Olivia seemed to understand, and over the past few weeks she'd started asking to play with Zoe and Chloe more, instead of expecting them to watch her have special experiences. Camilla said Olivia had even shared her favorite doll with Chloe last week, without being asked, something she never would have done before when she saw herself as Ruth's chosen one. The shift was hard for Olivia in some ways, losing that special status she'd grown used to, but Camilla could see her daughter developing real empathy instead of the entitled attitude that had been growing. She said all 3 girls seemed more relaxed at family gatherings now, playing together instead of Olivia performing for Ruth while the others watched. 8 months after Ruth cut Zoe's hair, I sat in the therapist's office for our regular check-in without Zoe present. The therapist pulled out her notes and told me that Zoe had made excellent progress in processing the rejection and rebuilding her self-image. She was confident, happy, and secure in our family's love for her. But then the therapist's expression shifted, and she said something that made my chest tight. She explained that while Zoe was doing well now, she'd likely always carry some memory of this period, even if the details got fuzzy as she grew older. The experience of being treated as less valuable than her cousins during such important developmental years might surface again as she got older, affecting how she viewed family relationships and her place in them. The therapist recommended continuing therapy periodically as Zoe developed, checking in at different stages to help her process the experience through new lenses as her understanding deepened. I posted an update on the Grandmas Who Play Favorites account that evening, sharing resources about childhood favoritism and its long-term effects. The account had become something bigger than just my story, a place where people dealing with similar situations could find support and validation. I kept it active with occasional posts about our ongoing journey, the small victories and continuing challenges of rebuilding family relationships after such deep damage. Zoe's curls had grown back full and thick, bouncing around her shoulders when she ran, and every time I saw them, I felt this fierce pride mixed with lingering anger at what Ruth had tried to take from her. Our family would never be the same as it was before, that easy trust and assumed love replaced by careful boundaries and supervised contact. But my daughter knew without any doubt that her parents would always protect her, that she was valued exactly as she was, and that her beautiful curls were perfect. My mom revealed my darkest secret to make everyone laugh. I revealed hers to make everyone leave. My mom, Gina, always thought she was the funniest person in every room. She'd been doing stand-up comedy at open mics for years, never getting past 5-minute sets at dive bars, but she called herself a professional comedian. Her whole personality was making people laugh, even if it meant throwing anyone under the bus for a punchline. Growing up, every embarrassing thing I did became material for her act. When I wet the bed at 7, she told it at my birthday party like it was hilarious. When I got my first period and bled through my pants at school, she made it her closing bit for months. But the worst thing she ever did happened at my engagement party. I'd been with my fiancé Luke for 4 years, and we finally decided to get married. The engagement party was at Luke's parents' country club with all his family, his dad's business partners, and everyone important in his life. Gina showed up already drunk, wearing this sequined dress like she was accepting an award. She kept interrupting conversations to tell jokes that weren't landing. People smiled politely but were obviously uncomfortable. Halfway through dinner, Gina clinked her glass for a speech nobody asked her to give. She started talking about how proud she was that I'd found someone willing to marry me despite everything. Then she said she had a funny story about why she never thought this day would come. She told everyone about when I was 19 and had a mental breakdown. Not just mentioned it, but performed it like a comedy routine. She mimicked me crying, acted out me begging her to help me, did an impression of me saying I wanted to die. She told them about finding me with pills, rushing me to the hospital, the 72-hour hold. She made sound effects of the heart monitor. She actually got on the floor to show how I'd collapsed. People weren't laughing. Luke's mom had tears in her eyes. His father looked sick. My future brother-in-law walked out, but Gina kept going, saying the funniest part was when I told the psychiatrist I felt worthless, and he said, well, at least you're self-aware. She laughed at her own joke while 200 people sat in horrified silence. Luke didn't know any of this. I'd been planning to tell him eventually, but not like this. Not as entertainment for his entire family. His grandmother was clutching her pearls. His business partners were exchanging looks. Gina finally noticed nobody was laughing and said tough crowd before sitting down like she'd killed it. Luke's family left immediately. Half of them haven't spoken to me since. They think I'm unstable or that it runs in the family after seeing Gina. Luke almost called off the engagement. It took months of couples therapy for him to trust that I was okay, that it was a one-time crisis years ago. Gina never apologized, said I was too sensitive and comedy comes from truth. She actually used the engagement party story in her next set, talking about how rich people have no sense of humor. She told me I should be grateful she made me memorable. The wedding was in 3 months. Gina assumed she'd be giving a speech, already working on material. She kept asking for embarrassing stories about Luke to make it balanced. She bought a white sequined dress that looked like a wedding gown, said she needed to stand out in photos. I told her she wasn't giving a speech. She laughed and said I couldn't stop the mother of the bride from talking. That's when I decided Gina needed to learn what it felt like. The week before the wedding, I invited all her comedy friends to what she thought was my bachelorette party. She was thrilled I was including her scene. Brought 15 people from her open mic nights, all wannabe comedians who thought they were funnier than they were. I said I wanted to do a roast, but with a twist, we'd roast our parents for all the crazy things they did raising us. Gina loved it, said finally I was developing a sense of humor. She went first, telling more stories about my childhood that made me sound pathetic. Other people told actually funny stories about their parents. Then it was my turn. I started with how my mom got pregnant with me at 17 by her married English teacher, Mr. Randolph. How she blackmailed him for money until his wife found out and he killed himself. How Gina kept the suicide note that mentioned her by name. The comedians stopped laughing. I continued about how Gina gave me vodka in my bottle to make me sleep through her parties. How she brought men home who would comment on how I was developing. How she told me to be nicer to them because they paid our rent. How she stole my college fund from my grandmother's inheritance and spent it on comedy classes she failed. I told them about her getting fired from 12 jobs for stealing. About her going to rehab 4 times but leaving when they wouldn't let her perform at group therapy. About her showing up to my high school drunk and the principal calling child services. About her telling the social worker I was lying for attention. The room was dead quiet. Gina tried to laugh it off, but I kept going. I told them about the time she showed up at my 8th grade talent show, so drunk she fell off her chair, and how the other parents had to help her to the parking lot, while I pretended I didn't know her. I described finding her passed out in our bathtub with a lit cigarette that burned a hole in the shower curtain. I mentioned the Christmas she sold my Nintendo for drug money, and told me Santa wasn't real anymore because we were too poor. Ted stood up first, not looking at either of us, and walked toward the door without saying anything. Lucy stared at Gina with her mouth slightly open, the same way people look at car accidents they can't stop watching. Kira held her phone up the whole time, recording everything, and I could see the red light that meant it was still going. The vindication felt like electricity in my chest, hot and bright and powerful, but underneath it something cold was spreading through my stomach. I'd just destroyed my mother in front of everyone she knew, everyone who made up her whole social life, and the look on her face made me feel like I'd kicked a dog. She tried to laugh, that fake comedian laugh she used when jokes bombed, but her voice cracked halfway through and came out like a cough. Her face had gone white under her makeup, and I could see a vein pulsing in her neck. Gina opened her mouth and the word liar came out, but it sounded weak and desperate instead of angry. She said I was making things up for attention, that I always exaggerated everything, but her hands were shaking so hard she had to put down her drink. The other comedians were looking at each other, having silent conversations with their eyes, and I knew they were remembering all the times Gina had told stories about me. Greg cleared his throat and suggested we all take a break, maybe get some air, his voice too loud in the quiet room. People started moving toward the door in this awkward shuffle, not talking, just the sound of chairs scraping and feet on the floor. Within 2 minutes, the room emptied until it was just me and Gina sitting across from each other at a table covered in empty glasses and wadded up napkins. She looked at me with an expression I'd never seen on her face before, something that looked like actual fear instead of her usual confidence. She asked why I would do this to her, and her voice was small and old. I told her she did this to herself when she turned my suicide attempt into a comedy routine at my engagement party, in front of 200 people. The words came out flat and hard, and I watched her face crumple like paper. She started crying, but not the dramatic way she usually cried when she wanted something. This was different, uglier, with her makeup running in black streaks down her cheeks. She said I'd ruined her reputation in the comedy community, that these people were her only friends, that I'd taken away the one thing that made her feel like she mattered. I stood up while she was still talking and grabbed my jacket off the back of the chair. She kept saying my name, asking me to wait, to let her explain, but I walked out and left her sitting there alone. The hallway outside the private room felt too bright and too quiet, and I could still hear her crying through the door. I didn't feel as good about what I'd done as I thought I would. I just felt tired and mean and like I'd swallowed something sharp. Luke called me 3 times that night, but I let it go to voicemail because I didn't know how to explain what I'd just done. I sat on my couch staring at my phone lighting up with his name, feeling my stomach twist tighter each time. When I finally listened to the messages the next morning, his voice sounded worried and confused, asking if I was okay and saying Gina had called him crying about me attacking her in public. The third message said his mom was asking questions and he didn't know what to tell her. I felt rage flood back into my chest because of course Gina had already called him. Of course she was spinning this to make herself the victim, just like she always did with everything. She'd probably told him I was cruel and unstable, that I'd humiliated her for no reason, that she was just trying to be a good mother. I threw my phone across the room and it hit the wall hard enough to leave a mark in the paint. I met Luke for coffee the next afternoon at the place near his office, arriving early and ordering something I didn't drink. He came in looking tired, with dark circles under his eyes like he hadn't slept much. We sat down at a corner table and I told him everything that happened at the fake bachelorette party before Gina could twist it any further. I described inviting her comedy friends, setting up the roast, waiting for my turn, and then laying out every horrible thing she'd ever done. Luke listened without interrupting, his coffee getting cold in front of him, his face getting more serious with each detail. When I finished, he was quiet for a long time, just looking at me with an expression I couldn't read. Then he asked if I felt better now that I'd heard her back, and the question hit me like a slap. I opened my mouth to say yes, but nothing came out because the truth was, I didn't feel better at all. I felt sick, and angry and scared that I was turning into her, that I was becoming someone who hurts people and calls it justice. Luke said his parents were asking if we should postpone the wedding because they were worried about what kind of family drama would happen at the ceremony. Panic rose in my chest so fast it made my hands shake because I'd spent months planning this wedding, picking out flowers and trying different cakes and arguing with the venue about table arrangements. I didn't want Gina to ruin this too, to take away another important day by making it all about her dysfunction. He told me his mother specifically said she couldn't handle another public spectacle like the engagement party, that she was still getting questions from relatives about what they'd witnessed. His dad thought maybe we should wait until things settled down, until my family situation was more stable. The word stable made me want to scream because my family had never been stable, would never be stable, and if we waited for that, we'd never get married at all. Gina showed up at my apartment 2 days later without calling first, and when I looked through the peephole, I almost didn't open the door. She looked genuinely broken in a way I'd never seen, her hair unwashed and pulled back, wearing sweatpants and an old t-shirt instead of her usual attention-grabbing outfits. I opened the door and she walked in without asking, sitting down on my couch like her legs couldn't hold her up anymore. She told me that 2 comedy clubs had uninvited her from their open mics after word spread about what I'd revealed. The Laugh Factory told her they were going in a different direction, and the Comedy Store said they were full for the next 6 months. I felt a flicker of guilt before I remembered her on the floor at my engagement party, acting out me collapsing, making sound effects of the heart monitor while Luke's grandmother clutched her pearls, and his business partners exchanged horrified looks. She admitted that the story about Mr. Randolph was true, that she'd gotten pregnant by her married English teacher when she was 17 and blackmailed him for money until his wife found the letters. She said she'd carried guilt about his death for 27 years, that she still had nightmares about his wife calling her a murderer at the funeral. She was 17 and stupid, and didn't understand that blackmail could make someone desperate enough to kill themselves. She told me his suicide note mentioned her by name, said she'd ruined his life and his marriage, and she'd kept it hidden in a box under her bed all these years. I sat there shocked because Gina never admitted to anything, never took responsibility, never showed real remorse that wasn't just manipulation to get what she wanted. I didn't know if this was real honesty or just another performance, another way to make herself the victim of her own choices. Luke's parents invited both of us to dinner at their house to clear the air before the wedding, and I knew this was some kind of test. Gina promised she'd behave and apologize properly, that she understood how serious this was, but I didn't trust her to get through one meal without making everything about her somehow. Luke told me this dinner was important to his family, that his mother was really struggling with whether she could support our marriage given everything that had happened. I agreed to go because I didn't have a choice, but I spent the whole drive over feeling like I was going to throw up. Gina met me there, arriving in her beat-up car and wearing a plain black dress that looked like she was going to a funeral. We walked up to the house together without talking, and I could feel her shaking next to me. The dinner started awkward and got worse from there, with Luke's mother being coldly polite in that way rich people are when they hate you but have manners. His father barely spoke, just passed dishes and cut his food with precise movements that felt angry. Gina launched into an apology that started okay, but somehow turned into excuses about her difficult childhood and struggling as a single mother and never having any support. Luke's mother let her talk for maybe 2 minutes before cutting her off mid-sentence, saying that many people have hard lives without exploiting their children's trauma for attention and entertainment. The words hung in the air like smoke, and Gina's face went red and then white. Luke's father set down his fork and said he wanted to know if Gina planned to use his son's wedding as material too, if she'd already started working on jokes about their family. The question was so direct and brutal that even I felt defensive of Gina for a second, before remembering that he was right to ask. Gina's mouth opened and closed, but nothing came out at first, and I watched her chest rise and fall in quick, shallow movements like she couldn't get enough air. She grabbed the edge of the table with both hands, her knuckles turning white, and when she finally spoke, her voice came out small and broken in a way I'd never heard before. She said yes, she'd been a terrible mother, that she knew it even when she was doing it. But she couldn't stop herself because making people laugh was the only time she felt like she mattered at all. Luke's father leaned back in his chair and asked if she planned to use his son's wedding as material too, if she was already writing jokes about this dinner in her head right now. The question sat there in the middle of the table like a knife, and everyone looked at Gina waiting for her answer. She shook her head and tears started running down her face, actual real tears without the dramatic sobbing she usually did for effect. She promised she wouldn't give a speech at the wedding or make any jokes about our family, that she understood she'd already done enough damage. Luke's mother set down her wine glass with a sharp click and said that wasn't enough, that Gina needed to understand she was on thin ice with their entire family, and one more incident would mean she'd never be welcome around them again. I felt something weird twist in my chest, almost like I wanted to defend Gina even though she deserved everything they were saying to her. The words came out before I could stop them, that she was still my mother and she'd be at the wedding, and everyone turned to look at me with surprise on their faces, including Luke. His mother's eyebrows went up and his father frowned, and I could tell they thought I was making a mistake, but I couldn't take the words back now. Luke drove me home after dinner without saying much, just the sound of the car engine and the radio playing something low that I couldn't focus on. We pulled into my apartment parking lot and he turned off the car but didn't move to get out, just sat there staring at the steering wheel. He asked me if I actually wanted Gina at the wedding or if I was just doing this because I felt like I had to. I opened my mouth to answer but realized I didn't know what to say because I'd spent so long being angry at her that I hadn't thought about what I actually wanted. He turned to look at me and said it was okay to uninvite her if that's what I needed to feel safe on our wedding day, that his family would understand and support whatever choice I made. I told him I needed time to think about it and he nodded, kissed me on the forehead and said he'd call me tomorrow. I went inside and lay on my couch staring at the ceiling for hours, playing the dinner over and over in my head and trying to figure out what I felt underneath all the anger. 2 days passed where I barely left my apartment, just ordered food, and sat with my phone in my hand staring at Gina's contact information. I thought about all the times she'd humiliated me, all the boundaries she'd crossed, all the ways she'd used my pain for her own benefit. But I also thought about what would happen at the wedding if she wasn't there, how everyone would ask where she was and why, how the whole day would become about her absence instead of about me and Luke starting our life together. I picked up my phone and called her before I could change my mind. She answered on the first ring like she'd been waiting, and I told her she could come to the wedding, but there would be strict boundaries. No speech, no jokes about me or our family, and if she drank too much, my cousin would escort her out without discussion. She agreed immediately without arguing or making excuses, and the fact that she didn't fight me on it actually worried me more than if she had. The wedding planner called me 3 days later while I was at work, and I could hear panic in her voice before she even explained why she was calling. She said Gina had contacted her directly asking about microphone access during the reception, wanting to know the technical setup and when would be the best time to use it. I felt rage flood through my body, so fast it made my hands shake, because Gina had literally promised me 2 days ago that she wouldn't give a speech. I left work early and drove straight to Gina's apartment, not even calling first because I knew if I gave her warning she'd prepare some excuse. She opened the door in sweatpants with her hair a mess, and I pushed past her into the living room. When I confronted her about calling the wedding planner, she put her hands up and said she just wanted to sing a song for us, that it wasn't a speech, it was a musical tribute. I told her I knew she was lying and that she was planning some kind of performance that would make everything about her again. I stood in her messy living room with comedy notebooks scattered everywhere and told her that if she did anything at the wedding that drew attention to herself, I would never speak to her again. She started crying and saying I was being cruel, that she just wanted to celebrate her only daughter's wedding and I was treating her like a criminal. I didn't move or soften my voice, just stood there and told her that her celebrating had always meant humiliating me, and I wouldn't allow it this time. She sank down onto her couch and buried her face in her hands, and for a second I almost felt bad before remembering the engagement party, and how she'd acted out my suicide attempt for laughs. I left without saying goodbye and drove to Luke's apartment to tell him what happened. Luke listened to everything and then suggested we hire security for the wedding specifically to manage Gina, and even though it sounded ridiculous, I knew it was necessary. His parents called him while I was there, and when he explained the situation, they offered to pay for security because they didn't trust Gina either after everything that had happened. I agreed because I realized I needed to protect my wedding day, even if it meant treating my own mother like a threat to my happiness. We spent the rest of the evening looking at security companies and explaining the situation, and I felt both relieved and deeply sad that this was what my life had come to. 3 days before the wedding, I got a message on social media from Ted, one of Gina's comedy friends who'd been at the fake bachelorette party. He said he wanted to talk to me about something important and could we meet for coffee. I almost ignored it, but something in the message made me curious, so I agreed to meet him at a place near my apartment. He showed up looking uncomfortable and guilty, stirring his coffee for a full minute before finally telling me that Gina had been calling all her comedy friends trying to get them to come to the wedding and support her. He said it seemed like she was planning something and he thought I should know, that he felt bad for not speaking up about her behavior before. I thanked him and left the coffee shop feeling my stomach drop, because I knew Gina was going to try something no matter how many boundaries I set. I drove straight to Gina's apartment again and didn't even wait for her to invite me in before I started confronting her about inviting her comedy friends to my wedding. She broke down completely this time, not the fake crying she usually did, but real ugly sobbing that made her whole body shake. She admitted she couldn't handle being alone at an event where everyone judged her, that she knew she'd ruined our relationship but she was still my mother, and she was terrified of being completely cut off from my life. I stood there watching her fall apart, and felt uncomfortable because it was easier to hate her when she was just being awful, but this vulnerability made everything more complicated. She said she didn't know how to be at my wedding without her friends there as a buffer, that she was scared of facing Luke's family alone after everything she'd done. Luke and I had an emergency session with our therapist the next day, and I admitted I was scared of becoming like Gina, someone who hurts people and then justifies it. The therapist helped me see that recognizing this fear meant I was different from Gina, because Gina never questioned whether her actions were wrong or thought about how they affected other people. Luke reached over and took my hand, told me he loved me and trusted me, but he needed to know I wouldn't use his vulnerabilities against him the way Gina had used mine. I promised him I wouldn't, and meant it, but I also knew I'd already crossed a line by exposing Gina's secrets at the fake bachelorette party, and I had to figure out how to be better than that. We left the session with a plan for the wedding and boundaries for Gina, but I still felt uneasy about everything that could go wrong. I spent the night before the wedding sitting at my kitchen table with a blank piece of paper in front of me. Luke was at his parents' house for some pre-wedding tradition his family did, so I had the apartment to myself. I picked up the pen and put it down 3 times before I finally started writing. The letter came out messy and honest in a way I couldn't manage face-to-face with Gina. I told her she could come to the wedding and bring one person from her comedy friends, someone who would help keep her grounded instead of encouraging her to perform. I wrote that our relationship was broken, and I didn't know if it could be fixed, but I was willing to try if she could respect real boundaries this time. I explained that I needed space to build my marriage without constantly worrying about being turned into material for her next set. The last paragraph was the hardest because I had to admit that some part of me still wanted a mother, even if Gina could never be the kind I needed. I sealed the envelope and left it on the counter, planning to drop it at her apartment in the morning. I barely slept that night, kept seeing her face at the fake bachelorette party when I exposed all her secrets. I wondered if I'd gone too far or if she'd finally understand what it felt like to be humiliated in front of people you cared about. The morning of the wedding, I was standing in my bathroom trying to fix my makeup when someone knocked on my apartment door. Luke wasn't supposed to pick me up for another 2 hours, and the wedding planner had my schedule down to the minute. I opened the door and found Gina standing there with my letter in her hand, her eyes red but not in her usual dramatic way. She looked smaller somehow, like she'd been deflated. She asked if she could come in, and I almost said no, but I stepped aside and let her walk past me into the living room. She sat on my couch and held up the letter, her hands shaking slightly. She told me she'd read it 4 times, and she understood what I was saying, that she'd spent her whole life using comedy to avoid dealing with real feelings. Her voice cracked when she said she was going to start actual therapy, not the kind where she performed for the therapist or turned her sessions into bits. She said she didn't expect me to forgive her or trust her, but she wanted to try to be better even if it was too late for us to have a normal mother-daughter relationship. I stood there by the door not knowing what to say because this was the first time Gina had ever apologized without making excuses or turning it into a joke. She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand and said she was proud of me for setting boundaries, that she wished someone had taught her how to do that when she was young. I told her she needed to leave so I could finish getting ready, and she nodded and walked to the door. Before she left, she turned and said she'd be sitting quietly in the third row with Lucy, who'd agreed to be her support person for the day. The wedding ceremony happened at a garden venue Luke's parents had picked out, with white chairs set up in rows facing an arch covered in flowers. I stood in the bridal suite with my bridesmaids while the coordinator gave everyone their cues, my stomach doing flips every time I thought about Gina sitting out there in the audience. Luke's mother had barely spoken to me during the rehearsal dinner, and his father kept giving me these worried looks like he expected chaos to break out at any moment. The music started, and I walked down the aisle focusing on Luke's face instead of looking at the guests. Gina sat in the third row exactly where she said she'd be, wearing a simple blue dress instead of the white sequined thing she'd bought months ago. Lucy sat next to her with her hand on Gina's arm, and Gina's face was wet with tears, but she stayed completely still and quiet. The ceremony was beautiful in a way I hadn't let myself hope for, with Luke saying his vows and me saying mine without any interruptions or performances. At the reception, I watched Gina from across the room as she approached Luke's parents at their table. I couldn't hear what she was saying, but I saw her talking without any of her usual animated gestures or attempts at humor. Luke's mother's face stayed cold and tight, but she nodded when Gina finished and said something brief in response. Luke's father shook Gina's hand in a formal way that made it clear they weren't suddenly friends, but at least they were being civil. I felt something loosen in my chest. Not forgiveness exactly, but maybe the beginning of being able to breathe without constantly waiting for the next disaster. 6 weeks after the wedding, Gina and I started meeting for coffee every Thursday morning at a place halfway between our apartments. The first few meetings were awkward and stilted, with both of us being too careful about what we said. I'd made a list of topics that were off limits, things she couldn't ask about or turn into comedy material, and she actually followed the rules without complaining. She told me about her therapy sessions in a real way, not performing or exaggerating for effect, just talking about what she was learning about herself. She admitted her therapist had pointed out that she'd used comedy as a weapon to keep people at a distance, that if she made them laugh or shocked them first, she didn't have to risk real connection. I listened and didn't offer forgiveness or reassurance, just let her talk and process without making it about me. She asked about the wedding and I told her the parts that felt safe to share, and she didn't interrupt or make jokes. Our relationship would never be normal or easy. The damage was too deep and went back too far. But I was learning that protecting myself didn't mean I had to completely destroy her, that I could have boundaries without needing revenge. Luke and I were building our life together in our new apartment, making plans for the future without the constant fear hanging over everything. I still flinched sometimes when my phone rang and I saw Gina's name, still worried she'd slip back into her old patterns. But for now, having coffee once a week with clear rules felt manageable, and that was enough. I was finally free from waking up every day wondering when I'd become her next punchline, and that freedom was worth more than any apology she could give me. My mother demands I give both my kidneys to my golden child brother. My mother called me selfish for refusing to give both my kidneys to my brother Tyler. She stood in my living room, crying fake tears, saying I was killing him by keeping organs I didn't deserve. You have 2 healthy kidneys, and Tyler has none. You could save him today if you weren't so heartless. Tyler destroyed his kidneys drinking a bottle of vodka every day for 15 years. Started at 16, never stopped. Mom bought him his first bottle, said boys needed to learn to handle liquor. When doctors warned him at 25 that his kidneys were failing, Mom said they were being dramatic. When he needed his first dialysis at 30, she blamed the doctors for not trying harder. Now at 32, both kidneys were dead. He needed a transplant or he'd die within a year. Mom's kidney wasn't a match. Dad's wasn't either. But mine were perfect. 1 kidney, I told her the first time she asked. I'll give him 1. 1 isn't enough, she said. His body is weak. He needs both to have a real chance. Then I'd need dialysis forever. I'm 28. That's 50 years of machines keeping me alive. You're stronger than Tyler. You could handle it. This was classic Mom. Tyler was her golden boy since birth. He got a car at 16. I got nothing. He got college paid for but dropped out. I got student loans. He got bailed out of jail 3 times. I got kicked out at 18 for getting pregnant. That pregnancy ended in miscarriage, but Mom said I deserved it for being irresponsible. I became a nurse anyway. Worked 3 jobs to pay for school. Built a life without any help from the family that forgot I existed until they needed something. For 10 years, Mom never called. Neither did Tyler. I found out about family events through Facebook. Wasn't invited to Tyler's wedding, Mom's 60th birthday, or Dad's retirement party. But now they needed my organs, so suddenly I was family again. The harassment started after I said no. Mom called my work, told them I was having a mental breakdown. Called my landlord, said I was unstable. Called my boyfriend, told him I was a murderer who would let my own brother die. She showed up at my hospital during my shift. Everyone, look at the nurse who won't save her brother's life. She has 2 kidneys and won't share. Security escorted her out, but she came back the next day, and the next. For 3 weeks, she stalked me, calling, texting, showing up everywhere. Tyler's dying because of you. You're selfish. What kind of sister watches her brother die? What she didn't know was that Tyler wasn't dying. Not really. He was on dialysis 3 times a week. Uncomfortable, but manageable. Could live for decades like that. I knew because I worked in the dialysis unit. Saw patients in their 70s who'd been on machines for 20 years. Tyler just didn't want the inconvenience. Neither did Mom. She wanted her perfect son back, not one attached to machines. So she decided I should be the one attached to machines instead. I finally called Tyler directly. Hadn't spoken to him in 2 years. "Do you know Mom's demanding both kidneys?" I asked. "Yeah," he said. So I'd be on dialysis forever. You understand that, right? You're younger. You'd adapt better. Plus, you don't have kids to worry about. Neither do you. But I might someday. You already tried and couldn't. He actually said that. Referenced my miscarriage like it was proof I didn't deserve working organs. That's when I decided to end this completely. I scheduled a meeting with Tyler's transplant team. Told them about Mom's pressure. Showed them her texts demanding both kidneys. The lead surgeon's face went dark. "She wants you to donate both? That's not even legal. We'd never approve that." Turns out Mom had been telling Tyler the team would do it if I agreed. Complete lie. The surgeon called Mom and Tyler immediately. I put the phone on speaker so Rosa could talk to both of us at once. Mom's voice came through sharp and angry, demanding to know why Rosa was interfering in family business. Rosa stayed calm and explained that federal law prohibited living donors from giving both kidneys because it would require the donor to need dialysis for life. Mom's voice went up an octave, insisting Rosa was lying to protect the hospital from some imaginary lawsuit. I watched Rosa's face stay perfectly professional, while Mom accused her of being bought off by insurance companies. Rosa repeated the facts slowly, like she was talking to a confused patient instead of a screaming woman. Living donors can only give one kidney. This is federal law. The transplant team would never approve a double donation even if I begged them to do it. Mom started crying then. Those same fake tears she used when she wanted something. But underneath the performance, I heard real panic creeping in. Her whole strategy just fell apart in front of a doctor who couldn't be bullied or manipulated. Rosa kept explaining in that patient voice that Tyler's body didn't need both kidneys to survive. That one healthy kidney from a living donor would work fine. That Mom had been given false information about the medical requirements. Mom's crying got louder and she hung up before Rosa finished talking. Rosa looked at me across her desk and apologized for my mother's behavior. She said the transplant team wanted to document everything that happened in case my family tried to pressure me again later. They were putting a flag on my file, so nobody could even discuss donation with me unless the whole team was present. Rosa pulled out some forms and started writing notes while I sat there feeling this weird calm wash over me. For 3 weeks, Mom made me feel like a monster for saying no. She convinced Tyler I was killing him on purpose. She told Dad and probably half the family that I was selfish and cruel. But now a doctor with 20 years of experience just confirmed that what Mom wanted was literally illegal. I wasn't crazy. I wasn't heartless. I was just refusing to do something that no hospital in America would allow. I drove home with my hands steady on the wheel for the first time in weeks. The professional validation felt like someone lifted a weight off my chest that I'd been carrying. So long I forgot it was there. Evan was waiting at my apartment with Chinese takeout spread across the coffee table. He stood up when I walked in and I told him what happened with Rosa and the phone call. He hugged me so tight I couldn't breathe for a second. And that's when I started crying. Not sad crying. Just this release of all the tension I'd been holding. Evan didn't say anything. Just held me while I cried into his shoulder and got tears all over his shirt. We ate the Chinese food after I calmed down, and he kept reaching over to squeeze my hand like he needed to make sure I was really okay. That night, my phone started blowing up around 11. Text after text from Mom, each one angrier than the last. She called me a liar who turned the doctors against her. Said I poisoned them against Tyler with fake stories. Accused me of wanting my brother dead so I could have Mom and Dad's attention. Threatened to make sure everyone knew what kind of person I really was. The messages kept coming. Sometimes 3 or 4 in a row, jumping from rage to guilt trips and back again. She said Tyler was crying because of me. Said Dad was disappointed in the daughter I became. Said I'd regret this when Tyler died and it was all my fault. Evan took my phone and started screenshotting every message. He created a folder on my laptop labeled harassment documentation and saved each screenshot with the date and time. My hands shook while I watched him work. Reading Mom's words in those screenshots made them feel more real somehow, seeing the pattern laid out in a grid of images. Evan reminded me that her behavior was proving exactly why I was right to say no. A mother who really cared about both her kids wouldn't demand one sacrifice her health for the other. A mother who loved me wouldn't send messages like these. The next morning I got to work early, and Catalina called me into her office before my shift started. She closed the door and told me hospital security reported my mother tried to enter the dialysis unit last night around 9. Mom told the security guard she needed to educate the staff about family loyalty and medical ethics. The guard recognized her from the previous incidents and refused to let her pass the lobby. Mom argued for 20 minutes before finally leaving. Catalina showed me the security report on her computer screen and I felt sick reading it. Catalina assured me the hospital takes staff safety seriously. They were putting a flag in the security system, so if my mother tried to enter the building, security would get an immediate alert. She asked if I was okay and whether I needed any changes to my schedule. I almost cried again just from someone being kind about this whole mess. Catalina said to let her know if I needed anything and reminded me the Employee Assistance Program offered free counseling sessions. I thanked her and headed to the dialysis unit to start my shift. Working surrounded by my regular patients felt normal in a way nothing else did lately. Mr. Klein showed me photos of his new granddaughter on his phone while his machine hummed next to him. Mrs. Brennan complained about her daughter-in-law's cooking and made plans to host Thanksgiving anyway. James talked about the fishing trip he was planning for next month. These people had been on dialysis for 15-20 years. They lived full lives, had families, made plans, complained about normal things. Tyler's situation wasn't the death sentence Mom claimed it was. He just didn't want the inconvenience of dialysis 3 times a week. During my lunch break, my phone rang from an unknown number. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. A woman's voice asked if this was me, and when I said yes, she introduced herself as Lorenza, Mom's sister. I hadn't talked to Lorenza in 8 years, not since before I got kicked out. She said she heard about the kidney situation from Mom and wanted to hear my side of the story. Her voice sounded genuinely concerned instead of accusatory, which surprised me enough that I agreed to talk. I told Lorenza everything while sitting in my car in the hospital parking lot. Started with Mom showing up 3 weeks ago demanding both kidneys. Went through the harassment at work and home, explained how the surgeon exposed Mom's lies about the transplant team approving a double donation. Lorenza stayed quiet the whole time, just listening, and when I finished there was this long pause where I could hear her breathing on the other end. She finally said she wasn't surprised Mom lied about what the doctors told her. That hit different from I expected, hearing someone from the family actually say it out loud. Lorenza started talking about watching Mom enable Tyler's drinking since he was 16. She remembered Mom buying him that first bottle, remembered family dinners where Mom laughed off concerns about how much Tyler drank. She said she always knew it would end badly, but nobody could tell Mom anything when it came to Tyler. Then Lorenza admitted something that made my chest tight. She said the family excluded me because Mom made it too uncomfortable to maintain contact with me. If anyone asked about me or suggested inviting me to something, Mom would get upset and make the whole event miserable. Eventually, people stopped asking because it was easier to go along with Mom than deal with her drama. Lorenza's voice got quiet when she said she was ashamed she went along with it for the sake of peace. We talked for almost an hour sitting in our separate locations. Lorenza told me about family gatherings I'd missed, how Mom controlled the guest lists and the conversations. She said several family members were uncomfortable with Mom's current behavior, the harassment and the kidney demands, but they were all afraid to speak up. Mom had this way of punishing anyone who disagreed with her, freezing them out or causing problems until they backed down. Lorenza promised to run interference if she could, maybe talk to some of the other relatives who were questioning things. Before we hung up, she told me I was right to protect myself, and that what Mom was asking was wrong. Hearing those words from actual family, not just Evan or my co-workers, felt like something inside me unlocked. First family validation I'd had in 10 years. That evening I was making dinner with Evan when my phone rang from the building's front desk. The doorman said my mother was in the lobby asking to come up. My stomach dropped and I told him I didn't want visitors, asked him to have her leave. I could hear Mom's voice in the background getting louder, something about her rights as a mother and needing to see her daughter. The doorman stayed professional, told her the resident didn't want visitors and she needed to leave the building. Mom started shouting loud enough that I could hear her clearly through the phone. She was yelling about how I was killing Tyler, how the building staff was helping me commit murder by keeping her away. Evan took the phone from my shaking hand and suggested we call the police non-emergency line to document what was happening. I'd never called the police on my own mother before and it felt huge and scary, but Evan pulled up the number and dialed. We explained the situation to the dispatcher, gave them the address, said we needed to document ongoing harassment. An officer showed up about an hour later when Mom was already gone. He was maybe 40, tired looking, and he sat in our living room taking notes while I explained the pattern. The workplace stalking, the calls to my landlord and boyfriend, tonight's incident at the building. He wrote everything down in this small notebook, nodding occasionally. When I finished, he said this kind of behavior often escalates and suggested I consider getting a restraining order if it continued. He made it sound so normal, so straightforward, like this was just a thing that happened and there were procedures for it. After the officer left, Evan and I spent the evening on his laptop researching restraining orders. We found the court forms, read through the requirements, started making a list of every incident we could remember from the past 3 weeks. Evan opened a spreadsheet and we filled in dates, times, locations, what Mom said or did each time, the hospital incidents, the texts, the calls to my work and landlord, tonight's scene in my building lobby. Seeing it all laid out like that, row after row of harassment, made something click in my head. This wasn't complicated family drama like I'd been telling myself. This was a clear pattern of someone refusing to accept no and using intimidation to try to force compliance. The officer's matter-of-fact treatment of the situation helped me see it that way. He didn't act like I was overreacting or being dramatic. He treated it like what it was, harassment that needed documentation and legal intervention. 2 days later, I finished my shift and headed to the parking garage. Mom was standing next to my car. She looked terrible, hair messy, clothes wrinkled, dark circles under her eyes like she hadn't slept in days. I froze about 20 feet away, keys in my hand, trying to decide if I should turn around and get security. But Mom saw me and started talking fast. this desperate stream of words about Tyler being her baby and how she couldn't lose him. She said she knew I was angry about the past, but Tyler didn't deserve to suffer for family problems. Her voice kept breaking and she was crying real tears this time, not the fake ones from before. I stayed where I was, not moving closer, and told her calmly that Tyler wasn't dying. He was on dialysis 3 times a week and he could live for decades like that. I saw patients do it all the time in my unit. Mom's face twisted and she started screaming that I was heartless for comparing her son to strangers. She yelled that dialysis was torture, that I was sentencing Tyler to a miserable existence when I could save him with one simple choice. Her voice echoed off the concrete walls of the garage. I pointed out that I'd already offered 1 kidney, that 1 kidney would help Tyler, but she rejected that option. I said it clearly, that she wanted me on dialysis instead of Tyler. Mom actually nodded and said yes, that's exactly what a real sister would do. Sacrifice herself completely for her brother, who never did anything to deserve this situation. She said Tyler was the victim here, that his drinking wasn't his fault because I didn't understand addiction, and that I was being selfish by putting my own health above his life. Security guard Bo came around the corner right then. Someone must have reported the shouting because he walked straight toward us looking alert and focused. He recognized Mom immediately from the hospital alert system, said her name and told her she needed to leave hospital property right now. Mom tried to argue, said she was just talking to her daughter, but Bo cut her off. He said she was trespassing on the hospital property, and if she didn't leave immediately, he would call the police. His voice was firm and professional, not mean, but absolutely clear that he wasn't negotiating. Mom looked at me one more time with this expression like I'd betrayed her, then turned and walked toward the garage exit. Bo stayed with me until she was gone, then walked me to my car and watched me get in and lock the doors. He asked if I was okay and told me to call security if I saw her anywhere on the hospital grounds again. I thanked him and sat in my car for a few minutes after he left, hands still shaking on the steering wheel. Mom turned and walked toward the garage exit, her shoes clicking hard against the concrete floor. She stopped about 10 feet away and spun back around, her face twisted with anger. "You'll regret this when Tyler dies and it's all your fault," she screamed, her voice bouncing off the walls. "When he's gone, you'll have to live with knowing you could have saved him but chose yourself instead." Bo stepped between us, his body blocking her view of me. He didn't say anything, just stood there solid and calm until Mom finally turned and left for real this time. I heard her car start somewhere on the lower level, the engine noise fading as she drove away. Bo walked me to my car and waited while I unlocked the door and got in. "You should think about changing up your schedule if you can," he said through the open window. "Come and go at different times, use different entrances, that kind of thing." His words made something click in my head. This wasn't just awkward family drama anymore. Hospital security was worried enough about my safety to suggest I change my daily routine. I thanked him and locked my doors, then sat there for a minute letting that sink in. My own mother had become enough of a threat that trained security personnel thought I needed to take precautions. I drove home on autopilot, my hands tight on the steering wheel. When I got to my apartment, Evan was already there making dinner. He took one look at my face and asked what happened. I told him about Mom in the parking garage and what Bo said about varying my schedule. Evan stopped chopping vegetables and pulled out his phone. "I found a lawyer," he said. "Alberto Campos. He does family law and harassment cases. I called him this afternoon after you texted about your mom showing up again." I felt this wave of relief that I wasn't handling this alone anymore. Evan had already researched lawyers and made calls while I was at work. He showed me Alberto's website with all his information about restraining orders and family court cases. I called the number right then, standing in our kitchen while Evan finished making dinner. Alberto answered on the 3rd ring, and his voice was professional, but not cold. I explained the basic situation: Mom demanding both kidneys, the harassment at work, tonight's scene in the parking garage. He listened without interrupting, then said he could meet with me tomorrow afternoon if I was available. He asked me to bring all my paperwork, the texts from Mom, the hospital incident reports, the police report from when she showed up at my building. "Bring anything that shows a pattern of behavior," he said. "We need to document everything." The next day, I left work early and drove to Alberto's office in a building downtown. His waiting room was small but clean, with normal office furniture and magazines on the coffee table. A secretary checked me in, and 10 minutes later, Alberto came out to get me. He was maybe 50, wearing a suit but no tie, and he shook my hand firmly before leading me back to his office. I sat across from his desk and pulled out the folder Evan and I had put together. All the screenshots of Mom's texts organized by date, the hospital security reports from each time she showed up, the police report from my apartment building, the statement from the transplant surgeon about the illegal double kidney request. Alberto spread everything out on his desk and went through it piece by piece, taking notes on a yellow legal pad. I walked him through the whole story from Mom's first demand through last night in the parking garage. He asked questions about specific dates and times, about witnesses, about whether Mom had ever been physically violent. I told him no physical violence, but lots of screaming and showing up places she shouldn't be. When I finished, Alberto leaned back in his chair and looked at all the papers covering his desk. "You have a strong case for a restraining order," he said. "The pattern is clear. You have multiple witnesses, and the workplace disruption is well documented." He explained that harassment doesn't have to be physical threats, that stalking and repeated unwanted contact counts too. Hearing a lawyer say I had a strong case made something loosen in my chest. I wasn't overreacting. This was real enough that the legal system would take it seriously. Alberto explained the whole process step by step. We'd file a petition for a restraining order with the court, which would trigger a hearing date in about 2 weeks. At the hearing, I'd need to testify about Mom's behavior and present all this documentation. He'd help me prepare my testimony and make sure everything was organized properly for the judge. Given what you've shown me, I'm confident the judge will grant the order, Alberto said. You have hospital security involved, police reports, workplace complaints, and a clear pattern of escalating behavior. He explained that the restraining order would legally prohibit Mom from contacting me, coming to my work or home, or posting about me on social media. If she violated it, she could be arrested. The order would last for 1 year initially, and we could renew it if needed. Alberto's confidence helped calm the nervous feeling in my stomach. This was the right step. I wasn't being dramatic or cruel. I was protecting myself from someone who refused to respect basic boundaries. We scheduled another meeting for next week to prepare for the hearing, and I left his office feeling like I'd finally taken real action instead of just reacting to whatever Mom did next. That night, I was heating up leftovers when my phone rang with a number I didn't recognize. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. Hello? Dad's voice came through the line, tired and rough. It's me. I froze with the microwave door still open. Dad hadn't called me in 10 years. Not once since the day Mom kicked me out. Mom told me what happened at the hospital, he said. I know she's been out of line, but I'm calling to ask you to please reconsider, for Tyler's sake. The family is falling apart over this. I closed the microwave and leaned against the counter, my free hand gripping the edge hard enough to hurt. Where were you when Mom kicked me out at 18? I asked. My voice came out steadier than I felt. Where were you when I miscarried alone? When I worked 3 jobs to get through nursing school? The line went quiet for a long time. I could hear Dad breathing on the other end. Could picture him in the house I grew up in, probably sitting in his recliner avoiding Mom's eyes. I should have stood up for you back then, he finally said. I know I should have. But can't you let the past go now when Tyler's life is at stake? I laughed, but it wasn't a happy sound. Tyler's life isn't at stake, Dad. He's on dialysis 3 times a week. He can live for years like that, maybe decades. I see patients do it all the time in my unit. Dad made a noise like he was confused. But your mother said the transplant team told her both kidneys would give Tyler the best chance. That 1 kidney might not be enough. Mom lied, I said flatly. The transplant surgeon called her and told her that double kidney donation is illegal. It's not even medically possible. The hospital would never approve it no matter what I agreed to. The silence on Dad's end was different now, heavier. She told me the doctors said that, he said slowly. She showed me paperwork and everything. I felt a weird mix of anger and pity. Dad had been manipulated too. Mom had controlled what information he got, just like she tried to control everything else. She lied to you, Dad. She lied to Tyler. She lied to the whole family about what the doctors actually said. Dad didn't say anything for almost a minute. I heard him shifting around, maybe standing up or pacing. I didn't question it, he finally admitted. I don't understand all the medical stuff, so I just trusted your mother to handle the details. That's when I realized Mom had been playing everyone. Tyler thought the transplant team had approved taking both my kidneys if I agreed. Dad thought the doctors recommended it for Tyler's best chance. The whole family probably believed Mom's version where I was the selfish villain refusing to save my dying brother. Nobody had checked her story because nobody thought she'd lie about something this serious. Tyler isn't dying, I said again. Dialysis is uncomfortable, but it works. He could live a completely normal lifespan on it. And even if he does get a transplant, it only needs to be 1 kidney. That's all anyone ever gets from a living donor. Mom made up the part about needing both. I explained how the transplant process actually works. How 1 healthy kidney from a living donor is usually better than 2 from a deceased donor because it's fresher. I told him about my patients who'd been on dialysis since the 90s, who had jobs and families and full lives. Dad listened without interrupting, and I could almost hear him processing information that contradicted everything Mom had told him. His voice sounded older than I remembered, worn down by years of letting Mom make all the decisions. I need to figure out what's true. He hung up without saying goodbye, and I stood in my kitchen holding my phone and feeling strange. Dad had actually listened. He hadn't yelled or accused me or tried to guilt-trip me into changing my mind. He'd heard the truth and admitted he needed to think about it. I didn't know if that meant anything long-term. Dad had spent decades going along with whatever Mom wanted, taking the path of least resistance even when it meant abandoning his daughter. 1 phone call didn't erase 10 years of silence. But maybe it was something. Maybe Dad was finally starting to see through Mom's manipulation. Or maybe he'd decide it was easier to believe her version, and I'd never hear from him again. I put my phone down and finished heating up dinner, trying not to hope too hard that my father might actually choose me for once. The next week, I took the elevator up to the 3rd floor of the medical building where the hospital's employee assistance program had their offices. Catalina had given me the name of a therapist, Michaela Fields, who worked with healthcare workers dealing with family stress. I'd been skeptical about therapy, figured it would just be someone telling me to forgive my mother and repair the relationship. But But Catalina promised Michaela was different, that she actually understood difficult family situations and wouldn't push reconciliation. The waiting room was quiet with soft chairs and calm colors on the walls. I filled out intake paperwork asking about my family history and current stressors, checking boxes that didn't come close to explaining the actual situation. When Michaela came out to get me, she was younger than I expected, maybe 40, wearing regular clothes instead of professional office wear. Her handshake was warm, and she smiled like she was genuinely glad to meet me. Her office had a couch and 2 chairs, windows looking out at the parking lot, and a bookshelf full of psychology texts mixed with novels. I sat in one of the chairs, and Michaela sat across from me with a notepad. "Catalina told me a little about your situation," she said, "but I'd like to hear it from you. What brought you here?" I started talking, and once I started, I couldn't stop. The whole story came pouring out. Mom's demand for both kidneys, Tyler's entitlement, the 10 years of estrangement, the harassment campaign, last week's parking garage scene. Michaela listened without interrupting, nodding sometimes, taking occasional notes, but mostly just paying attention. When I finished, she didn't immediately try to fix anything or offer advice. She just said this one thing that made me feel like she actually understood. "It sounds like your mother has never seen you as a separate person with your own needs and rights. You've always existed in her mind as either an extension of her or a resource for your brother." Nobody had ever put it that clearly before. That's exactly what it felt like. I kept coming back to that phrase for the rest of the week, turning it over in my mind during shifts at work and while lying awake at night. Mom had never seen me as separate from her plans and needs. I existed as either a tool for her use or an obstacle to remove when I didn't cooperate. Michaela asked me to think about other times this pattern showed up, and once I started looking, I saw it everywhere. When I was 12 and wanted to quit piano lessons because I hated them, Mom made me continue for 3 more years because she liked telling people her daughter played piano. When I wanted to go to community college close to home, she pushed me toward expensive universities so she could brag about where I got was accepted, then refused to help pay when I actually enrolled. When I got pregnant at 18, she kicked me out not because she was disappointed, but because having a teenage mother as a daughter didn't fit the image she wanted to project. The miscarriage that followed wasn't a tragedy to her. It was a convenient problem solving itself. Michaela helped me see that Mom's current demand for both kidneys followed the exact same pattern. She wanted Tyler healthy and normal again, and my body was just another resource she expected to access without my consent. The fact that taking both kidneys would destroy my health didn't register because my needs had never registered. I was supposed to exist for her convenience, and anything else was selfish rebellion. Understanding the pattern didn't make it hurt less, but it made me feel less crazy for refusing. I wasn't being cruel or heartless like Mom claimed. I was finally treating myself like a person with rights, instead of an extension of her will. My second therapy session with Michaela happened the following week, and she started by asking about the miscarriage. I hadn't talked about it in years, not really. Evan knew it happened, but I'd never gone into details. The pregnancy had been unplanned, the result of a relationship with a guy from my high school who disappeared the moment I told him. I was 18, living at home, working part-time at a grocery store and trying to figure out college. Mom's reaction was immediate rage. She screamed that I was ruining her reputation, that people would think she raised me wrong, that I was throwing my life away. Dad said nothing, just sat there looking at the floor while she yelled. 2 days later, Mom told me to pack my things and get out. She didn't care where I went or how I'd manage. I moved into a friend's basement and worked double shifts to pay rent. At 12 weeks, I started cramping at work. By the time I got to the emergency room, I was bleeding heavily. The doctor told me the pregnancy wasn't viable and I needed a procedure to complete the miscarriage. I went through it alone because I didn't have anyone to call. When I finally reached out to Mom 3 days later, thinking maybe this would soften her, she told me it was probably for the best since I clearly wasn't responsible enough to be a mother anyway. She said the miscarriage was proof that even my body knew I wasn't ready, like it was some kind of judgment on my character. Then she hung up and didn't speak to me again for 10 years. Telling Michaela all of this, I realized how much shame I'd been carrying that was never mine. I'd blamed myself for getting pregnant, for not being more careful, for somehow causing the miscarriage through stress, or not taking good enough care of myself. But I was 18, and alone, and terrified, abandoned by everyone who should have helped me. The miscarriage wasn't my fault. Mom's cruelty wasn't something I earned through irresponsibility. I'd been carrying guilt for a decade that belonged to the people who failed me, not to my own choices. After starting therapy, I started sleeping through the night for the first time in weeks. The constant anxiety that had been sitting in my chest loosened enough that I could take full breaths again. Evan noticed the change immediately. He said I seemed less jumpy, that I didn't flinch anymore when my phone buzzed with notifications. We were having dinner at his apartment when he brought it up, and the conversation shifted into something bigger. He told me he was serious about us, about building a real future together. He'd been thinking about asking me to move in even before the kidney situation started, but he didn't want me to think he was only offering because I needed help. He wanted me to know that my family's dysfunction didn't scare him away. He'd seen the worst of it now, witnessed Mom's harassment and Tyler's cruelty, and he was still here. He was still choosing me. We talked for hours that night about what we wanted. He wanted marriage eventually. Kids, maybe. a life that looked nothing like the chaos I grew up in. I wanted the same things, but I'd been afraid to hope for them after everything that happened when I was 18. Evan held my hand across the table and promised me that I deserved good things, that I deserved people who stayed. I cried a little bit, the good kind of crying that comes from relief instead of pain. For the first time in months, I felt like something in my life was moving in the right direction. The restraining order hearing arrived on a cold Tuesday morning in late October. I met Alberto outside the courthouse at 8:30, my hands shaking as I held the folder of documentation we'd prepared. He walked me through what would happen, how the judge would hear testimony from both sides, how I needed to stay calm and factual no matter what Mom or her lawyer said. We pushed through the heavy courthouse doors and went through security, then found the correct courtroom on the 3rd floor. Mom was already there with her lawyer, sitting on a bench in the hallway. She looked put together and sympathetic, wearing a nice dress and minimal makeup, her hair styled carefully. She'd clearly prepared to look like a concerned mother rather than a harasser. Her lawyer was an older man in an expensive suit, and they were talking quietly with their heads close together. When Mom saw me, her face crumpled into sadness, like I was the one hurting her. I looked away and focused on Alberto's calm presence beside me. He squeezed my shoulder and reminded me that we had strong documentation and the truth on our side. But looking at Mom sitting there looking so normal and maternal, I worried the judge would see her performance instead of the reality. I worried that all my evidence would look like a vindictive daughter exaggerating family conflict instead of a harassment victim protecting herself. The courtroom was smaller than I expected, with wooden benches and a raised platform where the judge would sit. Alberto and I took our seats at one table while Mom and her lawyer sat at another. A clerk called the case and the judge entered, a woman in her 50s with gray hair and a no-nonsense expression. She reviewed the paperwork quickly, then asked me to testify first. I walked to the witness stand on shaking legs and swore to tell the truth. Alberto guided me through my testimony with careful questions. I described the initial kidney demand, Mom's insistence on both kidneys despite medical impossibility, my refusal, and the harassment that followed. I talked about the calls to my workplace claiming I was having a breakdown, the calls to my landlord saying I was unstable, the calls to Evan telling him I was a murderer. I described Mom showing up at the hospital during my shifts, her public scene in the lobby, security having to escort her out repeatedly. I talked about finding her waiting by my car in the parking garage, her refusal to leave when asked, the security guard who had to intervene. Alberto presented each piece of documentation systematically. Screenshots of text messages, call logs showing the frequency of contact, written statements from the hospital security documenting the trespassing incidents, the police report from when Mom showed up at my apartment building. I watched the judge's expression shift from neutral interest to concerned focus as the pattern became clear. She started taking notes, asking clarifying questions about dates and specific incidents. When Alberto presented the statement from the transplant surgeon explaining that double kidney donation was illegal and that Mom had lied about the medical team's willingness to perform it, the judge's face hardened into something cold. Mom's lawyer stood up to cross-examine me, his voice smooth and sympathetic. He suggested I was exaggerating normal family conflict into harassment, that my mother was simply a desperate woman trying to save her son's life through any means possible. He implied I was being vindictive over old family issues, using the current crisis to punish my mother for past disagreements. He asked if it was true that I'd been estranged from my family for 10 years, if I'd refused to attend family events, if I had a history of conflict with my mother. I answered honestly that yes, we'd been estranged because Mom kicked me out at 18 and never tried to reconcile. Yes, I wasn't invited to family events. Not that I refused to attend. Yes, we had conflict, mostly around her treatment of me versus my brother. The lawyer tried to make it sound like I was the problem, the difficult daughter who caused family drama. But when Alberto stood up for redirect, he asked me one simple question. Did I offer to donate one kidney to my brother, the legal and medically appropriate option? I said yes, I offered one kidney. Alberto asked what my mother's response was. I said she told me one wasn't enough, that I needed to give both and go on dialysis myself. The judge's expression made it clear that answer landed exactly as Alberto intended. Then the judge asked Mom directly if she demanded both my kidneys knowing it was illegal, and would leave me on dialysis for the rest of my life. Mom's lawyer started to object, but the judge cut him off and repeated the question, her voice sharp. Mom shifted in her seat, her careful composure cracking. She said the doctors were wrong, that she'd only been exploring all options to save her son, that any mother would do the same. She insisted she never meant to hurt me. She just wanted Tyler to have the best possible chance. But her voice wavered and her eyes darted around the courtroom, and it was obvious she was lying. The judge's face stayed hard and unimpressed. She asked if Mom understood that harassing me at my workplace could cost me my job. Mom said she was just trying to make me understand how serious the situation was. The judge asked if showing up at my home after being told to stay away seemed like reasonable behavior. Mom's face flushed and she started crying, but they were different tears than usual. These were real tears of panic as she realized her manipulation wasn't working on someone who had actual authority. The judge granted the restraining order for 1 year. She stated clearly that Mom was prohibited from contacting me directly, or through third parties, from coming to my workplace or home, from posting about me on social media or making any public statements about me. She said any violation would result in immediate arrest and potential jail time. Mom's face crumpled completely and she started crying harder, reaching for her lawyer's arm like she needed physical support. Her lawyer tried to argue for a shorter duration or less restrictive terms, but the judge was unmoved. She said the documented pattern of harassment was serious and persistent, that I had a right to feel safe at work and home, and that Mom's behavior had crossed clear legal boundaries regardless of her claimed motivations. The gavel came down with a sharp crack and it was over. I had legal protection. Mom couldn't contact me anymore without facing criminal consequences. Walking out of the courthouse, I felt relief and sadness mixing together in my chest until I couldn't tell which emotion was stronger. Alberta was satisfied with the outcome, saying it was exactly what we hoped for. Evan was waiting outside and hugged me tight, telling me I did great, that it was over now. But standing there on the courthouse steps with the restraining order paperwork in my hands, all I could think was that I just got a court order against my own mother. I protected myself legally, and I knew it was necessary, but that didn't make it feel good. It felt heavy and sad, and like something permanent had broken, that could never be fixed. My mother would never change. She would never apologize or see me as a person instead of a resource. The restraining order made that reality official and final. Evan took me out to dinner that night to celebrate, choosing a nice restaurant downtown with good wine and dim lighting. He kept trying to make me smile, talking about how brave I was and how proud he was of me for standing up for myself. I appreciated what he was trying to do, but mostly I just felt exhausted. The adrenaline from the hearing had worn off and left me hollow and tired. I picked at my food and drank my wine and tried to feel happy about having legal protection, but I couldn't get there. Evan noticed and stopped pushing. He reached across the table and held my hand and told me it was okay to not be okay, that I didn't have to pretend everything was fine just because I won in court. He understood that protecting yourself from family doesn't feel like victory. It feels like loss. We finished dinner quietly and went back to his apartment where I fell asleep on his couch before 9 o'clock, too tired to even make it to the bedroom. 2 days after the courthouse hearing, Lorenza called while I was getting ready for my shift. Her voice sounded strained but determined when she told me Dad had confronted Mom about the lies. Apparently he'd asked to see the medical records himself and discovered everything Mom had been telling the family was wrong. The transplant team never said both kidneys would give Tyler a better chance. The doctors never told Mom that one kidney wouldn't be enough. She'd invented all of it to manipulate everyone into pressuring me. Dad was furious when he realized the truth, and according to Lorenza, they'd had the biggest fight of their marriage. He packed a bag that same night and showed up at Lorenza's house asking if he could stay in her guest room while he figured things out. Lorenza said she'd never seen him so angry or so defeated at the same time, like he was finally seeing 30 years of marriage clearly for the first time and hating what he saw. She told me several family members had been calling her asking what really happened, because Mom's version of events kept changing, and nothing made sense anymore. People were starting to question things. My cousin wanted to know why I really got kicked out at 18. An uncle was asking about the miscarriage and whether Mom had actually been supportive like she claimed. Lorenza said the narrative Mom controlled for so long was finally cracking, and family members were reaching out to each other trying to piece together the truth. I listened to all this while buttoning my scrubs and felt something strange in my chest. Not quite relief, not quite sadness. Just the odd sensation of watching something inevitable finally happen. That afternoon between patients, I checked my phone and found a Facebook message from my cousin Jenny. We'd been close as kids, spent summers together before the family split happened. Her message was long and awkward, full of apologies for believing Mom's stories about me being unstable and selfish. She wrote that she'd always felt uncomfortable about how Mom talked about me, but didn't know how to push back without causing family drama. She said she was sorry for not reaching out sooner and asked if maybe we could meet for coffee sometime. No pressure. She understood if I said no. I stared at the message for a long time before typing back that, yes, I'd like that. We made plans for the following week at a coffee shop near the hospital. The next morning, Catalina called me into her office before rounds. I thought maybe there was a problem with one of my patients, but she smiled when I sat down and told me the hospital administration wanted to recognize how I'd handled the situation with Mom. They were giving me a commendation for maintaining patient care standards during a difficult personal time. Catalina said she'd written a letter to the board explaining how I'd never let the harassment affect my work, how I'd continued providing excellent care even when Mom was showing up at the hospital causing scenes. The commendation would go in my personnel file and come with a small bonus. I thanked her, but honestly didn't know how to feel about it. Getting recognized for surviving my mother's harassment felt weird and validating at the same time. The coffee meeting with Jenny happened on my day off. I got there early and sat by the window watching people walk past, nervous in a way I hadn't expected. When Jenny arrived, she looked different from the Facebook photos. Older, obviously, but also tired like life had worn her down some. We hugged awkwardly and ordered drinks and then sat across from each other not quite knowing how to start. Jenny jumped in first, apologizing again for the years of exclusion. She told me she'd always questioned Mom's version of events, but it was easier to go along than to make waves. The family gatherings I wasn't invited to, she'd asked about me a few times, but Mom would get upset and Dad would change the subject, and eventually Jenny stopped asking. She said she felt guilty about that now, about choosing comfort over doing the right thing. We talked for 2 hours, catching up on lost years, and it felt good, even though it was sad too. All that time we could have known each other but didn't, because Mom controlled the narrative and everyone let her. Before Jenny left, she told me Tyler was angry about the restraining order. He was blaming me for tearing the family apart, telling anyone who would listen that I was vindictive and cruel. He was still going to dialysis 3 times a week and complaining constantly about how unfair his life was. Jenny said he'd been posting on Facebook about ungrateful siblings who abandon family in their time of need. Obvious subtweets about me even though he couldn't name me directly because of the restraining order. But medically he was fine. Stable. Not in immediate danger. Just inconvenienced and angry that his little sister wouldn't sacrifice herself to make his life easier. Jenny said it plainly without trying to soften it, and I appreciated her honesty. She also told me the transplant team was actively searching for donors through the National Registry. Tyler might get matched with a deceased donor within the next year, maybe sooner depending on how the list moved. This confirmed what I already knew professionally from working in the transplant field, but hearing it from Jenny made it more real somehow. Tyler would probably get his kidney eventually. Just not from me. Not at the cost of my own health and future. That week in therapy, Michaela and I worked on processing the complicated feelings about protecting myself while watching family relationships break apart. I told her about Dad staying with Lorenza, about Jenny reaching out, about the weird mix of relief and guilt I felt about all of it. Michaela helped me understand that I wasn't responsible for fixing dysfunction I didn't create. That Mom's lies and manipulation had been destroying the family long before I set boundaries. That healing doesn't require reconciliation with people who hurt you. Sometimes healing means accepting that some relationships are too damaged to repair, and that's okay. You can move forward anyway. You can build a life without needing their approval or forgiveness. She asked if I felt guilty about the restraining order, and I admitted yes, sometimes. Michaela nodded and said that was normal, but reminded me that guilt doesn't mean I made the wrong choice. It just means I'm human, and family relationships are complicated even when they're unhealthy. 3 weeks after the courthouse hearing, Alberto called to tell me Dad had reached out asking if I'd be willing to meet with him alone. Just the 2 of us. No Mom, no Tyler. Alberto said I didn't have to agree to anything, but if I wanted to meet, he advised doing it in a public place. Reminded me I could leave any time if I felt uncomfortable or unsafe. I thought about it for a day before telling Alberto yes, I'd meet Dad. We arranged it for the following Saturday at a coffee shop downtown, neutral territory where neither of us had history. Saturday morning I got there 15 minutes early and sat at a corner table where I could see the door. My stomach felt tight and my hands were cold despite the warm coffee cup I was holding. Dad walked in exactly on time, looking older than I remembered. His hair was grayer, his face more lined, shoulders slumped like he was carrying weight he couldn't put down. He saw me and walked over slowly, sitting down across from me without trying to hug or touch me. We looked at each other for a long moment before he started talking. He apologized for not protecting me when I was younger. Said he chose peace over standing up for what was right, and he was ashamed of that now. He admitted he believed Mom's lies about the kidney situation because he didn't understand medical stuff and trusted her to handle the details. He said he was sorry for the decade of silence, for not reaching out after I got kicked out, for not being there when I miscarried, for missing 10 years of my life because it was easier than confronting Mom. I listened to his words settle into the space between us, watched him stare at his coffee cup like it might give him answers he didn't have. The apology felt real in a way that hurt more than if it had been fake, because it meant he knew what he'd done and chose it anyway for 10 years. He waited for me to say something, to tell him it was okay or that I forgave him, but I couldn't make those words come out. Forgiveness felt too big, too permanent for this moment when everything was still raw and broken. I took a breath and told him the truth, that words were easy, and he'd had a decade to reach out before Tyler needed a kidney. He flinched but didn't argue, just nodded and kept his eyes down. I said I was willing to try rebuilding something if he was serious about change, not just guilty right now, but actually committed to being different. We could meet once a month, have coffee, see if trust could grow back slowly over time. He looked up then, something like relief crossing his face, and agreed immediately. We picked the 3rd Saturday of each month, same coffee shop, same time, a structure that felt manageable and safe. That evening, Evan and I sat on my couch scrolling through apartment listings on his laptop, the glow of the screen lighting up his face as he clicked through photos of empty rooms. We'd been talking about moving in together for a few weeks, testing the idea carefully, but tonight it felt real and possible instead of scary. He showed me a 2-bedroom with big windows, and I leaned against his shoulder, feeling the solid warmth of him, thinking about how different this was from my family. With Evan, I got to choose. Got to build something new instead of trying to fix something that was broken from the start. He asked if I wanted the place with the windows, and I said yes. Let's go look at it this weekend. The idea of having a home that was ours, not mine or his, but ours together, felt important in a way I couldn't quite explain. It was choosing the family I wanted instead of being stuck with the one I was born into. Evan saved the listing and kissed the top of my head, and I felt something settle in my chest that might have been hope. At my next therapy session 3 days later, I told Michaela about Dad's apology and our monthly coffee plan. She listened with that focused attention she always gave, then pointed out how much had changed in just 2 months since I first called the transplant team. I'd set boundaries with Mom, gotten legal protection through the restraining order, started rebuilding relationships with Dad and other family members, and now I was planning a future with someone who actually supported me. Michaela said I'd grown from someone panicked and defensive into someone who protected herself while staying open to healthy connections. I hadn't thought about it that way. Hadn't noticed the changes happening because I was too busy just surviving each day. But sitting there in her office with the afternoon light coming through the blinds, I realized she was right. 2 months ago, I was terrified and alone, and now I had Evan and Alberto and Catalina and even Dad trying to be better. Not everything was fixed, probably never would be, but I wasn't drowning anymore. The following week, Lorenza called to invite me to a small family dinner at her house. She said she was inviting Dad, my cousin, and a few other relatives who wanted to reconnect with me. Mom and Tyler wouldn't be there, she promised, and I could leave anytime if it felt wrong. I almost said no because family gatherings had been painful for so long, but something about Lorenza's voice made me think maybe this could be different. I agreed, and she sounded genuinely happy, telling me to come Saturday at 6 and not to bring anything except myself. When I arrived that Saturday, the house smelled like roasted chicken and garlic, and Lorenza hugged me at the door like I was someone precious she hadn't seen in years. Dad was already there sitting in the living room looking nervous, and my cousin came over immediately to hug me too. There were 6 of us total, relatives I barely remembered but who remembered me, and it was awkward at first with everyone being too polite and careful. But then Lorenza served dinner and people started talking, and slowly the stiffness melted into something that felt almost normal. During the meal, my aunt told a story about a Christmas when I was 12, and Mom made me sit at the kids' table while Tyler sat with the adults even though we were only 4 years apart. She said she remembered feeling uncomfortable about it but stayed quiet because confronting Mom always caused huge fights. My cousin admitted she saw Mom give Tyler money for college while telling me I needed to figure it out myself, and she'd felt sick about it but didn't know what to say. One by one, people shared moments they'd witnessed Mom treating me unfairly, times they knew it was wrong but chose peace over speaking up. Each story landed heavy in my chest, this proof that I hadn't imagined it or been too sensitive like Mom always said. Other people saw it too, saw the unfairness and the cruelty, and chose to look away because it was easier. Part of me wanted to be angry at them for their silence, for all the years they could have said something and didn't. But mostly I just felt sad for the kid I used to be, trying so hard to be good enough while everyone watched and said nothing. I thanked them for their honesty now, even though it came too late to change anything. Near the end of dinner, my cousin mentioned casually that Tyler had finally gotten matched with a deceased donor and was scheduled for transplant surgery in 3 weeks. The words hit me strange, this mix of relief and something else I couldn't name. Relief because he'd get the kidney he needed without it coming from me, without me having to sacrifice my health or my future. Relief because maybe this would finally end the crisis that had taken over my life for months, but also this hollow feeling knowing our relationship was damaged beyond repair, that even getting what he wanted wouldn't change how he'd treated me. I told my cousin I hoped the transplant went well, and I meant it, because whatever else was true, I didn't want Tyler to die or suffer. I just didn't want to be the one who had to save him at the cost of myself. Dad reached over and squeezed my hand under the table, a small gesture that felt bigger than it was. The next week at work, Catalina called me into her office and told me the hospital administration was developing new protocols for handling family harassment of staff members. She said my case had shown them gaps in their protection systems, and they were creating better procedures partly because of what I'd gone through. The hospital would now have clearer policies about banning family members from premises, faster response systems for staff reporting harassment, and mandatory documentation requirements when relatives became threatening. Catalina said my experience was going to help protect other healthcare workers who might face similar situations, and that mattered. I sat there absorbing this information, thinking about how something good might actually come from all the awful stuff with Mom. Maybe another nurse wouldn't have to deal with their mother stalking them at work, or maybe security would respond faster, or maybe someone would get help before things got as bad as they did for me. It didn't fix what happened, but it gave the whole mess some kind of meaning. 3 weeks later, Lorenza called to tell me Tyler's transplant surgery had happened that morning and gone well. The new kidney was working properly, filtering his blood like it should, and the doctor said he'd be off dialysis completely within a few months once he finished recovering. He'd need anti-rejection medication for the rest of his life, but that was manageable, normal for transplant patients. I felt this wave of relief hearing the surgery succeeded, because despite everything, I didn't actually want my brother to die. I wanted him to live and be healthy, just not at the cost of my own health. Lorenza said Tyler was already complaining about the hospital food and the uncomfortable bed, which sounded exactly like him. She didn't suggest I visit, and I didn't offer, both of us understanding that some relationships were too broken to fix even when the medical crisis resolved. Dad called me that evening to tell me he'd visited Tyler at the hospital, but Mom had been there too, so he'd kept the visit short. He said he was maintaining the separation even though Mom kept calling him crying and begging him to come home. I asked if he was okay, and he said yes, that staying at Lorenza's house was giving him space to think clearly for the first time in years. He realized how much of his life he'd spent managing Mom's emotions and enabling her worst behaviors, and he couldn't go back to that even though it was hard and lonely sometimes. I told him I was proud of him for holding his boundary, and he got quiet, then said that meant more than I probably knew. We talked for a while about nothing important, just normal conversation about his day and mine, and it felt like maybe we were building something real between us after all these years of nothing. Evan and I signed the lease on a 2-bedroom apartment across town, far enough from my old place that it felt like a real escape. The walls were plain white when we moved in, boring and neutral like every rental apartment I'd ever seen. We spent the first weekend painting the bedroom a soft blue I picked from a dozen color samples, and Evan chose gray for the living room because he said it would make the space feel bigger. We arranged furniture in ways that made sense for how we actually lived, instead of how someone else thought we should live. The couch went under the window so we could look outside while watching TV, and we put the kitchen table near the balcony door where morning light came in. Every choice felt intentional and ours, not something inherited or forced on us by family expectations or toxic history. I hung photos of me and Evan on the walls, pictures from trips we'd taken and dinners we'd shared, creating a visual story of the life we were building together. No family photos went up, no pictures of people who'd spent years pretending I didn't exist. This apartment was genuinely ours, a space where nobody could show up demanding things or making me feel guilty for protecting myself. 3 months passed after the restraining order, and I realized one morning that I'd slept through the entire night without waking up anxious. My work performance reviews were strong, with Catalina noting that I'd maintained excellent patient care even during personal stress. Evan and I fell into comfortable routines together, cooking dinner most nights and talking about our days without the constant shadow of family drama hanging over everything. I started reconnecting with cousins and extended family members who reached out after learning the truth about what Mom had demanded. We met for coffee or lunch, awkward at first, but gradually becoming easier as we built new relationships based on honesty instead of Mom's carefully controlled narrative. My cousin invited me to her daughter's birthday party, the first family event I'd attended in over a decade. I brought a gift and stayed for 2 hours, talking with relatives who apologized for believing Mom's lies and excluding me for so long. The conversations felt genuine, people actually listening when I spoke instead of waiting for their turn to talk. I wasn't holding my breath waiting for the next crisis or harassment incident, and that calm felt strange after months of constant vigilance. Dad and I met for coffee on the first Saturday of every month, sitting at the same cafe downtown where we could talk without interruption. He showed up on time every month, which might sound basic but felt significant, given his history of choosing Mom's comfort over my well-being. He told me he'd started therapy to work on codependency issues, learning to recognize how he'd enabled Mom's worst behaviors for decades. We talked about real things during these coffee meetings, not surface-level small talk, but actual conversations about his regrets and my experiences. He admitted he should have protected me when I was younger, should have stood up to Mom when she kicked me out, should have reached out during the 10 years of silence. I didn't forgive him completely because words were easier than changed behavior, but I appreciated his honesty and his consistent effort. Our relationship would never be what it could have been if he'd been a better father from the start, but it was becoming something real and honest instead of the fantasy relationship I'd wished for as a kid. He asked about my life with genuine interest, remembered details from previous conversations, and respected my boundaries when I said I didn't want to discuss Mom or Tyler. The monthly coffee meetings felt like building something new from scratch, rather than trying to fix something that had always been broken. I sat in the apartment Evan and I created together, looking at the blue bedroom walls and the photos of our life on display, and realized something had shifted inside me. I didn't need Mom's approval to know I'd made the right choice protecting my health and refusing an illegal demand. I didn't need Tyler's gratitude or acknowledgement that his expectations had been completely unreasonable. I'd built a support system with Evan, Catalina, Michaela, Alberto, and family members who respected my boundaries and treated me like a person instead of a resource. I'd established legal protection through the restraining order and documented everything carefully in case Mom tried anything else. I'd created a life where I was valued and respected, where my needs mattered and my voice was heard. Some family relationships ended permanently, and I was genuinely okay with that, because those relationships had been toxic and one-sided from the beginning. Other relationships transformed into something healthier, built on honesty and mutual respect instead of obligation and guilt. Dad was trying to change, and I was giving him space to prove his commitment was real. Extended family members were reaching out and rebuilding connections they'd let Mom destroy. I finally chose myself after spending 28 years trying to earn approval from people who would never give it, and that choice felt right in a way nothing else ever had.
My mother ruined every relationship I had with her nasty comments, always playing innocent like she didn't mean anything by it. So, I made her experience what she'd been putting me through. My mother had this pattern with every single person I ever brought home. She'd be sweet for exactly 5 minutes, just long enough for me to relax. Then she'd start with the comments. First girlfriend in high school, she told him her acne made her lose her appetite at dinner. When he never came back, she said she didn't mean it that way, and teenagers were too sensitive. College girlfriend, Mom asked her if she was using me for money since she dressed so cheap. Girl cried in my car later. Mom said it was just an observation and people shouldn't date if they couldn't handle honest questions. I'm 28 now, and I've watched Mom destroy 8 relationships with her mouth. She had this gift for finding exactly what would hurt someone most and saying it with a smile. Then when they'd leave and never come back, she'd tell me they were too weak anyway, and she was protecting me from people who couldn't handle real life. The worst part was she'd always say she didn't mean anything bad. She was just talking, just being honest, just making conversation. Like words didn't have consequences. Like she could say whatever came to her mind and everyone else had to deal with it. With Alicia, it got really bad. Alicia was perfect for me. She was a veterinarian, loved hiking like I did, and made me laugh every day. My friends loved her. My coworkers loved her. Everyone loved her except Mom. First dinner with Mom, she told Alicia that working with animals must be why she smelled funny. Alicia hadn't smelled like anything except shampoo. Next time, Mom said Alicia's laugh sounded like a donkey, and maybe that's why she connected with animals. When Alicia made us dinner, Mom said it was brave to serve food that bad, and some people just weren't meant to cook. Each time when Alicia would get quiet or upset, Mom would say she was just joking, didn't mean anything by it. Why was everyone so serious these days? After 6 months of this, Alicia told me she couldn't do it anymore. She loved me, but my mother was cruel, and she couldn't spend her life being insulted. I begged her to stay, said I'd talk to Mom, but Alicia said I'd been saying that for months, and nothing changed. She was right. She left, and Mom said, "Good riddance. Girl couldn't take a little teasing." That's when I decided Mom needed to understand what she was doing. I started dating again but didn't tell Mom. Met this amazing woman named Jessica, who was also fed up with her boyfriend's family treating her badly. We came up with a plan together. I told Mom I was bringing my new girlfriend to her birthday dinner. Mom got all excited, probably planning her insults already. Jessica came in full character. She was actually an actor on the side, so this was easy for her. She looked at Mom's house and said it was quaint for people who couldn't afford better. Mom laughed nervously and said it was just cozy. Jessica looked at the birthday cake Mom made and said store-bought would have been kinder to the guests. Mom said she'd been baking for 40 years. Jessica said it showed. The technique was very outdated. Every single thing Mom said, Jessica had a cutting response. Mom's job as a teacher? Jessica said those who can't do, teach. And it was sweet that Mom found her level. Mom's dress? Jessica said it was brave to wear colors that emphasized all the wrong areas. Mom's friends who came to the party? Jessica wondered aloud if Mom collected boring people as a hobby. The best part was that Jessica delivered every insult with a bright smile and followed up with she didn't mean anything by it. Just being honest. Just making conversation. Mom was getting redder and redder. She pulled me aside after an hour and said my girlfriend was horrible and rude. I asked what she meant. Jessica was just talking. Mom said Jessica was deliberately being cruel. I said Jessica didn't mean it that way, and Mom was being too sensitive. Mom actually started crying when Jessica asked if Mom had always looked so tired, or if it was just age catching up fast. I told Mom she should be able to handle honest questions if she wanted to be around my girlfriend. The party ended early because Mom said she had a headache, but I wasn't done. For the next week, I kept setting up chances to put Mom and Jessica together. Coffee on Tuesday where Jessica looked at Mom's outfit and said it was brave to wear patterns that made most people dizzy. Lunch on Thursday where Jessica asked if Mom had always struggled with small talk or if it got worse with age. Dinner on Saturday where Jessica mentioned Mom's house smelled like old people and mothballs, then smiled and said she didn't mean anything bad by it. Each time, Mom got quieter and more uncomfortable. Her face would go red when Jessica delivered another cutting comment. She'd try to change the subject or make excuses to leave early. By the end of the week, Mom started making up reasons why she couldn't meet us. She had a headache. She had plans with friends. She had to work late. This was the same woman who used to call me twice a week demanding I come over for dinner, guilt-tripping me if I said I was busy. Now suddenly she was too busy for me. The change was satisfying in a way that probably made me a bad person. Jessica and I met up at a coffee shop without the act one afternoon. She ordered a regular coffee and sat across from me, looking nothing like the woman who'd spent a week tearing my mother apart. She was wearing jeans and a sweater, her hair in a ponytail, no makeup. I realized I'd only seen her in character before, always dressed up and ready to perform. She stirred sugar into her coffee and asked how I was holding up. I told her it felt weird but good, watching Mom experience what she'd put everyone else through. Jessica nodded and said she got it. She told me about her own family, how her dad had spent years making cruel jokes about her weight and her choices, always saying he was just being funny. When she finally called him out on it, he acted like she was the problem for being sensitive. Playing the role of my mother had felt good for her too, she said, like she was finally saying all the things she wished she could say to her own family. We talked for 2 hours and I found myself laughing at her stories, liking the way she saw the world. She was sharp and funny without being mean, at least when she wasn't playing a character. I hadn't expected to actually connect with her beyond our revenge plan. 2 weeks after the birthday party, Mom called me crying. Her voice was shaky and high-pitched, the way it got when she was really upset. She said I was being cruel to her, and she didn't understand why I was doing this. She said she was my mother, and she loved me, and I was treating her terribly. I let her talk for a minute, then I started listing every comment she'd made about Alicia. I used her exact words back at her. I reminded her about the donkey laugh comment, the smell comment, the cooking comment. I told her about the time she'd asked Alicia if she was planning to lose weight before our hypothetical wedding. I reminded her of the comment about Alicia's clothes being cheap and her apartment being small. Mom tried to interrupt, but I kept talking, going through each insult methodically. When I finished, she was quiet on the other end of the line. She finally spoke and said those situations were different because she was just being honest. She said she never meant to hurt anyone, she was just saying what she observed. I asked her how that was any different from what Jessica had been doing. Jessica was just being honest too, right? Just making observations? Mom went quiet again. I could hear her breathing on the other end, but she didn't answer. The silence stretched out for almost a minute. I waited, not filling the space, making her sit with the question. I told her I'd stop bringing Jessica around when she could explain exactly what she did wrong to all my past girlfriends. Not just Alicia, all of them. I wanted her to name the behavior and acknowledge why it was wrong. Until she could do that, Jessica and I would keep showing up. Mom's voice got sharp and angry. She said I was being ridiculous and punishing her for nothing. She said I was choosing some actress over my own mother. Then she hung up on me. We didn't speak for 3 days. No calls, no texts, nothing. It was the longest we'd gone without talking in years. My old college friend Holden called me on the 4th day. He said he'd run into Mom at the grocery store and she looked terrible. Red eyes, messy hair, like she hadn't been sleeping. She'd apparently cornered him in the produce section and complained about me for 20 minutes. She told him I was punishing her with a horrible girlfriend who insulted her constantly. Holden said he'd tried to be sympathetic, but Mom just kept going, listing all of Jessica's comments and acting like she was the victim. I laughed when he told me, a bitter sound that surprised me. The lack of self-awareness was almost impressive. She couldn't see that she'd been doing the exact same thing for years. Holden got quiet for a second, then admitted he always thought Mom was rough on my girlfriends. He said he'd seen her make comments over the years at parties and dinners, but he didn't realize how bad the pattern was until I explained everything. He apologized for not speaking up, for not saying something when he witnessed her behavior. He said he always figured it was just your mom being your mom, not understanding it was driving people away. I told him it was okay, that I hadn't fully understood the pattern myself until Alicia left. It was easier to excuse individual comments than to see the whole picture of what Mom was doing. Jessica and I went on an actual date the next weekend. Not a performance, not a revenge mission, just the two of us getting dinner and seeing a movie. She wore a blue dress and laughed at my jokes without it being part of an act. We talked about normal things like our jobs and our friends and places we wanted to travel. I found myself watching her across the table and realizing I was developing real feelings. She was funny and kind when she wasn't playing the role of my mother's mirror. She asked good questions and actually listened to the answers. She had this way of tilting her head when she was thinking about something that I found adorable. After the movie, we walked around downtown and she grabbed my hand. It felt natural and right in a way that surprised me. Mom showed up at my apartment unannounced the following Tuesday. I opened the door and she pushed past me, her face set in angry lines. She demanded to know when I was going to stop this nonsense and break up with that awful woman. She said she'd given me time to come to my senses, but clearly I needed her to intervene. I stayed calm and told her Jessica and I were actually dating for real now. Not just for show, not just to teach her a lesson. We were together. Mom's face went pale. She stared at me like I'd said something in a foreign language. She started crying again, her hands shaking as she wiped at her eyes. She said I was choosing some actress over my own mother who only ever wanted the best for me. She said she couldn't believe I'd pick a woman who'd been so cruel to her, who'd insulted her in her own home on her birthday. I felt my jaw tighten. I told her she drove away someone who actually was best for me because she couldn't keep cruel thoughts to herself. Alicia had been perfect, and Mom destroyed that relationship with her mouth. Mom shook her head and said Alicia wasn't right for me anyway, but I cut her off. I said that was exactly the problem. She found something wrong with everyone and never once considered that maybe she was the problem. Mom insisted Alicia wasn't right for me anyway. She said she could tell the girl had no backbone from the first time they met. My anger spiked so fast I felt it in my chest. I told her Alicia had plenty of backbone until Mom spent 6 months breaking her down piece by piece. Mom opened her mouth to argue, but I kept going. I wasn't letting her justify this anymore. I started naming every woman she'd driven away. Sarah from high school, who she said had bad acne. Mom tried to interrupt, but I talked right over her. Then came Rachel from college, who Mom said dressed cheap and was probably using me for money. Mom shook her head and said that wasn't how she meant it. I ignored her and kept listing them. Emily, who Mom said laughed too loud. Jessica number 1, who Mom said seemed dumb. Brittany, who Mom said had weird teeth. Mom kept trying to break in with explanations, but I wouldn't stop. I recounted all 8 women and the exact insults that made each one leave. By the time I finished, Mom's face was red and her hands were shaking. She finally screamed that maybe those girls weren't good enough if they couldn't handle a few honest observations. Her voice cracked on the last word. I felt something cold settle in my stomach. I told her that was exactly the problem. She thought being cruel was the same as being honest. She thought kindness meant weakness. Mom stared at me like I'd slapped her. She grabbed her purse off my coffee table and stormed toward the door. She yanked it open so hard it bounced off the wall. She left without another word and the door slammed behind her. I didn't hear from her for 2 weeks. Not a single call or text. It was the longest silence between us since I was a kid. Holden sent me a message on day 13. He said he'd seen Mom at the pharmacy, and she'd cornered him in the vitamin aisle. She spent 15 minutes complaining about her ungrateful son and his terrible girlfriend. Holden said she looked rough, like she wasn't sleeping well. She kept saying I was choosing some actress over my own mother. She told anyone who would listen that I was punishing her for no reason. Holden said he tried to be sympathetic at first, but Mom just kept going in circles. She wanted everyone to agree that I was being unfair. He texted that he felt bad for her, but also understood why I was doing this. I appreciated him being honest about it. Jessica came over that weekend. We were supposed to keep up the act, but when she walked in, she looked worried instead of ready to perform. She sat on my couch and asked how I was holding up. I told her about Mom not calling and Holden's message. Jessica was quiet for a minute. Then she said maybe we should ease up on the revenge. She could see it was eating at me, even though Mom deserved what she was getting. I felt defensive immediately. I told her I appreciated the concern, but I needed Mom to actually understand what she'd done. Feeling hurt wasn't enough. Mom had to see the pattern, had to recognize that her words destroyed relationships and people. Jessica nodded slowly. She said she got it, but asked if I thought Mom was capable of that kind of self-awareness. The question stopped me cold because I didn't know the answer. 2 days later, I sent Mom a text. I asked if she wanted to have lunch at that Italian place she liked downtown. I promised to come alone. She responded within 5 minutes saying yes. She probably thought I'd broken up with Jessica and come to my senses. She probably expected me to apologize for everything. The restaurant was busy when I arrived. Mom was already there, sitting at a corner table. She looked tired and older somehow. Her hair wasn't styled the way she usually kept it. She gave me a tight smile when I sat down. We ordered drinks and made awkward small talk about the weather and her garden. Then I asked her to tell me one nice thing she remembered about any of my ex-girlfriends. Just one positive quality about any of them. Mom's smile faded. She picked up her water glass and put it down without drinking. She opened her mouth and closed it. She looked at the menu even though we'd already ordered. Several minutes passed and she still hadn't answered. Finally, she admitted she couldn't think of anything positive about any of them. Her voice was small when she said it. I leaned forward and kept my voice calm. I pointed out that 8 different women over 14 years had dated me. All of them were decent people that my friends liked. My co-workers got along with them. But Mom couldn't find one good quality in any of them. Not one thing she could say was nice or admirable. I asked her if maybe the problem wasn't them. Mom's face got that defensive look I knew so well. She said she had high standards for who her son dated. There was nothing wrong with that. She was protecting me from making bad choices. I told her there was a difference between high standards and finding something cruel to say about everyone who walked through her door. High standards meant wanting someone kind or ambitious or honest. What she did was search for ways to hurt people. Mom started crying right there in the restaurant. Tears ran down her face and she didn't even try to wipe them away. She said I was making her out to be some kind of monster when all she ever wanted was for me to be happy. Her voice shook and got louder. People at nearby tables were starting to look. I reminded her that Alicia made me happier than I'd been in years. Alicia was everything I wanted in a partner. And Mom drove her away with comments about how she smelled and laughed and cooked. Mom put her face in her hands. Her shoulders shook and I could hear her crying even through her fingers. The waiter came by and asked if everything was okay. I asked for the check. We sat there in awful silence while Mom cried, and I felt that confusing mix of satisfaction and guilt twisting in my chest. Mom's face changed when I said that. Her hands started moving around on the table like she didn't know what to do with them. She tried to laugh, but it came out wrong and shaky. She said Alicia just wasn't the right fit and probably would have left eventually anyway. I pulled my phone out of my pocket and opened my messages. I scrolled back to February when everything fell apart. I turned the screen toward Mom and watched her eyes move across Alicia's words. The first message said she couldn't keep coming to family dinners where she got torn apart. The second one said Mom's comments about her laugh made her self-conscious every time she opened her mouth. The third message was longer and talked about how she felt ugly and stupid and worthless after spending time with my family. Mom's mouth opened a little bit while she read. Her hand came up to cover it. I scrolled to show her more messages. Alicia wrote that she loved me but couldn't marry into a family where the mother would spend decades making her feel small. She said she'd started having panic attacks before visits to Mom's house. She said she cried in her car after every dinner. Mom pushed my phone away and her whole face crumpled inward. Her eyes got wet and red. She whispered that she didn't know Alicia felt that way. The words came out so quiet I almost didn't hear them over the restaurant noise around us. I felt something hot and angry rise up in my throat. I wanted to scream at her that of course she didn't know because she never asked and never cared. I kept my voice level instead and told her that was the whole problem. She never thought about how her words landed on people. She just said whatever came into her head and then acted surprised when people got hurt. I reminded her of every specific thing she said to Alicia. The smell comment at the first dinner, the donkey laugh, the terrible cooking, the cheap clothes, all of it. Mom sat there with tears running down her face and didn't try to wipe them away. She said she was just trying to be honest and people needed to hear the truth sometimes. I told her there was a difference between honesty and cruelty. Honesty was telling someone they had food in their teeth. Cruelty was telling someone their laugh sounded like an animal. Mom opened her mouth to argue, but nothing came out. She closed it again and just sat there crying while people at other tables pretended not to look at us. The waiter came over and asked if we needed anything. His eyes darted between Mom's face and mine. I asked him for the check and he practically ran away to get it. Mom finally wiped her eyes with her napkin and it came away black with mascara. She reached across the table like she wanted to grab my hand, but I pulled mine back. I paid the bill and walked out while she was still gathering her purse and coat. I sat in my car in the parking lot and watched her come out 10 minutes later. She looked around like she thought I might be waiting for her. I wasn't. I drove home and felt that weird mix of feelings again. Part of me was glad she finally saw what she did to Alicia. Part of me felt bad for making my own mother cry in public. I didn't know which feeling was right. Over the next few weeks, Mom called me 6 times. I let every call go to voicemail. The first message was defensive. She said I was being unfair and twisting her words to make her look bad. The second message was apologetic. She said she was sorry I was upset, and maybe she could have phrased things better. The third message was angry. She said I was punishing her for caring about my happiness and trying to protect me from bad choices. The fourth message was sad. She cried through most of it and said she didn't understand why I was doing this to her. The fifth message was bargaining. She said if I would just call her back, we could work this out like adults. The sixth message was quiet and defeated. She said she missed me and wanted to fix things but didn't know how. I didn't return any of the calls. Jessica came over one night with takeout, and I played some of the voicemails for her. She listened to all of them without saying anything. When they finished, she put down her food and looked at me. She said her friend Lily was a therapist who worked with family problems. Maybe I should talk to someone about everything that was happening. I told her I didn't need therapy. I knew exactly what the problem was, and Mom was the one who needed help. Jessica said maybe so, but I was clearly struggling too, and it might help to talk to someone neutral. I said I'd think about it, but I wasn't planning to actually go. She brought it up again a week later. Then again a few days after that. Finally, I agreed to one session just to get her to stop asking. Lily's office was in a small building near downtown. The waiting room had comfortable chairs and magazines nobody ever read. Lily came out to get me right on time. She was younger than I expected and had a friendly smile that made me feel slightly less annoyed about being there. Her office had a couch and 2 chairs and some plants by the window. She asked me to tell her what brought me in. I gave her the short version about Mom ruining my relationships and the revenge plan with Jessica. Lily listened without interrupting. When I finished, she asked what I actually wanted from this whole situation with my mother. The question stopped me because I realized I didn't have a clear answer anymore. I started out wanting Mom to understand what she'd been doing to people. I wanted her to feel the same hurt she caused. But now I just felt angry and tired all the time. I told Lily that, and she nodded like it made sense. She asked if I thought making Mom feel bad was actually changing anything, or just making us both miserable. I said Mom deserved to feel bad after what she did. Lily didn't argue with that. She just asked if deserving it made it useful. Over the next few sessions, Lily helped me see some things I didn't want to look at. She said Mom's cruelty probably came from her own problems and insecurities. Maybe she felt threatened by my girlfriends and tore them down to feel more important. Maybe she learned this behavior from her own parents and didn't know any other way to be. Understanding where it came from didn't make the damage less real. It didn't excuse what Mom did to Alicia and all the others, but it helped me see that Mom probably couldn't change just because I wanted her to. Lily said I was stuck between wanting Mom to be different and knowing I couldn't force that to happen. The only thing I could control was my own boundaries and how I responded to her behavior. It was frustrating to hear, but it felt more honest than thinking revenge would fix everything. After a month of therapy sessions, I finally called Mom back. She answered on the first ring. I told her I would meet with her one more time if she agreed to listen without interrupting or making excuses. She said yes immediately. Her voice sounded desperate and hopeful and scared all at once. I met Mom at a coffee shop near her house 2 days later. She was already sitting at a corner table when I walked in, hands wrapped around a mug like she needed something to hold on to. She stood up when she saw me and tried to hug me, but I stepped back and sat down across from her instead. She looked hurt, but sat down too. She started talking right away about how sorry she was that things got so bad between us. She said she never meant for any of this to happen, and she hated that we weren't speaking. I listened without saying anything and watched her face while she talked. She kept saying she was sorry I was upset and sorry things turned out this way. But she never actually said she was sorry for what she did to Alicia or any of the others. After about 5 minutes of this, I finally interrupted her. I told her she kept apologizing for how I felt, but not for what she actually did. She looked confused and said that's what she was doing, apologizing for everything. I shook my head and asked her to tell me specifically what she did wrong. She was quiet for a minute, then said she knew her comments upset people sometimes, but she was just being honest. There it was again. The same excuse she always used. I felt my jaw tighten and told her that until she could say out loud that calling Alicia's laugh a donkey sound was cruel and unnecessary, we couldn't move forward. Mom's face got red and she said she was just joking around that time. I asked her if Alicia laughed. She didn't answer. I asked again if Alicia thought it was funny when Mom said her laugh sounded like a donkey. Mom said Alicia was too sensitive and couldn't take a joke. I felt something heavy settle in my chest because this was going exactly like I thought it would. I leaned forward and told Mom that jokes are supposed to make people laugh, not make them cry in cars afterward. She blinked at me like she didn't understand what I was saying. I explained that when Alicia left my apartment that night, she sat in her car crying for 20 minutes before she could drive home. Mom's mouth opened slightly, but she didn't say anything. I told her that's not what jokes do to people. That's what mean comments do to people. Mom looked down at her coffee and said quietly that she didn't know Alicia cried. I told her she never knew because she never cared enough to ask or notice. She never saw what happened after her comments landed because she was already moving on to the next observation. Mom was quiet for a long time. Then she said maybe some of her comments were harsher than she meant them to be. I felt a tiny bit of hope start in my chest. But then she immediately added that those girls should have been tougher if they wanted to be part of our family. The hope died as fast as it came. I sat back in my chair and just looked at her. She actually believed that. She genuinely thought the problem was that Alicia and all the others weren't strong enough, not that she was cruel. I told Mom that demanding people develop thicker skin to tolerate her insults wasn't the same as taking responsibility for being insulting. She stared at her mug and didn't respond. I waited, but she just sat there. Finally, she looked up at me with tears in her eyes and said she didn't know what I wanted from her. Her voice sounded small and lost. I wanted to feel bad for her, but I was too tired. I told her I wanted her to understand that words have consequences, and she hurt people I cared about. I wanted her to see that her comments weren't honest observations, they were attacks disguised as honesty. But sitting there looking at her confused face, I started to realize she might not be capable of that kind of awareness. The thought made me feel empty and sad. This was my mother, and she might never understand what she'd been doing all these years. We sat in silence for a few minutes. Neither of us touched our coffee. Mom changed the subject suddenly and asked about Jessica. She wanted to know if we were still together, or if that was just to teach her a lesson. I told her we were actually dating and I really liked her. Mom's face scrunched up in confusion. She asked how I could date someone who was so cruel to her at the birthday party. I almost laughed at the irony. I told her that was exactly the point Jessica was making, showing her how it feels to be on the receiving end. Mom shook her head and said it was different. She insisted Jessica was doing it on purpose to be mean, while she never intended to hurt anyone. I realized in that moment that Mom genuinely believed intent mattered more than impact. She thought because she didn't mean to be cruel, she wasn't actually being cruel. It didn't matter to her that people got hurt anyway. I tried explaining that impact is what matters to the person being hurt. I told her that when someone is crying because of what you said, your good intentions don't make the tears go away. But Mom kept circling back to the fact that she never meant anything bad by her comments. She said she was just trying to look out for me and make sure I didn't end up with the wrong person. I asked her how insulting every person I dated was looking out for me. She said she was testing them to see if they were strong enough for our family. I felt exhausted. We were talking in circles and getting nowhere. Every time I thought she was close to understanding, she'd loop back to her intentions being good. She couldn't see past her own perspective to understand that her intentions didn't cancel out the damage. I finished my cold coffee and told Mom I needed to go. She grabbed my hand across the table and begged me not to leave yet, but I pulled my hand back and stood up. I told her to call me when she was ready to actually take responsibility instead of just making excuses. She started crying as I walked out. The drive home was quiet. I kept replaying Mom's confused face in my mind, how she genuinely couldn't see what she'd been doing wrong. My phone rang around 8 that night. It was my Uncle Maverick, Mom's brother. I picked up and he asked if we could talk. His voice sounded tired. He told me Mom had called him crying about our fight, saying I was being cruel to her for no reason. I waited for him to take her side completely, but he surprised me. He admitted Mom had always had a sharp tongue, that he'd seen it his whole life. But then he said family is supposed to forgive each other. I felt my jaw tighten. I told him forgiveness doesn't mean accepting ongoing harm. I explained that Mom hadn't actually changed her behavior or understanding. She just felt bad that I was upset with her. There was silence on the line for a long moment. Then he admitted quietly that he'd seen her be harsh to people over the years. He mentioned his own wife had almost left him early in their marriage because Mom kept making comments about her weight. I hadn't known that. Maverick said he'd made excuses for Mom back then, told his wife that's just how she was. But looking back, he wished he'd stood up to her. He said maybe he should have said something years ago instead of just accepting it as normal. I appreciated hearing that more than I expected to. He offered to talk to Mom about getting therapy for herself. He said maybe a professional could help her understand what family members couldn't get through to her. I thanked him for the support, but told him honestly I didn't hold much hope. Mom was so convinced her intentions were good that she couldn't see past them to the actual damage. Maverick said he'd try anyway, that she needed to hear it from someone besides me. We hung up and I sat on my couch feeling slightly less alone in this mess. Jessica came over later that week and we ordered pizza. We'd been dating for 3 months now, actually dating without the performance aspect. I was surprised by how healthy our relationship felt compared to past ones. When something bothered her, she told me directly but never cruelly. If I did something that hurt her feelings, she'd say so, and we'd talk about it. She showed me what honest communication actually looked like, the difference between being truthful and being mean. One night she mentioned that I apologized constantly for small things that didn't need apologies. I hadn't even noticed I was doing it. She said I didn't need to say sorry for every little thing, that normal mistakes were just part of being human. It made me realize how much I'd been walking on eggshells my whole life, trying to prevent Mom's comments by being perfect. Jessica helped me see what relationships should feel like, how they could be safe instead of stressful. I'd been accepting Mom's behavior as normal for so long that I didn't recognize how messed up it was until I experienced something different. Being with Jessica was easy in a way my past relationships never were, because I wasn't constantly bracing for insults or managing someone else's cruelty. I could just be myself and know she'd tell me directly if something was wrong instead of disguising meanness as honesty. Mom called about a month after our coffee shop talk. I almost didn't answer, but curiosity got the better of me. She told me she'd started seeing a therapist, which actually surprised me. Her voice was quiet and uncertain. She said Maverick had convinced her to go, that he'd talked to her for hours about how she treated people. She wanted me to know she was trying, even if she didn't fully understand what she did wrong yet. I felt a tiny flicker of something that might have been hope. I told her I appreciated that she was going, but therapy takes time and I needed to see sustained change in how she treated people, not just apologies. She sounded hurt when she agreed. There was a long pause before she asked if Jessica and I were still together. I said yes, and that it was getting serious. Mom was quiet again, then said she hoped Jessica would give her another chance someday. I told her that was up to Jessica, not me. We ended the call shortly after. I sat with my phone in my hand, wondering if therapy would actually help, or if Mom would just find ways to justify her behavior to the therapist too. 3 months went by. Jessica and I fell into a comfortable routine. She met my friends and they loved her. I met her family, and her mom was warm and welcoming, which felt strange after years of watching Mom tear people down. Jessica's parents asked genuine questions about my work and interests without any hidden barbs. Dinner at their house was relaxed instead of tense. I started to understand what normal family interactions looked like. Then Mom called asking to meet with me and Jessica together. Jessica was hesitant when I told her. She said she didn't want to be insulted again, even if Mom was in therapy. I promised her she could leave any time if Mom started up again, that I wouldn't ask her to stay and take it. Jessica finally agreed, but I could tell she was guarded, which was smart. We met at a neutral restaurant on a Saturday afternoon. Mom was already there when we arrived, sitting at a corner booth looking nervous. She stood up when she saw us, and her hands were shaking slightly. She looked at Jessica and apologized for being cold at the birthday party. She asked if they could start over. Jessica accepted gracefully, but I could see the wariness in her eyes, the way she held herself ready to leave. We sat down and ordered drinks. Mom kept fidgeting with her napkin. Then she surprised me by saying her therapist had helped her realize she was threatened by my girlfriends because she was afraid of losing me. It was the first real insight she'd shown into her own behavior. She said she knew it didn't excuse what she'd done, but she wanted us to understand where it came from. Her voice cracked when she admitted she'd spent so many years being the most important woman in my life that she didn't know how to share that space with someone else. She said every girlfriend felt like competition, like someone trying to take me away from her. So she'd found reasons to dislike them, things to criticize, ways to drive them off before they could take me from her completely. I watched her face change as the words came out. She said she'd been looking for problems with every person I dated because deep down she didn't want me finding someone and leaving her behind. She admitted she needed me to need her, and seeing me happy with someone else made her feel like she was losing her place in my life. Her voice got quiet when she explained that criticizing my girlfriends was easier than admitting she was scared of being alone. It was the most honest thing she'd ever said to me, and hearing it hurt in a way I didn't expect. Part of me wanted to feel angry that her fear had cost me so many relationships, but another part just felt sad for both of us. I told her I was glad she could finally be honest about it, but she had to understand that being scared didn't make it okay to hurt people who never did anything wrong. I explained that Alicia and all the others weren't threats to our relationship, they were just people who cared about me and deserved basic respect. Mom started crying again and nodded, saying she understood that now. She kept repeating that she knew it was wrong and she was sorry, actually using the word sorry instead of making excuses. I didn't know if this moment would stick or if she'd go back to her old ways once the emotions faded, but at least right now she seemed to get it. The next few months were strange. Jessica and I kept seeing each other, and Mom actually tried when we visited. She'd ask Jessica about her acting work and listen to the answers without making cutting remarks. A few times she'd start to say something mean. I could see it forming on her face, but then she'd catch herself and say something neutral instead. Once she told Jessica her shirt was an interesting choice, then immediately apologized and said it actually looked nice. It wasn't perfect, and sometimes the effort showed too much, but it was more progress than I'd seen in my entire life. Jessica noticed too, and told me privately that she could tell Mom was really trying, which meant something coming from someone who'd seen Mom at her worst. Jessica and I started getting serious after about 6 months. We talked about moving in together eventually and what that might look like. I was scared the whole time that Mom would sabotage this relationship like all the others, that her therapy and promises would fade, and she'd go back to destroying things. When Christian from work invited us to dinner with his girlfriend, I decided to bring Mom along as a test. I didn't tell her that's what it was, just said we were all getting together and she should come. At the restaurant, Mom was polite to Christian's girlfriend. She complimented the girl's earrings and asked about her job without any hidden insults. She laughed at their jokes and told a funny story about her students without making anyone the target. I kept waiting for the other shoe to drop, for her to say something cruel disguised as honesty, but she made it through the whole dinner being genuinely kind. After we left, Christian pulled me aside in the parking lot while Mom and the others were saying goodbye. He said my mom seemed really nice and he was glad he got to meet her. I just stared at him for a second because those words sounded impossible. Nobody had ever described my mom as nice after meeting her. I realized standing there that she actually could be kind to people when she worked at it, when she thought about her words before letting them out. It wasn't natural for her yet, and probably never would be, but she was capable of it if she tried hard enough. I started making rules after that dinner. I told Mom we'd visit once every 2 weeks instead of twice a week, and if she made any mean comments, I'd leave immediately without discussion. She didn't like the boundaries at first and said I was being controlling, but I explained that this was the only way our relationship could work. I told her I wasn't going to let her hurt Jessica or anyone else I cared about, and if she couldn't be kind, then she couldn't be around us. She got quiet and agreed, probably understanding that I actually meant it this time. The next few visits went okay. Once she said something about Jessica's cooking being too spicy, and I stood up to leave. Mom backtracked fast and apologized, saying the food was actually good, and she just wasn't used to spicy things. I sat back down but made sure she knew I was serious about the boundaries. About 8 months after our big confrontation, Mom asked if she could reach out to Alicia to apologize. She said her therapist suggested making amends with people she'd hurt, and she wanted to start with Alicia since that relationship had been so serious. I told her I could pass along the message, but it was completely up to Alicia whether she wanted to hear it. I texted Alicia that night explaining the situation. She wrote back 2 days later saying she appreciated the thought, but she'd moved on with her life and didn't need the apology. She said she was glad I was doing better, but she didn't want to reopen that part of her past. I told Mom what Alicia said, and she looked disappointed but accepted it. I understood Alicia's decision completely. Some damage doesn't need to be revisited, even if the person who caused it is sorry. I kept seeing Lily, my therapist, to work through everything that had happened. We talked a lot about the revenge plan with Jessica at the birthday party. I felt guilty about it sometimes, wondering if I'd gone too far or if there had been a better way to make Mom understand. Lily helped me see that while it wasn't my best moment, it came from years of watching people I loved get hurt and feeling powerless to stop it. She said the anger was fair and the confrontation was necessary, even if the method was harsh. I started accepting that I'd done something mean to show Mom what mean felt like, and that ultimately led to real change that probably wouldn't have happened otherwise. It didn't make the revenge right exactly, but it made it make sense. Jessica and I decided to move in together after dating for a year. We found a small apartment near both our jobs and started packing. I told Mom about the move expecting some kind of comment about the neighborhood or the size of the place or something, but she just offered to help us on moving day. When she showed up with boxes and tape, she looked at our apartment and said it had good light and seemed perfect for us. She helped carry furniture up 3 flights of stairs without complaining. She organized our kitchen while Jessica and I dealt with the bedroom, and when we ordered pizza for everyone, she ate it without saying anything about the grease or the cheap toppings. At the end of the day when she left, Jessica hugged her and thanked her for helping. Mom hugged back and told Jessica to take care of me. It felt like watching something impossible happen right in front of me. Sitting in our new apartment that night with boxes everywhere, I thought about everything that had changed. Mom and I would never have the close, easy relationship I'd wanted when I was younger. Too much had happened and too many people had been hurt for us to pretend everything was fine. But we'd reached a place where we could be in the same room without someone getting damaged. She was trying, actually putting in effort to be better, and I was enforcing boundaries to protect the people I loved. It wasn't the happy ending where everyone forgives and forgets, but it was honest. We both knew exactly where we stood and what the rules were. That felt more real and more sustainable than pretending the past hadn't happened. A few months after we settled into our routine, Mom called me late one night and asked if she could come over. She sounded different, quieter than usual, and I told her yes. She showed up at our apartment 20 minutes later with red eyes like she'd been crying. We sat at the kitchen table and she stared at her hands for a while before talking. She said her therapist had been pushing her to really think about all the relationships she'd ruined for me over the years. Mom looked up at me and said she wished she could go back and do everything differently, especially with Alicia. She said she understood now that Alicia was probably the best thing that ever happened to me, and she destroyed it because she was scared and selfish. I felt my chest get tight hearing her say Alicia's name like that. I told Mom we couldn't change what happened, couldn't undo the damage she'd done to 8 different women who just wanted to love me. But we could do better going forward, and that had to be enough. She nodded and wiped her eyes and thanked me for not giving up on her completely. A woman named Kaylee from my gym asked me out about a week later while we were both at the water fountain. She was pretty and funny, and I said yes without thinking about it. Then later that night, I realized something weird had happened. I wasn't scared about introducing her to Mom eventually. The fear that had controlled my dating life for years, that constant worry about when Mom would strike and what she'd say, it wasn't there anymore. I actually believed Mom would try to be kind now. The change felt huge, even though it was just the absence of fear. I told Jessica about it, and she smiled and said that was real progress, that I deserved to date without that weight on me. 2 years after the birthday party where Jessica played the role that changed everything, I asked her to marry me. We were hiking one of the trails Alicia and I used to go to, and I realized I wasn't sad about that anymore. I'd moved on to something real and healthy. Jessica said yes, and we called Mom that night to tell her. Mom started crying on the phone, but they were happy tears this time. She congratulated us and promised she'd be kind to Jessica's family at the wedding. She said she knew how important this was, and she wouldn't mess it up. I actually believed her, which felt like its own kind of miracle. Jessica squeezed my hand while we talked to Mom, and I knew we'd be okay. I'm not stupid enough to think Mom is completely fixed, or that she won't mess up sometimes. She's still the same person who spent years hurting people I loved without caring, but she learned that her words have real consequences, and I won't accept cruelty toward people I care about. It's not a perfect ending where everything is magically better and everyone forgives each other. It's messy and complicated, and we both have to work at it constantly. But it's real progress built on firm boundaries and her actual effort to be better. That's more than I had before when I was just accepting her behavior and watching my relationships fall apart. Now I have Jessica and a mother who tries and boundaries that protect the people I love. It's not a fairy tale, but it's honest, and honest is what I needed all along.
My sister called CPS on me with fake accusations. I got her own kids taken away. Me and my sister Lori were always close growing up. She's 3 years older, was the one who taught me to ride a bike, stood up for me when kids picked on me in middle school. When I had my daughter Zoe 5 years ago, Lori was in the delivery room holding my hand. She was the best aunt at first, coming over every weekend, bringing little outfits, watching Zoe so me and my husband Paul could have date nights. Everything changed when Lori's husband Jason left her last year. She got mean, bitter, started drinking wine at 10 in the morning, would come over and make comments about how Paul would probably leave me too, how all men were trash, how I was stupid for trusting him. I tried being supportive, but she just got worse. Started showing up drunk at Zoe's soccer games, yelling at the ref, embarrassing my kid. Other parents started asking if everything was okay with my family. Then Lori decided she wanted custody of her ex's kids from his previous marriage. They'd been living with their mom but visited Jason on weekends, which meant Lori saw them sometimes before the divorce. She had this crazy idea that if she got the kids, Jason would have to pay her child support and maybe come back. The kids barely knew her, and their mom Rita was perfectly fine, good job, stable home, no issues. But Lori started this campaign, calling Rita's job claiming she was on drugs, telling the kids' school Rita was unstable. Nothing worked because Rita was actually a good mom. So Lori came to me with this plan. She wanted me to lie and say I'd seen Rita hit the kids. I told her absolutely not. That was insane. Those kids were happy and safe. She called me selfish, said I never supported her, that I had everything while she had nothing. I said maybe focus on getting your life together instead of trying to steal someone's children. She left screaming that I'd regret not helping her. 2 weeks later, I'm making lunch and there's a knock at the door. 2 CPS workers standing there with a clipboard saying they received a report about neglect and abuse. They needed to inspect my home immediately and speak to Zoe. I let them in because I had nothing to hide, but I was shaking. They went through everything, checked my fridge, looked in all the rooms, asked to see Zoe's arms and legs for bruises. My 5-year-old daughter had to stand there while strangers examined her body because of some anonymous report. They questioned her alone for 20 minutes while I sat outside the room crying. Paul had to leave work to come home. The workers found nothing wrong, obviously, but said they'd need to do follow-up visits. When they left, I knew it was Lori. The report claimed Zoe was malnourished, that we left her alone for hours, that Paul had anger issues. All lies, but specific enough that someone who knew us made them. Called Lori, and she denied it, said she'd never do that to family. But then she slipped and mentioned maybe now I'd understand how Rita felt being falsely accused. That's when I knew for sure. The CPS visits continued for a month. Zoe started having nightmares about strangers taking her away. Kids at school found out somehow and started teasing her about her parents going to jail. Paul's job found out when CPS called to verify his employment, and suddenly he was getting weird looks at work. His boss asked if everything was okay at home. We had to hire a lawyer just to navigate the investigation. Cost us $4,000 we'd been saving for Zoe's college fund. During all this, I started paying attention to Lori's house when I'd drive by. Noticed things. Her living room window was broken, covered with cardboard. Her yard was full of empty wine bottles. Her car had expired tags from 6 months ago. Saw her passed out on her front porch at 2 in the afternoon on a Tuesday while her mail piled up. Her neighbor Deb mentioned Lori had been having strange men over at all hours, loud parties on weeknights. Then I found out Lori had been babysitting for cash. 3 different families in her neighborhood, kids ranging from 2 to 8 years old. She'd watch them at her house while drinking, told the parents she was a certified daycare provider, which was a complete lie. So I made some calls. I picked up my phone and pulled up the CPS hotline number I'd saved 3 days ago. My hand shook so bad I almost dropped it twice before I managed to dial. A woman answered on the second ring and said she was there to take my report. I told her about the broken window covered in cardboard, about the yard full of wine bottles, about seeing my sister passed out on her porch in the middle of the afternoon. My voice cracked when I described the expired tags on her car and how she'd been drinking while watching other people's kids. The woman asked for names, and I gave her all 3 families I knew about, spelled out each one carefully. She asked for the address, and I recited Lori's street number like I was giving directions to my own execution. When she asked if the children were in immediate danger, I said yes, that my sister drank all day, and the house had safety violations. The woman thanked me for calling and said someone would investigate within 72 hours. I hung up and sat there staring at my phone, feeling this weird mix of power and terror flooding through my whole body. I'd just done to Lori exactly what she'd done to me, and part of me felt sick about it while another part felt completely justified. 3 days crawled by like torture. I jumped every time my phone rang and checked Ruth's Facebook page about 15 times a day looking for any mention of Lori. On the morning of day 4, Ruth called while I was unloading the dishwasher. She sounded excited in that way neighbors get when there's drama happening on their street. She said a CPS worker had shown up at Lori's house around 9 that morning in an official county vehicle. The worker went inside and stayed for over an hour while Ruth watched from her kitchen window. When the worker finally came out, she took photos of the front yard, the broken window, and Lori's car. Ruth said Lori stood on her porch looking pale and shaky, her arms wrapped around herself like she was freezing even though it was 70 degrees outside. I made myself sound confused and asked Ruth what she thought it was about. Ruth said she had no idea, but it looked serious. All those photos and the long visit. My heart hammered so hard against my ribs I thought Ruth might hear it through the phone. I told her that was really strange and to keep me updated if she heard anything else. After we hung up, I had to sit down on the kitchen floor because my legs wouldn't hold me up anymore. That same afternoon, my phone rang with Lori's name on the screen. I let it ring 3 times before I answered, trying to sound normal. Lori was sobbing so hard I could barely understand her at first. She kept saying someone reported her to CPS, that they claimed she was running an illegal daycare, that they'd inspected her whole house and taken pictures of everything. Her voice got louder and angrier as she talked, saying she was just helping out some neighbors for extra cash, that she would never put kids in danger, that someone was trying to destroy her life. I made sympathetic sounds while she ranted, saying things like, "That's crazy, and who would do that?" She went quiet for a second and then asked directly if I knew anything about it. I lied so smoothly it scared me a little, telling her it was probably one of the parents who got mad about something stupid. I suggested maybe one of the kids got hurt playing and the parent overreacted. Lori seemed to accept this and started crying again about how unfair it all was. We talked for another 10 minutes with me making supportive noises while she fell apart. When we finally hung up, I stared at my reflection in the blank TV screen and didn't recognize the person looking back at me. Within a week, all 3 daycare families got calls from CPS. Ruth told me about the first one because the mother lived 2 doors down from Lori. The woman had no idea Lori didn't have a childcare license or background check or insurance. She'd believed Lori was certified because Lori had shown her some fake papers she'd printed off the internet. The second family found out the same way, and the third family's father actually called the police to report fraud. On Thursday evening, Ruth called to say one of the mothers had confronted Lori on her front lawn. The shouting was loud enough that Ruth heard every word from inside her house with the windows closed. The mother screamed about how Lori had lied about being certified, how she'd trusted her with her kids, how she could have them taken away for leaving them with an unlicensed provider. Lori tried to defend herself, but her words were slurred, and the mother told her she was drunk right now. I drove past Lori's house that evening on my way back from the grocery store. Every light was off and her car was gone from the driveway. The front yard still had all those wine bottles scattered around and the broken window stared out like a dead eye. I felt this rush of satisfaction, so intense it almost felt physical, like electricity running through my chest. Lori was finally facing real consequences for once in her life, and I was the one who'd made it happen. Zoe woke up screaming for the 3rd night in a row. I heard her from the hallway and ran to her room to find her sitting up in bed crying so hard she was choking on her own tears. She kept saying the strangers were back, that they were going to look at her body again and ask her scary questions. I climbed into bed with her and pulled her onto my lap, holding her tight while she sobbed into my shoulder. Her whole body shook and she felt so small and fragile in my arms. The rage I felt toward Lori in that moment burned so hot I couldn't see straight. This was what my sister had done to my baby. These nightmares and this fear that wouldn't go away no matter how many times I promised Zoe she was safe. Paul appeared in the doorway at some point, his hair sticking up and his eyes half closed. He didn't say anything, just came and sat on the floor next to the bed and wrapped his arms around both of us. We stayed like that until Zoe finally cried herself back to sleep around 3:30 in the morning. Paul carried her back to her own bed while I stood there feeling like my heart had been ripped out of my chest and stomped on. 10 days after I made that call to CPS, Lori showed up at my front door unannounced. I saw her through the peephole, her eyes red and swollen, her hair greasy and uncombed. I thought about not answering, but she'd already seen my car in the driveway. I opened the door and she pushed past me into the house before I could stop her. She turned on me and demanded to know if I had anything to do with the CPS investigation. Her voice was sharp and accusing, and her hands were balled into fists at her sides. I looked right at her face and told her she was being paranoid, that maybe she should focus on getting her life together instead of accusing family members. She stepped closer, and I could smell the wine on her breath even though it was only 11 in the morning. She said she knew it had to be someone who knew about the daycare, someone who'd seen her house, someone who wanted to hurt her. I held her stare and said lots of people had seen her house and maybe she should think about why so many people might be concerned. She stared at me for what felt like forever, her eyes searching my face like she was trying to see through my skull into my brain. Then she turned and walked out without another word, slamming the door so hard the pictures on the wall rattled. 2 weeks into the investigation, Ruth called with more updates. She said the CPS worker had come back for a second visit, and this time brought someone else with her. Mariah Lozano spent 3 hours inside Lori's house documenting everything. Ruth said she'd heard from another neighbor that they found broken smoke detectors in every room and mold growing in the bathroom around the tub. The fridge had spoiled food that had been sitting there for weeks based on the smell. They found children's backpacks and toys mixed in with empty wine bottles all over the living room. The official report listed multiple safety violations and clear evidence of substance abuse in a childcare environment. When Ruth told me all this, I felt this surge of vindication rush through me. I hadn't been exaggerating or making things up to hurt Lori. She really had been endangering those kids, really had been drinking while she was supposed to be watching them, really had been running an unsafe operation. Everything I'd reported was true, and now there was official documentation proving it. Lori lost all 3 daycare clients immediately. Ruth said she'd seen the families come by one after another to pick up their kids' belongings, and none of them would even look at Lori. 2 days later, a letter came from the county about potential criminal charges for operating a childcare facility without a license. Mom called me that evening saying Lori had called her sobbing about the letter, about losing her income, about how she was going to pay rent now. Mom's voice was worried and sad, and she asked if I'd talked to Lori lately. I said no and didn't offer any explanation. Mom suggested I should reach out since Lori was really struggling, and I said Lori needed to face reality for once instead of expecting everyone to bail her out. Mom got quiet, and then said she was disappointed in how cold I was being toward my sister. I told her she didn't know the whole story and got off the phone before she could push harder. I didn't call Lori back when she left me 3 voicemails that week, and I deleted each one without listening to the whole message. Paul found me at midnight sitting in the dark scrolling through Ruth's Facebook page. She'd posted photos of Lori's house with comments about how sad it was to see someone fall apart like this. I was reading through all the comments from neighbors talking about the CPS investigation when Paul's hand appeared and gently closed my laptop. He sat down next to me on the couch and asked if I was okay. His voice was soft and concerned in a way that made my throat tight. He said he was worried about how obsessed I'd gotten with Lori's situation, that I'd been checking for updates constantly for 2 weeks. I snapped at him that he didn't understand what it was like having strangers examine our daughter, seeing Zoe stand there while they looked for bruises on her body. He backed off immediately and held up his hands, but I could see the concern in his eyes. He thought I was taking this too far, that my anger at Lori was consuming me. I wanted to explain that I needed to know she was facing consequences, that I needed proof her lies hadn't won, but I couldn't find the words. We sat in silence for a while before Paul kissed my forehead and went back to bed. I stayed on the couch and opened my laptop again as soon as I heard our bedroom door close. 4 weeks after Lori's false report against us, an envelope arrived from CPS with an official county seal. My hands shook as I opened it and pulled out the letter from Grayson Huff. It stated that after thorough investigation, all allegations against our family had been found to be completely unfounded. Our case was officially closed and our family required no further monitoring or follow-up. I read it 3 times to make sure I understood every word. Then I went to the craft store and bought a frame that afternoon. I hung the letter in our hallway right next to the family photos where I'd see it every single day. Every time I walked past it, I felt this surge of bitter triumph flood through my chest. Paul came home from work and saw it hanging there, and he asked quietly if maybe we should just put it away in a file somewhere. I refused and told him I wanted that proof visible where I could see it. He looked at me with this expression I couldn't quite read, something between concern and sadness. But he didn't argue. I needed that letter on the wall as evidence that I'd been right, that Lori had been wrong, that her lies hadn't destroyed us no matter how hard she'd tried. I grabbed the last bag of groceries from the trunk and carried it inside, my mind still replaying the scene with the framed letter hanging in the hallway. The phone rings just as I set the bag on the counter and I see Ruth's name on the screen. I answer while pulling out milk and eggs, expecting her usual neighborhood gossip about someone's lawn or a new fence going up. Her voice sounds different though, lower and more serious than normal, and she asks if I'm sitting down. I tell her I'm fine standing, and she takes this long breath before saying the county opened a full investigation into Lori for child endangerment. My hand stops halfway to the fridge with the milk carton. Ruth keeps talking, explaining that one of the daycare kids told his parents that Miss Lori fell asleep on the couch one afternoon, and they couldn't wake her up no matter how hard they tried. The kid said he was scared and the other children were crying, but Miss Lori just kept sleeping for a really long time. My fingers go completely numb around the milk carton and it slips right through my grip. The plastic jug hits the tile floor and explodes, white liquid spraying across the kitchen in every direction. But I barely notice because Ruth is still talking about how the parents immediately called CPS, and now there's a criminal investigation, not just the licensing violation. A jar of pasta sauce rolls out of the grocery bag and falls off the counter, shattering next to the milk, and the red sauce spreads across the white puddle like blood mixing with water. I stare at the mess on my kitchen floor, red and white swirling together, and Ruth asks if I'm still there. I manage to say yes, and she tells me the investigation is serious, that Lori could face actual charges if they prove she was passed out drunk while watching children. After we hang up, I just stand there looking at the broken glass and spilled groceries, and I can't move to clean it up. The parent-teacher conference is scheduled for Thursday afternoon, and Paul takes off work early to come with me. We sit in those tiny chairs made for kindergartners, while Zoe's teacher arranges papers on her desk. She starts by saying Zoe is doing well academically, her reading is above grade level, and her math skills are strong. Then her voice shifts and she says she wants to discuss some behavioral concerns. She pulls out a folder and shows us drawings Zoe made during art time over the past few weeks. The first one shows stick figures with big round heads, a small one in the middle surrounded by two tall dark shapes with no faces. The teacher explains Zoe labeled the small figure as herself, and told the art teacher the dark shapes were taking her away. The next drawing shows a house with a little girl looking out the window at more dark shapes approaching. Every single drawing has these dark, faceless figures coming closer to the small stick figure that represents my daughter. The teacher's voice is gentle, but firm as she explains that Zoe has become withdrawn in class, that she cries when adults she doesn't know well ask her questions, that she sometimes refuses to participate in group activities. She says Zoe used to be one of the most outgoing kids in class, but something has changed. Paul's hand finds mine under the table and squeezes hard. The teacher recommends we consider counseling, that Zoe seems to be processing some kind of trauma, and she can provide referrals to child therapists who work with the school. I manage to nod and take the list of names she offers. We thank her and leave, and I hold those drawings in my hand all the way to the car. As soon as we get home, I look up the first therapist on the list and call to schedule an appointment. The receptionist says they have an opening next Tuesday at 4. I take it and hang up, then walk straight to the bathroom and lock the door. I turn on the shower so Paul won't hear me, and I slide down the wall until I'm sitting on the cold tile floor. The crying comes in waves that hurt my chest and make my throat raw. I cry until there's nothing left, and my face is swollen and my eyes burn. When I finally come out, Paul is making dinner and he doesn't ask any questions, just pulls me into a hug that lasts a long time. Mom calls on Saturday morning while I'm folding laundry, and her voice has that tight quality that means she's upset. She says the court date got set for 6 weeks from now and Lori is really scared. I keep folding towels and wait for her to continue. Mom explains that the prosecutor is pushing for jail time. That child endangerment while intoxicated is a serious charge. That Lori could actually go to prison. My hands smooth out a towel that doesn't need smoothing. Mom asks if I'll come to court to support my sister. That family should stick together during hard times. That Lori needs to know she's not alone. I tell her I don't know. That Mom gets quiet for a minute, then says she understands this is complicated, but Lori is still my sister. After we hang up, I sit on the couch with the half-folded laundry basket next to me. My hands are shaking and I press them flat against my thighs to make them stop. I can't tell if the shaking is from fear that Lori might actually go to jail, or excitement that she's finally facing real consequences, or guilt that I caused all of this. The three feelings twist together in my stomach until I can't separate them anymore. I pick up another towel and try to focus on the simple task of folding, matching corners and smoothing wrinkles, anything to stop thinking about my sister standing in front of a judge because of calls I made. The grocery store on Tuesday afternoon is busy with people stopping after work. I'm in the produce section picking through apples when someone appears next to me. I look up and recognize her immediately as one of the daycare mothers, the one with the little boy who has red hair. Her face is twisted with anger, and her voice is loud enough that people in the next aisle can probably hear. She says she knows I'm Lori's sister and demands to know if I knew about the drinking. Did I know my sister was getting drunk while watching children? Did I know she was passing out and leaving kids unsupervised? Her face is right up close to mine, and I can see other shoppers turning to stare. I stammer that I had no idea, that Lori and I aren't close anymore, that I didn't know she was babysitting at all. The woman's eyes are hard and disbelieving. She says her son had nightmares for weeks after that day, that he was terrified and didn't understand why the grown-up wouldn't wake up. She asks how I can live with myself knowing my sister put children in danger. People are openly watching now, an elderly couple with their cart stopped in the middle of the aisle, a teenage stock boy pretending to arrange oranges while listening. I mumble something about being sorry and start backing away with my half-full cart. The woman follows me for a few steps, saying she hopes I know what kind of person my sister really is. I practically run to the checkout, abandon my cart, and rush to my car. My hands shake so hard I can barely get the key in the ignition. I take the long way home from work on Wednesday, the route that goes past Lori's street even though it adds 10 minutes. I tell myself I'm just curious, that I want to see if her car is there, nothing more than that. When I turn onto her block, I see the pile immediately. All of her furniture is stacked on the curb in front of her house. The couch I sat on 100 times growing up. The kitchen table where we ate meals as kids when we visited. Boxes and bags and loose items just dumped in a heap. There's a bright orange eviction notice taped to her front door. Her car sits crooked in the driveway with the driver's door hanging open like she got out in a hurry and forgot to close it. Then I see her. She's sitting on the front steps with her head in her hands, her shoulders curved forward, her whole body looking small and broken. I slow down without meaning to, and for a second our eyes might have met. I'm not sure. I press the gas pedal and drive past without stopping. But even after I turn the corner, I can still see her there in my mind, surrounded by all her belongings on the curb, nowhere to go, everything falling apart. My stomach churns and tightens, and I have to pull over 2 blocks away because I think I might throw up. I sit in my parked car, taking deep breaths until the feeling passes. Paul gets home from work around 7, and I'm standing at the kitchen counter staring at nothing. He asks how my day was, and I tell him fine. He knows I'm lying because he always knows. He mentions that Mom called him at work, that she told him about Lori getting evicted, that she's worried about me. Something inside me snaps. I tell him he has no right to talk to my mother about me behind my back. He says Mom is worried and he's worried too, that I've let my anger at Lori consume me. I hear myself screaming that he has no idea what this feels like, that his sister didn't try to destroy his family, that he gets to sit back and judge my choices from his perfect position of not being hurt. He says he's not judging. He's scared because I've become someone he doesn't recognize. The words hit me like a slap. I grab the coffee mug sitting on the counter and throw it at the wall. It shatters and pieces scatter across the floor, and I'm already collapsing, my legs giving out, sliding down to sit on the kitchen tile. The crying comes hard and fast, my whole body shaking with sobs I can't control. Paul stands there for a minute not moving. Then he sits down next to me on the floor and pulls me against his chest. He doesn't say anything, just holds me while I shake and cry and make sounds that don't form words. We sit there on the kitchen floor surrounded by broken ceramic until I finally stop shaking. Mom calls the next morning before I've even finished my coffee. Her voice is careful and measured when she tells me Lori is staying with her now because she has nowhere else to go. I grip the phone tighter. Mom says she needs to ask me something directly and she wants an honest answer. She asks if I had anything to do with the CPS investigation of Lori, if I made the calls that started all of this. The question hangs in the air between us and I can't make myself say yes, but I also can't lie to my mother's face, not directly. So I just stay silent. The silence stretches out for what feels like forever. Finally, Mom's voice comes back quieter and sadder. She says she needs to hear my side of the story, that she's trying to understand what happened between her daughters. She says she knows Lori hurt me first, but she needs to know what I did and why I did it. I tell her I'll call her back later and hang up before she can respond. My hands are shaking again, and I set the phone down on the counter very carefully, like it might explode. Zoe asks me at bedtime why Aunt Lori doesn't come over anymore. Her voice is small and confused, and it breaks something inside me. I sit on the edge of her bed and try to explain in words a 5-year-old can understand. I tell her sometimes grown-ups make mistakes and need time apart to figure things out. Zoe's eyes fill with tears, and she asks if Aunt Lori did something bad that made us mad at her. I say it's complicated and grown-up stuff that she doesn't need to worry about. Zoe says she misses her aunt, that Aunt Lori used to bring her presents and play games with her. A tear rolls down Zoe's cheek and I wipe it away. I lie down next to her in her small bed and hold her until she falls asleep. Even after her breathing gets slow and steady, I stay there, staring at her ceiling in the dark. I think about how Lori used to be Zoe's favorite person, how they had their own special jokes and games, how Zoe's face would light up when Lori walked in. My revenge didn't just destroy my relationship with my sister. It destroyed my daughter's relationship with her aunt. Zoe lost someone she loved because I was angry and wanted Lori to hurt. I stay in Zoe's bed until my arm goes numb and my neck starts aching from the awkward position, but I can't make myself get up and leave her. The courtroom is smaller than I expected, with wood paneling and fluorescent lights that make everything look washed out. I sit in the back row where I can see everything but hopefully won't be noticed. Lori stands before the judge in clothes that hang off her frame like she borrowed them from someone bigger. Her hair looks unwashed and hangs limp around her face. Her hands tremble at her sides. The prosecutor stands and describes the charges in detail. Operating an unlicensed child care facility. Child endangerment. Reckless endangerment while intoxicated. He talks about the broken smoke detectors, the mold, the spoiled food, the empty wine bottles mixed with children's toys. He describes how one child found Lori unconscious on the couch and couldn't wake her up, how scared the children were, how they cried and didn't know what to do. Lori just stands there nodding, tears running down her face, not trying to defend herself or make excuses. She admits to everything. The judge asks if she has anything to say, and Lori's voice comes out, so quiet I can barely hear it from the back row. She says she's sorry, that she was drinking too much and made terrible choices, that she never meant to hurt anyone but she did, and she knows that. She says she's in treatment now and working on getting better. The prosecutor argues for jail time, saying the community needs to know that endangering children has serious consequences. Lori's public defender argues for probation and treatment, pointing to her clean record before this, and her cooperation with the investigation. I sit in the back watching all of this unfold, and I expect to feel satisfied, vindicated, like justice is finally happening. Instead, my stomach feels sick, and I want to leave, but I force myself to stay. I caused this. I made the calls that brought her here. I need to witness what I did. The judge takes only a few minutes to decide. He sentences Lori to 2 years probation, mandatory substance abuse treatment 3 times a week, 200 hours of community service, and permanent prohibition from any childcare work. Lori accepts the terms in that same small voice I can barely hear. When the judge dismisses her, she turns to leave, and her eyes sweep across the courtroom. They land on me sitting in the back row. We look at each other for maybe 2 seconds, maybe less. I try to read her expression, but I can't tell what I see there. Is it understanding that I did this to her? Is it hatred for what I took from her? Is it just exhaustion and defeat? Then she looks away and walks toward where Mom is waiting near the door. I sit in the empty courtroom after everyone else has left, staring at the empty space where my sister stood, and I don't know what I'm feeling anymore. Outside the courthouse, I walk toward my car with Paul beside me when I hear footsteps behind us. I turn and Lori is standing there, maybe 10 feet away, her face pale and drawn. Paul's hand tightens on my arm, but I shake my head slightly and he backs up a few steps, giving us space. Lori walks closer until she's right in front of me, close enough that I can see the dark circles under her eyes and the way her clothes hang loose on her frame. She looks at me for a long moment without saying anything, and I wait, my heart hammering in my chest. When she finally speaks, her voice comes out quiet and steady. She says she knows I reported her to CPS, that she's not stupid, that she put it together when the investigator asked specific questions about things only family would know. I open my mouth to deny it, but she holds up her hand and says she's not here to fight, that she deserves what happened. She says she endangered those kids and she's grateful someone stopped her before something worse happened. My throat tightens and I don't know what to say to that. Lori takes a breath and continues, saying that I'm not innocent either, that what I did was revenge dressed up as concern. She says we both tried to destroy each other using the system meant to protect children, and we both succeeded, and now we have to live with what we've done to each other and our family. I feel like the ground is tilting under my feet, like everything solid is turning to sand. Lori doesn't wait for me to respond. She turns and walks toward where Mom is standing by her car, and I watch her go, unable to move or speak. Paul comes up beside me and asks if I'm okay, and I realize I'm shaking. We get in the car and drive home in silence, and I stare out the window seeing nothing. That night, after Zoe is asleep, I find Paul in the living room and I sit down next to him on the couch. He mutes the TV and turns to face me, and I can see in his eyes that he knows something is coming. The words stick in my throat at first, but I force them out. I tell him I'm scared that I've become the bad person in this story, that I used what happened to Zoe to justify destroying my sister. I say I don't know anymore if what I did was justice or just cruelty, if I was protecting our family or just getting revenge. Paul doesn't say anything right away, just pulls me against his chest and holds me while I start to cry. When he finally speaks, his voice is gentle but honest. He says I was hurt and angry and human, that Lori hurt us first, but that doesn't make everything I did right. He says people aren't heroes or villains. They're just people making choices, and sometimes those choices cause pain, even when the anger behind them is valid. We sit together in the dark living room for what feels like hours, not talking, just breathing together. I feel the weight of my guilt settling into my bones, heavy and permanent, and I know I'm going to carry this for the rest of my life. Paul's arms stay around me the whole time, and I'm grateful he's not leaving even though I don't deserve his patience. Eventually we go to bed, but I lie awake staring at the ceiling, replaying every choice I made, every call I placed, every detail I reported. I don't sleep until the sun starts coming up. 3 days later, Mom calls while I'm making lunch. Her voice has that tone from when we were kids, the one that means she's done being patient, and now we're going to deal with things whether we like it or not. She says this has gone on long enough, that we're having a family meeting at our house this Sunday, and both her daughters are going to sit down and talk like adults. I start to make excuses, but she cuts me off, saying she doesn't want to hear it. We're doing this. I agree because there's no arguing with that voice. But after I hang up, I run to the bathroom and throw up. The thought of being in the same room with Lori makes my whole body rebel. I spend the next 3 days practicing what I'll say, standing in front of the bathroom mirror and rehearsing my defense. I make lists of all the things Lori did first, all the ways she hurt us, all the reasons my actions were justified. Paul finds me at the kitchen table at midnight on Saturday, surrounded by crumpled paper, and he gently suggests maybe I snap at him that he doesn't understand, and he just nods and goes back to bed. I stay up the rest of the night going over and over my arguments, building my case like I'm going to trial. Sunday morning, I can barely eat breakfast. Zoe asks why I'm so quiet, and I tell her I'm just tired. Paul offers to come with me, but I say no. This is something I need to do alone. The drive to Mom's house takes 15 minutes but feels like hours. I sit in her driveway for 10 minutes before I can make myself get out of the car. When I finally walk inside, I find Lori already sitting on Mom's couch looking even thinner than she did at the courthouse. Her hair is clean and pulled back, and she's wearing jeans and a sweater that look too big on her. Mom sits in the chair between us like a referee at a boxing match, her face serious and tired. She thanks us both for coming and says we're going to talk honestly about what happened. No more lies, no more avoiding the hard conversations. The air in the room feels thick and dangerous, like before a storm breaks. I grip my knees to keep my hands from shaking and stare at a spot on the carpet between Lori's feet. Mom looks at both of us and says whoever wants to go first should start, and the silence stretches out so long I can hear the clock ticking in the kitchen. I'm about to open my mouth when Lori clears her throat. Lori's voice when she speaks is steady and clear, nothing like the broken person I saw at the courthouse. She says she wants to start by taking full responsibility for making the false CPS report. She looks right at me and admits she was drunk and jealous, and wanted me to hurt the way she was hurting after Jason left. She says she saw me with my perfect family and my happy life, and she hated me for having everything she lost. The words hit me like punches, but I force myself to keep looking at her. She says she's in outpatient treatment now, going to meetings every day, and she's learning to take accountability for her actions. But then her voice gets harder, and she says she needs me to know that what I did back to her was different. She says her revenge was drunken and impulsive, made in a moment of rage, but mine was calculated and cold. She says I researched, I planned, I executed my revenge with clear intention while completely sober. I start to argue, to list all my justifications, but then I stop because I realize she's right. I did plan it. I did research exactly what to report to cause maximum damage. I made those calls knowing exactly what would happen to her. The realization sits in my chest like a stone. Mom waits until we're both quiet before she speaks. Her voice is sad and disappointed in a way that makes me feel 12 years old again. She says she's disappointed in both her daughters for what we did. She tells Lori she's glad she's getting help and needs to stay sober, that the drinking nearly destroyed her and could have killed those children. Then she turns to me and says I had every right to be angry after what Lori did to our family, but I let that anger turn me into someone who could destroy her own sister. She says we both weaponized the system that's supposed to protect children. We both used it as a weapon against each other, and we both caused damage that can't be undone. Mom says she loves us both, but we both need to take real accountability for the pain we've caused each other, our family, and those kids who got caught in our war. She says she's not going to pick sides because we're both wrong, and we both need to figure out how to live with what we've done. The room goes quiet again, and I can hear Lori crying softly on the other end of the couch. I'm crying too, but trying to hide it. Mom gets up and says she's going to make coffee, that we can sit here as long as we need to, and she leaves us alone in the living room. Lori and I don't look at each other or speak. We just sit there in the heavy silence, both of us broken in different ways, both of us guilty, both of us having to figure out what comes next. Over the next month, Mom sends me text messages with updates about Lori. She tells me Lori is going to her court-ordered AA meetings 3 times a week, that she's attending the outpatient treatment program seriously, that she's working the steps with a sponsor. Each text includes some small detail, like how Lori shared in a meeting for the first time, or how she's been sober for 30 days, then 45, then 60. I don't respond to any of the messages, but I read every single one, sometimes multiple times. I save them in a folder on my phone that I look at late at night when I can't sleep. Something is shifting in my chest, some hard knot of anger that's been there since the CPS workers showed up at my door. I can't tell if it's the beginning of forgiveness or just exhaustion from carrying all this rage. Paul notices I'm checking my phone more and asks if everything is okay. I show him the messages from Mom and he reads them quietly, then hands my phone back without comment. He just squeezes my shoulder and goes back to whatever he was doing, and I'm grateful he's not pushing me to feel anything I'm not ready to feel yet. Paul brings up couples counseling one night after dinner. He says the whole situation with Lori put a strain on our marriage that we need to address before it causes permanent damage. I want to argue that we're fine, but I know he's right. We've been distant and careful with each other, like we're both afraid to say the wrong thing. I agree, and he makes the appointment for the following week. The therapist is a woman in her 50s with kind eyes who asks us to describe what brought us in. Paul talks about feeling shut out during the whole CPS investigation and aftermath, how I made decisions about Lori without including him, how he felt like he was watching me spiral but couldn't reach me. I get defensive at first, listing all the reasons I had to act alone, but the therapist gently points out that Paul is my partner, and I treated him like an outsider in his own family crisis. The session is hard and uncomfortable, and I leave feeling raw and exposed. But we go back the next week and the week after that. By our 4th session, something has loosened between us. We're holding hands again during the drive home, talking about things besides Lori and CPS and all the damage. Paul tells me he never stopped loving me even when he didn't like the choices I was making, and I start crying in the car. He pulls over and holds me while I sob, and I feel like maybe we're going to survive this after all. The envelope arrives on a Tuesday afternoon, my name written in Lori's handwriting across the front with a return address from Serenity Springs Treatment Center. I hold it for a full minute before opening it, my hands shaking enough that I have to set my coffee down. Inside are 4 pages of lined notebook paper covered in her careful cursive, the kind she used to use when writing thank you notes after birthdays. The first paragraph starts with an apology so raw it makes my chest hurt. She writes about the morning she called CPS on me, how she'd been drinking since she woke up, how she sat on her couch with her phone in her hand for 20 minutes before dialing. She describes the jealousy that ate at her every time she saw me with Paul and Zoe, how it felt like swallowing glass watching me have everything she'd lost. The second page details her drinking, when it started getting bad, how she'd hide bottles in her closet and drink before the sun came up. She writes about the moment Jason told her he was leaving, how something broke inside her that day and never healed right. On page 3, she talks about therapy, about learning that hurt people, about how she's starting to understand that her pain doesn't excuse what she did to me and Zoe. The last page is the hardest to read. She writes that she knows what she did to Zoe, how she made my 5-year-old daughter stand there while strangers examined her body, how she caused those nightmares and that fear. She says she understands if I never forgive her, that she doesn't deserve forgiveness, but she needs me to know she sees the damage now. She signs it just Lori, no love or your sister, just her name. I read all 4 pages 3 times, crying harder each time through. Then I fold them carefully and put them in my nightstand drawer, closing it slowly like I'm putting something fragile away. Zoe sleeps through the night for 14 nights straight without waking up once. Her teacher emails me to say Zoe raised her hand in class yesterday to answer a math question, something she hasn't done in months. At recess, she's playing with the other kids again instead of sitting alone by the fence. I pick her up from the school and she's chattering about her friend Emma's birthday party this weekend, about the art project they made, about how she got picked first for kickball. That Saturday, I stand at the edge of the soccer field watching her run after the ball, her ponytail bouncing, laughing when she misses and trying again. She looks like my daughter again, not the scared, quiet kid who used to flinch when adults asked her questions. The other parents are talking to her again, not avoiding us like we're contaminated. One of the moms asks if Zoe wants to come over for a play date next week, and I say yes, my throat tight. That night after Zoe goes to bed, I open my nightstand drawer and take out Lori's letter. I read it again in the dim light from my bedside lamp, and this time when I get to the part about hurt people hurting people, I start crying for both of us. I cry for my sister who was so broken she tried to destroy me, and I cry for myself because I was so angry I tried to destroy her back. I'm standing in the pharmacy waiting for Zoe's allergy prescription when someone says my name. Geneva is standing 3 feet away holding a basket with cough syrup and tissues, looking at me with this careful expression. She says she knows I'm Lori's sister, that she recognizes me from a picture Lori showed her once. My stomach drops and I grip the counter edge. She steps closer and says quietly that she wanted to thank me, that she doesn't know what I did, but the harassment stopped. Her kids aren't getting pulled out of class for welfare checks anymore. Nobody's calling her work claiming she's on drugs. The custody threats disappeared. She says her boys are sleeping better now, that they're not scared anymore about being taken away. I mumble something about being glad her family is okay, but my voice sounds hollow. She touches my arm gently and says she's sorry for whatever it cost me, then walks toward the register. I stand there holding my prescription slip, feeling like I might throw up. My revenge helped Geneva's family, protected her kids from Lori's harassment, but it also destroyed my own family, took away Zoe's aunt, broke my mother's heart. I leave without getting the prescription and sit in my car in the parking lot for 20 minutes trying to breathe right. Mom calls on a Wednesday evening while I'm folding laundry. She sounds different, lighter somehow, and she tells me Lori hit 60 days sober yesterday. She's working at the grocery store on Mill Street, stocking shelves and running the register, showing up on time every day. She's living in a sober house with 3 other women, going to meetings every morning before work. Mom describes how Lori looks healthier, how her eyes are clear, how she's gaining weight back. She says maybe I could think about talking to Lori soon, that maybe enough time has passed. I tell her I'll think about it and we hang up. I sit there with a half-folded towel in my lap, and I realize something has shifted in my chest. I'm genuinely happy my sister is getting better. Not happy enough to call her, not ready to have her back in my life, but happy she's not drinking herself to death anymore. It's complicated and messy, and I don't know what to do with these feelings, but they're real. Mom calls again 2 days later, and this time her voice has that pushing quality, that mom tone that means she's not asking anymore. She says Zoe has been asking about Lori, wondering why Aunt Lori doesn't visit, if she's still sick. She suggests maybe a supervised visit would be good for everyone. Help Zoe understand that family can heal. The word no comes out of my mouth before I even think about it. I say I won't risk Zoe's well-being, that Lori hasn't earned that yet, that my daughter's safety comes first. Mom gets quiet and then says she understands, that she'll respect my decision, but asks me to at least consider it. I hang up feeling my blood pressure rising, feeling protective and angry and confused. Am I protecting Zoe or am I punishing Lori? Is keeping them apart about safety or about revenge? I don't know the answer, and that scares me more than anything. I bring it up at Zoe's next therapy session, sitting in the comfortable chair across from the therapist while Zoe plays in the waiting room. I tell her about Mom's suggestion and brace myself for the therapist to say it's too soon, too dangerous. Instead, she leans forward and says Zoe has processed most of her CPS trauma, that she's showing real resilience and growth. A brief supervised visit with Lori might actually help Zoe understand that family relationships can heal, that people can get better. She emphasizes the words supervised and brief multiple times, and we spend 30 minutes talking through what boundaries would make it safe, where it would happen, who would be there, how long it would last, what we'd do if Zoe got upset. I leave with a plan written on a piece of paper in my purse, feeling like maybe I could try this, but my hands are shaking the whole drive home. Paul finds me that night sitting on our bed staring at the paper from the therapist. He sits down next to me and says he'll support whatever I decide about Lori, that he trusts my judgment and knows I'll protect Zoe. He says he sees how hard I'm working to balance anger with healing, how I'm trying to do the right thing even when it's unclear what the right thing is. He says he's proud of the person I'm becoming through this mess, that I'm not letting revenge consume me anymore. I start crying, and he pulls me into his arms, and I think about how easily this could have destroyed my marriage too. How Paul could have left when I was spiraling, when I was so focused on hurting Lori that I shut him out. But he stayed, and he's still here, and I'm grateful for that in a way I can't put into words. I sit down at the kitchen table the next Saturday morning and write back to Lori. The letter takes me 3 hours, and I throw away 5 drafts before I get it right. I acknowledge her apology, tell her I read every word, and I believe she's sorry. Then I write the hard part, about how I reported her daycare, about how I wanted her to hurt the way she hurt me. I tell her I was angry and wanted revenge, but also that those kids really weren't safe with her. I lay out my boundaries in clear language. Continued sobriety, respect for my family, time to rebuild trust. I tell her I'm not ready for our old relationship back because that's gone forever, but maybe we can figure out something new. I sign it and put it in an envelope before I can change my mind, drive to the post office and drop it in the mailbox outside. My hands are trembling when I let go of the envelope. Lori's response comes back in 7 days. The envelope is thin, and when I open it, there are just 2 paragraphs on a single page. She thanks me for being honest about reporting her, says she knows those kids weren't safe and she's grateful nobody got seriously hurt. She agrees to all my boundaries without arguing or making excuses. The second paragraph says she's not asking for our old relationship back because she understands that's gone, that we can't pretend nothing happened. But maybe we can build something new based on truth instead of the pretense we had before. She signs it your sister. Trying and I stare at those last 2 words for a long time. I fold this letter and put it in the drawer with the first one, 2 pieces of paper that represent something broken and maybe starting to heal. 3 months crawl by after the court hearing. I agree to meet Lori at Mom's house for coffee with Mom there the whole time. I almost cancel on Tuesday, then again on Friday morning. Paul drives me there and parks on the street, says he'll wait in the car and read his book. I walk up to Mom's front door feeling like I might pass out. Lori is already there when I come in, sitting at the kitchen table. She looks so different from the last time I saw her at the courthouse. Her face has filled out. Her skin looks healthy instead of gray. Her eyes are focused and clear. When she says hello, her voice doesn't shake and neither do her hands wrapped around her coffee mug. We sit at Mom's kitchen table where we ate cereal before school as kids, where we did homework and played cards and fought over who got the last cookie. Everything feels familiar. The scratches in the wood, the way the chair creaks, Mom's coffee pot gurgling on the counter. But everything is also completely different, because we're different now, changed by what we did to each other. The conversation is careful and awkward, like we're both walking through a room full of broken glass and bare feet. Lori tells me about her outpatient program, how they meet 3 times a week and work through the 12 steps. She talks about her new job stocking shelves at the grocery store, early morning shifts that keep her busy and tired in a good way. I tell her about Zoe's play therapy, how she's sleeping better now, how she made the all-star soccer team last month. We talk about Mom's garden, about the weather, about nothing important and everything safe. What happened sits between us like a wall we both pretend isn't there, but we feel it in every pause, every careful word choice. Lori doesn't mention CPS and I don't mention the daycare investigation, but they're present in the silence, in the way we both avoid certain topics. After 45 minutes, my coffee is cold and my shoulders ache from tension. I stand up and say I should get going, and Lori nods and thanks me for coming. Mom walks me to the door and squeezes my hand, and I drive home feeling like I just ran a marathon. Paul asks how it went, and I tell him it was hard, but okay, that we talked without fighting, and he says that's progress. I spend the rest of the day exhausted but not destroyed, and maybe that's the best I can hope for right now. 2 days later, I'm folding laundry when Zoe comes into the room holding her soccer trophy. She asks if Aunt Lori is feeling better now, if maybe she could come watch her play again sometime. The question catches me completely off guard because I didn't realize how much Zoe still thought about her aunt, how much she missed having Lori in her life. I sit down on the bed and pull Zoe onto my lap, and she's getting so big now, almost too heavy to hold like this. I ask what made her think about Aunt Lori, and Zoe says she remembers how Lori used to bring orange slices to her games and cheer really loud. I've been so focused on my own hurt, on protecting myself from more pain, that I didn't consider what Zoe lost when Lori disappeared from our lives. I tell Zoe that Aunt Lori was sick for a while, but she's getting better, and maybe we can see her again soon. Zoe's face lights up and she asks when, and I say I need to figure out what's safe first. After Zoe leaves to play, I sit there with the laundry basket and start thinking about what a visit might look like. Where would we meet? Who would be there? How long would it last? What boundaries would I need? I make a list on my phone of conditions that would make me feel safe, and by the time Paul gets home, I have a plan forming. I call Mom the next morning and tell her I want to try a supervised visit with Lori and Zoe at her house. Mom sounds surprised but happy, and we work out the details. 30 minutes maximum, Mom present the whole time, me ready to leave instantly if anything feels wrong. I tell Lori through Mom that this is happening, that she needs to be on time and appropriate and understand this is a trial. The morning of the visit, I'm so nervous I feel sick, checking my watch every 5 minutes, rehearsing reasons to leave if I need to. Zoe is excited and keeps asking if we're going to Grandma's yet, and I make her change her shirt twice because I need something to do with my hands. We arrive and Lori is already there, sitting on Mom's couch looking nervous too. Zoe runs to her and Lori hugs her, and I watch them like a hawk, analyzing every word, every gesture, every expression. Lori is gentle with Zoe, asking about school and soccer, listening when Zoe talks about her friends. When Zoe asks why she hasn't visited, Lori says she was sick for a while, but she's feeling better now, and Zoe accepts this explanation easily the way kids do. They look at a book together, and Lori helps Zoe with a puzzle, and the whole time I'm sitting 3 feet away ready to intervene. Mom brings out cookies and milk, and Zoe chatters happily while eating, and I realize my daughter is okay with this, that maybe I'm the one struggling more. After exactly 30 minutes, I stand up and say we need to go, and Zoe whines that she wants to stay longer. Lori says goodbye nicely and doesn't push for more time, and we leave. In the car, Zoe talks about how fun it was to see Aunt Lori, and I grip the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turn white. When we get home, I go straight to the bathroom and lean against the sink, shaking from adrenaline and relief that nothing bad happened. The visit went well enough that 3 days later, Zoe asks when she can see Aunt Lori again. I'm making dinner, and the question makes me pause with the knife in my hand. I realize my daughter is healing faster than I am, that she's ready to forgive and move forward while I'm still stuck in the past. Over the next month, we do 2 more supervised visits at Mom's house. Same conditions, same setup. Each time Lori shows up sober and appropriate, respectful of boundaries, gentle with Zoe. She doesn't ask for more time or different conditions, just accepts what I'm willing to give. During the 3rd visit, I watch Lori help Zoe build a tower with blocks, and I see glimpses of the sister I used to know, the one who taught me to ride a bike and stood up for me in middle school. I start to believe maybe she really is changing, that the drunk, angry person who called CPS isn't who she is anymore. Maybe the treatment is working. Maybe she's committed to staying sober. Maybe this isn't just an act. Paul says he can see the difference too, that Lori seems genuinely better, and I want to trust that, but I'm scared to let my guard down. In my therapy session the following week, I finally talk about the full complexity of what happened between me and Lori. My therapist asks me to sit with the uncomfortable truth that we both hurt each other, that there's no clear villain in this story. Lori hurt me first with the false CPS report, but I hurt her worse by getting her investigated and arrested. We both weaponized systems meant to protect children. Both used them for revenge instead of safety. I'm not the hero I wanted to be, the righteous mother protecting her family. I'm also not the villain Lori probably saw, the sister who destroyed her life out of spite. I'm somewhere in the middle, a hurt person who made destructive choices, and that's hard to accept. My therapist helps me understand that moral certainty is easier than moral complexity, that it's more comfortable to be completely right or completely wrong. But real life is messier than that, and I have to live with the discomfort of being both victim and perpetrator. It doesn't feel like resolution, like some big moment of clarity where everything makes sense. It just feels like truth, uncomfortable and complicated and real. We celebrate Zoe's 6th birthday at Mom's house 3 weeks later, and for the first time in almost a year, Paul, Mom, Lori, and I are all in the same room together. The atmosphere is tense and awkward, with long silences and careful conversations about nothing important. But Zoe is happy, surrounded by family, blowing out candles on her cake with her face glowing. Lori gives Zoe a small wrapped present, and when Zoe opens it, it's a book about being brave. Zoe hugs her aunt tight, and Lori's eyes fill with tears, and I watch them and feel this complicated mix of emotions I can't untangle. Grief for what we lost, for the close relationship we used to have that's gone forever. Guilt for my role in destroying it, for letting revenge consume me. But also cautious gratitude for what we're slowly building, this new relationship based on honesty instead of pretending everything is fine. After cake, Paul suggests we take a family photo and we all stand together awkwardly while Mom sets up her camera. The photo shows us smiling but tense, a family that survived something terrible and is trying to figure out how to be a family again. 10 months after I made those calls to CPS, Lori and I have settled into a limited but real relationship. We see each other at family events like birthdays and holidays, exchange occasional texts about Mom or practical things. We're not close and probably never will be again, not like we were growing up. Too much has happened, too much damage done on both sides. She stays sober, goes to her meetings, works her grocery store job, lives in her sober living house. I stay in therapy, work on my marriage, focus on being present for Zoe instead of consumed by anger. We both live with what we did to each other, carrying the weight of our choices. Some days I still feel guilty about reporting her, about the arrest and the probation and the permanent record. Some days I still feel justified, remembering Zoe's nightmares and the $4,000 and the month of hell Lori put us through. Most days I feel both, guilt and justification existing together, and I'm learning that's okay. My family survived, scarred but intact, changed by what happened but still here. Paul and I are stronger now, having worked through the crisis together. Zoe is healing, sleeping through the night, happy and healthy. Mom has both her daughters back in her life, even if we're not the daughters she raised. And me? I'm learning that sometimes the best outcome you can hope for isn't happiness or resolution or everything working out perfectly. Sometimes the best outcome is just survival, is making it through something terrible and coming out the other side still breathing, still trying, still human. My sister threw a wine glass and had a screaming meltdown at Thanksgiving because I didn't tell her about my pregnancy before announcing it to the whole family. So I announced her biggest secret. Me and my husband Oliver found out I was pregnant in early October after trying for 2 years. We were so excited but also terrified because I'd had an early miscarriage the year before that devastated us. My doctor said everything looked good, but recommended waiting until after 12 weeks to tell people just to be safe. We decided Thanksgiving would be perfect since the whole family would be together, and we'd be at 14 weeks by then. I only told my brother Leo and my cousin Amy because they both knew about the miscarriage and kept checking on me. They promised not to tell anyone and actually kept their word. My sister Gina is 34 and has 4 kids and thinks that makes her the pregnancy expert of the family. She called me the week before Thanksgiving asking if I had any news to share. I said no, just looking forward to seeing everyone. She said I seemed different lately and wondered if something was going on. I changed the subject to her kids and she let it go, but I could tell she was suspicious. The thing about Gina is she literally cannot keep information to herself. When I got into my master's program, I told her first because I was so excited and wanted to share with my sister. She called our mom an hour later and announced it before I could. When Oliver proposed, I called her crying happy tears, and she immediately posted about it online, tagging our entire family before I could tell anyone myself. When I got promoted at work, she told everyone at Sunday dinner before I arrived. She always says she's just so excited for me she can't help herself, but it's really about her being the one with information to share. So this time Oliver and I agreed we wouldn't tell her until we told everyone. Thanksgiving came, and after dinner I stood up and said we had an announcement. I told everyone we were expecting and due in May. Everyone started cheering and hugging us except Gina, who just stared at me. Then she started crying. Not happy tears, but angry tears. She asked how long I'd known, and I said about 6 weeks. She lost it. She stood up and yelled that I was supposed to tell her first. She said she'd told me about all 4 of her pregnancies before anyone else, and I'd betrayed her by not doing the same. She said sisters were supposed to share everything, and I'd made her look stupid. My mom tried to calm her down, but Gina turned on her and asked if she knew. When my mom said no, Gina asked who did know. Amy and Leo stayed quiet, but Gina figured it out and started screaming at them too for keeping secrets. She said the whole family was against her and treating her like she couldn't be trusted. My dad told her to calm down and be happy for me, but she said how could she be happy when I'd deliberately excluded her from the most important news. She said I'd ruined our relationship and she'd never forgive me for making her the last to know. Then she went after Oliver, saying he'd turned me against my own sister. Oliver said we just wanted to wait until we were sure everything was okay. Gina said that was stupid because she would have supported me either way, and now she felt like I didn't consider her real family. She actually said the words, "Real family tells each other everything immediately." The irony was incredible coming from someone who spoiled every important moment I'd ever had. My brother Leo finally spoke up and said maybe if Gina could keep her mouth shut for once, people would tell her things. Gina threw her wine glass at the wall and it shattered everywhere. My 4-year-old nephew started crying. My mom started crying. Gina's husband Jake tried to get her to leave, but she refused. She said she wasn't going anywhere until I apologized for humiliating her. I said I wasn't apologizing for protecting my own announcement. She said I was a terrible sister and she was done with me. She told her kids to get their coats and started packing up the dishes she'd brought. While she was dramatically shoving Tupperware into bags, I stood up and said if we were sharing everything like real family, then everyone should know that Gina had been texting her ex-boyfriend Ryan for the past 6 months. Jake froze. Gina went white. The room went completely silent. Nobody moved. Jake's face changed from confused to hurt in about 2 seconds flat. His mouth opened like he wanted to say something, but nothing came out. Gina's face was white as paper and her hands started shaking. She tried to speak but just made this weird choking sound. Jake grabbed his coat off the back of his chair and headed straight for the door. Gina finally found her voice and started saying it wasn't what I thought, that I didn't understand. But Jake was already out the door. She ran after him and we all heard her yelling his name in the driveway. Her 4 kids just sat there at the table looking scared and confused. The youngest one, the 4-year-old who'd been crying about the glass, started wailing again. My mom jumped up and went over to comfort him, pulling him onto her lap and making those shushing sounds. The other 3 kids just stared at their plates. My dad sat frozen in his chair with this look on his face like someone had hit him with a brick. Amy got up and started picking up the bigger pieces of broken glass from the floor. Leo looked at me with wide eyes but didn't say anything. Oliver squeezed my hand under the table. I could hear Gina outside still yelling at Jake, begging him to wait, to let her explain. Then we heard a car door slam and an engine start. Gina's voice got louder, more desperate, but the car drove away. The sound of it faded down the street and then it was quiet except for the kids crying. Gina came back inside about 20 minutes later. Her mascara was running down her face in black streaks, and her eyes were all red and puffy. She stood in the doorway breathing hard like she'd been running. She looked around at all of us and then said Jake drove off and wouldn't answer her calls. She pulled out her phone and tried calling again right there in front of everyone. We could all hear it go straight to voicemail. She tried texting and her hands were shaking so bad she kept having to retype. Then she turned and looked right at me with this expression of pure hate. She screamed that I'd destroyed her marriage and ruined her children's lives just to get revenge over a stupid pregnancy announcement. She said I was evil and cruel and she'd never forgive me. My mom tried to calm her down, but Gina just kept screaming at me. She said I'd planned this whole thing, that I'd been waiting for the perfect moment to humiliate her in front of everyone. Oliver stood up and told her that wasn't true, that she'd started all of this by attacking me. Gina told him to shut up and said he'd turned me against my own family. The kids were all crying now, even the older ones. My nephew, who's 12, had his head down on the table with his arms over it. My dad finally spoke up. His voice was quiet but firm, and he said Gina needed to take responsibility for her own choices instead of blaming me for exposing them. He said she made the decision to text Ryan and she made the decision to lie to Jake about it. Gina turned on him and said he didn't understand, that nobody understood how hard her life was. She started crying harder and sank down into one of the dining room chairs. She put her face in her hands and her whole body shook. My mom went over and put a hand on her shoulder. Gina looked up at her and said she'd been so unhappy for years but didn't know how to fix it. She said being a mom to 4 kids were exhausting, and Jake worked all the time and she felt invisible in her own life. She said texting Ryan made her feel like herself again, like the person she used to be before marriage and kids took over everything. She said she never meant for it to go this far and she never physically cheated, but she knew it was wrong. She kept saying she was sorry over and over, but she was looking at my mom, not at me. My mom suggested Gina should take the kids home and that we all needed space to process what happened. Gina nodded and started gathering up her kids' coats and shoes. She packed up all the dishes she'd brought, shoving containers into bags with shaking hands. None of her kids would look at her. The 12-year-old grabbed his little brother's hand and led him toward the door. Gina didn't look at me even once while she was leaving. She just herded her kids out to her van and drove away. After they left, Amy got the broom and dustpan and swept up all the tiny pieces of glass. Leo and I cleared the table without talking. My mom was crying quietly at the kitchen sink. My dad just sat at the table staring at nothing. Oliver helped me carry dishes to the kitchen. The whole house felt heavy and sad, nothing like how Thanksgiving was supposed to be. Oliver and I left about an hour later after helping clean up. The drive home was quiet at first. Then about halfway there, I just started crying. I couldn't stop. All I could think about was how I'd wanted this to be a happy memory of announcing our baby, and instead it turned into this horrible disaster. Oliver reached over and held my hand while he drove. He said Gina's choices weren't my fault. He reminded me that she'd attacked me first, that she'd thrown a glass and had a complete meltdown over me not telling her about my pregnancy early. He said I had every right to defend myself after she came at me so hard. I knew he was right, but I still felt terrible. I kept seeing Jake's face when I said about Ryan and how it changed from confused to completely broken. I kept hearing Gina's kids crying. Oliver pulled into our driveway and turned off the car. He hugged me and let me cry on his shoulder. He said we were going to be okay, and the baby was going to be okay, and that was what mattered most. We went inside and I took a long shower and cried some more. Oliver made tea and we sat on the couch. He put on a movie, but neither of us really watched it. The next morning, I woke up and checked my phone. 17 missed calls from different family members. There were texts from my mom, my dad, Leo, Amy, and even some cousins I barely talked to. The longest text was from my mom asking me to explain how I knew about Ryan. I called her back right away. She answered on the first ring. I told her the whole story about how I saw the text on Gina's phone last month when she asked me to check a message while she was driving. I said I'd seen Ryan's name pop up with a bunch of heart emojis, and when I opened it, there were dozens of messages going back months. I said they were flirty and inappropriate, and I'd been carrying that knowledge around not knowing what to do with it. My mom sighed really loud. She said she wished I'd told her privately instead of announcing it like that in front of everyone. I said I wished Gina hadn't thrown a glass and screamed at me for protecting my pregnancy announcement. My mom went quiet for a minute. Then she said she understood I was defending myself, but that the way I did it caused a lot of damage. I asked if she'd talked to Gina, and she said Gina called her at 3 a.m. hysterical. She said Jake still wasn't answering Gina's calls and Gina didn't know where he went. My dad called me separately about an hour later. He said he supported me and thought Gina needed a wake-up call about her behavior. He said she'd been acting entitled for years and treating people badly without consequences. But he also said he was worried about Jake and the kids. He asked if I knew anything else about the Ryan situation beyond what I'd said at dinner. I told him I only saw a few flirty texts, but didn't know how deep it went. I said I didn't know if they'd met up or if it was just texting. My dad said Jake was probably trying to figure that out too. He said he hoped they could work it out for the kids' sake, but he wouldn't blame Jake if he couldn't get past it. We talked for a while about the whole mess. He said holidays were supposed to bring families together, but this one had blown everything apart. Before we hung up, he told me to take care of myself and the baby, and not let all this stress affect my pregnancy. 3 days went by with no word from Gina. I texted her once to ask if she was okay, but she didn't respond. Leo called and said he'd driven by her house and her van was there, but nobody answered the door. My mom was worried sick and kept calling Gina, but Gina only answered once to say she was fine and needed space. Jake finally responded to my dad's messages on the 3rd day. He said he was staying at his brother Justin's place and needed time to think. My dad asked if he wanted to talk, but Jake said not yet. That same afternoon, Justin called my dad. Justin wanted to know what exactly happened at Thanksgiving because Jake wouldn't give him details. My dad explained the whole thing from start to finish. He told Justin about my pregnancy announcement and Gina's meltdown and the wine glass, and then me revealing about Ryan. Justin was quiet for a long time after my dad finished. Then he said Jake had shown up at his door Thursday night looking destroyed and had barely spoken since. He said Jake just sat on his couch staring at the TV without really watching it. Justin asked my dad if he knew how serious the thing with Ryan was. My dad said none of us knew for sure, but that Gina had admitted to texting him for months. Justin said this was going to get ugly, and he hoped everyone was ready for it. I spent the next few days basically hiding in our apartment. Oliver had to go back to work on Monday, so I was alone with my thoughts and my phone, which kept lighting up with messages. Most of them I ignored. Leo showed up on Tuesday evening with Chinese takeout and let himself in with the spare key we gave him. He set the bags on the counter and pulled out plates without asking if I was hungry. I appreciated that he didn't make a big deal out of it. He just started opening containers and dishing out fried rice like it was any normal Tuesday. We ate at the kitchen table and he told me Gina had been all over Facebook posting weird status updates. He showed me his phone and I read through them. One said something about how blood doesn't always mean loyalty. Another was about how some people will stab you in the back when you least expect it. The comments section under each post was full of relatives asking what was wrong and if she was okay. Leo scrolled further and showed me one where our aunt had commented, asking if this was about Thanksgiving. Gina had responded with a crying emoji and said some people in the family had shown their true colors. I felt sick reading it. She was making herself look like the victim when she was the one who threw a glass and screamed at me. Leo put his phone away and told me not to let it get to me. He said anyone with half a brain could see through Gina's drama. But I knew that wasn't true because not everyone had been there to see what actually happened. Wednesday afternoon, my phone buzzed with a text from Amy. She said her mom had called her that morning asking about Thanksgiving. Apparently, someone had told Amy's mom a totally twisted version of events. According to what she heard, I had announced Gina's private business in front of everyone just to embarrass her because I was mad she didn't know about my pregnancy first. Amy said her mom actually asked if that was true. Amy told her the real story, but she wasn't sure her mom believed her completely. I texted back asking who told her mom that version, and Amy said she didn't know, but it had to be someone from Gina's side. I was so angry I wanted to throw my phone across the room. Gina was out there spinning the whole thing to make me look like some horrible person who went after her on purpose. She wasn't telling anyone that she had a complete meltdown at my pregnancy announcement, or that she threw a wine glass at the wall. She wasn't mentioning that she screamed at me and demanded an apology for protecting my own news. I texted Amy back and told her I couldn't believe Gina was doing this. Amy sent back a string of messages saying half the extended family probably thought I was the bad guy now. She said Gina had always been good at playing victim and making people feel sorry for her. I knew that was true, but it didn't make it any less frustrating. Thursday morning, my mom called. I almost didn't answer, but I knew she'd just keep calling until I picked up. She asked how I was feeling and if the baby was okay. I told her everything was fine physically. Then she got quiet for a second before saying she wanted to have a family meeting on Sunday. She said everyone needed to sit down and talk through what happened calmly, like adults. She specifically said Gina and Jake were invited if they would come. I felt my stomach drop. The last thing I wanted was more family drama. I told my mom I didn't think that was a good idea because I didn't need the stress right now. She said she understood, but that we couldn't just let this fester and tear the family apart. I said Gina was the one tearing things apart by lying about what happened. My mom sighed and said that was exactly why we needed to talk face to face. After I hung up, I told Oliver about it. He was loading the dishwasher and he stopped to look at me. He said maybe we should go so we could tell everyone our side of the story. I wasn't convinced, but he pointed out that if we didn't show up, Gina would control the whole narrative. He was right. I texted my mom back and said we'd be there. Sunday came way too fast. Oliver and I drove to my parents' house and my stomach was in knots the whole way. When we walked in, Leo was already there sitting on the couch. Amy showed up a few minutes later. My parents were in the kitchen making coffee and setting out cookies like this was some normal family gathering. Then Jake walked in alone. He looked terrible. His eyes were red and he had dark circles under them like he hadn't slept in days. My mom asked where Gina was and Jake pulled out his phone to show us a text. It said she refused to be in the same room as me and that she had nothing to say to any of us. My dad shook his head and muttered something under his breath. We all sat down in the living room and it was super awkward for a minute. Nobody knew how to start. Finally, Jake spoke up. He said he'd confronted Gina about Ryan the night of Thanksgiving after they got home. She'd admitted everything. Jake's voice cracked when he said they'd been texting every single day for 6 months. He said she'd also confessed to meeting up with Ryan for coffee twice. Once in September and once in early November. My mom put her hand over her mouth. Jake kept talking. He said Gina swore nothing physical happened between them. No kissing, no touching, just talking. But Jake said it didn't matter because she'd been having an emotional affair and lying to him about it for half a year. Leo asked if Jake believed her that nothing physical happened. Jake said he didn't know what to believe anymore. He said he'd checked her phone records and the text to Ryan went back even further than 6 months. More like 8 or 9 months. He'd also found emails between them that Gina had deleted, but that were still in her trash folder. Jake said reading those emails made him feel sick because Gina had been complaining about him to Ryan and telling Ryan she missed the way things used to be between them. My dad asked what Jake was going to do. Jake said he was thinking about separation. He said he couldn't stay in the house right now because every time he looked at Gina, he felt angry and betrayed. He was staying at his brother's place and only going home when Gina took the kids somewhere, so he could grab more clothes. Then Jake looked right at me and asked if anyone else in the family had known about Ryan before Thanksgiving. Everyone said no, except me. I admitted I'd known for about a month after seeing the texts on her phone. Jake nodded slowly like he was processing that. He didn't seem mad at me. He actually thanked me for telling him even though it came out the way it did. My mom spoke up then. She said maybe I could have handled it differently. Maybe I could have pulled Jake aside privately instead of announcing it in front of everyone. I felt my face get hot. I told her Gina was literally screaming at me and throwing things and demanding I apologize to her. I said I wasn't thinking about the best way to handle anything in that moment. I was defending myself after she ruined what was supposed to be a happy announcement about my baby. My dad jumped in and backed me up. He said Gina had created this whole situation with years of not respecting boundaries and with her own choices about Ryan. He said I shouldn't be blamed for finally standing up to her. My mom looked like she wanted to argue, but she didn't. Leo changed the subject a little. He said this wasn't really about the pregnancy announcement anymore. He said Gina and Jake needed to figure out their marriage without dragging all of us through it. Jake agreed. He said he was going to tell Gina that if she wanted to save their relationship, they needed marriage counseling. He said he couldn't move forward without professional help because the trust was completely broken. After everyone left, I felt drained. Oliver drove us home and I stared out the window the whole way. That evening, I got a Facebook message from someone I hadn't talked to in a while. Nora Hensley. She was a family friend who'd known my parents for years. Her message said she'd heard about what happened at Thanksgiving and wanted to reach out. She said she'd been through something similar with her own sister about 10 years ago. Her sister had boundary issues too and would share Nora's private information with everyone. Nora said it took her years to figure out how to set firm boundaries and stick to them. She offered to talk if I wanted advice. I messaged her back and we ended up talking on the phone for over an hour. She told me about specific things that had worked for her, like being really clear about what information was okay to share and what wasn't. She also said sometimes you have to accept that certain family members won't change and you have to protect yourself accordingly. Talking to Nora made me feel less alone. She got it in a way that people who haven't dealt with this kind of thing just don't. 2 weeks went by. Gina didn't contact me at all during that time. I heard updates through my mom and Leo. Gina and Jake were going to counseling. Jake had moved back home, but they were sleeping in separate rooms. Gina had blocked Ryan on everything and sent him some message saying she was wrong and needed to focus on her marriage. I didn't know if that was true or just what Gina was telling people. Then on a Wednesday afternoon, my phone buzzed with a text from Gina. It said we needed to talk in person without everyone else around. My hands were shaking when I read it. I showed Oliver and he asked if I wanted him to come with me. I said yes immediately. I wasn't ready to face Gina alone. I texted her back and suggested meeting at a coffee shop near our apartment. She agreed. We set it for Saturday morning at 10. Saturday came and I barely slept the night before. Oliver and I got to the coffee shop 15 minutes early. I ordered a decaf latte and we sat at a table in the back corner. Gina walked in right at 10 and she looked awful. Her hair was pulled back in a messy ponytail and she had no makeup on. She had dark circles under her eyes that matched Jake's. She sat down across from us and immediately started crying. She said her whole life was falling apart. She said Jake barely looked at her anymore, and her kids kept asking why Daddy was sleeping in the guest room. She said she couldn't eat or sleep and she felt like she was losing her mind. Then she looked at me and said throwing the wine glass was wrong. She said there was no excuse for it and she was sorry. I didn't say anything. I just waited to see what else she would say. Gina kept crying and said she'd been jealous of me for years. She said everything seemed to come so easily to me. My education, my career, my marriage to Oliver. She said she felt stuck and unhappy and watching me succeed at everything made it worse. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Gina had always seemed so happy with her life. 4 kids, a nice house, a husband who worked hard. Meanwhile, I'd been struggling to get pregnant for 2 years and dealing with a miscarriage that broke my heart. I thought she had everything figured out while I was the one who couldn't get it right. But here she was telling me she felt trapped. She said being a mom was all she did anymore. She said she loved her kids, but sometimes she forgot who she was before them. She said watching me travel for work and go out with friends and have time for hobbies made her feel like she'd given up everything. She said she knew it was wrong to resent me, but she couldn't help it. She wiped her eyes with a napkin and said, texting Ryan made her remember when she was young and had her whole life ahead of her. She said it was stupid and she knew it wasn't real, but it felt good to have someone ask about her day and care about what she thought. Oliver reached over and squeezed my hand under the table. Gina looked at both of us and said she was sorry for throwing the glass. She said she was sorry for ruining my pregnancy announcement. She said she knew she had a problem with needing attention and being the first to know things. She said it made her feel important when she could share news before anyone else. She said her therapist was helping her understand why she did it. She said Jake told her he wanted counseling or he was leaving. She said she'd already had 3 sessions by herself and they were starting couples counseling next week. She said she was trying to change, but it was hard. I sat there for a minute just processing everything. Then I told her I forgave her for Thanksgiving. I said I understood she was going through stuff, but I needed her to respect my boundaries from now on. I said that meant not sharing my personal news without asking me first. I said it meant not making my moments about her. She nodded and said she would try. She asked if I would consider doing family therapy with her eventually. She said her therapist thought it might help us rebuild our relationship. I said maybe after we both had some time to work on ourselves separately. She seemed okay with that answer. We talked for a few more minutes about nothing important. Then Oliver and I got up to leave. Gina hugged me before we walked out and it felt different from usual. Less performative, more genuine. In the car, Oliver asked how I felt. I said I was cautiously hopeful but still hurt. I said I wanted to believe Gina was really changing, but I'd heard promises before. He said we'd take it one day at a time and see what happened. When we got home, I took a nap because the whole thing had drained me. A few days later, my dad called and said Jake had reached out to him. Jake told my dad that he and Gina were starting marriage counseling with someone named Aaron Simmons. My dad said Aaron specialized in dealing with affairs and trust problems. Jake had moved back into the house, but he was sleeping in the guest room. He told my dad he had conditions for staying. Gina had to be completely honest about everything with Ryan. She had to go to individual therapy. She had to respect boundaries with her phone and social media. My dad said Jake seemed serious about making it work, but also serious about his expectations. I was glad Jake wasn't just letting it slide. Gina needed to face real consequences. My next doctor appointment was 2 days after that conversation. Oliver came with me like he always did. The ultrasound tech measured everything and said the baby was growing perfectly. My doctor came in after and checked my blood pressure. She said everything looked great. She asked how my stress levels were, and I admitted the family drama had been rough. She said she could tell from my last appointment that I was tense. But she said this appointment showed the baby was doing fine despite everything. She reminded me that I needed to take care of myself and not let family stuff affect my health. She said the baby needed me to stay calm and healthy. I promised I would try. That weekend, my phone buzzed with a text from Gina. She sent me a photo of a piece of paper. It was homework from her therapist. The assignment was to write down every time she'd crossed someone's boundaries and think about making amends. I zoomed in on the photo. My pregnancy announcement was at the top of the list, but there were so many other things. She'd told my mom about Leo's girlfriend before he could. She'd posted about Amy's new job before Amy announced it. She'd shared my cousin's engagement news in the family group chat. She'd told people about my dad's health scare when he specifically asked her not to. The list went on and on, 12 different incidents just on the first page. Seeing it all written out made me realize this wasn't just about me. Gina had been doing this to everyone for years. I texted her back and said I appreciated her being honest about it. She sent back a heart emoji. My mom called me a week later sounding worried. She said Christmas was coming up in a few weeks. She asked if I thought we could all get together without more drama. I said I didn't know, but I was willing to try if everyone else was. She suggested doing something casual instead of a big formal dinner. Maybe just appetizers and games at our house. Nothing fancy. Lower pressure. I said that sounded better than trying to recreate a normal holiday. She said she'd talk to everyone else and see if they agreed. A few days later, she texted our family group chat with the plan. Everyone responded saying they were okay with it. The following Saturday, Leo and Amy came over to help us start setting up the nursery. Oliver had painted the walls the weekend before. Now we needed to put together furniture and organize baby clothes. Leo worked on assembling the crib while Amy helped me fold tiny outfits. She held up a onesie that said, "Mommy's Little Miracle," and made a joke about how at least my baby would have plenty of stories about family dysfunction to learn from. I laughed because it was true. This kid was going to grow up hearing about the Thanksgiving when Aunt Gina threw a wine glass. Oliver brought us pizza for lunch and we ate sitting on the floor surrounded by boxes. It felt good to focus on something positive instead of all the drama. By the end of the day, we had the crib built and the dresser assembled. The room was starting to look like an actual nursery. On Tuesday, I got a notification that I had mail. I went down to the mailbox and found a letter from Gina. No return address, but I recognized her handwriting. I opened it while walking back upstairs. It was 2 pages long. She started by saying her therapist helped her write it, but the words were all hers. She said she was sorry for every time she'd stolen my moments. She listed specific examples going back years. My graduation, my engagement, my promotion. She said she understood now that she did it because she felt invisible in her own life. She said making herself the messenger made her feel important and needed. She said it was selfish and wrong. She said she'd hurt me over and over and never really apologized before. She said she wasn't asking me to forgive her right away or trust her again immediately. She said she just wanted me to know she understood what she'd done and why it was wrong. She said she was committed to changing even if it was hard. There were no excuses in the letter. No, but I was just excited, or I didn't mean to hurt you. Just straight accountability. I read it twice and then showed it to Oliver. He said it seemed like real progress. I agreed, but part of me was still waiting for the other shoe to drop. Christmas came faster than I expected. My mom called the week before asking if everyone was still okay with the casual gathering idea. I said yes and asked if Gina was planning to come. My mom said Gina confirmed she'd be there with her family and seemed excited about it. I felt nervous, but also curious to see if the changes were real or just temporary. Oliver reminded me that we didn't have to stay long if things got uncomfortable. We could always leave early if Gina started acting like her old self. The morning of Christmas Eve, my dad texted me saying he'd talked to Jake the night before. Jake told him the marriage counseling was actually helping them communicate better for the first time in years. He said Gina had been completely open with her phone and told him everywhere she went. She blocked Ryan on all her social media and messaging apps. She even wrote Ryan a message before blocking him saying she was wrong to talk to him and needed to focus on fixing her marriage. My dad said Jake seemed cautiously hopeful that they could work things out. I texted back asking if he thought Gina would actually keep it up, or if this was just temporary. My dad said only time would tell, but he'd never seen her take responsibility like this before. We arrived at my parents' house around noon, and Leo was already there helping set up appetizers. Amy showed up right after us with a cheese board she'd made. The house felt relaxed instead of tense like Thanksgiving had been. My mom had put out board games and card games on the coffee table. She made it clear this wasn't about a fancy meal or perfect decorations. Gina arrived with Jake and the kids around 1. I watched her walk in carrying a wrapped present and a casserole dish. She spotted me across the room and gave me a small wave. Not the dramatic hug she usually forced on people, just a simple wave. She set her stuff down and came over to where Oliver and I were standing near the fireplace. She asked how I was feeling and if the pregnancy was going well. I said everything was good and the baby was healthy. She smiled and said she was really happy for us. Then she actually walked away to go help my mom in the kitchen instead of standing there dominating the conversation. I looked at Oliver and he raised his eyebrows like he was thinking the same thing I was. This was different. Throughout the afternoon, Gina kept surprising me. When Leo started telling a story about something funny that happened at his job, she listened instead of interrupting with her own story. When Amy mentioned she was thinking about getting a dog, Gina asked questions instead of immediately giving advice. When my dad brought up my pregnancy and asked how I was handling the symptoms, Gina let me answer without jumping in with her 4 pregnancies worth of expertise. She was present, but not overwhelming. She participated without taking over. We played a few rounds of cards, and Gina laughed at jokes and seemed genuinely relaxed. Her kids were running around playing with toys, and she wasn't constantly hovering or making everything about being a perfect mom. Jake looked more at ease than I'd seen him in months. He actually smiled when Gina made a joke about her terrible card hand. Before we ate dinner, Gina pulled a wrapped box out of her bag and handed it to me. She said it was for the baby, and she hoped I liked it. I opened it and found a handmade baby blanket with little stars and moons sewn into the fabric. It was beautiful, and clearly took a lot of time to make. I thanked her, and she said she'd been working on it for the past few weeks in her free time. She didn't make a big announcement about it or try to get everyone's attention. She just gave it to me quietly and seemed genuinely happy when I said it was perfect. After dinner, my mom pulled me into the kitchen while everyone else was cleaning up. She hugged me and said thank you for giving Gina another chance. She said she could see real changes in her daughter, and it meant everything to have both her girls getting along again. I told my mom I was still being careful, but I had to admit Gina seemed different today. My mom said she'd been praying for this, and watching Gina actually work on herself gave her hope. I said I was hopeful too, but I needed to see if Gina could keep this up long term. My mom understood and said that was fair. We went back out to the living room and spent the rest of the evening playing games and talking. Gina stayed until around 8 and then said her kids needed to get home for bed. She hugged everyone goodbye, including me. It was a normal hug. Not too long or too tight. Just a regular sister hug. She told me to text her if I needed anything and then left with her family. After they were gone, Leo came over and asked what I thought. I said I didn't know what to think because it was so different from how Gina usually acted. He said maybe the whole Thanksgiving disaster actually shocked her into changing. Amy joined us and said she was impressed because Gina didn't try to make a single thing about herself all day. Oliver said it was definitely progress, but we should stay cautious. I agreed. One good day didn't erase years of boundary stomping, but it was a start. The first week of January, my phone rang with a number I didn't recognize. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. It was Gina. She said she was calling from her therapist's office because Aaron wanted to know if I'd be willing to come to one of their sessions. He thought it would help if we could talk through our relationship issues with a professional there to guide the conversation. My stomach dropped because the idea of sitting in therapy with Gina sounded terrible. But then I thought about my baby and how I wanted them to have a relationship with their aunt and cousins. I asked Gina if this was something she actually wanted, or if Aaron was making her do it. She said she wanted to try because she missed having me as her sister. I told her I needed to think about it and talk to Oliver. She said that was fine and to let her know. I hung up and immediately called Oliver at work. He said it was my decision, but he thought it might be good to have a neutral person there to make sure the conversation stayed productive. I talked to Amy that night and she said the same thing. Leo said he'd support whatever I decided. I spent 2 days thinking about it before texting Gina that I'd come to one session. She sent back a thank you message and said Aaron's office would call me to schedule. 3 days later, I walked into a small office building and found the right suite number. Gina was already sitting in the waiting room looking nervous. She gave me a weak smile and I sat down across from her. Neither of us said anything while we waited. A door opened and a man in his 40s with glasses came out. He introduced himself as Aaron and shook my hand. He led us both into his office and we sat on opposite ends of a couch. Aaron sat in a chair facing us and thanked me for coming. He said the goal today was just to start opening up communication, and he'd help make sure we both felt heard. He asked me to start by explaining how Gina's behavior over the years had affected me. I took a breath and said it made me feel like I couldn't trust her with anything important in my life. Every time something good happened to me, she had to be the one to tell everyone else first. It made my accomplishments feel like they belonged to her instead of me. I said the pregnancy announcement was the final straw because I'd already lost one baby and needed to protect this one. Aaron nodded and asked Gina if she understood what I was saying. Gina's eyes were filling with tears, but she said yes. She said she never thought about how her actions made me feel because she was too focused on how being the messenger made her feel important. Aaron asked her to explain that more. Gina said she felt invisible in her own life most of the time. She had 4 kids and a husband, but felt like she'd lost herself completely. When she got to share other people's news, it made her feel relevant and needed. She said it was selfish and wrong, and she understood that now. I felt myself getting emotional hearing her admit this stuff out loud. Erin asked me how it felt to hear Gina's explanation. I said it helped me understand why she did it, but it didn't erase the hurt. Gina nodded and said she wasn't asking me to forget everything. She just wanted a chance to be better. Erin said that was a good place to start and asked if we were both willing to work on rebuilding trust. We both said yes. I spent the next few weeks going to therapy with Erin and having coffee dates with Gina, where we practiced talking without falling into old patterns. She was trying hard to listen, instead of just waiting for her turn to talk. Oliver said he could see the difference in how she acted around me. My belly was getting bigger every day, and I felt the baby moving more and more. Gina texted me one morning asking if she could stop by that afternoon. I said yes, and she showed up at 2 with a bunch of containers. She brought freezer meals she spent all morning making. Casseroles and soups and pasta dishes all labeled with cooking instructions. She said she wanted to help after the baby came and figured having ready-made dinners would be useful. I was surprised and touched because she didn't have to do that. She asked what else I might need, and I told her I wasn't sure yet since this was all new to me. She said to let her know anytime and that she didn't expect to be in the delivery room or anything. She just wanted to be helpful however I was comfortable with. I thanked her and she left after about 30 minutes. Oliver came home from work and saw all the food in the freezer. He said Gina was really making an effort, and it showed. 2 weeks later on a Tuesday night, I was sitting on the couch watching TV when I felt a weird cramping sensation. I stood up and felt water running down my legs. My water broke right there in the living room. I called for Oliver, who came running from the bedroom. He grabbed the hospital bag we packed weeks ago and helped me to the car. The contractions started getting stronger on the drive, and I was breathing through them like we learned in the birthing class. Oliver called my parents from the car and told them we were heading to the hospital. My mom answered and asked if we wanted her to tell Gina. I said yes, because even though we weren't as close as we used to be, she was still my sister, and I wanted her to know. Oliver dropped me at the emergency entrance and went to the park while a nurse got me in a wheelchair. They took me up to labor and delivery and got me into a room. The doctor checked me and said I was already 4 centimeters. The contractions kept getting worse, and I asked for the epidural. The anesthesiologist came and put in the needle, and after about 20 minutes, the pain got better. Oliver sat next to me holding my hand while we waited. My parents showed up around 10 and sat with us for a while. My mom kept telling me I was doing great, and my dad looked nervous. Labor went on for hours and hours. I was exhausted and just wanted it to be over. The doctor kept checking my progress, and finally around 8 the next morning, she said I was ready to push. Oliver stood next to me, coaching me through each push. After what felt like forever, I heard crying, and the doctor said it was a girl. They put her on my chest, and she was perfect. Tiny and pink with a full head of dark hair. Oliver was crying, and I was crying, and we couldn't believe she was finally here. The nurses cleaned her up and weighed her. 7 pounds, 3 ounces. They handed her back to me wrapped in a blanket, and I just stared at her face. My parents came in first to meet their granddaughter. My mom cried and held her while my dad took about 100 pictures. They stayed for an hour before leaving to let us rest. Leo and Amy came next, bringing flowers and a stuffed giraffe. Amy held the baby and said she was beautiful. Leo looked scared to hold her, but finally did, and smiled the whole time. They left after about 30 minutes. Gina showed up last with Jake carrying a big gift bag. She walked over to my bed and asked if she could hold her niece. I said yes and passed the baby to her. Gina's face just melted looking down at her. Tears started running down her cheeks, and she whispered that she was so beautiful. She told me I was going to be an amazing mom. She only stayed 20 minutes before handing the baby back and saying we should rest. She and Jake left, and I felt good about how she handled it. She respected the boundaries without me having to remind her. The first few weeks at home were harder than I expected. The baby cried all the time, and I barely slept. Oliver helped as much as he could, but he had to go back to work after 2 weeks. Gina texted every few days asking how things were going. She offered specific things like picking up groceries or coming over to watch the baby so I could nap. She didn't just show up like she used to. She waited for me to say yes before coming over. One afternoon, I was so tired I couldn't think straight, so I texted her asking if she could come hold the baby for an hour. She was there in 15 minutes. I went upstairs and slept while she rocked the baby downstairs. I woke up feeling so much better. She had also done my dishes and folded the laundry. I thanked her, and she said that's what sisters do. It felt different from before. She was helping because I asked, not because she wanted credit for it. At the 2-month checkup, the pediatrician said the baby was healthy and gaining weight perfectly. She said I was doing a great job as a first-time mom. Oliver and I were starting to figure out a routine. We knew her different cries and when she needed to eat or sleep. Having family around to help made everything easier. My mom came over once a week to give me a break. Leo brought dinner sometimes. Gina checked in regularly but never pushed to come over if I said I was busy. The whole family was being respectful and supportive in ways they hadn't been before. Gina and I met for coffee when the baby was 10 weeks old. We sat outside at a cafe near my house. She told me therapy was helping her understand herself better. She said she realized her whole identity got wrapped up in being a wife and mom, and she forgot who she was. She started taking art classes at the community center on Saturday mornings. She joined a book club that met twice a month. She was finding things that made her happy outside of her family. She seemed lighter somehow, less desperate for attention and validation. I was proud of her for doing the work. My dad mentioned to Oliver one night that Jake told him their marriage was better than it had been in years. Jake said he and Gina were actually talking honestly for the first time. They weren't just going through the motions anymore. The whole crisis with Ryan forced them to deal with problems they'd been ignoring. Jake said he was grateful they got the chance to rebuild instead of just letting things fall apart. Gina was being completely open with her phone and her schedule. She was putting in effort to make Jake feel secure again. It was working. On the baby's 3-month birthday, we had everyone over for dinner. Nothing fancy, just pizza and salad. My parents came, and Leo and Amy and Gina's whole family. The kids played in the backyard while the adults sat around talking. Gina helped set the table and kept the kids from getting too wild. She complimented Amy on her new haircut and asked Leo about his job. She wasn't making everything about herself. She seemed genuinely interested in other people. She held the baby and played with her, but handed her back when she started fussing instead of insisting she could calm her down. Everyone got along without any tension or drama. It felt peaceful in a way our family gatherings never had before. That night, after everyone left, I rocked the baby in the nursery. She was almost asleep in my arms. I thought about Thanksgiving and how terrible it was. The screaming and the broken glass and all the hurt feelings. But it led to real changes. Gina got help and fixed her marriage. We learned to communicate better. Everyone started respecting boundaries. Our family was healthier now than it had been in years. I was happy my daughter would grow up knowing her aunt as the person she was becoming. Someone who was working on herself and trying to be better, not the person who needed to be the center of attention all the time. I was grateful we all found our way here, even though it was messy and painful getting to this point. The baby fell asleep and I put her in the crib. I stood there watching her breathe for a few minutes before going downstairs to Oliver. My sister insisted I was having a girl, threw a pink princess shower, and redecorated my nursery pink. My son was born 3 weeks later. My sister Kara was supposed to be my best friend, and when I got pregnant, she immediately volunteered to throw my baby shower, saying it would be the event of the year. I was thrilled because Kara had this amazing party planning business where she did weddings and corporate events, so I knew she'd make it special. My husband Rob and I decided not to find out the gender, because we wanted to be surprised and told everyone we'd be happy either way. Kara kept pushing us to get the blood test done, saying she needed to know for planning purposes, but we stuck with our decision to wait. She seemed annoyed but said she'd make it work with neutral colors like yellow and green. About 2 months before my due date, Kara called me screaming with excitement, saying she'd had a psychic feeling about the baby. She claimed she'd dreamed 3 nights in a row that I was having a girl, and she was absolutely certain about it. I laughed and reminded her we wouldn't know until birth, but she insisted her intuition was never wrong. She'd correctly predicted our cousin's twins and our friend's baby gender, so people in our family actually took her seriously when she claimed to have these feelings. The shower invitations went out, and I was confused when they were completely pink with princesses and butterflies. Kara said since she knew it was a girl, why waste money on neutral decorations when we could have the perfect princess party? I tried arguing, but she'd already told 60 guests it was a girl shower and bought everything in pink. My mom backed her up, saying Kara's intuition had always been right before, and I should trust my sister. The actual shower was like being hit by a pink explosion. Everything from the tablecloths to the punch was pink. The cake was a 3-tier princess castle with "Welcome Baby Girl" written in glitter. The games were all about guessing the baby girl's name and designing her future wedding dress. The guests had all brought girl clothes, girl toys, and girl everything, because the invitation specifically said we were having a daughter. I sat there uncomfortable while everyone talked about how beautiful she'd be, and how she'd probably look just like me. Rob kept trying to remind people we didn't actually know the gender, but Kara would interrupt, saying her gift was never wrong, and she'd bet money on it being a girl. She actually did take bets from some relatives, collecting almost $500 from people who bet against her. The nursery situation got worse because Kara convinced my mom to surprise me by decorating while I was at the shower. They painted the walls ballet slipper pink with a princess mural, hung up a chandelier, and assembled white furniture with rose gold handles. When I came home to this transformed room, Kara said it was her gift to her future niece. I wanted to cry, but everyone was watching and saying how generous Kara was, so I had to pretend to be grateful. We received mountains of pink clothes, dolls, hair bows, and jewelry boxes for a baby girl who might not exist. The worst part was Kara kept doubling down on her prediction. She told everyone at our family reunion that she'd already bought a pageant dress for when my daughter turned 1. She signed me up for mommy and daughter ballet classes as a gift. She even convinced Rob's mother to embroider Grandma's little princess on a bunch of blankets. Anyone who expressed doubt was told they'd see when the baby arrived, and Kara was proven right once again. Then my son was born. The nurses announced it's a boy, and I saw Kara's face go white in the delivery room. She actually asked them to check again because that was impossible. While I was recovering, she tried to convince Rob that the ultrasound machine could be wrong and we should get a genetic test to be sure. She kept saying her intuition had never failed and there must be some mistake. Rob told her to get out of the room. The real problem hit when we brought our son home to a pink princess nursery with nothing useful for a boy. All the clothes were dresses and ruffles. Every toy was a doll or tea set. We didn't even have appropriate colored blankets because everything was aggressively feminine. Friends and family started calling asking if Kara had been wrong and what we needed for the baby. The people who'd bet against her wanted their money, but Kara claimed the bet was invalid because I must have influenced the outcome somehow. And that's when I decided Kara needed to understand what she'd cost us. First, I calculated everything. The nursery paint and mural, the furniture, the clothes, the toys, everything purchased based on her guaranteed prediction. It came to almost $4,000 of useless items. I sent her an itemized bill for replacing everything, including labor costs for repainting. She laughed and said I was being ridiculous over an honest mistake. So I started returning the favor. I picked up my phone and dialed Christian's number at the party planning office. He answered on the second ring with his usual professional greeting. I put on my sweetest voice and told him I had a referral for a massive wedding consultation, a couple with unlimited budget who specifically requested Kara because they'd heard amazing things about her work. Christian sounded thrilled and asked when the potential clients wanted to meet. I said Saturday morning at 10 and that they were very particular about punctuality, so Kara needed to clear her entire morning. He promised Kara would be there and asked for the address. I gave him the location of a children's birthday party venue about 2 hours away, claiming the clients wanted to meet there because they were considering it for their reception. Christian thanked me repeatedly and said this could be exactly what their business needed right now. Saturday morning arrived and I woke up early to feed Gwendolyn before loading him into the car. Rob asked if I was sure about this plan, and I reminded him that Kara had made decisions about my baby without asking permission, so now she could experience having her time wasted based on someone else's assumptions. The drive took 40 minutes and I arrived at the venue around 9:30. The parking lot was already filling up with minivans, and I could see blue and green balloons tied to the entrance. I parked where I had a clear view of the front door and settled in to wait with Gwendolyn sleeping peacefully in his car seat. At exactly 10 o'clock, Kara's silver sedan pulled into the lot. I watched her check her phone, grab her portfolio case, and walk confidently toward the entrance. She was wearing a professional dress and heels, clearly ready to impress these wealthy fake clients. The venue manager met her at the door, and I could see the confusion on both their faces through the window. Kara kept gesturing to her phone and the manager kept shaking her head. That's when Kara turned and spotted my car in the parking lot. Her face went from confused to angry in about 2 seconds flat. I got out slowly, carefully lifting Gwendolyn's carrier and walked toward the entrance. Kara met me halfway across the parking lot, her heels clicking hard against the pavement. She demanded to know what I was doing here, and I smiled and said I was attending a toddler's birthday party inside. Her eyes went to the blue and green decorations visible through the windows, and I watched understanding dawn on her face. I walked past her into the venue where about 15 parents were setting up for the party. I found a chair near the window and sat down with Gwendolyn, waving cheerfully at Kara through the glass. She stood frozen in the parking lot for a full minute before storming inside. The other parents looked up curiously as she approached me, her face red and her hands shaking. I kept my voice calm and explained that I wanted her to understand what it feels like when someone wastes your time and makes big decisions without asking. She started yelling about how I'd lied to Christian and made her drive 2 hours for nothing, how I was sabotaging her business and acting crazy. I pulled out my phone and held up the itemized bill showing $4,000 in expenses. I asked her loudly enough for the nearby parents to hear when she planned to pay for all the useless items she'd insisted on buying against my explicit wishes. Kara's voice got higher and she said I was making a scene and embarrassing her in front of strangers. I pointed out that she'd made a scene at my baby shower in front of 60 people, so this seemed fair. One of the mothers nearby looked up from arranging party favors and asked if Kara was the party planner who got the baby gender wrong. I watched Kara's face go from red to purple. The mother said she'd seen the story in her local mom group, and several other parents immediately pulled out their phones. Within seconds, 3 of them were clearly reading about Kara's pink princess disaster, while Kara stood there trying to defend herself. I stood up with Gwendolyn and walked toward the exit, telling Kara I'd see her when she was ready to take responsibility for her actions. The drive home felt longer than usual because Gwendolyn woke up hungry and I had to pull over twice to feed him. By the time I got back, I was exhausted from the confrontation and the lack of sleep that came with having a newborn. Rob was waiting and said Kara had already called him 3 times screaming about harassment and threatening to get a restraining order. He'd told her we'd stop when she paid the bill and apologized publicly, the same way she'd humiliated me publicly at that shower. I collapsed on the couch while Rob took Gwendolyn for a diaper change. The next morning, my phone buzzed with a text from Verity asking if Kara had ever paid out the $500 in bet winnings. I sat up in bed and typed back suggesting that Verity and the other winners should probably ask Kara directly, maybe on social media where her business clients could see the question. Verity sent back a thumbs up, and I went to take care of Gwendolyn, who was crying for his morning feeding. 3 hours later, Rob showed me his phone where Kara's business page had 3 separate comments from people asking about their bet money. Christian called my phone directly within minutes, his voice tight with stress as he begged me to stop because they were losing client inquiries every day. I reminded him that Kara created this situation by taking bets she now refused to honor, and that she could make it all go away by paying what she owed. The rest of the week passed in a blur of diaper changes and feeding schedules. Every time I bought something for Gwendolyn, I photographed the receipt and added it to my spreadsheet. Gender-neutral onesies, boy-themed blankets, a blue changing pad, toys that weren't dolls or tea sets. Each purchase got documented with the date, store, and amount. By Friday, my spreadsheet showed $4,200, including the labor estimate for repainting the nursery that was still aggressively pink with its princess mural. I organized everything by category so Kara couldn't claim any of it was unnecessary. Every single item was something we actually needed that the shower gifts hadn't provided because she'd been so certain about having a girl. Joyce called on Saturday morning while I was trying to get Gwendolyn down for a nap. Her voice was already crying before I even said hello. She went on about how I was ruining Kara's business and reputation over an honest mistake, how family should forgive each other, how I was being cruel and vindictive. I waited until she stopped to catch her breath, and then asked her how it was honest when Kara was ignored our explicit wishes about not finding out the gender and wanting neutral colors. Joyce stammered that Kara's intuition had always been right before. I asked her how that made it okay to spend $4,000 of our money on useless items, to take bets for profit on my baby's gender, and to now refuse to make it right either financially or with a real apology for violating our boundaries. Joyce went quiet and then hung up without saying goodbye. I woke up Monday morning to my phone buzzing with Joyce's name on the screen again. I let it go to voicemail while I changed Gwendolyn's diaper and got him settled for his morning feeding. The voicemail notification popped up and I played it on speaker while Gwendolyn nursed. Joyce's voice came through shaky and desperate, saying Kara couldn't possibly pay $4,000 right now because business had been really slow the past few weeks. I felt my jaw clench as I listened to her make excuses about how hard things were for Kara right now with all the stress. When the message ended, I called Joyce back immediately. She answered on the first ring, her voice hopeful like maybe I was calling to say I'd changed my mind. I told her that business was slow because Kara's judgment was now publicly questionable, and maybe she should have thought about that before gambling her reputation on being right about my baby's gender. Joyce went quiet for a few seconds, and then started crying again, saying I was being cruel. I hung up and blocked her number because I was done having the same conversation over and over. Rob's father Joseph showed up that afternoon with a check already written out for $5,000. He sat down in our living room, carefully avoiding the pink throw pillows that were still everywhere, and slid the check across the coffee table. He said he wanted to loan us the money to replace everything immediately, so Gwendolyn had what he needed, and we could pay him back whenever we were able. I looked at the check and felt tears starting because the offer was so generous and kind. But I pushed the check back toward him and explained that accepting it would let Kara off the hook completely. Joseph frowned and asked what I meant, so I told him this whole situation was about accountability, not just about the money itself. If Joseph paid for everything, Kara would never have to face what she'd done or take responsibility for ignoring our wishes and spending our money. Joseph nodded slowly and put the check back in his pocket, saying he understood, but the offer would stay open if we changed our minds. Layla showed up the next morning with 3 huge shopping bags full of actual useful baby boy clothes and supplies. She dumped them on my couch, laughing about how the pink princess stuff was still absolutely everywhere in my house. I started going through the bags and found practical onesies in blues and greens, soft cotton pajamas, burp cloths that weren't covered in tiaras, and a bouncer seat in gray fabric. Layla sat down and picked up one of the frilly pink dresses that was draped over the arm of the couch, holding it up with a disgusted look on her face. She said we should donate all of this useless stuff to charity in Kara's name and make sure the donation receipt got posted publicly on social media. I stopped folding the new clothes and stared at Layla because that idea was absolutely perfect. Layla grinned and said she knew that look, asking when we were going to start boxing everything up. I loved this idea so much that I spent the entire next day working on it while Gwendolyn napped. I pulled out every single pink item from the closet, the dresser drawers, the toy bins, and the decoration shelves. Dresses with ruffles and bows went into boxes. Dolls with sparkly tiaras went into boxes. Tea sets and jewelry boxes and hair accessories all went into boxes. The pink bedding came off the crib and got folded into a box. The princess wall decorations came down and got packed carefully. By the time I finished, I had 14 large boxes stacked in my garage, each one labeled with what was inside. I called the biggest donation center in town, and they were absolutely thrilled when I described what I had. The woman on the phone said they could send a truck the next day, and asked if I wanted a detailed receipt for tax purposes. I said yes, definitely, and I wanted it to list Kara's party planning business as the donor, since she was the one who had purchased everything. The donation center posted photos on their social media page 2 days later, showing volunteers unloading all the boxes and displaying some of the nicest items. The caption thanked Kara's business by name for the incredibly generous donation of high-quality princess-themed items that would go to girls in need throughout the community. I watched the comments start rolling in within minutes. Multiple people were asking why Kara donated her niece's shower gifts, with some saying it seemed strange to give away brand new baby items. I waited about an hour and then commented myself, keeping my tone helpful and friendly. I explained that I'd actually had a nephew, not a niece, so these items couldn't be used and I thought donation was better than letting them sit unused in my house. The comment section exploded after that. People started tagging Kara's business page, asking questions about what happened and why she'd been so certain about the gender. Some comments defended Kara, saying mistakes happen, but others pointed out that a party planner should probably listen to their clients instead of making assumptions. Kara called me within 3 hours, absolutely hysterical. I answered the phone and immediately had to hold it away from my ear because she was screaming so loud. She yelled that I'd given away thousands of dollars worth of items that she had paid for, asking how I could possibly do something so cruel and vindictive. I waited until she stopped to breathe and then spoke in the calmest voice I could manage. I reminded her that she had insisted those items were gifts for my baby, and since my baby couldn't possibly use frilly pink dresses and princess dolls, I donated them rather than let them go to waste. Kara started crying and said I should have asked her first, that she could have returned some of it or saved it for a future baby. I pointed out that she never asked me before throwing a pink princess shower or redecorating my nursery, so I figured making decisions without permission was just how our family operated now. Kara hung up on me, and I sat there feeling satisfied despite the crying baby in my arms who needed to be fed. Christian contacted me again 3 days later, his voice much different from the last time we'd talked. He sounded tired and sympathetic instead of defensive, admitting that Kara's insistence on being right about everything had actually been a problem in their business partnership for a while now. He said several clients over the past year had complained about Kara pushing her vision instead of listening to what they actually wanted. Christian asked what it would take to resolve this whole situation before they lost any more clients, because the negative attention was really starting to hurt their bookings. I appreciated his honesty, but I told him the same thing I'd been telling everyone else. Kara needed to publicly acknowledge she was wrong to override my wishes, apologize for both the financial burden and the boundary violation, pay back the money she'd cost us, and honor the bets she'd taken from family members. I explained that until all of that happened, I would keep returning the favor of public embarrassment that she'd given me at that shower. Christian sighed and said he'd talk to Kara again, but he didn't sound hopeful about getting through to her. 2 weeks postpartum hit me hard with exhaustion from the constant night feedings, but I felt strangely energized by finally standing up to Kara after years of just going along with whatever she wanted. Rob found me at 2 a.m. feeding Gwendolyn in the nursery, still scrolling through my phone and documenting another expense. He sat down next to me and said he was worried I was using too much energy on this conflict when I should be resting and recovering. I looked at him and explained that I would actually rest better once these boundaries were firmly established, because otherwise this pattern would just continue forever. Rob nodded and took Gwendolyn from me for burping, saying he understood but reminding me to take care of myself too. I promised I would, but I also knew that backing down now would teach Kara that she could do whatever she wanted without real consequences. I started calling everyone who'd attended the shower the following week, telling them I was collecting addresses, so I could send proper thank you notes for their gifts. During each call, I made sure to mention how unfortunate it was that Kara's absolute certainty had left us with nothing useful for our actual son. Most people responded with awkward sympathy, clearly uncomfortable with the family drama. But several guests expressed genuine shock that Kara still hadn't made things right, saying they'd assumed she would have paid us back or at least apologized by now. One woman said she'd been at other events Kara planned and noticed Kara always seemed to think she knew better than the actual client. Another guest mentioned she'd heard through mutual friends that Kara was refusing to pay out the bet money, which seemed really unfair since she'd been the one insisting on taking those bets in the first place. By the time I finished all 60 calls, I knew the story had spread through our entire social circle and beyond. The first email came from someone named Marlena, who said she'd used Kara's company for her wedding 2 years ago. She wrote that Kara had been pushy about the flower arrangements, insisting on pink peonies when Marlena specifically wanted white roses because they reminded her of her grandmother. Kara kept saying pink was more photogenic and would look better in the venue lighting, eventually wearing Marlena down until she agreed just to stop the arguments. Marlena said she'd always felt uncomfortable about it, but never left a review because Kara was well connected in their social circle, and she didn't want drama. But after hearing about the baby shower situation through mutual friends, she felt like maybe her experience was part of a pattern. 2 more former clients reached out over the next few days with similar stories about Kara overriding their preferences based on her certainty about what looked best, or what would photograph better, or what guests would prefer. One woman said Kara had changed her reception menu without permission because she decided the original choices were too boring, and another said Kara rearranged her entire seating chart, claiming her intuition told her certain guests wouldn't get along. I read each message carefully and responded thanking them for sharing their experiences. I mentioned that honest feedback helps everyone make informed decisions about vendors, and that reviews exist specifically, so future clients can learn from past experiences. Within 3 days, reviews started appearing on Kara's business pages, mentioning her tendency to override client wishes and push her own vision instead of listening to what people actually wanted. The reviews were factual and specific, not mean or exaggerated, just honest accounts of what these clients had experienced. Kara's average rating dropped from 4.8 stars to 3.9 stars in less than a week. Joyce showed up at my house on a Tuesday morning without calling first, banging on the door loud enough to wake Gwendolyn from his nap. I was exhausted and frustrated as I opened the door with my son fussing in my arms, and Joyce immediately started talking about how I needed to stop destroying Kara's business over a simple mistake. I adjusted Gwendolyn to get him latched for feeding and asked Joyce to please define what she meant by simple mistake, because spending $4,000 of someone else's money against their clearly stated wishes didn't sound particularly simple to me. Joyce stepped inside without being invited and started pacing my living room, saying that Kara made an error in judgment, but she didn't deserve to have her entire career ruined over it. I sat down in the rocking chair and focused on getting Gwendolyn comfortable, while Joyce kept talking about family loyalty and forgiveness, and how sisters should support each other through difficult times. I waited until she paused for breath, and then asked if she remembered me explicitly telling both her and Kara that Rob and I wanted gender-neutral colors for the nursery and baby items. Joyce's face flushed, and she admitted she did remember, but she insisted that Kara's intuition had always been right before, so it seemed safe to trust her judgment this time. I asked Joyce if she understood that being right in the past doesn't give someone permission to ignore clearly stated boundaries in the present, and she got defensive, saying she thought they were doing something nice and generous by planning the perfect shower and decorating the nursery. I looked at Joyce holding my son and asked her directly why she helped redecorate my nursery without my permission, painting over walls and assembling furniture in my home while I was deliberately kept away at the shower. Joyce's voice got higher as she explained that Kara said it would be a wonderful surprise and I'd be so grateful once I saw how beautiful everything looked. I told her that was exactly the problem with both of them, deciding what I should want and how I should feel instead of respecting what I actually said I wanted. Joyce started crying and saying I was being cruel and vindictive, that Kara was sorry even if she hadn't said it properly, and that I should be the bigger person and let this go. I asked Joyce if she would let it go if someone spent $4,000 of her dollars against her explicit instructions, and then refused to apologize or pay her back, and she didn't have an answer. But I told her I needed her to leave because Gwendolyn needed to finish eating, and then go back down for his nap, and I was too tired to keep having the same conversation where she defended Kara's boundary violations instead of acknowledging the actual harm that was done. Joyce left crying, and I heard her car door slam hard enough to echo down the street. Rob came home from work to find me crying in the nursery while holding Gwendolyn, surrounded by paint samples and furniture catalogs because we still couldn't afford to replace everything at once. He took our son from me gently and started the swaying motion that usually calmed Gwendolyn down, then sat next to me on the floor. Rob reminded me that I wasn't wrong to expect basic respect and accountability from family members, that what Kara and Joyce did was a serious violation of our home and our clearly stated wishes. He said that setting these boundaries now, even though it was hard and exhausting, would protect Gwendolyn in the future from their pattern of deciding they knew better than us about our own child. I leaned against Rob's shoulder and admitted I was so tired of fighting, tired of being made to feel like the bad guy for expecting people to respect basic boundaries. Rob kissed the top of my head and said he knew, but that backing down now would just teach them they could do whatever they wanted, as long as they waited for me to get too exhausted to keep fighting back. The pediatrician visit the next week went well, with Gwendolyn gaining weight properly and hitting all his developmental markers. The doctor asked about my stress levels as part of the standard postpartum checkup, and I found myself explaining the whole nursery situation while trying not to cry in the exam room. She stopped writing notes and looked at me with genuine concern, saying she was appalled that my family had created this kind of financial and emotional burden during such a vulnerable time in my life. She validated that postpartum recovery was hard enough without family members adding stress through boundary violations and refusing to take accountability for the damage they caused. The doctor spent extra time talking about the importance of protecting my mental health and setting firm boundaries with people who added stress instead of support, even when those people were family members. She wrote down some resources for postpartum support groups and reminded me that asking for basic respect wasn't selfish or cruel. It was necessary for my well-being and my ability to care for my son. I took photos of Gwendolyn sleeping in the pack and play we'd set up in our bedroom because the nursery was still being repainted and we couldn't afford new furniture yet. The pictures showed my beautiful son in his temporary sleeping space with our bedroom furniture visible in the background, making it obvious this wasn't a proper nursery setup. I posted the photos on social media with a caption about making do with what we have until we can afford to properly furnish a nursery after some unexpected expenses. And I didn't tag anyone, but I knew Kara would see it because we were still connected online. Within an hour, comments started appearing from friends and extended family members offering hand-me-down boy items and asking what happened to all the gifts from the shower. Several people seemed genuinely confused about why we didn't have a proper nursery set up when they'd seen all the elaborate decorations and gifts at the shower just a few weeks ago. I responded to each comment honestly and factually, explaining that all the shower gifts had been princess-themed items for a girl, so we donated them to charity, and we're starting over with appropriate items for our son. People started asking more questions about why everything had been girl-themed when we hadn't found out the gender. And I simply said that the shower planner had been absolutely certain about the gender despite our decision not to find out, and unfortunately her certainty had been wrong. More comments appeared expressing shock that we'd been left with nothing useful after such an elaborate shower, and several people mentioned they'd assumed we must have received at least some neutral items. I confirmed that no, everything had been aggressively feminine because the planner had taken bets on being right about the gender and collected $500 from relatives who doubted her intuition. The comments section turned into people expressing outrage on our behalf and offering to help however they could with supplies, or hand-me-downs, or even money to help furnish the nursery properly. Christian posted an announcement on Kara's business page that same evening about new company policies being implemented immediately. The post explained that their planning company would now require written client approval for all major design choices regardless of planner intuition or experience, and that respecting client preferences would be the top priority moving forward. Several comments appeared within minutes mentioning that this seemed like a direct response to the baby shower situation, and Christian didn't delete them or deny the connection. One comment asked if this meant Kara had been making decisions without client approval before, and another person responded saying they'd hired Kara for an event, and definitely felt pushed toward choices they hadn't wanted. The announcement got shared multiple times with people tagging friends and warning them to get everything in writing if they hired event planners, using Kara's company as an example of why client approval policies mattered. The next afternoon, Rob's parents showed up at our door with their SUV packed full of baby items. Joseph carried in a bouncer while Rob's mother had her arms full of neatly folded clothes in blues and greens and yellows. They made 3 trips back to the car, bringing in a changing table still in its box, receiving blankets that weren't covered in princesses and practical sleepers in multiple sizes. I tried to tell them they didn't need to do this, that we could manage. But Joseph waved me off and said this was what grandparents did when family actually showed up for each other. Rob's mother unpacked the clothes and organized them by size in the dresser we'd borrowed from a neighbor, chatting about which items came from Rob when he was a baby and which ones she'd picked up at a consignment sale. She refused to let me pay them back, saying she'd rather spend money on things her grandson could actually use than watch us struggle because my sister had made such a mess of things. The contrast hit me hard as I watched them work together to assemble the changing table, checking the instructions and handing each other tools without any drama or guilt trips. My own mother had helped Kara paint my nursery pink without asking permission, but Rob's parents showed up with exactly what we needed and acted like it was the most natural thing in the world. I sat in the rocking chair feeding Gwendolyn and realized I'd spent years making excuses for how Kara and Joyce treated me because confronting their behavior felt harder than just going along with whatever they wanted. It was easier to let Kara take over my baby shower than argue about color schemes. It was simpler to pretend I liked the pink nursery than tell my mother she'd overstepped. I'd trained them to ignore my boundaries by never enforcing any consequences when they crossed lines. Layla stopped by that evening after Rob's parents left, bringing dinner and her usual direct approach to problems. She looked around at the new items and asked what the plan was for getting Kara to pay for all this. I showed her my spreadsheet with every expense documented, and she suggested I should send Kara an actual invoice with payment terms and late fees, treating this like the business transaction it was. If Kara wanted to act like a professional party planner, she could deal with professional consequences for ignoring client preferences. Layla knew Conrad from law school and texted him right there, asking if he'd help draft an invoice that would hold up if I needed to take Kara to small claims court. Conrad called back within 20 minutes saying he'd be happy to help and that what Kara did was absolutely grounds for a lawsuit. He asked me to send him all my documentation and said he'd have something official ready by the end of the week. I felt a weird mix of relief and nervousness as I forwarded him the spreadsheet, knowing this was going to make things even worse with my family, but also knowing I couldn't back down now. The official invoice arrived at Kara's business address the following Friday via certified mail. Conrad had made it look completely professional with legal language demanding $4,200 within 30 days, or I would file in small claims court. The certified mail tracking showed Christian had signed for it on Monday morning, and I got a confirmation email that it had been delivered to the correct business address. I waited for the explosion, checking my phone constantly, but the first response came through social media instead of a direct call. Kara posted a long rant about family loyalty and forgiveness, never mentioning my name or any specifics, but clearly directed at me based on the timing. She wrote about how family was supposed to support each other through mistakes, not punish each other over honest errors, and how some people cared more about money than relationships. Multiple people commented asking for context, and several mentioned they'd heard about the baby shower situation through mutual friends and wanted to know if this was related. Kara didn't respond to any of the questions, just kept posting vague statements about betrayal, and how she'd always been there for certain family members who were now throwing her under the bus. I didn't respond to Kara's posts directly, but when I saw Verity had made her own post asking about the bet money, I commented confirming that Kara still hadn't paid the $500 to the winners. Verity responded saying she was considering small claims court as well, since Kara had taken money under false pretenses and was now refusing to honor the bets she'd initiated. 2 other people who'd won bets commented on Verity's post saying they were interested in joining a group claim, and suddenly Kara was facing potential legal action from multiple people, not just me. The comments section turned into a discussion about whether Kara's business practices were generally questionable, with one person mentioning she'd felt pressured into expensive upgrades she hadn't wanted at her wedding last year. Joyce called Rob directly Tuesday afternoon, catching him at work. He put her on speaker in his car and she spent 10 minutes trying to get him to convince me to drop this before it destroyed the family. Rob let her talk herself out, then told her calmly that the family was damaged when she and Kara violated our boundaries and spent our money without permission, not when I started demanding accountability for it. Joyce tried arguing that Kara had meant well and made an honest mistake, but Rob pointed out that ignoring someone's clearly stated wishes wasn't a mistake, it was a choice. He said we'd told Kara multiple times we didn't want to know the gender and wanted neutral colors, and she'd chosen to ignore us because she valued being right more than respecting our decisions. Joyce got quiet after that, then said she needed to go and hung up without saying goodbye. 3 weeks postpartum, I was running on maybe 4 hours of sleep total each night, but I felt stronger about my decision to hold firm on consequences. The nursery was finally repainted in soft gray with white trim, and we were slowly filling it with appropriate furniture and supplies between Gwendolyn's feeding schedule. Every time I walked into that room and saw the neutral walls instead of pink princess murals, I felt like I could breathe properly. Rob had taken time off work to help with the painting, and we'd spent 2 full days covering up every trace of the ballet slipper pink. The mural had required 3 coats of primer before the gray would stick properly, and I'd documented every hour of labor and every supply cost for Conrad's records. Christian called me directly on Thursday, his voice careful and professional. He said Kara had agreed to pay $1,500 immediately if I would drop the rest of the invoice and stop the public campaign about the situation. I told him that wasn't how this worked, that Kara didn't get to negotiate down the consequences of her actions like this was some kind of business deal where we met in the middle. Christian sighed and said he was trying to find a solution that worked for everyone, but I cut him off and explained that the solution was simple. Kara needed to pay the full amount she cost us, just like any client would expect a vendor to fix their mistakes. If she'd messed up a wedding this badly, she'd be facing a lawsuit for the full amount of damages, not offering to pay a third of it and calling it even. I told Christian that Kara had multiple opportunities to respect our wishes. When we said no to finding out the gender, she could have respected that. When we asked for neutral colors, she could have listened. When the invitations went out completely pink, she could have fixed it. During the shower itself, when Rob kept reminding people we didn't actually know the gender, she could have acknowledged she might be wrong. She chose certainty over respect every single time, doubling down and taking bets and convincing my mother to redecorate our nursery, and now she had to pay the full price for those choices. Christian was quiet for a long moment, then said he'd relay my response to Kara and suggested she might want to consider setting up a payment plan, since the full amount was clearly more than she had available right now. I told him that would be fine as long as it was in writing and included interest, and that Conrad could help draft something official if Kara was actually serious about paying, instead of just trying to make this go away cheaply. I told Christian that Kara had multiple opportunities to respect our wishes. When we said no to finding out the gender, she could have respected that. When we asked for neutral colors, she could have listened. When the invitations went out completely pink, she could have fixed it. During the shower itself, when Rob kept reminding people we didn't actually know the gender, she could have acknowledged she might be wrong. She chose certainty over respect every single time, doubling down and taking bets and convincing my mother to redecorate our nursery, and now she had to pay the full price for those choices. Christian was quiet for a long moment, then said he'd relay my response to Kara and suggested she might want to consider setting up a payment plan, since the full amount was clearly more than she had available right now. I told him that would be fine as long as it was in writing and included interest, and that Conrad could help draft something official if Kara was actually serious about paying, instead of just trying to make this go away cheaply. 2 days later, Verity called me sounding mad as hell. She'd sent Kara 3 messages asking about the bet money and gotten nothing but excuses back. Verity said she was done waiting and had filed paperwork in small claims court for her $200 plus filing fees. Within hours, 2 other people who'd bet against Kara joined the claim, and suddenly my sister was facing legal action from 3 different people. The court date got set for 6 weeks out, which meant Kara now had official legal consequences coming from multiple directions, not just from me. I felt something settle in my chest knowing other people were holding her accountable too. Joyce called me that evening, her voice tight and controlled in that way that meant she was furious but trying not to show it. She said she was organizing a family dinner for Sunday so we could all sit down and work this out like adults before things got more out of hand. I asked her what exactly needed working out, since the solution was simple and Kara just refused to do it. Joyce said families compromise and forgive, and I needed to be willing to meet Kara halfway instead of pushing for everything I wanted. I told Joyce I wasn't interested in being pressured to accept less than what I was owed, especially not at some dinner where everyone would gang up on me to protect Kara from consequences. Joyce started crying, saying I was tearing the family apart over money and pride. I reminded her that I'd asked for neutral colors and she'd helped paint my nursery pink anyway, so her opinion on respecting boundaries didn't carry much weight with me right now. She hung up on me. Rob's parents called an hour later asking if we'd like to come to their house for dinner on Sunday instead. Joseph said they'd been planning to have us over anyway, and figured we might need somewhere to be that wasn't full of people making excuses for bad behavior. The contrast hit me hard. My family wanted me to show up and get pressured into accepting less. Rob's family wanted to feed us and support us without conditions. We went to Joseph and Rob's mother's house on Sunday with Gwendolyn, who was starting to sleep in slightly longer stretches at night. Their home was warm and comfortable, filled with photos of Rob and his brother growing up. Rob's mother had made pot roast and potatoes, and she'd set up a little area in the living room with a soft blanket where Gwendolyn could lie on his back and look around. Nobody mentioned Kara or Joyce or the court case. They just asked how we were doing, how the baby was sleeping, if we needed anything for the house. Joseph told stories about when Rob was a newborn, and how they'd had no idea what they were doing half the time. Rob's mother showed me the baby book she'd kept with all of Rob's firsts, and said she'd be happy to help me start one for Gwendolyn if I wanted. The whole evening felt safe and supportive in a way family dinners at my mother's house never had. I realized I'd spent my whole life managing Kara's feelings and Joyce's expectations, and I thought that was just what family meant. But Rob's parents showed me it could mean something completely different. People could just show up and be helpful without needing credit or control. The nursery was finally starting to look like an actual room for a baby boy, instead of a princess nightmare. Rob's parents had bought us a gray and white crib that matched the freshly painted walls. Layla had found a mobile with little woodland animals that hung above the changing table. Friends from work had sent gift cards that we used for practical things like bottles and burp cloths, and a dozen white onesies in different sizes. I'd purchased a soft rug with blue and green geometric patterns that tied everything together without being aggressively gendered. The relief of walking into that room and seeing a space that actually worked for my son was huge. I took photos of Gwendolyn lying in his crib, looking tiny against the white sheets, and posted them with a caption about how good it felt to finally have his room ready. Several people commented asking about the shower gifts, and I responded honestly that we'd donated them since they weren't appropriate for our baby. I didn't tag Kara or mention her by name, but anyone who knew the story understood exactly what I meant. Thursday afternoon, I was in my pajamas feeding Gwendolyn on the couch when someone knocked on the door. I looked through the peephole and saw Kara standing on my doorstep, her face red and puffy like she'd been crying. She knocked again, harder this time, and called my name through the door. I shifted Gwendolyn to my other arm and walked close enough to the door that she could hear me clearly. I told her that all communication needed to go through Conrad now and she needed to leave my property. Kara started crying harder, her voice breaking as she said she just needed to talk to me for 5 minutes. I told her no, she'd had weeks to talk and chose to laugh at my invoice and refused to take responsibility, so now we were doing this officially. She pressed her hands against the door, saying please, begging me to just let her explain. I stood there holding my son, listening to my sister cry on my doorstep, and felt absolutely nothing except determination to maintain this boundary. She kept crying, her voice getting louder and more desperate. She said I was being cruel and mean and hurting her over money when family should matter more than any of this. She said she'd made a mistake and I was punishing her forever, making her lose her business and her reputation over one wrong prediction. She said Joyce was right that I'd changed since having the baby, that I'd become cold and focused on money instead of on the people who loved me. I opened the door just wide enough that she could see my face but couldn't push her way inside. I told her I'd explicitly stated our wishes multiple times, and she chose to ignore family in favor of being right. She chose her ego over my comfort at every single turn, and now she was mad that I wouldn't let her get away with it. Kara wiped her eyes, looking at me like she didn't recognize me. She asked when I'd become this person who cared more about revenge than relationships. I told her I cared about respect, which she'd never shown me. I said if family actually mattered to her, she would have respected our decision about gender reveals and color schemes. If family mattered, she wouldn't have taken bets on my baby's gender for profit. If family mattered, she would have apologized and made it right weeks ago instead of playing victim now that she was facing consequences. Kara's face crumpled and she sank down onto my front steps, sobbing into her hands. She said she'd been so sure she was right that she didn't even consider she could be wrong. She said her feelings had never failed before, and she'd thought she was giving me the perfect shower, making everything special and beautiful for my daughter. But she said she was so embarrassed and ashamed that she'd been wrong in front of 60 people, that everyone was talking about how her gift had finally failed, that she'd lost bets and clients and her reputation over being wrong about one thing. I looked down at her crying on my steps and felt that small crack in my anger. Not enough to back down, but enough to recognize that she was actually admitting something real. I told her the problem wasn't that she was wrong about the gender. Lots of people guess wrong about that stuff. The problem was that she put her need to be right ahead of my clearly stated wishes. She made my baby shower about proving her intuition instead of celebrating my baby. She spent $4,000 of stuff I couldn't use because she refused to consider that maybe she didn't know better than me about my own life. Kara looked up at me with mascara running down her face. She asked what it would take to fix this, her voice small and broken. I repeated exactly what I'd said all along. Public apology acknowledging the boundary violation. Full payment of the $4,200. Honoring the bets she took from people who believed her. Those were the terms, same as they'd always been. She said she couldn't afford to pay it all at once. Her business was struggling because of the bad publicity. I told her we could set up a payment plan through Conrad if she was actually serious about making this right instead of just trying to get me to drop it. She nodded slowly, wiping her nose on her sleeve. She asked if I'd really accept a payment plan, or if this was just another way to punish her. I told her Conrad would draft something fair and official, and if she stuck to it, we'd be done. She stood up, looking exhausted and defeated. She said she'd call Conrad tomorrow to work it out. I told her that was a good start and closed the door. Conrad drafted a formal agreement over the next 2 days. Kara would pay $700 monthly for 6 months, which covered the $4,200 plus a small amount of interest. She'd post a public apology on her business page acknowledging that she'd overridden client wishes and explaining the new policies Christian had implemented to prevent it from happening again. She'd pay out the bet money immediately to Verity and the others, which would hopefully get them to drop the small claims case. Christian came to my house to witness the signing, looking relieved that this whole nightmare might finally be ending. Kara signed the papers without looking at me, her hand shaking slightly as she wrote her name. Christian signed as witness, then handed me my copy. He thanked me for being willing to work out a payment plan instead of pushing for everything at once through the courts. I told him I just wanted Kara to take responsibility and make it right, and this agreement did that. After they left, I sat on the couch holding Gwendolyn and looked at the signed papers. It wasn't over yet, but it was moving toward resolution. Kara would pay what she owed. She'd apologize publicly. She'd face the consequences of putting her ego ahead of my boundaries. And maybe, eventually, we'd figure out what kind of relationship we could have after all this. But that was future stuff. Right now, I had a payment plan, a properly decorated nursery, and a son who needed his afternoon feeding. That felt like enough. That evening, I checked my phone obsessively while feeding Gwendolyn, waiting to see if Kara would actually follow through. Around 8 o'clock, the notification popped up on my screen. Kara had posted on her business page and my stomach twisted as I opened it. The post was longer than I expected, written in a completely different tone than her usual promotional content. She admitted she'd let her ego override a client's clearly stated preferences, explained that she'd been so confident in her intuition that she'd ignored repeated requests for neutral colors and acknowledged the financial and emotional burden this had caused during what should have been a joyful time. She outlined new policies Christian had implemented requiring written client approval for all major design choices regardless of planner intuition or experience. The comments started appearing within minutes. Several former clients wrote that they appreciated her accountability and honesty. Marlena commented that this level of transparency made her reconsider her negative review. A few people who'd attended the shower posted supportive messages about learning from mistakes. I sat there staring at my phone, surprised by how genuine it sounded. This wasn't the defensive, victim-playing Kara I'd been dealing with for weeks. This was actual acknowledgement of what she'd done wrong. The certified check arrived in my mailbox 3 days later, crisp and official-looking with $700 made out in my name. I photographed it before depositing it through my banking app, saving the image as proof that the payment plan was actually happening. That same afternoon, Verity texted me a screenshot of her bank account showing a deposit from Kara with a memo line reading, "Bet winnings." She added 3 exclamation points, and a thank you message, saying she'd been ready to file in small claims court, but Kara had paid everyone who won the bets. The relief felt physical, like something heavy lifting off my chest. This was real progress, actual consequences being followed through instead of empty promises and excuses. My phone rang that evening while Rob was giving Gwendolyn a bottle. Joyce's name appeared on the screen and I almost didn't answer. Rob saw my hesitation and nodded toward the phone, silently telling me to take it if I needed to. I answered and immediately heard crying on the other end. Joyce's voice came through choked and shaky, asking how I could humiliate Kara, so publicly when she was my sister. She said the whole family was talking about the business page post, that Kara was embarrassed and hurt, that I'd taken things too far. I let her talk without interrupting, waiting for her to run out of steam. When she finally paused for breath, I reminded her calmly that Kara had humiliated herself by refusing to respect boundaries and take accountability until she was legally forced to do it. Joyce started to argue, but I cut her off. I pointed out that Kara had 60 guests witness her certainty about my baby's gender, took bets for profit, and then refused to admit she was wrong or make it right for weeks. The public apology matched the public humiliation she'd put me through. Joyce switched tactics, trying guilt instead of anger. She brought up family loyalty, sisterly bonds, the importance of forgiveness. I felt my jaw tighten as I listened to the same enabling patterns that had let Kara steamroll over people her entire life. When Joyce paused again, I asked her a direct question. Why was she more concerned about Kara's humiliation than about the financial and emotional burden she and Kara had placed on me during the vulnerable postpartum period? Silence stretched across the line. I could hear Joyce breathing, but she didn't answer. I pressed further, asking why my discomfort at that shower didn't matter, why the $4,000 in useless items didn't matter, why my explicitly stated wishes about gender-neutral colors didn't matter. Still nothing. Joyce made a small sound like she was about to speak, then stopped. I told her I needed space from her enabling behavior while I focused on my son. She started crying harder, but I ended the call before she could launch into another guilt trip. Rob looked at me from across the room, Gwendolyn sleeping against his shoulder, and gave me a proud nod. That night, after putting Gwendolyn down in his bassinet, Rob and I talked about how to handle future family events. We sat on the couch in the dim light from the hallway, speaking quietly so we wouldn't wake the baby. Rob said he was worried about holiday gatherings, birthday parties, any situation where my family would have access to us and might try to pressure me about Kara or push boundaries with Gwendolyn. I agreed completely. We decided we'd attend family events when we felt ready, but we'd leave immediately if anyone tried to guilt me about the situation or attempted to boundary stomp with our son. Rob suggested we should have a code word, something I could say that would signal him to grab Gwendolyn and head for the car. I picked actually because I'd been saying it a lot lately when correcting people's assumptions. He squeezed my hand and said we were united in protecting our nuclear family, even if it meant distance from my extended family. The conversation felt important, like we were drawing a line around what mattered most and agreeing to defend it together. Joseph called me a few days later while I was doing laundry, his voice warm and a little emotional. He said he was proud of me for standing up to the dysfunction in my family, that it took real strength to set boundaries with people you loved when they refused to respect you. I felt tears prick my eyes as he talked, surprised by how much his validation meant. He went on to say that watching me handle this situation had inspired him to address some enabling patterns in his own extended family, things he'd let slide for years because confrontation felt harder than accommodation. We talked for almost 30 minutes about family dynamics, generational patterns, the exhausting work of being the one who finally says enough. When we hung up, I sat on the floor next to the laundry basket and cried, not from sadness but from relief that someone in a parental role understood what I'd been dealing with. 3 months postpartum arrived faster than I expected. Life was settling into a rhythm with Gwendolyn, the chaos of newborn survival mode giving way to something more predictable. The monthly payment from Kara arrived on time via certified check, just like the first one. I deposited it without calling or texting her, keeping our interaction purely financial. We didn't talk beyond the transaction, no attempts at reconciliation or casual conversation. I was surprised by how peaceful it felt to have distance from her constant need for attention and validation. The space between us wasn't comfortable exactly, but it was quiet in a way our relationship had never been before. I wasn't managing her feelings or accommodating her ego or walking on eggshells around her intuition. I was just living my life with my son, and she was paying what she owed. Joyce made occasional attempts to guilt me into family gatherings, calling every few weeks with invitations to dinners or suggesting we all needed to work on healing the family rift. I maintained my boundary that I'd attend when I was ready, and not before, refusing to be pressured into premature reconciliation just to make everyone else comfortable. Rob's parents continued to be incredibly supportive, showing up with meals and offering to watch Gwendolyn when I needed to sleep or shower. They never asked about the situation with Kara unless I brought it up first, never tried to mediate or push forgiveness. Gwendolyn was surrounded by love even if my side of the family was distant, held and played with and celebrated by people who actually respected our boundaries and showed up with real support instead of boundary violations disguised as gifts. Layla came over one afternoon when Gwendolyn was napping, bringing coffee and sitting with me in the living room. She looked at me carefully, studying my face, then said I seemed lighter and less anxious now that I wasn't constantly managing Kara's ego and Joyce's enabling. I thought about it for a minute, realizing she was right. The tension I'd been carrying in my shoulders for years had loosened. I wasn't bracing for the next boundary violation or scrambling to smooth over Kara's latest drama. I'd spent years exhausting myself trying to keep peace, accommodating unreasonable demands and swallowing my own needs to avoid conflict. Choosing my own peace instead felt revolutionary, like I'd discovered I was allowed to prioritize my own comfort and my son's well-being over my sister's ego. Layla smiled and said it showed that I looked more like myself than I had in a long time. The nursery was fully furnished now with everything Gwendolyn needed, Purchased with money we budgeted carefully, and gifts from people who actually respected our preferences. The walls were soft gray with white trim. The furniture was simple and functional. The decorations were minimal and age-appropriate. Every time I walked in to change a diaper or put Gwendolyn down for a nap, I felt proud instead of violated. The room reflected our choices, our taste, our values. It wasn't contaminated by someone else's assumptions or ego. That shift was worth every uncomfortable confrontation, every difficult conversation, every moment of standing firm when it would have been easier to give in. I'd protected my space and my son's space, and the result was a room that felt peaceful and right. Month 6 arrived with spring weather and Gwendolyn reaching new milestones. The final payment from Kara showed up in my mailbox on schedule, the last certified check completing the $4,200 debt. I called Conrad to confirm the debt was satisfied, and he congratulated me on seeing it through. I felt relief, but not reconciliation, closure on the financial obligation, but not the relationship damage. The relationship with my sister was fundamentally changed, possibly permanently, and I was okay with that because it had been built on my constant accommodation rather than mutual respect. We'd never had the equal partnership I thought we did. I'd been shrinking myself to make room for her ego, and she'd been comfortable with that arrangement. Now that I'd stopped accommodating, there wasn't much relationship left, and maybe that was honest in a way we'd never been before. Joyce called 2 days after the final check cleared, her voice careful and hopeful when she asked if we could try a family dinner now that everything was settled. I agreed to meet at a neutral restaurant, keeping the visit short and manageable, and Rob squeezed my hand when I hung up. The dinner happened on a Saturday evening at a chain restaurant halfway between our houses, the kind of place with loud music and busy servers that made awkward silences less obvious. Kara arrived first and sat staring at her menu like it contained fascinating secrets, barely glancing up when Rob and I walked in with Gwendolyn in his carrier. Joyce talked too much and too fast, filling every quiet moment with cheerful commentary about the weather and the menu and how big Gwendolyn was getting. I answered her questions politely, but didn't volunteer extra information, watching Kara push food around her plate without eating much. She made eye contact exactly twice during the meal, both times looking away quickly like she'd touched something hot. Joyce kept trying to create moments of connection, asking if I remembered family trips or inside jokes, but those memories felt contaminated now by the understanding that I'd always been accommodating Kara's needs instead of having my own met. The meal ended after 45 minutes with promises to do it again soon that none of us really meant, and Rob carried Gwendolyn to the car while I stood in the parking lot feeling relieved it was over. Driving home, I realized something that had been building quietly for months. I didn't miss the closeness I thought Kara and I had because it was never real closeness in the first place. Real closeness required two people showing up equally, respecting boundaries, considering each other's needs and feelings. What we'd had was me making myself smaller, so Kara could take up more space, me swallowing discomfort so she could stay comfortable, me managing her ego because she refused to manage it herself. I'd called it sisterhood and best friendship, but it was actually just me doing all the emotional work while she took everything I offered and demanded more. The loss I felt wasn't about losing Kara. It was about losing the fantasy that we'd ever had the equal partnership I wanted us to have. That realization hurt, but it also freed me from trying to rebuild something that had never existed correctly in the first place. Rob reached over and took my hand while he drove, not saying anything because he understood I was processing something important. When we got home, I fed Gwendolyn and put him down for the night, then sat in the nursery looking at the gray walls and simple furniture we'd chosen together. This room represented what real support looked like, purchased with money we'd saved and gifts from people who actually asked what we wanted instead of assuming they knew better. The following weekend, we celebrated Gwendolyn's 6-month milestone with a small gathering at our house. Joseph and Rob's mother arrived first with a photo album they'd been putting together of Gwendolyn's first months, full of pictures from visits and video calls. Layla showed up with homemade cupcakes and a card that made me cry with its message about watching me become the mother I wanted to be. We sat in the living room passing Gwendolyn around, everyone taking turns making him laugh with silly faces and songs. Joseph told stories about Rob as a baby that made everyone laugh, and Rob's mother showed me the blanket she'd knitted in soft blue and gray stripes. Nobody mentioned Kara or Joyce or the Pink Princess disaster, not because it was forbidden, but because it simply wasn't relevant to this celebration of people who'd shown up with actual respect and support. I watched these people who'd become Gwendolyn's family, not through blood obligation, but through consistent care and boundary respect, and understood this was what healthy family dynamics looked like. They asked before helping, respected our parenting choices even when they disagreed, showed up when we needed them, and gave space when we asked for it. I was learning what it meant to be part of a family system that didn't require anyone to shrink themselves, and it was teaching me what I wanted to model for Gwendolyn as he grew up. Life moved forward with new rhythms and clear boundaries that felt sustainable rather than exhausting. I stayed cordial with Kara and Joyce, responding to texts and attending occasional family events, but I no longer accommodated their dysfunction at my own expense, or let guilt manipulate me into situations that violated my comfort. Kara and I had a polite but distant relationship now, more like acquaintances than sisters, and I was genuinely okay with that because the alternative was returning to patterns that had never served me. Joyce still tried sometimes to guilt me into more closeness, but I'd learned to recognize manipulation and respond with firm boundaries instead of accommodation. My son had a beautiful nursery filled with things Rob and I chose together, every item reflecting our values and preferences instead of someone else's assumptions about who we should be. The gray walls and simple furniture represented something more important than decoration. They represented our right to make decisions about our own family without interference or override. I'd learned that protecting your family sometimes meant disappointing people who'd never respected your boundaries anyway, and that lesson was worth every uncomfortable confrontation and damaged relationship. I was genuinely happy with the mother I was becoming, someone who prioritized her child's needs and her own well-being over maintaining false peace with people who taught me my comfort mattered less than their egos. Rob and I were building a family based on mutual respect and clear communication, and Gwendolyn would grow up understanding that healthy relationships required both people to show up equally. That mattered more than anything else, more than my mother's approval or my sister's forgiveness, more than maintaining family harmony that had always required my silence. I looked at my son sleeping peacefully in his properly decorated nursery and felt proud of the choices I'd made to protect him and teach him that boundaries weren't negotiable and respect wasn't optional. My sister called my son a bastard at every family event. I made sure she never opened her mouth again. My sister Holly always had to be the perfect one in our family with her investment banker husband and her 2 kids who played violin and spoke 3 languages. I never cared about her showing off until I had my son Oliver. See, Oliver's dad bailed when I was 6 months pregnant, but I didn't care because I had a good job as a physical therapist and could handle being a single mom. My parents were amazing, helping with babysitting and being completely obsessed with their first grandkid. For the first year, everything was actually peaceful. Holly lived 3 hours away, so we only saw her at major holidays. And even then, she mostly ignored Oliver to talk about her kids' achievements. I figured she was just jealous that her kids weren't the only grandchildren anymore. Then Oliver started walking and talking, and suddenly Holly had opinions. It started at Easter dinner when Oliver was 18 months old. He was toddling around being cute, and my dad was helping him hunt for eggs when Holly said it was a shame Oliver would grow up without a father figure, since boys without dads always ended up troubled. I told her that was ridiculous, and plenty of single moms raise amazing kids. She just shrugged and said statistics don't lie while looking at Oliver like he was already doomed. By his 2nd birthday, Holly had escalated to calling Oliver that poor child whenever she talked about him. She'd tell her kids to be extra nice to their cousin because he didn't have a daddy like they did. When Oliver started preschool, she asked if I was putting him in therapy yet for his abandonment issues. He was 3 and happy as could be, but according to Holly, he was already damaged goods. The word bastard started slipping out when she thought I wasn't listening. She'd whisper to her husband about how embarrassing it was to have a bastard nephew. At Thanksgiving, she actually told her kids not to get too attached to Oliver, because children from broken homes often had behavioral problems. Oliver was right there coloring and looked up confused. That's when I started getting really angry, but my mom kept saying Holly didn't mean anything by it and I shouldn't start drama. The breaking point came at our family reunion last summer. Holly had been drinking wine all afternoon and got louder with each glass. Oliver was playing with his cousins when he accidentally knocked over Holly's daughter's lemonade. Holly grabbed Oliver's arm and yanked him up, saying, "This is what happens when bastards don't have fathers to teach them manners." Oliver started crying and asked me what a bastard was. In front of 40 relatives, my sister had just taught my 5-year-old son that word while calling him one. Everyone went silent, but nobody said anything to Holly. That's when I decided my sister needed to learn exactly how it felt to be humiliated in front of family. First, I did some digging on social media and found out something interesting about Holly's perfect husband. He'd been commenting a lot on his young assistant's posts, especially the bikini ones from her vacation. The comments were just friendly enough to not be proof of anything, but suspicious enough to plant seeds of doubt. I screenshot everything for later. Then I found out through our cousin that Holly's investment firm had just lost a huge client because of a mistake she'd made that cost them millions. She'd been hiding it from everyone, pretending work was going great. At Christmas, I put my plan into action. Holly started her usual routine, making passive-aggressive comments about Oliver needing a male role model. I let her go on for a bit, then mentioned how nice it was that her husband was mentoring young women at his company, especially that pretty assistant he seemed so close with. Holly's face went white. Her husband started stammering about work relationships. I kept going, saying I'd seen how supportive he was on all her beach photos, and it was refreshing to see a married man so comfortable with young female friendships. Holly tried to change the subject, but I turned to her kids and said they were lucky to have parents who trusted each other so much. The tension was incredible. Then my aunt asked Holly about work, and I jumped in saying Holly was being so modest about her recent big moves at the firm. Holly tried to shut me down, but I kept praising her for handling that major client loss with such grace. I asked if she'd found new clients to cover the millions in lost revenue yet. Her husband's head snapped toward her, demanding to know what client loss. Holly had to admit in front of everyone that she'd been hiding a career-destroying mistake for 3 months. The perfect family image shattered in minutes. But I wasn't done. I turned to Holly's kids and said they should be proud their mom was handling everything so well at work. Her oldest daughter looked confused and asked what I meant about clients. Holly's face went from white to red as she tried to shut down the conversation, but my uncle jumped in asking if everything was okay with her job. I kept my voice sweet as sugar while I explained that Holly had been so brave dealing with losing that major account. And wasn't it amazing how she kept showing up to family events pretending nothing was wrong? Her husband grabbed her arm and pulled her into the kitchen, and through the doorway I could hear him demanding to know why this was the first he was hearing about any of this. Holly tried to say it wasn't a big deal, but he was getting louder, asking how losing millions of dollars in revenue wasn't something she'd mentioned to her own husband. My mom looked at me with this horrified expression, but I just smiled and took another bite of my Christmas cookies. Holly came back to the table with mascara running down her face and announced they were leaving. She grabbed her kids' coats and started shoving their arms into sleeves while they protested about not getting dessert yet. Before she walked out, she looked straight at me and said, "I would regret this." I told her I'd been regretting staying quiet for 5 years while she tortured my son, so we were even now. The door slammed so hard it rattled the windows, and the whole family just sat there in silence staring at their plates. The next morning, my phone started blowing up before I even got out of bed. Text after text rolled in from aunts, uncles, cousins, and family friends who'd heard about what happened at Christmas dinner. My Aunt Sarah sent 3 paragraphs about how families should support each other through hard times, not air dirty laundry in public. My cousin Jake said Holly had it coming after years of being cruel to Oliver, and he was glad someone finally called her out. Uncle Mark wrote that I was out of line bringing up work issues that weren't my business to share. My phone kept buzzing with new messages every few minutes, and I realized the family had split into 2 camps. Half of them thought I'd crossed a line by humiliating Holly in front of everyone, especially about her marriage and career. The other half admitted they'd watched Holly be nasty to Oliver for years, and were relieved someone finally stood up to her. I sat in bed scrolling through the messages, and it hit me that I'd just blown up our entire family dynamic in one dinner. My mom called around 10 in the morning, and I could hear she'd been crying before she even said hello. She begged me to call Holly and apologize, saying the family couldn't handle this kind of drama and someone needed to be the bigger person. I asked her why I should apologize when Holly had spent 5 years calling my son a bastard and nobody ever asked her to say sorry. Mom said that was different because Holly never meant to hurt anyone. She just had strong opinions about family structure. I actually laughed at that and told my mom that calling a 5-year-old a bastard to his face wasn't having opinions. It was being cruel. Mom started crying harder and said I was tearing the family apart, and couldn't I just smooth things over for everyone's sake? I told her I was done smoothing things over while my son got treated like garbage, and if the family couldn't handle me defending Oliver, then maybe they needed to pick better battles. She hung up on me, which she'd never done in my entire life. Around noon, my phone lit up with a text from Holly that was so long it came through in 3 separate messages. She wrote that I was a jealous single mother who couldn't stand seeing her happy and successful, so I decided to destroy her marriage out of pure spite. She said Bryson's assistant was just a work friend, and I'd twisted innocent social media comments into something ugly because I was bitter about being alone. Holly claimed I'd always been jealous of her perfect family, and used Oliver as an excuse to attack her when really I just hated that she had everything I wanted. She wrote that bringing up the work situation was a low blow because she'd been handling it privately, and I had no right to embarrass her in front of the whole family. The texts kept coming, saying I was a terrible sister who prioritized revenge over family unity, and that Oliver would grow up learning it was okay to hurt people who made you angry. She ended by saying she hoped I was happy now that I'd ruined Christmas and turned everyone against each other. I screenshot every single message she sent because the way she was defending herself so hard told me I'd hit way closer to the truth than she wanted to admit. If Bryson's assistant really was just a work friend, Holly wouldn't be this defensive about me mentioning it. If the work situation was actually under control, she wouldn't be this upset about me bringing it up. I saved all the screenshots to a folder on my phone labeled Holly's Meltdown and didn't respond to any of her texts. Let her sit there wondering if I was going to share her messages with the family too. That afternoon, my dad called and I braced myself for another lecture about family harmony and being the bigger person. Instead, he said he was proud of me for finally standing up to Holly's bullying. I almost dropped my phone because my dad never took sides in family conflicts, always playing the peacekeeper role. He told me that he and my mom had heard Holly make cruel comments about Oliver for years, but they didn't know how to address it without causing drama. Dad said they'd convinced themselves Holly didn't really mean anything by it, and that confronting her would just make things worse. But watching her grab Oliver's arm at the reunion and call him a bastard while he cried made my dad realize their silence had enabled her behavior. He admitted he should have shut Holly down the first time she made a comment about Oliver not having a father, but he'd taken the easy route of pretending it wasn't a big deal. Dad said he'd talked to my mom last night after she got off the phone with me and told her they needed to stop protecting Holly from consequences just because she was their daughter too. He knew my mom was upset about the family fighting, but he wasn't going to ask me to apologize for defending my son when Holly had never apologized for years of cruelty. I started crying on the phone because having my dad's support meant everything, and I'd been so sure the whole family would turn against me. He said Oliver was lucky to have a mom who would fight for him, and Holly needed to learn that treating people badly eventually catches up with you. We talked for almost an hour about how the family had always swept problems under the rug instead of dealing with them, and maybe this blow-up was necessary even if it was painful. 2 weeks later, Oliver climbed into my lap while I was reading on the couch and asked why Aunt Holly was mean to him. My stomach dropped because I'd been hoping he wouldn't bring it up, but I should have known better. He asked if it was because his daddy left, since that's what Aunt Holly always talked about. I felt my heart break into pieces as I tried to figure out how to explain adult cruelty to a 5-year-old. I told him that sometimes when people are unhappy with themselves, they say hurtful things to other people, and it has nothing to do with the person they're being mean to. I said Aunt Holly had some problems in her own life that made her feel bad, so she tried to make other people feel bad too. But none of it was his fault. Oliver seemed to accept that answer and asked if Aunt Holly was going to be nice now. I said I wasn't sure, but I promised him that I would always protect him from people who were mean, even if they were family. He gave me a hug and went back to playing with his trucks, and I thought that was the end of it. But over the next few days, I noticed Oliver being quieter whenever anyone mentioned family gatherings or asked about his cousins. He stopped talking about wanting to play with Holly's kids, and when my mom called to say hi, he didn't want to chat like he usually did. I realized the Christmas confrontation had affected him more than I thought, and now he was being cautious around anything family-related. Part of me felt vindicated that I'd stood up to Holly, but another part felt sick that Oliver was picking up on all the tension and changing his behavior because of it. The first week of January, I ran into our cousin at the grocery store, and she pulled me aside in the produce section to tell me that Bryson had moved out of Holly's house right after New Year's. She'd heard it from Holly's neighbor who saw him loading boxes into his car on January 2nd. Apparently, Holly had confronted Bryson about the social media comments with his assistant the day after Christmas, and he'd admitted to having what he called an emotional affair. He swore nothing physical had happened yet, but he'd been texting the assistant constantly and had taken her to lunch multiple times without telling Holly. Holly had demanded he cut off all contact with the assistant, but Bryson said he had genuine feelings for her and needed space to figure things out. So he moved into a hotel and then got an apartment near his office. Our cousin said Holly was a complete mess, crying to anyone who would listen about how her marriage was falling apart. Part of me felt vindicated because my comments about Bryson's assistant had hit a real nerve and I hadn't been making something out of nothing like Holly claimed. But another part of me recognized that I'd just blown up my sister's marriage in front of our entire family at Christmas dinner. Sure, the problems were already there, but I'd forced them into the open in the most public and humiliating way possible. I stood in the grocery store holding a bag of apples and wondered if I'd gone too far. But then I remembered Oliver crying at the reunion asking what a bastard was, and the guilt faded pretty quickly. On Monday morning at work, my coworker Michelle stopped by my treatment room between patients and mentioned she'd seen a job posting online for an investment analyst position that sounded exactly like Holly's job. She thought it was weird since Holly had just been bragging at Thanksgiving about a promotion she was expecting. I pulled up LinkedIn on my phone during lunch and found the posting Michelle was talking about. It was definitely Holly's exact position at her firm, which meant they were replacing her. I started digging deeper through LinkedIn and company news and discovered Holly hadn't just lost a client like I'd mentioned at Christmas. She'd actually been forced to resign. The mistake she'd made involved giving bad advice that cost the client not just money, but also created potential legal liability for the firm. Holly's bosses had given her the choice to resign quietly or be fired publicly, so she'd taken the resignation option to save face. Nobody in the family knew the full extent of how bad it was, including Bryson apparently. I had screenshots of the company's internal communications that our cousin had forwarded me months ago, proving Holly's mistake was way worse than anyone realized. I sat at my desk staring at the proof on my phone, and part of me was tempted to share it with family members who thought I'd exaggerated about Holly's career problems. I could completely destroy what was left of her professional reputation by showing everyone the truth. But something stopped me from hitting send on those messages, and I just saved the screenshots to the same folder as Holly's defensive texts. On Tuesday afternoon, someone knocked on my apartment door, and when I opened it, Bryson was standing there looking furious. He demanded to know why I decided to destroy his family at Christmas dinner. I told him to come inside because I didn't want my neighbors hearing this conversation. Bryson stormed into my living room and started yelling about how I'd made his private relationship with his assistant into a public scandal. He admitted the situation with his assistant was inappropriate, but said he and Holly were working through it privately until I decided to announce it at Christmas dinner. Now Holly was telling everyone he was a cheater. His kids were asking why Daddy didn't live at home anymore, and his parents were calling him a disappointment. I let him finish his rant, then asked him how long he'd been planning to leave Holly for his assistant. He stammered that it wasn't like that. They were just friends who got too close. I told him that friends don't comment on each other's bikini photos with heart emojis and offers to go to the beach together. Bryson's face went red and he said I had no right to go through his social media and twist everything to fit my narrative. I said I wouldn't have looked at his social media at all if Holly hadn't spent 5 years calling my son a bastard. Maybe instead of yelling at me, he should ask his wife why she was so cruel to a child. Bryson said Holly's comments about Oliver were just her being honest about the challenges of single parenthood, and I was too sensitive. I told him to get out of my apartment before I called the police, and that if he ever defended Holly calling my son a bastard again, I'd make sure everyone knew exactly how many times he'd taken his assistant to lunch on company time. Thursday morning, my boss asked me to come to her office before my first patient arrived. She closed the door and told me that 3 clients had requested different therapists over the past week because they'd heard about my family drama through the small-town gossip network. She wasn't firing me, but she needed me to understand that my personal life was affecting my professional reputation. One client had specifically mentioned hearing about me publicly humiliating my sister at Christmas and decided she didn't want therapy from someone who handled conflict that way. My boss said I needed to keep future family issues private because the clinic couldn't afford to lose clients over staff personal problems. I sat there feeling my face burn with embarrassment and anger. I was facing professional consequences for defending my son from someone who'd bullied him for years. My boss kept talking about maintaining professional boundaries and community reputation, but all I could think about was how unfair it was that I was the one getting punished. Holly had spent 5 years being cruel to a child and nobody cared, but I exposed her secrets once and suddenly I was the problem. I left my boss's office and went straight to the bathroom to cry before my first patient showed up. I realized revenge had costs I hadn't fully considered, and protecting Oliver was going to affect more than just my relationship with Holly. That afternoon, Oliver's preschool teacher Harper called my cell phone during my lunch break. She said Oliver had been acting out in class over the past week, pushing other kids during playtime and saying mean things he'd never said before. Yesterday, he'd told another student that his mommy said some people deserve to feel bad, and today he'd pushed a girl off the swing and called her stupid. Harper said this was completely out of character for Oliver, who was usually one of the sweetest kids in class. She gently suggested that the family tension I'd mentioned at pickup last week might be affecting his behavior more than I realized. Harper recommended I consider getting Oliver some counseling to help him process whatever he was picking up at home. She said kids absorb adult conflict even when we think we're protecting them from it, and Oliver clearly needed help working through his feelings. I hung up the phone and felt like I'd been punched in the stomach. Protecting Oliver was my whole reason for confronting Holly at Christmas, and now he was the one suffering from the fallout. He was acting out at the school, pushing kids, saying cruel things, and it was because of the family war I'd started. I'd thought standing up to Holly would show Oliver that I'd always defend him, but instead I'd created an environment where he was learning that hurting people were acceptable when you were angry. Friday night, I was scrolling through Facebook when I saw that Holly's daughter Zoe had posted something cryptic about fake friends and people showing their true colors. I clicked on her profile and saw she'd been posting sad quotes all week about betrayal and loneliness. Then I noticed Blakely's account had a post from Holly saying they were looking for a new violin teacher because their previous one had decided not to continue lessons. I messaged our cousin and asked what was going on with Holly's kids. She told me that other parents at their private school had heard about the Christmas drama through the gossip network, and some of them had started excluding Holly's daughters from playdates and birthday parties. Apparently, the school had a very tight-knit parent community, and word had spread that Holly's husband left her for his assistant, and she'd lost her job. Some parents didn't want their kids associating with children from that kind of family situation. Blakely's violin teacher had dropped her as a student, because the teacher was friends with one of the moms who'd decided to distance herself from Holly's family. I felt genuinely sick reading about what was happening to 2 innocent kids who had nothing to do with their mother's cruelty, or my public revenge. Zoe and Blakely were paying the price for adult conflicts they hadn't caused, and I'd never wanted to hurt them when I exposed Holly's secrets at Christmas. Saturday morning, my mom called while I was making breakfast for Oliver. She asked if we could all come to Sunday dinner because she wanted to talk about something important. I knew from her tone that this wasn't going to be a normal family meal. She said both Holly and I needed to be there to work things out as a family. I told her I wasn't interested in making peace when Holly still hadn't apologized to Oliver for calling him a bastard. My mom got quiet for a second, then said she couldn't handle the divided family anymore, and the stress was affecting Dad's blood pressure. She said if Holly and I couldn't figure out how to be civil, then she was done hosting family events. It felt like an ultimatum, and I was furious that they were pressuring me to reconcile when Holly was the one who started this whole mess. But I agreed to come because I didn't want Oliver losing his grandparents over adult drama. I told my mom we'd be there at 6 and hung up feeling like I was walking into an ambush. Tuesday afternoon, I stopped at the coffee shop near my clinic to grab something between patients. I was waiting for my order when I heard 2 women at the table behind me talking. One of them mentioned Holly's name and I froze. The woman said Holly had been seeing a therapist for severe anxiety and depression. She told her friend that Holly had a complete breakdown at book club last week, talking about losing everything she'd built. The woman said Holly cried for 20 minutes about her marriage falling apart and her career being destroyed. I stood there holding my coffee, feeling something I didn't expect. For years, I'd seen Holly as the perfect sister who had everything together and used that perfection to make me feel small. But listening to this stranger describe Holly's breakdown made me realize she was probably miserable the whole time. Maybe she took out her unhappiness on easy targets like me and Oliver, because she couldn't admit her own life was falling apart. I left the coffee shop feeling confused about whether my revenge had been worth it. Thursday morning, the cousin called while I was doing laundry. She said she needed to tell me something about Holly's situation. Holly's forced resignation meant she lost unvested stock options worth over $200,000. Combined with Bryson leaving, Holly might have to sell their house because she couldn't afford the mortgage on her own. The cousin said several relatives were lending Holly money to help her stay afloat, which was straining their own finances during a tough economy. My aunt had given Holly $5,000, and my uncle had covered 2 months of the girl's private school tuition. I realized my Christmas revelation had created a domino effect that was hurting people who had nothing to do with the original conflict. Family members were draining their savings to help Holly survive the fallout from secrets I'd exposed. I hung up the phone and sat on the floor surrounded by clean clothes, wondering how protecting Oliver had turned into financial crisis for half the family. Friday afternoon, I picked Oliver up from preschool and he was quiet on the drive home. I asked if something happened at the school, and he said a kid told him something during recess. Oliver asked me if I made Holly's family fall apart because she was mean to him. My stomach dropped and I pulled into a parking lot so I could turn around and look at him. He said the kid at the school told him that I ruined everything at Christmas, and now his cousins were sad. Oliver's eyes were filling with tears, and he asked if it was his fault that Holly's family was broken. I unbuckled my seatbelt and climbed into the back seat to hug him. I told him that none of this was his fault, and that adults sometimes make mistakes when they're trying to protect people they love. He asked if I made a mistake and I didn't know how to answer. I said protecting him was right, but maybe I did it in a way that hurt more people than necessary. Oliver was taking on guilt for adult conflicts that he didn't understand, and I had no idea how to explain that the world was more complicated than good people and bad people. Saturday night, I checked my email before bed and saw a message from Holly. The subject line said, "We need to talk." I almost deleted it, but something made me open it. Holly wrote that she wanted to apologize to Oliver but needed to set some boundaries about family information staying private. She admitted she was cruel about my single motherhood because she was projecting her own marriage insecurity onto me. She said watching me seem happy as a single mom while she was miserable in her perfect marriage made her jealous and mean. But then Holly wrote that I had no right to publicly destroy her life in front of 40 relatives at Christmas. She said I could have confronted her privately about her behavior toward Oliver instead of exposing her marriage problems and career failure to the entire family. The email was raw and honest in a way Holly had never been with me. She wasn't making excuses for calling Oliver a bastard, but she also wasn't pretending that what I did was justified. I read the email 3 times trying to figure out if this vulnerability was real, or if Holly was manipulating me into feeling guilty. The next week, Michelle pulled me aside at work during our lunch break. She said she was worried about me because I'd become obsessed with tracking Holly's situation. Michelle pointed out that I spent every break scrolling through social media looking for updates about Holly, and seemed angrier now than right after Christmas. She asked if I was okay, and I snapped that I was fine. Michelle said I clearly wasn't fine, and that my anger was starting to affect how I treated patients. She mentioned that I'd been short with a client that morning who asked about rescheduling. I told Michelle to mind her own business and walked away. Later that day, my dad called, but I let it go to voicemail. He'd been calling less frequently over the past few weeks, and I knew he was caught between supporting me and helping Holly through her crisis. I listened to his message and he sounded tired. He said he loved me but couldn't keep choosing sides in this family war. I realized I'd isolated myself by making everyone pick between Holly and me. My support system was falling apart under the weight of prolonged family warfare. Wednesday night, I was scrolling through Facebook when I saw Bryson had updated his relationship status. He was now listed as in a relationship with someone named Jessica Smith. I clicked on her profile and recognized her from the bikini photos I'd found last fall. She was the assistant whose posts Bryson had been commenting on. I scrolled through their photos together and saw they'd been publicly dating for at least a month. Holly's worst fears had come true, and Bryson had left her for the woman she suspected. I sat there staring at photos of Bryson and the assistant at restaurants and events. Holly was now a single mother facing the exact situation she'd spent 5 years mocking me for. But she was also dealing with career destruction and financial crisis on top of the divorce. I had a choice to make about whether to keep enjoying her downfall or recognize that she'd hit bottom. Continuing to push served no purpose except cruelty, and I was tired of being cruel. Thursday morning, I woke up and made a decision. I opened my laptop and found the folder where I'd saved screenshots of Holly's forced resignation details. I'd been considering sharing them with family members who thought I'd exaggerated her career problems. The screenshots showed emails between Holly and HR discussing the exact nature of her mistake and the firm's decision to force her out. I stared at the files for a long time, then selected them all and hit delete. I realized Oliver didn't need me to completely destroy his aunt to feel protected. At some point, revenge crosses from justice into something uglier, and I'd already crossed that line. I was exhausted from months of anger, and ready to see if there was a way forward that didn't require total family destruction. I emptied the trash folder on my computer and felt something shift inside me. Friday afternoon, I called Holly's cell phone. She answered on the third ring, and we were both silent for a few seconds. I told her I'd read her email and was willing to meet somewhere neutral without our parents. Holly suggested a park halfway between our houses. We agreed to meet Sunday at 2 in the afternoon. When I got there, Holly was already sitting at a picnic table looking smaller than I remembered. I sat down across from her and we stared at each other. Holly started talking first and apologized for years of cruel comments about Oliver. She admitted she was jealous that I seemed happy as a single mom while she was miserable in her perfect marriage. She said calling Oliver a bastard was unforgivable, and she understood if I never wanted to speak to her again. I told her that publicly destroying her life at Christmas went further than necessary, I said I could have confronted her privately about her behavior instead of exposing her secrets in front of everyone. We both started crying and agreed we'd hurt each other enough. The next Tuesday, Holly texted asking if she could come to my apartment to apologize to Oliver directly. I asked Oliver if he wanted to talk to Holly, and he nodded. Holly arrived at 6 with a stuffed dinosaur for Oliver. She sat down on the floor with him and told him she'd said mean things because she was sad inside. She said none of it was his fault, and that she was sorry for making him feel bad. Oliver looked at her for a minute, then asked if she was still sad. Holly said she was working on feeling better. Oliver hugged her and asked if his cousins could come play sometime. The simplicity of his response made both Holly and me realize how much we'd complicated something that could have been resolved much earlier. Oliver ran off to play with his new dinosaur, and Holly and I sat on my couch in silence. We both knew we'd never be close sisters, but maybe we could be civil for the kids' sake. The following week, Holly texted asking if she could take Oliver to the park with her girls. I said yes because Oliver had been asking about his cousins non-stop since her apology. I watched from a bench as Holly pushed all 3 kids on the swings and helped them build a sandcastle together. She was patient and kind with Oliver in a way I'd never seen before, and when he fell and scraped his knee, she cleaned it up and gave him a hug without any of her usual judgment about single moms raising fragile kids. On the drive home, Oliver told me he liked having his aunt back and asked if we could do it again soon. I told him we'd try to see them more often, but that sometimes grown-ups needed time to work through their problems. He seemed satisfied with that answer and went back to playing with his dinosaur. Over the next few weeks, Holly and I started texting about normal things like what the kids were doing in the school and funny stories about their latest antics. We weren't close, but we were civil, and that felt like enough given everything that had happened. She sent me a job posting for a position at a smaller investment firm and told me she'd applied even though the pay was less than half what she used to make. I could tell she was scared about starting over but trying to stay positive for her girls. My mom called to say she was relieved Holly and I were talking again because the family tension had been making her physically sick with worry. I told her we were working on it, but that she needed to stop expecting us to go back to how things were before, because that version of our relationship was built on Holly's cruelty and everyone's silence about it. 3 months passed, and I got a call from Harper asking if I had a few minutes to talk about Oliver. My stomach dropped because I immediately assumed the worst, but she quickly reassured me that everything was fine. She said Oliver had been doing much better in class over the past several weeks and seemed back to his normal, happy self. He was playing well with other kids again, and his aggressive behavior had completely stopped once the family drama calmed down. She told me he seemed more secure and confident, which was exactly what I needed to hear after months of worrying I'd damaged him permanently with the Christmas confrontation. I thanked her for calling and hung up feeling like I could finally breathe properly for the first time since the holidays. That afternoon, I picked Oliver up from preschool, and he ran to me with a painting he'd made of our family. He'd drawn me, his grandparents, Holly, and his cousins all holding hands under a big sun. I asked him why everyone was holding hands, and he said because families stick together even when they fight sometimes. The simple wisdom of a 5-year-old hit me harder than any therapy session could have. Over the next few weeks, I noticed Oliver was more careful around family gatherings, though, asking me questions about why adults get mad at each other and whether everyone would be nice at the next dinner. He'd developed a cautious awareness that hadn't been there before, checking my face for signs of tension whenever Holly was in the room. I hated that he'd lost some of his innocent trust in family harmony, but I also knew he was learning that relationships could survive conflict and repair themselves with effort. 4th of July came around and my parents hosted a barbecue in their backyard. I arrived early to help set up and found Holly already there arranging plates and cups on the picnic tables. We said hello and worked side by side in careful politeness, both of us aware that the whole family was watching to see how we'd interact. My dad fired up the grill and Mom kept nervously glancing between Holly and me like she expected us to start fighting at any moment. When other relatives arrived, there was an awkward tension as people tried to figure out whether they were allowed to mention Christmas or if we were all supposed to pretend it never happened. My uncle made an uncomfortable joke about keeping the peace this year, and everyone laughed too loud. Holly's girls ran straight to Oliver and they disappeared into the yard to play on the swing set, completely unbothered by the adult weirdness surrounding them. I watched Holly watching her daughters and saw her shoulders relax a little when she realized the kids were fine. We ended up standing near each other by the food table and she asked how my work was going. I told her about a new patient I was treating, and she actually listened instead of looking for ways to one-up me with her own accomplishments. She mentioned she'd gotten the job at the smaller firm and was starting next week, and I could see both relief and fear in her eyes about this new chapter as a single working mom. Throughout the afternoon, Holly and I maintained our careful distance, speaking when necessary, but not forcing closeness that neither of us felt ready for. Some relatives tried too hard to get us to interact, while others avoided putting us near each other, and the whole dynamic felt strained compared to the fake harmony we used to have. My mom visibly relaxed as the day went on without incident, though she still tensed up whenever Holly and I ended up in the same conversation. By the time the fireworks started that evening, I realized our family had permanently changed into something more honest, but way less comfortable than before. And maybe that was actually healthier, even if it didn't feel as easy. As I watched Oliver playing with his cousins in my parents' backyard during the fireworks, I thought about everything that had led to this weird new normal we were all navigating. Protecting Oliver from Holly's cruelty was absolutely the right thing to do. But publicly destroying her life at Christmas had created complications I was still processing months later. Holly learned that calling a child a bastard had real consequences that went beyond just hurt feelings, and I learned that revenge feels amazing in the moment, but leaves you dealing with messy aftermath for a long time. Our family would never go back to pretending everything was perfect with Holly's fake achievements and everyone ignoring her mean comments about Oliver. Maybe that was better than the fake peace that had allowed her behavior to continue for years without anyone calling her out on it. Oliver was safe now and knew I would always defend him no matter what, and that mattered more than anything else, even if getting here had been messier and more complicated than I'd planned. He looked up at the fireworks with his cousins beside him and smiled, and in that moment I knew we'd all survive this family mess, even if we'd never be the same as before. My sister hit our mother so hard she fell down and said, "I should have done this 20 years ago." The sound echoed through the Thanksgiving dinner with 14 family members frozen at the table watching my mother hold her face on the floor. My sister Grace stood over her with her hand still raised and shaking. "Get up," Grace said in a voice I'd never heard her use before. Mom stayed on the floor crying, but something about her crying seemed wrong, like she was performing it. "Grace, what the hell?" Our brother James jumped up from his chair, knocking over his wine. But Grace didn't look at him. She kept staring at Mom. "Tell them what you just told me in the kitchen. Tell them right now." Mom tried to crawl away, but Grace grabbed her arm, not hard, but firm enough to stop her. "Tell them or I will." That's when I noticed Grace's husband Kevin wasn't at the table. He'd been here 20 minutes ago helping carve the turkey. "Where's Kevin?" I asked, and Grace's face crumbled for just a second before going hard again. "Mom knows where Kevin is. Don't you, Mom?" Our Aunt Linda tried to intervene, reaching for Grace, but our cousin Tony stopped her. "Wait, let her talk." Tony was a paramedic and had this way of reading situations. Mom finally sat up and wiped her face, but the tears had already stopped. "I don't know what you're talking about." She said it in her sweet victim voice, the one she used whenever someone called her out on anything. Grace laughed, but it sounded like breaking glass. "You sent him those messages. Pretending to be me. You've been texting my husband for 3 months pretending to be me." James looked confused. "What messages? What are you talking about?" Grace pulled out her phone and showed James something that made his face change. Then she showed it to Tony. Then to me. The messages were sexual, explicit, asking Kevin to meet at hotels, saying their marriage was over, saying Grace wanted a divorce, all from a number that looked almost like Grace's but off by 1 digit. I found them on Kevin's phone today when he was showering. He thought he'd been texting me about problems in our marriage. He thought I wanted to leave him. He's been sleeping in his car for a week because these messages told him not to come home. Grace's voice was breaking now. Mom stood up and brushed off her dress. "That's ridiculous. I don't even know how to do that technical stuff." But Grace had more. "The phone number is registered to your credit card, Mom. I checked with the phone company an hour ago. You bought a burner phone and have been paying $40 a month for it." The table was completely silent now. Aunt Linda looked sick. "Louise, why would you do that?" Mom's mask slipped for just a second, and I saw something I'd never seen before. Pure hatred looking at Grace. She doesn't deserve him. She trapped him with pregnancy. My beautiful, successful daughter reduced to a housewife. Grace's son was 4 years old, and she'd quit her job as a nurse to raise him while Kevin worked. It had been their mutual decision. "You tried to destroy my marriage because I chose to raise my own child?" Grace stepped closer to Mom again. "You've been telling Kevin I was cheating, that I had a boyfriend. That's why he believed the messages were real." I remembered Kevin acting strange at the last few family dinners. Not sitting next to Grace, leaving early, looking miserable. We'd all assumed they were having problems. The private investigator found something else. Grace said, and Mom's face went white. "What private investigator?" James asked. "The one Kevin hired 2 months ago to follow me, to catch me cheating. Except instead of finding me with another man, he found Mom meeting with Bradley. Bradley was Grace's ex from college who'd stalked her for 2 years after they broke up. She'd had to get a restraining order." "You contacted my stalker? You brought him back into my life?" Grace's voice was rising now. Mom tried to walk toward the door, but Tony blocked her. "We're not done here, Louise," he said calmly. "The police are already on their way." That's when Mom lost it completely. She took him from me. Kevin was supposed to be mine. He came to me first at that party 6 years ago. We talked all night until she showed up in that slutty dress and stole him. Everyone at the table looked disgusted. James stood up. "Mom, Kevin is 32. You're 58. What the hell is wrong with you?" Mom turned on him. "You always take her side. Everyone always takes perfect Grace's side. She gets everything she wants. Grace pulled out a folder from her bag. The private investigator found more. Requested Reds is on Spotify now. Check out link in the description or comments. Grace's hand shook as she pulled more papers from the folder and spread them across the table next to the turkey that nobody was eating anymore. I leaned closer and saw photos printed in color on regular printer paper. Bradley standing outside a house I recognized as Grace's. Bradley sitting in a car across the street. Bradley walking past the preschool where Scarlett went 3 mornings a week. Each photo had a date and time stamped in the corner, and they went back almost a month. My stomach turned over because this wasn't just Mom being controlling or manipulative anymore. This was dangerous. This was Mom putting Grace's actual life at risk by bringing back the man who used to follow her home from work, and leave notes on her car and show up at her apartment at 2 in the morning until the police finally made her get a restraining order. Tony picked up one of the photos, and his face went hard in that professional way he had when he was working an emergency. He pointed at the timestamp on a photo showing Bradley outside the preschool. The date was October 23rd at 9:15 in the morning, which was exactly when Grace dropped Scarlett off every Tuesday and Thursday. Mom had given Bradley Grace's daughter's schedule. Grace made a sound like she couldn't breathe, and James grabbed her arm to steady her, but she yanked away from him. The front door opened, and everyone's head snapped toward the sound. Kevin stood in the doorway with his coat still on and his keys in his hand. He looked terrible, like he hadn't slept in days, which he probably hadn't if he'd been sleeping in his car. His eyes went to Mom first, still on the floor near the door, then to Grace standing by the table with tears on her face, then to the photos spread across the table next to the mashed potatoes. He walked closer without saying anything and picked up one of the photos. His face changed as he looked at it. Really looked at it and understood what he was seeing. He picked up another photo, then another, and I watched all the color drain out of his face until he looked sick. Kevin set the photos down carefully like they might break and turned to look at Mom. She tried her victim face again with the big sad eyes and the trembling lip, but Kevin just stared at her. Grace was watching him, and I could see her trying to read his face, trying to figure out if he believed her now, or if he still thought she was lying. Kevin's hands curled into fists at his sides and he opened his mouth, but nothing came out at first. Finally, he said Mom's name, just her first name, in a voice so flat and cold it made me shiver. Mom started to speak, but Kevin held up one hand to stop her and she actually shut up, which never happened. Kevin picked up his phone from his pocket and started scrolling through something, and his jaw got tighter and tighter. He turned the phone toward Grace and showed her the screen, and even from where I stood I could see it was text messages. The fake messages Mom had sent pretending to be Grace. Grace looked at the phone, then at Kevin, and her face just crumbled. Not the angry kind of breaking from before, but something worse, like watching someone's heart actually crack open. She started crying for real now, with her whole body shaking and her hands covering her face. Kevin took one step toward her, then stopped like he'd hit an invisible wall. His hands were still in fists, and I couldn't tell if he wanted to hug her or punch something or both. The space between them felt huge, even though they were only maybe 6 feet apart. Grace dropped her hands from her face and looked at Kevin, and he looked back at her, and nobody else in the room existed for those few seconds. I could see everything they weren't saying written all over their faces. Her asking if he believed her now. Him trying to figure out how he could have been so stupid. Both of them trying to understand how they'd gotten here. Kevin's face twisted up and he turned away from Grace and walked to the window. His shoulders were shaking and I realized he was crying too. James started to say something, but Tony grabbed his arm and shook his head. We all just stood there in this horrible silence while Grace and Kevin fell apart in the same room, but couldn't even touch each other. That's when we heard the sirens. Mom's face changed again, dropping the victim act completely, and now she just looked scared. Tony moved to block the front door without even thinking about it, which made sense since he dealt with situations like this all the time in his job. The sirens got louder and then stopped right outside, and we heard car doors slamming. Someone knocked hard on the door and said police. Tony opened it and 2 officers came in, looking around at all of us frozen in this weird, horrible tableau. One officer was older with gray hair and the other was younger, maybe 30. They both had that calm, professional look like they'd seen everything before. The older officer asked who called, and Tony said he did. The officer looked at Mom still on the floor, then at Grace crying by the table, then at all the photos spread out like evidence at a crime scene. He asked if everyone could please move to separate rooms so they could take statements. The younger officer started directing people, and I ended up in the kitchen with Tony, while other family members got sent to different parts of the house. Through the doorway, I could see into the living room where they'd put Mom on the couch. She sat perfectly straight with her hands folded in her lap, and her victim face back on full force. She pulled a tissue from her purse and dabbed at her eyes, even though I could see from where I stood that her eyes were completely dry. The tissue thing was just performance, just like the crying on the floor had been performance. The older officer sat across from her with a notebook and started asking questions. I couldn't hear what they were saying. but I could see Mom's mouth moving in that sweet, innocent way she had. Probably telling them Grace was unstable or going through something or making up lies. The officer's face stayed neutral and professional as he wrote things down. In the kitchen, Tony sat at the table with his arms crossed, and I sat across from him. The younger officer came in and introduced himself and asked me to tell him what happened. I started from the beginning with Grace hitting Mom and the sound it made and everyone freezing. I told him about the fake phone messages and the burner phone and Bradley. I told him about the photos. The officer wrote everything down and asked specific questions about times and dates and who said what. He asked if I'd seen the messages myself, and I said yes, Grace had shown them to me. He asked if I knew Bradley, and I explained about the stalking years ago and the restraining order. When I mentioned the restraining order, his eyebrows went up and he wrote something down with more pressure on the pen. He asked where the photos were, and I pointed to the dining room. He went to look at them and came back with a few in his hand, studying the timestamps. He asked if I knew whether the restraining order was still active, and I said I thought it was, but Grace would know for sure. He thanked me and said I could wait here and went to talk to his partner. Through the doorway, I watched them conferring in low voices while Mom sat on the couch, still dabbing her dry eyes with that tissue. The older officer's expression changed as his partner showed him the photos and pointed at something. They both looked at Mom, and her face flickered for just a second before going back to victim mode. They asked her something and she shook her head. They asked something else and she started crying harder with her shoulders shaking. But I'd seen her real crying earlier when Grace confronted her, and this wasn't it. This was acting. The officers seemed to see it too because their faces stayed professional and unmoved. After what felt like hours but was probably only 45 minutes, the officers finished taking statements from everyone. They came back to the living room where they'd gathered us all again. The older officer said they were investigating allegations of stalking, harassment, and identity theft. He said they'd need to take the phone records and photos as evidence. He looked at Mom and said they'd be in touch and she should expect to hear from the district attorney's office. Mom's victim face finally cracked and she stood up fast. She said this was ridiculous and her children were ganging up on her and she hadn't done anything wrong. The officer just looked at her with that flat professional expression and said she might want to contact a lawyer. Mom started to walk toward the door, but the younger officer stepped in front of her politely and said she needed to stay until they were finished. She sat back down hard on the couch and her hands were shaking, but not in a sad way. In an angry way. The officers took photos of the evidence with their phones and put the papers in plastic bags they got from their car. They took Grace's statement last in the dining room, and I could hear her voice shaking as she told them everything. When they were done, they told everyone they could leave but to stay available for follow-up questions. The older officer pulled Grace aside and gave her a card with a number for victim services. He said she should call them first thing in the morning and make sure the restraining order against Bradley was still valid, and if not, get a new one immediately. He said the photos showed clear evidence of stalking, and they'd be picking Bradley up for questioning. Grace nodded and took the card, but her hands were shaking so hard she almost dropped it. The officers left and suddenly the house felt too quiet. People started gathering their coats and bags and leaving without saying much. Nobody knew what to say. Aunt Linda hugged Grace hard before she left and whispered something I couldn't hear. Tony squeezed my shoulder and said to call if we needed anything. James stood by the door looking lost, like he didn't know whose side he was supposed to be on anymore. Mom tried to leave too, but Grace blocked her path. Grace's voice came out steady now, not crying anymore. She said Mom needed to leave and never contact her again. She said if Mom came near her house or her daughter or her husband, she'd call the police. Mom tried to argue, but Grace just turned her back and walked away. Dean finally spoke up for the first time all night and told Mom they should go. They left through the front door and I watched through the window as they got in their car. Mom's victim face was completely gone now, replaced by something cold and hard. Kevin stood by the window watching them leave too. When their car pulled away, he turned and looked at Grace. She looked back at him, and they just stood there staring at each other across the living room that still smelled like turkey and gravy. Kevin opened his mouth like he was going to say something, but then closed it. He grabbed his coat from the chair and headed for the door. Grace called his name and he stopped but didn't turn around. She asked where he was going and he said his brother's place. Not his car this time, at least. Grace asked if he was coming back and Kevin didn't answer for a long time. Finally, he said he didn't know and walked out. I stayed with Grace that night because she shouldn't be alone. We cleaned up the dinner that nobody ate, throwing away plates of cold food. Grace moved like a robot, just going through motions. We didn't talk much. Scarlett was already asleep upstairs, having spent the evening at a neighbor's house, thank God. Around midnight, I found Grace sitting on the floor of Scarlett's bedroom watching her daughter sleep. Grace's voice came out as a whisper when she said she didn't know how to explain this to a 4-year-old. How do you tell a little kid that grandma can't visit anymore? That daddy doesn't live here right now? That the family she knew just exploded into pieces? I sat down next to her on the floor, and we stayed there until almost 2 in the morning just watching Scarlett breathe in her sleep. 2 days later, my phone rang with a number I didn't recognize. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. A woman's voice said this was Thea Wallace, the private investigator. She said she found something in Mom's phone records that involved me specifically, and could we meet for coffee? My stomach dropped straight through the floor because suddenly I was remembering things I hadn't thought about in years. My college boyfriend breaking up with me junior year out of nowhere. He said someone who cared about me had told him I was cheating. He wouldn't say who. I spent months trying to figure out what I'd done wrong, never once thinking someone had lied to him. I met Thea at a coffee shop near my apartment the next morning. She was younger than I expected, maybe 40, with dark hair pulled back and sharp eyes that missed nothing. She had a folder with her and slid it across the table before I'd even ordered. I opened it and saw printouts of text messages. Messages from a number I didn't recognize, sent to a number that made my chest tight because I remembered it. That was the number my college boyfriend had before he switched carriers. The messages said I was sleeping with my study partner. They included photos of me having coffee with him at the campus library. The photos were taken from far away through windows like surveillance photos. The messages said I'd been lying about staying late to study, and was actually meeting up with this other guy. My study partner's name was right there in the messages. Details about where we met and when. All lies but detailed enough to sound real. Thea pointed to the phone number the messages came from and showed me the records. It was registered to a prepaid account bought with Mom's credit card 3 years ago. The same credit card she used for the burner phone to text Kevin. Mom had done this before. She'd been doing this for years. I sat there staring at those photos of myself at 19, having innocent coffee with a classmate while my mother took creepy surveillance photos and sent them to my boyfriend with lies attached. Thea said there was more. She pulled out another stack of papers showing Facebook messages from a fake profile. The profile had used a stock photo of some random woman and claimed to be a concerned friend. The messages to my boyfriend were even more explicit, claiming I'd confessed to cheating and was just using him. The profile disappeared 2 days after my boyfriend broke up with me. I remembered that breakup so clearly. Sitting in his dorm room while he told me he knew what I'd been doing. Me confused and trying to understand what he meant. Him getting angrier because he thought I was playing dumb. Me crying and begging him to tell me what he was talking about. Him finally showing me one photo on his phone before deleting it. A photo of me with my study partner. I'd thought he was just jealous and insecure. I'd spent years thinking I'd dated someone who didn't trust me, never knowing my own mother had destroyed that relationship on purpose. I drove to James's house without calling first. I needed to know if Mom had done this to him too. I found him on his back porch at 11 in the morning with a beer in his hand, even though it was a Tuesday. He looked surprised to see me, then resigned, like he knew why I was there. I sat down next to him and asked if Mom had ever messed with his relationships. James took a long drink of his beer and stared at his backyard for a while before answering. He said Sarah was staying at her sister's house. They were separated. Not officially, but separated. Sarah was tired of him defending Mom, tired of him making excuses, tired of him choosing his mother over his wife. James said he couldn't stop thinking about his ex-fiancée who broke up with him right before he was going to propose. Her name was Rachel, and they'd been together 3 years. One day she came to his apartment crying and showed him photos someone had sent her. Photos that supposedly proved he was still sleeping with his ex-girlfriend. James said the photos were fake, or at least misleading. They showed him hugging his ex, but it was at a mutual friend's wedding, and it was just a friendly hug. But someone had taken that photo and others like it and sent them to Rachel with messages saying he was cheating. Rachel broke up with him that night. He never found out who sent the photos because they came from an anonymous email that got deleted. James looked at me, and his eyes were red like he'd been crying or drinking or both. He said Sarah told him yesterday that Mom had called her 3 months ago. Mom told Sarah that James was having an emotional affair with a coworker. Mom said she was worried about their marriage and thought Sarah should know. That's when the trust issues started. That's when Sarah started questioning where James was and who he was texting. That's when their marriage started falling apart. James said he'd been getting weird emails for years from anonymous accounts. Emails warning him about people in his life. Warning him that friends were talking behind his back. Warning him that coworkers were trying to sabotage him. He always thought it was spam or some internet troll. Now he was wondering if every single one came from Mom. I went back to Grace's house that night after the police finished taking statements. The house felt empty, even though Grace and I were both there sitting at her kitchen table. She kept opening and closing her phone like she wanted to text someone but couldn't figure out who. I asked if she'd heard from Kevin, and she shook her head without looking up. The silence between us felt heavy and wrong. We'd never been the kind of sisters who didn't know what to say to each other. Grace finally put her phone down and told me she needed to go back to work. She'd been doing occasional shifts at the hospital to keep her nursing license active, and she had one scheduled in 2 weeks. I didn't understand why she was thinking about work right now, but I just nodded. 2 weeks passed in this weird fog where none of us really talked to each other. James stopped answering my calls. Dad stayed at a hotel downtown. Grace texted me once to say Kevin was still at his brother's place. Then Grace called me at 6 in the morning on a Tuesday, sounding panicked. Bradley had shown up at the hospital. She was working the night shift in the emergency room, and he just walked in through the main entrance like he had every right to be there. Security got him out before he reached her floor, but not before he told the front desk person that Grace wanted to see him again. That Louise had told him Grace missed him and wanted to reconnect. Grace was shaking so hard when she got home that she couldn't hold her coffee cup. I drove over and found her sitting on her front porch even though it was freezing outside. She kept saying Mom was still doing this, still trying to hurt her even after everything that happened at Thanksgiving. The police investigation was ongoing, but apparently that wasn't stopping Mom from contacting Grace's stalker and sending him to her workplace. 3 days later, a thick envelope arrived at my apartment. The return address was from some law firm downtown I'd never heard of. Inside was a letter on fancy letterhead from Louise's lawyer. I read it twice before I understood what it was saying. The lawyer claimed Mom was suffering from early onset dementia, that she wasn't in her right mind during the incidents, that she needed medical help, not criminal prosecution. I drove straight to Grace's house without calling first. She was in her kitchen making lunch for her daughter when I walked in and threw the letter on her counter. Grace picked it up and read it while I watched her face go from confused to red. She threw the letter across the kitchen hard enough that it hit the refrigerator. Then she screamed that Mom was lucid enough to pay a burner phone bill for 3 months. Lucid enough to track Kevin's location and plan meetings with Bradley. Lucid enough to create fake social media profiles and send messages at specific times. She could cut the confused elderly woman act because nobody was buying it. Grace called Thea the private investigator that same afternoon. She asked Thea to set up a meeting with Kevin. Somewhere neutral with Thea there as a third party. It took another week before Kevin agreed. We met at a coffee shop across town from where Grace and Kevin lived. The kind of generic place with uncomfortable chairs and bad lighting. Kevin looked terrible. He'd lost weight and had dark circles under his eyes like he wasn't sleeping. Grace sat across from him, and I sat at a different table close enough to hear, but far enough to give them space. Thea sat next to Grace with her notebook open even though she wasn't writing anything. Kevin started talking before Grace could say anything. He told her he believed the fake messages so easily because Louise had been telling him for months that Grace seemed distant and unhappy. Little comments here and there about how Grace wasn't herself lately. How she seemed distracted when Kevin talked to her. How she'd mentioned feeling trapped at home with their daughter. Kevin said Louise planted all these seeds of doubt over family dinners and phone calls. So when the texts started coming from that number saying Grace wanted a divorce, it seemed possible. It seemed like maybe Grace had finally admitted what Louise had been hinting at for months. Grace stared at Kevin for a long time before she spoke. She told him she didn't know if she could forgive him for doubting her so completely. For hiring a private investigator to follow her instead of just asking her directly what was wrong. For sleeping in his car for a week rather than coming home to talk to her face to face. Kevin said he didn't know if he could forgive himself either. His voice cracked when he said it, and then they were both just sitting there crying in the middle of a Starbucks. Thea quietly pushed the tissue box across the table toward them. I watched from my table and felt this overwhelming anger at Mom for destroying something that had been good. Grace and Kevin had been happy before this. They'd been one of those couples that actually liked each other. I needed to talk to Dad. He'd been avoiding all of us since Thanksgiving, and that needed to stop. I drove to his office the next day without calling ahead because I knew he'd make an excuse not to see me. His secretary tried to stop me, but I walked past her desk and straight into his office. Dad looked up from his computer surprised and guilty. I closed the door behind me and asked him why he let this happen. Dad started with the same excuses about not knowing Mom would go this far. About thinking she was just difficult and possessive but not dangerous. I lost it on him then. I told him his job as a husband and father was to imagine it could go this far. His job was to stop it before it destroyed his children's lives. Dad's face crumpled and he looked old suddenly. Older than I'd ever seen him look. He told me Louise had an obsession with Kevin from the moment Grace brought him to a family dinner 6 years ago. Dad had caught Mom going through Grace's phone multiple times looking at photos of Kevin. He'd found her texting Kevin directly under the pretense of planning family events, but the messages were too friendly, too personal. Dad convinced himself it was harmless maternal concern, rather than the dangerous thing it actually was. He said he was realizing now that his silence made him part of everything that followed. He'd chosen to look away instead of protecting his daughter, and now he had to live with that choice. The next family gathering happened at James's house a week later. It was supposed to be just a casual dinner, but nobody felt casual about anything anymore. I was helping clean up in the kitchen when our aunt pulled me aside. She wanted to talk somewhere private, so we went out to James's garage. She told me she'd warned Dad years ago that Louise's behavior toward Grace's boyfriends was wrong and controlling. She described things from when Grace was in high school. Times when Mom would flirt with Grace's dates or find reasons they weren't good enough. How Mom would dress younger when Grace brought boys home. How she'd position herself between Grace and whatever guy she was seeing. I felt sick listening to it. This pattern had been going on for decades, and everyone just accepted it as Louise being Louise. Nobody stopped her. Nobody protected Grace from her own mother. The prosecutor called Grace about a month after Thanksgiving. I was at her house when her phone rang, and I watched her face change as she listened. The prosecutor explained they were charging Louise with stalking, harassment, and identity theft. The penalties could include jail time, but more likely probation given her age and clean record. Grace thanked the prosecutor and hung up. She told me later she didn't even care about punishment anymore. She just wanted Mom to stay away from her family forever. She wanted to know her daughter was safe and that Mom couldn't reach Kevin or manipulate any of them again. Kevin moved back home on a trial basis after they'd been apart for a month. Grace told me he was sleeping in the guest room while they tried to figure out if their marriage could survive this. Their daughter asked why Daddy was sleeping in the wrong room now. Grace had to explain in 4-year-old terms that sometimes grown-ups need space to fix their feelings. That Daddy still loved her, but Mommy and Daddy needed time to remember how to trust each other. I came over for dinner one night and watched them move around each other carefully like they were afraid of breaking something fragile. James showed up at my apartment at 2 a.m. about 6 weeks after Thanksgiving. He was drunk and crying and could barely stand up straight. I let him in and made him sit on my couch while I got him water. He told me his wife had filed for separation that afternoon. She'd found out he'd been in contact with Louise through secret email accounts. James said he didn't know why he couldn't just cut Mom off completely. He kept making these excuses for her in his head, even though he knew what she'd done to Grace. Even though he knew she'd probably done similar things to him over the years. I sat next to him and realized he'd been manipulated his entire life. He was so twisted up by Mom's gaslighting that he still thought he owed her something despite everything she'd done to our family. I started seeing a therapist 2 weeks after James showed up drunk at my apartment. Grace had been pushing me to go, saying we all needed help processing what Mom had done, but I kept putting it off because admitting I needed therapy felt like admitting Mom had won somehow. My first session was in a small office with beige walls and a couch that smelled like lavender, and the therapist asked me to describe my relationship with my mother. I started talking about the Thanksgiving incident, and she stopped me. She wanted to know about before that, about my childhood, about how Mom treated me growing up. I realized I didn't have many good memories that didn't involve Mom somehow ruining them, or making them about her. The therapist wrote something down and asked if I'd ever noticed Mom sabotaging my relationships. I told her about Noah and the fake Facebook profile, and she asked if there were others. I sat there trying to remember, and suddenly it was like a dam breaking. My high school boyfriend who got anonymous letters saying I was cheating. My college roommate who moved out suddenly after Mom visited and told her I'd been talking behind her back. The job opportunity in another state that fell through after the hiring manager said someone called with concerns about my reliability. I'd spent years thinking I was the problem, that something about me pushed people away, and now I was seeing it was her the whole time. The therapist said Mom's behavior fit the pattern of a narcissistic parent who saw her children as extensions of herself rather than separate people. She explained that when I started forming my own relationships and identity, Mom felt threatened and worked to isolate me so I'd stay dependent on her. I cried for the first time since Thanksgiving, not angry tears, but the kind that come when you finally understand something that's been hurting you for years. Grace called me 3 weeks after she and Kevin started couples therapy. She sounded different on the phone, tired but less brittle than before. She told me their therapist was making them do exercises where they had to communicate without attacking each other, and it was the hardest thing she'd ever done. Kevin had admitted in their last session that part of him was angry at Grace for having a mother like Louise, which made no logical sense, but he couldn't help feeling it. The therapist said that kind of honesty was actually progress because they were finally saying the real things instead of the safe things. Grace asked if I thought they'd make it through this. I didn't know what to tell her because their marriage looked so broken from the outside. But I said if they were both still trying, then maybe that meant something. She went quiet for a minute and then told me Kevin had moved back into their bedroom the night before. Not because everything was fixed, but because they both decided they were tired of sleeping apart while trying to rebuild their marriage. She said it felt strange and familiar at the same time, like coming home to a house that had been rearranged while you were gone. Mom showed up at my office on a Tuesday morning exactly 4 weeks after the no-contact order went into effect. I was at my desk working on a report when the receptionist called saying someone was here to see me. I walked out to the lobby, and there she was holding a huge bouquet of roses and a card, her eyes already red like she'd been crying. She started talking before I could react, saying she just needed to apologize, that she'd made mistakes, but she was my mother, and didn't that count for something? My coworkers were staring, and I felt my face get hot with embarrassment and rage. I pulled out my phone and called the police while she kept talking, her voice getting louder and more desperate. She said I was being cruel, that Grace had poisoned me against her, that she'd given me everything, and this was how I repaid her. 2 officers arrived within 10 minutes and I showed them the no-contact order. Mom's whole demeanor changed when she saw the police. She started crying harder and saying her children had abandoned her for no reason, that she was just a mother who loved too much. The officers weren't buying it. They asked her to come with them and she refused, so they took her arms and started walking her toward the door. She screamed the whole way across the lobby that we'd regret this, that family was supposed to forgive each other, that she'd done nothing wrong. My boss came out of his office and asked if I was okay. I nodded, but I wasn't. I was shaking so hard I had to sit down in the lobby chair where Mom had been standing minutes before. The court hearing was scheduled for early March, 4 months after Thanksgiving. Grace and I drove there together while Kevin followed in his own car because he was testifying as a witness. We walked into the courthouse and saw Mom already sitting on a bench in the hallway. She was in a wheelchair that she absolutely did not need, wearing a cardigan that made her look frail and old, her hair styled to look thinner than it actually was. Grace grabbed my arm hard enough to hurt. The bailiff called us into the courtroom and Mom's lawyer wheeled her to the front. The prosecutor presented all the evidence, the phone records, the messages to Kevin, the meetings with Bradley, the violation of the no-contact order at my workplace. Mom's lawyer argued she was suffering from early dementia and wasn't responsible for her actions. The judge looked at Mom and asked her directly if she understood why she was there. Mom said yes in a small voice and explained she'd just been trying to protect her daughter from a bad marriage. The judge's expression didn't change. He said the evidence showed a pattern of deliberate manipulation spanning months, and dementia didn't explain the level of planning involved. He granted restraining orders for me, Grace, James, and Kevin that would last 2 years. He gave her 2 years probation with mandatory psychiatric evaluation. If she violated any of the orders, she'd go to jail. Mom started crying and saying it wasn't fair, but the judge was already moving on to the next case. Dean called me a week after the hearing. His voice sounded hollow on the phone and he asked if he could come over to talk. He showed up at my apartment that evening carrying a single box of his belongings. He told me he'd filed for divorce that morning after 35 years of marriage. He was moving into a small apartment across town and wanted to apologize to each of us separately because a group apology felt too easy. He sat on my couch looking smaller than I'd ever seen him and said he knew sorry wasn't enough. He'd watched Mom manipulate and control us for decades and convinced himself it was just her personality, that it was harmless. He'd chosen to look away instead of protecting his children, and now he had to live with enabling everything that followed. I wanted to stay angry at him, but I could hear in his voice that he was genuinely broken. He said he didn't expect forgiveness, but he wanted us to know he was done making excuses for her. He was choosing us now, even though it was decades too late. After he left, I sat in the dark for an hour thinking about how many people had seen what Mom was doing and done nothing to stop it. My therapist helped me understand that Mom's sabotage wasn't about me being inadequate or unlovable. She explained that people like Louise need to control the people around them because it makes them feel powerful and important. When I formed my own relationships or made my own choices, it threatened her sense of control, so she worked to destroy anything that took my attention away from her. The therapist said understanding this wouldn't erase the damage Mom had caused, but it might help me stop blaming myself for her actions. We worked on identifying the patterns of manipulation, so I could recognize them if they showed up in other relationships. She taught me that healthy people don't punish you for having a life outside of them, and that needing space or independence doesn't make you selfish or ungrateful. I started keeping a journal of things I'd accomplished or relationships I'd built despite Mom's interference, and seeing it written down made me realize I was stronger than I'd given myself credit for. The damage was real, and it would take years to fully process. But at least now, I understood it wasn't my fault. 6 months after Thanksgiving, Grace and Kevin renewed their vows in a small ceremony at a park near their house. It wasn't about pretending the damage hadn't happened or that everything was perfect now. It was about choosing each other again with full knowledge of how fragile trust could be and how much work it took to rebuild it. Grace wore a simple blue dress and Kevin's hands shook when he put the ring back on her finger. They'd written their own vows and Grace's voice broke when she promised to never let anyone come between them again, even family. Kevin promised to trust her enough to ask questions instead of believing the worst. Dean was there looking uncomfortable in a suit that didn't fit right anymore. James came alone because Sarah was still deciding about their marriage. Scarlett stood next to her parents in a flower crown, asking why everyone was crying. When Grace and Kevin kissed, everyone did cry because we all knew how hard they'd fought to get to this moment. The ceremony lasted maybe 20 minutes, but it felt more real than their original wedding 6 years ago, when none of us knew what Mom was capable of, or how much damage one person's obsession could cause. We gathered for Thanksgiving 1 year later at my apartment because Grace's house still felt contaminated by last year's memories. I'd spent 2 days cooking and cleaning, wanting everything to be perfect, even though perfect wasn't really the point. Dean arrived first carrying wine and looking nervous like he wasn't sure he'd be welcome. Grace and Kevin came with Scarlett, who'd grown at least 3 inches and wouldn't stop talking about her preschool teacher. James showed up alone because Sarah had decided to stay with her sister, while she figured out if their marriage could survive his months of secret contact with Mom. We sat around my small dining table that barely fit everyone, and passed dishes without mentioning the empty chair where Mom would have sat. Scarlett asked where Grandma was, and Grace told her simply that Grandma was sick and couldn't visit anymore. No one corrected her or added details because Scarlett was 5 now, and that was enough truth for a 5-year-old to carry. We talked about normal things like James's new job and Dean's apartment and Kevin's promotion at work. The conversation felt lighter without Mom's presence, like we could finally breathe without waiting for her to turn something innocent into ammunition. Nobody brought up the court case or the restraining orders or the divorce. That absence of her poison spreading through every interaction felt like the healthiest thing we'd done as a family in years. We were just existing together, damaged but trying, broken but not destroyed, and that was enough for now. My sister told 200 guests I was obsessed with her husband. His reaction made her collapse. My sister Valerie and I were never close growing up. She was the golden child, the pretty one, the one who got the bedroom with the bigger window. I was just Reese, the younger sister who tagged along. When I turned 22, I moved 3 states away for work, and honestly, the distance helped our relationship more than anything else ever did. We started texting regularly, having actual conversations, and for the first time in my life, I thought maybe we could be real sisters. Then she met Drew. Drew was a guy I had gone on exactly 2 dates with back in college. 2 awkward coffee dates where we realized we had zero chemistry and mutually ghosted each other. When Valerie told me she was dating someone named Drew and showed me his picture, I laughed and told her about our failed attempt at romance years ago. She got quiet on the phone. I assured her it meant nothing, that I barely remembered the guy, and she seemed to accept it. They got engaged 8 months later, and Valerie asked me to be her maid of honor. I was genuinely touched. I took time off work, flew home for every event, spent way too much money on her bachelorette party, and I did it all happily because I thought we had finally become the sisters I always wanted us to be. A month before the wedding, Valerie called me crying. She said one of her bridesmaids had dropped out due to a family emergency, and now the numbers were uneven. She asked if my best friend Cora could fill in last minute. Cora agreed because she's amazing, and Valerie seemed so grateful. She told me she was doing a champagne and gold color scheme, and sent Cora a link to the exact dress she wanted her to wear. Cora ordered it immediately. The week of the wedding, I flew home and stayed at our parents' house. Valerie was stressed and snippy, but I chalked it up to wedding nerves. The morning of the ceremony, all the bridesmaids met at the venue to get ready together. I walked in with Cora and immediately noticed something was wrong. Every single bridesmaid was wearing a deep burgundy dress. Every single one except Cora, who was standing there in champagne gold, looking like she had walked into the wrong wedding. My stomach dropped. Valerie emerged from the bridal suite in her robe with this look on her face that I can only describe as satisfied. She gasped loudly and said to her maid of honor, her college roommate who had replaced me in the role 2 weeks prior without explanation, "I knew Reese would try something. She's been jealous of me and Drew since the beginning." I asked her what she was talking about. She told the entire room that I had been obsessed with Drew for years, that I had tried to break them up multiple times, and that she suspected I had deliberately put Cora in the wrong dress to cause drama on her big day. I stood there frozen while Cora pulled out her phone and showed everyone the text thread with Valerie, the link to the champagne dress, and Valerie's message saying, "This is perfect. Order it ASAP." The room went silent. Valerie's face twisted and she started screaming that I must have faked the text somehow, that I was always jealous of her, that I wanted her life. Her college roommate tried to calm her down, but Valerie shoved her away and pointed at me saying that I had probably slept with Drew, and this was all part of my plan. That's when Drew walked in. He had heard the screaming from the hallway where the groomsmen were getting ready. He looked at Valerie and asked her what was going on. She ran to him crying, telling him that I was trying to ruin everything, that I had always been in love with him. Drew looked at her, then at me, then back at her. He said he had told her 100 times that nothing ever happened between us, that we went on 2 bad dates 5 years ago, and that he was getting really tired of her constantly bringing it up. He said she had made him block me on social media, had gone through his phone weekly looking for messages from me, and had accused him of thinking about me during intimate moments. The room was dead silent. Valerie started crying harder, saying she just loved him so much and was scared of losing him. Drew took a step back from her. He told her he couldn't do this anymore, that he had ignored the red flags for too long because he thought she would calm down after the wedding. He said he was sorry, but he couldn't marry someone who trusted him this little. He walked out. Valerie collapsed onto the floor sobbing while her bridesmaids stood around looking helpless. I grabbed Cora's hand and we left. We drove to a diner and ordered pancakes. and I sat there in my burgundy bridesmaid dress eating breakfast at 10 a.m. on what was supposed to be my sister's wedding day. My phone blew up for hours with calls from my parents, from Valerie, from relatives demanding to know what happened. I turned it off and ordered more coffee. 3 months later, I heard through my mom that Valerie had started therapy. She reached out to me last week asking to meet for lunch. She said she had something important to tell me about Drew, something I deserved to know from the beginning. I haven't decided if I'm going yet. I stare at Valerie's text message for the 10th time, reading the words until they start to blur together on my phone screen. I have something important to tell you about Drew, something you deserve to know from the beginning. My stomach twists into knots because I can't imagine what she could possibly reveal. Now that would actually matter. Drew walked out of that wedding 3 months ago, and honestly, I thought that was the end of it. I set my phone down on my kitchen counter and pick it up again 30 seconds later to reread the message. The words don't change. I grab my phone and pull up Cora's number, pressing call before I can talk myself out of it. She answers on the second ring, and I don't even say hello before launching into it, telling her about Valerie's message and how my hands won't stop shaking. Cora's response is immediate and firm. She tells me I absolutely should not meet Valerie alone, that this could be another setup or manipulation. We talk for 20 minutes, going in circles about whether I should even respond, and finally we agree that if I decide to do this, she's coming with me as backup. I thank her and hang up, then spend the rest of the evening staring at my phone and trying to figure out what Valerie could possibly need to tell me. I sleep terribly that night, waking up every few hours to check if Valerie has sent another message. She hasn't. The next day at work drags on forever, and I can barely focus on the spreadsheets in front of me because my brain keeps spinning through possibilities. That evening, I text Cora again, and we talk through it one more time. She reminds me that I don't owe Valerie anything, that I can just ignore the message and move on with my life. But something about the way Valerie worded it, the deserve to know from the beginning part, makes me think maybe this is actually important. After 2 days of thinking it over and driving myself crazy with speculation, I finally text Valerie back. I tell her I'll meet her for lunch at a neutral location, a cafe called Riverside that's halfway between our parents' house and my apartment. I add that I'm bringing Cora and she can take it or leave it. I hit send before I can second-guess myself, and then immediately want to throw my phone across the room. My phone buzzes less than 5 minutes later with Valerie's response. She agrees to my terms without any argument or pushback. I stare at her message in complete shock because the old Valerie, the one from before the wedding disaster, would have absolutely demanded it be just the two of us so she could control the conversation and the narrative. This quick agreement to let Cora come makes me nervous in a completely different way. Like maybe Valerie has actually changed, or maybe this is some new kind of manipulation I haven't figured out yet. I forward the text thread to Cora and she responds with 3 question marks, clearly just as surprised as I am. We agree to meet at my apartment an hour before the lunch so we can drive over together. The morning of the lunch arrives and I wake up feeling like I might throw up. I try to eat breakfast but can only manage half a piece of toast before my stomach rebels. Cora shows up at my door right on time, takes one look at my face and pulls me into a hug. She tells me we can still cancel, that we can get in her car right now and drive to the beach instead and forget this whole thing. But I shake my head and grab my jacket because I need to know what Valerie wants to tell me, even if it's going to mess me up all over again. Cora drives because my hands are shaking too much to be safe behind the wheel. She keeps up a steady stream of conversation during the 20-minute drive, talking about her job and her annoying coworker, and anything except the lunch we're heading toward. Every few minutes she reminds me that we can leave anytime I want, that I'm in control of this situation. We arrive at Riverside Cafe 15 minutes early and grab a table in the back corner where I can see the door. I order a coffee I don't drink and Cora gets a tea she doesn't touch either. We sit there in tense silence, watching every person who walks through the door. When Valerie finally walks in right at noon, I barely recognize her at first. She's lost at least 15 pounds since the wedding, maybe more, and she looks completely exhausted. Her face is thinner, her clothes hang loose on her frame, and there are dark circles under her eyes that makeup can't quite hide. She spots us immediately and walks over slowly, like she's not sure if we're going to get up and leave. She sits down in the empty chair across from me without ordering anything. Her hands are shaking as she folds them on the table in front of her. She opens her mouth twice before any words come out, and when they do, her voice is shaking almost as badly as her hands. She apologizes for everything that happened at the wedding, for the accusations and the dress setup and the complete nightmare she put me through. She tells me her therapist Madison has been helping her understand that she had an obsessive jealousy problem that completely destroyed her relationship with Drew and damaged her relationship with me. I sit there without saying anything, just listening and trying to process the fact that my sister is actually taking responsibility for her actions. Valerie keeps talking, explaining that Drew had told her about our 2 college dates on their second date together, and she'd been paranoid about it ever since. She admits that she made him block me on social media, that she checked his phone constantly looking for messages from me, that she accused him of thinking about me during their most private moments, Her voice cracks when she talks about how she drove him away with her constant suspicion and accusations. She tells me that the dress setup wasn't a last-minute panic or wedding day stress. It was a planned sabotage that she'd been working on for weeks. She wanted to prove to everyone, especially to Drew, that I was trying to ruin her wedding. She thought if she could make me look bad in front of all those people, Drew would finally see that I was the real problem in their relationship, and not her jealousy. She actually believed that humiliating me would somehow fix everything between them. Valerie starts crying now, real tears streaming down her face, and I feel Cora squeeze my hand under the table hard enough that it almost hurts. I take a deep breath and ask Valerie the question that's been burning in my mind since I got her text. I ask her why she's telling me all this now and what the important information about Drew actually is, because so far she hasn't told me anything I didn't already know or couldn't have guessed. Valerie takes a deep breath and wipes her eyes with a napkin that's already falling apart in her hands. She tells me that Drew had actually tried multiple times to invite me to hang out with them as a couple. He wanted to prove there was nothing between us, wanted to show her that we could all be normal together. But every single time he suggested it, she refused and accused him of wanting to cheat. She says she would scream at him for hours after he brought it up, telling him he was trying to humiliate her by forcing her to watch him flirt with me. Drew would try to explain that wasn't his intention at all, that he just wanted her to see how platonic our history was, but she couldn't hear it. She was so deep in her jealousy that any mention of my name sent her into a panic. She shifts in her seat and starts talking faster, like she needs to get it all out before she loses her nerve. She reveals that Drew had suggested couples therapy 6 months before the wedding. He was worried about her jealousy and thought a professional could help them work through it together. But Valerie refused and told him he was the one with the problem for not understanding her feelings. She says she actually convinced herself that his suggestion of therapy meant he was planning to leave her for me. In her mind, therapy was just his way of preparing her for the breakup, so he wouldn't feel guilty when he ran off with me. She admits now that this made no sense, but at the time it felt completely real and logical to her. Drew tried to explain that therapy would help them both, that it wasn't about blame, but she shut down every conversation about it. The waitress comes by to refill our water glasses, and Valerie stops talking until she walks away. Then she looks directly at me and says, "The important information she wanted to tell me is that Drew never had any romantic feelings for me whatsoever. Not even a tiny bit." She says her therapist helped her realize she invented an entire story in her head that had no basis in reality. Drew never looked at me in any special way, never mentioned me except when she brought me up, never gave her any actual reason to think he wanted me. She created this whole fantasy where I was secretly in love with him, and he was secretly in love with me, and she was the only one who could see the truth. I sit there completely stunned because I thought she was going to reveal some actual secret. I thought maybe Drew had said something to someone or there was some incident I didn't know about. But this is just her confirming what I already knew, what everyone at that wedding already knew. I tell her I could have told her that myself since I was there for those 2 awkward coffee dates where we talked about economics homework and realized we had nothing in common. I remind her that I barely remembered him when she first showed me his picture, that I had to think for a minute to even place who he was. Valerie nods and says she knows that now. But she spent years building up this fantasy where I was secretly in love with Drew and trying to steal him from her. She says she even convinced herself that I moved 3 states away specifically to make Drew miss me. In her mind, my job opportunity and my desire for independence didn't matter. Everything I did was part of some elaborate plan to make Drew realize he wanted me instead of her. She would lie awake at night imagining scenarios where Drew would suddenly remember our coffee dates and realize I was his soulmate. She says her therapist has helped her understand that she was projecting her own insecurities onto me and Drew, creating a villain in her story so she didn't have to face her real fears about not being good enough. Cora finally speaks up, her voice sharp in a way I rarely hear from her. She asks Valerie why she replaced Kira as maid of honor 2 weeks before the wedding. The question hangs in the air and I realize I'd almost forgotten about that detail and everything else that happened. Valerie looks down at the table and her face goes red with shame. She admits she was afraid Kira would defend me when she executed her dress sabotage plan. Kira had been her college roommate and knew both of us pretty well, and Valerie was worried Kira would speak up and ruin the whole setup. So she made up some story about needing someone who understood her vision better, and demoted Kira to regular bridesmaid status. She says Kira was hurt and confused but accepted it because she didn't want to cause drama before the wedding. I feel anger rising in my chest like hot water filling up a container. This wasn't a moment of wedding day panic or stress-induced paranoia. Valerie had been planning to humiliate me for weeks, maybe months. She had carefully orchestrated the dress colors, the timing, the setup with Cora, all of it. She had replaced her maid of honor specifically to make sure no one would defend me when she made her accusations in front of everyone. Every detail was calculated and cruel, designed to make me look like the villain in her made-up story. I think about all the phone calls leading up to the wedding where she sounded so grateful for my help, so happy that we were getting closer as sisters. All of that was fake while she was planning this elaborate trap. Valerie reaches across the table trying to take my hand, but I pull it away before she can touch me. She starts crying harder, and the tears are running down her face faster than she can wipe them away. She says she understands if I never forgive her, that she wouldn't forgive herself if she were in my position. But she needed me to know the truth about how sick her thinking had become. She says her therapist Madison has been helping her understand that she needs to take full responsibility for her actions, not just apologize and expect everything to be okay. She knows she destroyed our relationship and destroyed her relationship with Drew, and it was all because of problems that existed only in her head. I ask her if she's been in contact with Drew at all since the wedding. My voice sounds cold even to my own ears. Valerie shakes her head and more tears fall onto the table between us. She says Drew blocked her number the same day he walked out, and she found out through a mutual friend that he moved to a different city about a month later. She doesn't blame him for wanting nothing to do with her. She says she put him through hell for their entire relationship, accusing him of things he never did, controlling who he could talk to, checking his phone like a detective looking for evidence of a crime that never happened. She admits that walking out of that wedding was probably the best decision he ever made, even though it destroyed her at the time. Cora asks the question I'm too angry to voice myself. She wants to know if Valerie has apologized to Drew for what she put him through. Valerie wipes her face with her sleeve and nods slowly. She says she wrote him a letter through her therapist about a month ago. Madison helped her write something that took responsibility without making excuses or asking for anything in return. She sent it to his new address, but she has no idea if he ever read it. She says she hopes he did because he deserves to know that none of it was his fault, that he did nothing wrong, but she's not expecting or wanting a response. She just needed him to know that she understands now how badly she treated him. I push my chair back from the table and stand up, my legs feeling shaky after sitting through Valerie's confession. I tell her I need time to process everything she's told me, and I'm not ready to say I forgive her, or that we can rebuild our relationship. The words come out flat and tired because I've been holding them in for the past hour while she cried and explained her therapy breakthroughs. Valerie nods and wipes her face with a napkin that's already soaked through. She says she expected that, but she hopes someday I might be willing to try. Her voice cracks on the last word, and part of me wants to comfort her, but a bigger part remembers standing in that bridal suite while she accused me of sleeping with Drew in front of everyone. Cora stands up next to me and puts her hand on my shoulder, a silent reminder that we're leaving now. As we're getting up to leave, Valerie mentions that she's also apologized to Cora for setting her up with the wrong dress. She looks at Cora with red, swollen eyes and says she knows it doesn't fix anything, but she wanted Cora to know she was sorry. Cora accepts the apology but tells Valerie it's going to take more than sorry to fix what she did to both of us. Her tone is polite but cold, and I'm grateful she's here because I don't think I could handle this conversation alone. We walk out of the cafe into bright afternoon sunlight that feels wrong for how heavy everything feels. On the drive home, Cora and I sit in silence for 20 minutes before I finally break down crying. The tears come suddenly and I can't stop them. Big, ugly sobs that make my whole body shake. Cora pulls over into a gas station parking lot and just sits with me while I cry into my hands. I'm not even sure if I'm crying from anger, relief, or grief for the sister relationship I thought we were building. Maybe it's all three mixed together into something I don't have words for. Cora doesn't try to make me stop or tell me it's going to be okay. She just hands me tissues from the glove box and waits until I can breathe normally again. When I finally calm down enough to talk, I tell her I don't know what to do with all of this information. Knowing that Valerie planned everything, that she deliberately set up that dress situation to humiliate me, makes it worse somehow. Cora says we don't have to figure it out right now. We can just go home and watch bad TV and eat ice cream. That sounds perfect, so I nod and she pulls back onto the road. That evening, my mom calls asking how the lunch went because Valerie told her we met. I give her a brief summary while sitting on my couch with a pint of chocolate ice cream. Mom listens without interrupting, and when I finish, she lets out a long sigh. She admits she and Dad have been worried about Valerie's mental health for years, but didn't know how to address it. This surprises me because my parents never talked about Valerie having problems when we were growing up. Mom says they noticed things but hoped she would outgrow them, which clearly didn't happen. I ask her what kind of things they noticed, and there's a long pause before she answers. Mom reveals that Valerie had similar jealousy issues with her high school boyfriend, accusing his female friends of trying to steal him. She would call him constantly to check where he was and who he was with. They thought she'd grown out of it, but clearly the problems went deeper than they realized. I sit there holding my phone and wondering how I never knew any of this. Mom says they didn't want to label Valerie or make her feel bad about herself, so they just encouraged the boyfriend to be patient with her. He eventually broke up with her anyway because the jealousy was too much. I tell Mom I wish someone had warned Drew about this pattern before he got engaged to her. Mom's voice gets quiet and she says they thought about it but didn't want to interfere in Valerie's relationship. She sounds guilty now, like she's realizing they should have said something. We talk for another 15 minutes before I tell her I need to go. After we hang up, I sit in the dark thinking about how many people saw warning signs and said nothing. 2 weeks after the lunch, I get a text from Blake Goodman, Drew's best friend from the wedding. I recognize his name from the guest list and remember seeing him standing with the groomsmen that morning. He asks if we can talk because Drew wanted to reach out to me, but wasn't sure if it would be appropriate. My first thought is that this is weird, but then I remember Drew was a victim in all of this too. I text back saying sure, we can talk. Blake suggests meeting for coffee the next day at a place near my apartment. I agree to meet Blake for coffee, curious about what Drew wants to say. The next afternoon, I walk into a small coffee shop and find Blake already sitting at a corner table. He's tall with dark hair and looks tired, like he hasn't been sleeping well. We shake hands and I sit down across from him. Blake explains that Drew felt terrible that I got caught up in Valerie's accusations and wanted to apologize for not defending me more strongly that day. He says Drew has been beating himself up about it for months, replaying that morning over and over. I tell Blake that Drew doesn't owe me an apology because he was dealing with his own crisis in that moment. Blake nods but says Drew still wants me to know he wishes he had handled things differently. He pulls out his phone and shows me a text from Drew that basically says the same thing. Blake tells me that Drew had actually been planning to call off the wedding the week before, but his parents convinced him to try one more time. They told him every couple has problems and marriage would make things better. Drew knew that was wrong, but he loved Valerie and wanted to believe she would change. Blake says Drew regrets not trusting his instincts and walking away sooner. He thinks if he had ended things privately before the wedding, I wouldn't have been dragged into the mess. I appreciate that Drew is thinking about me, but I tell Blake that Valerie would have found another way to blame me for the breakup. Her problems weren't really about me or Drew. They were about whatever was going on in her own head. I ask Blake if Drew knew about the dress setup plan, and Blake says absolutely not. Drew was genuinely shocked when he walked into that room and heard what Valerie was saying about me. Blake says Drew had no idea Valerie had sent Cora the wrong dress color on purpose. He thought it was an honest mistake until he saw how satisfied Valerie looked when she started making accusations. That's when everything clicked for him, and he realized how far gone she really was. Blake leans back in his chair and says, Drew spent the whole morning getting ready thinking about how to bring up his concerns about the relationship one more time. He never imagined he'd walk in on a planned attack. I believe Blake because Drew's face that morning showed real confusion and horror. Blake gives me Drew's new number and says Drew would like to apologize directly if I'm open to it. He writes it down on a napkin and slides it across the table. I take the number but tell Blake, part of me wants to talk to Drew and clear the air, but another part thinks it might be better to just let everything stay in the past. Blake says he understands and tells me to take my time. We finish our coffee and talk about other things for a while, just normal conversation about work and life. It's nice to have a casual chat that isn't about wedding drama or family problems. When we leave the coffee shop, Blake gives me a quick hug and says he hopes I'm doing okay. I tell him I'm working on it, which feels like the most honest answer I can give. I spend the next month throwing myself into work, taking on extra projects that keep my brain too busy to spiral. Cora checks in on me every few days, and one Friday she shows up at my apartment with 2 packed bags and announces we're going to the beach for the weekend. I don't argue because I know she's right that I need to get away from everything. We drive 3 hours to a small beach town and rent a cheap motel room that smells like salt water and old carpet. We spend Saturday walking along the shore, and Cora lets me talk through everything that happened without interrupting or trying to fix it. I tell her how weird it feels that my sister's mental health crisis became the defining moment of my year, how I'm angry at Valerie but also sad for her, how I don't know if I'll ever trust her again even if she gets better. Cora listens and nods and occasionally throws shells into the waves. Sunday morning, we sit on the beach eating donuts and watching the sunrise, and I realize this is the first time in weeks that my chest doesn't feel tight. When we drive home that afternoon, I feel like maybe I can actually move forward instead of just surviving. The next week, I'm sitting at my desk staring at Drew's number that Blake gave me. I've picked up my phone a dozen times and put it back down because I don't know what I'd even say to him. But then I think about how he walked out of that wedding and probably spent months dealing with his own mess, and maybe we both deserve to clear the air. I send him a text that just says it's me and asks if he wants to talk sometime. He responds within an hour saying yes and gives me his new number since he changed it after everything happened. We set up a time for Thursday evening, and I spend the next 3 days being nervous about a phone call with someone I barely know. When Thursday comes, I almost cancel 5 times, but at 7 o'clock I dial his number and he picks up on the second ring. The first few minutes are so awkward that I consider faking bad reception and hanging up, but then Drew says he's been wanting to apologize to me for months, and suddenly the conversation gets easier. He tells me he feels terrible that I got dragged into Valerie's accusations, that he should have defended me more strongly in that moment instead of just defending himself. I can hear genuine guilt in his voice, and it makes me feel less alone in this whole situation. Drew starts explaining how he was ignored so many red flags because Valerie was perfect in every other way. He says she was loving and supportive and funny, and he convinced himself that her jealousy was just insecurity that would fade once they got married, and she felt more secure in the relationship. He thought if he just proved his loyalty enough times, blocked me on social media like she asked, let her check his phone whenever she wanted, that eventually she'd trust him. He admits now that he was wrong to think marriage would fix her problems, and he wishes he'd recognized the patterns earlier. I listened to him talk about checking in with her constantly when he was out with friends, about avoiding female coworkers. Because it upset her, about the time she accused him of thinking about me during sex, and he actually tried to convince her that wasn't true, instead of recognizing how messed up the accusation was. He sounds exhausted just recounting it all, and I start to understand that he was drowning in that relationship long before the wedding day. I tell Drew he doesn't owe me an apology because he was dealing with his own crisis that morning, and I don't blame him for how he reacted. I explain that I was just collateral damage in Valerie's issues, but he was the actual target of all that jealousy and control. We end up talking for over an hour, and I realize he's actually a really decent person who got caught in a bad situation with someone he loved. He tells me about the guilt he felt leaving Valerie sobbing on the floor, how his parents were furious with him for embarrassing the family, how half their mutual friends took her side because they couldn't believe sweet Valerie would do something so calculated. He moved to a new city 2 months after the wedding disaster because he couldn't handle running into people who knew them as a couple. I find myself feeling protective of him even though we're basically strangers, because I know what it's like to be blamed for Valerie's problems. Drew mentions he started therapy right after the wedding, working through his own trust issues and learning to spot unhealthy relationship patterns before they get that bad. His therapist helped him understand that he'd been in a controlling relationship and didn't even realize it, because Valerie's control came wrapped in love and concern. He says walking out of that wedding was the hardest thing he's ever done, but also the best decision because staying would have destroyed him eventually. I hear real conviction in his voice when he talks about it, like he's finally accepted that leaving was the right choice even though it felt awful. He asks how I'm doing with everything, and I'm honest that I'm still processing it all, still deciding if I want to rebuild a relationship with Valerie or just let it go. Drew doesn't give me advice, but he listens, really listens, and that feels more valuable than any advice could be. We end the call agreeing to stay in touch as friends, which feels strange considering he's my sister's ex, and we went on 2 terrible dates years ago. But it also feels healthy and honest. There's something freeing about talking to someone who understands exactly what Valerie's jealousy looks like from the inside. After we hang up, I sit on my couch for a while thinking about how weird life is, how the wedding disaster connected me to someone I never would have known otherwise. I save his new number in my phone under just Drew. No last name, no context, just a person who gets it. 3 months pass and I'm getting coffee before work when my phone buzzes with a text from Valerie. She's asking if I'd be willing to meet again, saying she's made real progress in therapy and wants to share some things she's learned about herself. I stare at the message while my coffee gets cold, trying to figure out how I feel about seeing her again. Part of me wants to ignore it and keep living my life without her drama, but another part is curious about what she wants to say. I text Cora asking what she thinks, and Cora says I should do whatever feels right for me, that she'll support either decision. I spend 2 days thinking about it before I finally respond to Valerie saying yes, I'll meet her. But this time I want to do it alone without Cora there. I need to know if Valerie and I can have a real conversation without a buffer. We agree to meet at the same cafe where we had lunch before, and when I walk in, Valerie is already there at a corner table. She looks different, healthier somehow, like she's been sleeping through the night and eating regular meals. Her hair is pulled back and she's wearing minimal makeup, nothing like the perfectly put-together version of her I grew up with. I sit down across from her and order tea, and we make awkward small talk for a few minutes about the weather and work. Then Valerie takes a deep breath and tells me she's been diagnosed with something called obsessive-compulsive disorder, with relationship-focused obsessions. She explains that her therapist, Madison, helped her understand that the intrusive thoughts about me and Drew weren't rational jealousy. They were a symptom of OCD that made her brain get stuck on fears of abandonment and betrayal. She's on medication now and learning coping strategies in therapy, and she says it's like someone turned down the volume on the constant anxious noise in her head. Valerie starts explaining that her jealousy was never really about me or Drew specifically. It was about this deep terror of being abandoned that came from our childhood. She talks about how we were always compared to each other, how she felt like she had to be perfect to be loved, because any flaw meant I was chosen over her. She says she internalized this idea that love was conditional and could be stolen away if someone better came along, so she tried to control everything to prevent that from happening. I sit there listening and realizing that while I spent our childhood feeling invisible next to her, she spent it feeling like she was one mistake away from losing everything. We both grew up in the same house but experienced completely different versions of our family, and neither of us knew what the other was going through. I take a breath and tell Valerie that I need to share something too, that growing up I always felt like I was in her shadow. She looks confused, so I explain how I was just the younger sister who wasn't as pretty or accomplished, how I felt invisible next to her. Valerie's face changes and she says she had no idea I felt that way, that she always thought I had it easier because there was less pressure on me. We sit there for a long time talking about our childhood in a way we never have before. both of us realizing we spent years misunderstanding each other's experience. She tells me about feeling like she had to be perfect, or she'd lose our parents' love, and I tell her about feeling like nothing I did mattered because she'd already done it better. It's the first truly honest conversation we've ever had about being sisters. When we're getting ready to leave the cafe, Valerie asks if there's anything she can do to make up for everything beyond just saying sorry. I think about it for a minute and tell her the most important thing is that she keeps going to therapy and working on her mental health, not just for me, but for herself. She nods and says, Madison has been helping her understand that her problems go deeper than just the wedding situation. We walk out to the parking lot together and stand by our cars for a few minutes, just talking about normal things like work and the weather. Before we drive away, Valerie suggests that maybe we could try rebuilding our relationship slowly, like meeting for coffee once a month where we can practice talking to each other honestly. I agree and tell her there's no pressure to become best friends overnight. We're just committing to try. She looks relieved and gives me a quick hug before getting in her car. I drive home feeling lighter than I have in months, like maybe there's a chance for us after all. A few days later, I'm at my parents' house for Sunday dinner when my Uncle Otto pulls me aside in the kitchen. He tells me he's proud of me for being willing to give Valerie another chance while still keeping healthy boundaries. Otto has always been the wise one in our family, the person everyone goes to for advice about relationships and life problems. He says what I'm doing is what real forgiveness looks like, that it's not about pretending nothing happened, but about choosing to move forward anyway. I tell him I'm scared Valerie might fall back into old patterns, and he reminds me that's why the boundaries matter, that I can support her growth without letting her hurt me again. We rejoin everyone in the dining room, and I notice my parents watching Valerie and me interact with this hopeful look on their faces, like they're afraid to believe things might actually get better between us. 6 months pass, and I get invited to a small family dinner at my parents' house. When I arrive, Valerie is already there helping Mom set the table. We say hi to each other and fall into easy conversation about a TV show we both watch. It's not perfect, and there are still some awkward moments, but it feels genuine in a way our relationship never did before. We all sit down to eat, and Dad asks Valerie about her new job, and she talks about it without the fake enthusiasm she used to have when trying to prove everything was perfect. Later, when we're clearing dishes, Mom pulls me into the hallway and says she's so relieved to see Valerie and me talking and laughing together. I can tell she was worried we'd never speak again after the wedding disaster. Throughout the evening, I catch myself actually enjoying Valerie's company. Not forcing it or pretending, but genuinely finding her funny and interesting. When I'm leaving, Valerie walks me to my car and tells me she started volunteering with a mental health advocacy group. She explains that she's been sharing her story at their meetings to help other people recognize obsessive relationship patterns before they destroy their lives. I'm surprised and impressed that she's turned her worst moment into something meaningful, that she's using what happened to help others. She says Madison encouraged her to find a way to give back, and this felt right. I tell her I think that's really brave, and she smiles in a way that looks different from her old smile, more real somehow. A week later, I'm at work when my phone buzzes with a text from Drew. I haven't heard from him in months, so I'm curious what he wants. The message says he started dating someone new and it's going really well, that he wanted to thank me for being a supportive friend during his healing process. I text back saying I'm genuinely happy for him and asking how he's been. He calls me during my lunch break and we talk for 20 minutes about his life and his new girlfriend. He sounds lighter, like he's finally moved past everything that happened with Valerie. I tell him about Valerie's progress in therapy and the volunteer work she's doing, and he says he's glad she's getting help, but he's not ready to have any contact with her yet. I understand completely and tell him he doesn't owe her anything. Before we hang up, he says he hopes Valerie and I can build something healthy together, that sisters are important. After the call, I sit in my car thinking about how strange it is that Drew and I are friends now when we barely knew each other before all this happened. The wedding disaster connected us in this weird way, both of us victims of Valerie's obsession. That evening, I'm making dinner in my apartment when I start thinking about everything that's happened over the past year. The wedding disaster was one of the most painful experiences of my life, watching my sister accuse me in front of all those people, and then seeing her relationship fall apart. But it also taught me important lessons about boundaries and forgiveness, and the difference between enabling someone and supporting their growth. I learned that you can't fix someone else's mental health problems by ignoring them or making excuses for their behavior. I learned that real love means being honest even when it's hard, and that sometimes the kindest thing you can do is let someone face the consequences of their actions. Valerie and I will never have a perfect sister relationship like the ones you see in movies, but we're building something real and honest. We're learning to talk to each other without the layers of resentment and competition that defined our childhood. It's slow and sometimes awkward, but it feels worth it. A year after the wedding that never happened, Valerie texts asking if I want to take a weekend trip together. Just the two of us, no parents or other family members, a chance to spend real time together. I'm nervous about it, but I agree, figuring if things get weird, I can always drive home early. We book a spa weekend at a resort 2 hours away and drive up on a Friday afternoon. The first few hours are a little stiff as we settle into the hotel room and figure out how to be around each other for an extended period. But by dinner that night, we're talking easily, sharing stories about work and friends and the random things happening in our lives. On Saturday, we get massages and sit in the hot tub, and Valerie opens up about her therapy sessions in a way she hasn't before. She talks about the work she's doing to understand her fear of abandonment and how it shaped her behavior in relationships. I share my own struggles with feeling invisible and how moving away helped me build my own identity, separate from being Valerie's little sister. We spend hours by the pool talking about our hopes for the future and our commitment to breaking the unhealthy family patterns we grew up with. Valerie admits she's scared about dating again because she doesn't trust herself to recognize when she's falling into obsessive patterns. I tell her that's what therapy is for, to help her develop those skills. On Sunday morning before we check out, we sit on the balcony drinking coffee and watching the sunrise. Valerie thanks me for giving her another chance, and I tell her I'm glad I did, that I can see how hard she's working to change. As I drive home Sunday afternoon, my car full of spa products and my body relaxed from the weekend, I feel genuinely optimistic about our future as sisters. We've both grown so much over the past year, doing the hard work of understanding ourselves and each other. The wedding day was traumatic, and I wouldn't wish that experience on anyone, but it forced us both to confront truths we'd been avoiding our whole lives. Valerie had to face her mental health issues and get real help instead of pretending everything was fine. I had to learn how to set boundaries and stop making myself small to avoid conflict. Sometimes the worst moments in life lead to the most important growth, and I'm grateful we both had the courage to do the hard work of healing. Our relationship will always have scars from what happened, but those scars are part of our story now. They remind us how far we've come and how much we've learned. I turn up the music and roll down the windows, feeling the warm air rush through the car, and I smile thinking about next month's coffee date with Valerie. My sister told 200 guests I was obsessed with her husband. His reaction made her collapse. My sister Valerie and I were never close growing up. She was the golden child, the pretty one, the one who got the bedroom with the bigger window. I was just Reese, the younger sister who tagged along. When I turned 22, I moved 3 states away for work, and honestly, the distance helped our relationship more than anything else ever did. We started texting regularly, having actual conversations, and for the first time in my life, I thought maybe we could be real sisters. Then she met Drew. Drew was a guy I had gone on exactly 2 dates with back in college. 2 awkward coffee dates where we realized we had zero chemistry and mutually ghosted each other. When Valerie told me she was dating someone named Drew and showed me his picture, I laughed and told her about our failed attempt at romance years ago. She got quiet on the phone. I assured her it meant nothing, that I barely remembered the guy, and she seemed to accept it. They got engaged 8 months later, and Valerie asked me to be her maid of honor. I was genuinely touched. I took time off work, flew home for every event, spent way too much money on her bachelorette party, and I did it all happily because I thought we had finally become the sisters I always wanted us to be. A month before the wedding, Valerie called me crying. She said one of her bridesmaids had dropped out due to a family emergency, and now the numbers were uneven. She asked if my best friend Cora could fill in last minute. Cora agreed because she's amazing, and Valerie seemed so grateful. She told me she was doing a champagne and gold color scheme, and sent Cora a link to the exact dress she wanted her to wear. Cora ordered it immediately. The week of the wedding, I flew home and stayed at our parents' house. Valerie was stressed and snippy, but I chalked it up to wedding nerves. The morning of the ceremony, all the bridesmaids met at the venue to get ready together. I walked in with Cora and immediately noticed something was wrong. Every single bridesmaid was wearing a deep burgundy dress. Every single one except Cora, who was standing there in champagne gold, looking like she had walked into the wrong wedding. My stomach dropped. Valerie emerged from the bridal suite in her robe with this look on her face that I can only describe as satisfied. She gasped loudly and said to her maid of honor, her college roommate who had replaced me in the role 2 weeks prior without explanation, "I knew Reese would try something. She's been jealous of me and Drew since the beginning." I asked her what she was talking about. She told the entire room that I had been obsessed with Drew for years, that I had tried to break them up multiple times, and that she suspected I had deliberately put Cora in the wrong dress to cause drama on her big day. I stood there frozen while Cora pulled out her phone and showed everyone the text thread with Valerie, the link to the champagne dress, and Valerie's message saying, "This is perfect. Order it ASAP." The room went silent. Valerie's face twisted and she started screaming that I must have faked the text somehow, that I was always jealous of her, that I wanted her life. Her college roommate tried to calm her down, but Valerie shoved her away and pointed at me saying that I had probably slept with Drew, and this was all part of my plan. That's when Drew walked in. He had heard the screaming from the hallway where the groomsmen were getting ready. He looked at Valerie and asked her what was going on. She ran to him crying, telling him that I was trying to ruin everything, that I had always been in love with him. Drew looked at her, then at me, then back at her. He said he had told her 100 times that nothing ever happened between us, that we went on 2 bad dates 5 years ago, and that he was getting really tired of her constantly bringing it up. He said she had made him block me on social media, had gone through his phone weekly looking for messages from me, and had accused him of thinking about me during intimate moments. The room was dead silent. Valerie started crying harder, saying she just loved him so much and was scared of losing him. Drew took a step back from her. He told her he couldn't do this anymore, that he had ignored the red flags for too long because he thought she would calm down after the wedding. He said he was sorry, but he couldn't marry someone who trusted him this little. He walked out. Valerie collapsed onto the floor sobbing while her bridesmaids stood around looking helpless. I grabbed Cora's hand and we left. We drove to a diner and ordered pancakes, and I sat there in my burgundy bridesmaid dress eating breakfast at 10 a.m. on what was supposed to be my sister's wedding day. My phone blew up for hours with calls from my parents, from Valerie, from relatives demanding to know what happened. I turned it off and ordered more coffee. 3 months later, I heard through my mom that Valerie had started therapy. She reached out to me last week asking to meet for lunch. She said she had something important to tell me about Drew, something I deserved to know from the beginning. I haven't decided if I'm going yet. I stare at Valerie's text message for the 10th time, reading the words until they start to blur together on my phone screen. I have something important to tell you about Drew, something you deserve to know from the beginning. My stomach twists into knots because I can't imagine what she could possibly reveal. Now that would actually matter. Drew walked out of that wedding 3 months ago, and honestly, I thought that was the end of it. I set my phone down on my kitchen counter and pick it up again 30 seconds later to reread the message. The words don't change. I grab my phone and pull up Cora's number, pressing call before I can talk myself out of it. She answers on the second ring, and I don't even say hello before launching into it, telling her about Valerie's message and how my hands won't stop shaking. Cora's response is immediate and firm. She tells me I absolutely should not meet Valerie alone, that this could be another setup or manipulation. We talk for 20 minutes, going in circles about whether I should even respond, and finally we agree that if I decide to do this, she's coming with me as backup. I thank her and hang up, then spend the rest of the evening staring at my phone and trying to figure out what Valerie could possibly need to tell me. I sleep terribly that night, waking up every few hours to check if Valerie has sent another message. She hasn't. The next day at work drags on forever, and I can barely focus on the spreadsheets in front of me because my brain keeps spinning through possibilities. That evening, I text Cora again, and we talk through it one more time. She reminds me that I don't owe Valerie anything, that I can just ignore the message and move on with my life. But something about the way Valerie worded it, the deserve to know from the beginning part, makes me think maybe this is actually important. After 2 days of thinking it over and driving myself crazy with speculation, I finally text Valerie back. I tell her I'll meet her for lunch at a neutral location, a cafe called Riverside that's halfway between our parents' house and my apartment. I add that I'm bringing Cora and she can take it or leave it. I hit send before I can second guess myself, and then immediately want to throw my phone across the room. My phone buzzes less than 5 minutes later with Valerie's response. She agrees to my terms without any argument or pushback. I stare at her message in complete shock because the old Valerie, the one from before the wedding disaster, would have absolutely demanded it be just the two of us so she could control the conversation and the narrative. This quick agreement to let Cora come makes me nervous in a completely different way. Like maybe Valerie has actually changed, or maybe this is some new kind of manipulation I haven't figured out yet. I forward the text thread to Cora and she responds with 3 question marks, clearly just as surprised as I am. We agree to meet at my apartment an hour before the lunch so we can drive over together. The morning of the lunch arrives and I wake up feeling like I might throw up. I try to eat breakfast but can only manage half a piece of toast before my stomach rebels. Cora shows up at my door right on time, takes one look at my face and pulls me into a hug. She tells me we can still cancel, that we can get in her car right now and drive to the beach instead and forget this whole thing. But I shake my head and grab my jacket because I need to know what Valerie wants to tell me, even if it's going to mess me up all over again. Cora drives because my hands are shaking too much to be safe behind the wheel. She keeps up a steady stream of conversation during the 20-minute drive, talking about her job and her annoying coworker, and anything except the lunch we're heading toward. Every few minutes she reminds me that we can leave anytime I want, that I'm in control of this situation. We arrive at Riverside Cafe 15 minutes early and grab a table in the back corner where I can see the door. I order a coffee I don't drink and Cora gets a tea she doesn't touch either. We sit there in tense silence, watching every person who walks through the door. When Valerie finally walks in right at noon, I barely recognize her at first. She's lost at least 15 pounds since the wedding, maybe more, and she looks completely exhausted. Her face is thinner, her clothes hang loose on her frame, and there are dark circles under her eyes that makeup can't quite hide. She spots us immediately and walks over slowly, like she's not sure if we're going to get up and leave. She sits down in the empty chair across from me without ordering anything. Her hands are shaking as she folds them on the table in front of her. She opens her mouth twice before any words come out, and when they do, her voice is shaking almost as badly as her hands. She apologizes for everything that happened at the wedding, for the accusations and the dress setup and the complete nightmare she put me through. She tells me her therapist Madison has been helping her understand that she had an obsessive jealousy problem that completely destroyed her relationship with Drew and damaged her relationship with me. I sit there without saying anything, just listening and trying to process the fact that my sister is actually taking responsibility for her actions. Valerie keeps talking, explaining that Drew had told her about our 2 college dates on their second date together, and she'd been paranoid about it ever since. She admits that she made him block me on social media, that she checked his phone constantly looking for messages from me, that she accused him of thinking about me during their most private moments. Her voice cracks when she talks about how she drove him away with her constant suspicion and accusations. She tells me that the dress setup wasn't a last-minute panic or wedding day stress. It was a planned sabotage that she'd been working on for weeks. She wanted to prove to everyone, especially to Drew, that I was trying to ruin her wedding. She thought if she could make me look bad in front of all those people, Drew would finally see that I was the real problem in their relationship, and not her jealousy. She actually believed that humiliating me would somehow fix everything between them. Valerie starts crying now, real tears streaming down her face, and I feel Cora squeeze my hand under the table hard enough that it almost hurts. I take a deep breath and ask Valerie the question that's been burning in my mind since I got her text. I ask her why she's telling me all this now and what the important information about Drew actually is, because so far she hasn't told me anything I didn't already know or couldn't have guessed. Valerie takes a deep breath and wipes her eyes with a napkin that's already falling apart in her hands. She tells me that Drew had actually tried multiple times to invite me to hang out with them as a couple. He wanted to prove there was nothing between us, wanted to show her that we could all be normal together. But every single time he suggested it, she refused and accused him of wanting to cheat. She says she would scream at him for hours after he brought it up, telling him he was trying to humiliate her by forcing her to watch him flirt with me. Drew would try to explain that wasn't his intention at all, that he just wanted her to see how platonic our history was, but she couldn't hear it. She was so deep in her jealousy that any mention of my name sent her into a panic. She shifts in her seat and starts talking faster, like she needs to get it all out before she loses her nerve. She reveals that Drew had suggested couples therapy 6 months before the wedding. He was worried about her jealousy and thought a professional could help them work through it together. But Valerie refused and told him he was the one with the problem for not understanding her feelings. She says she actually convinced herself that his suggestion of therapy meant he was planning to leave her for me. In her mind, therapy was just his way of preparing her for the breakup, so he wouldn't feel guilty when he ran off with me. She admits now that this made no sense, but at the time it felt completely real and logical to her. Drew tried to explain that therapy would help them both, that it wasn't about blame, but she shut down every conversation about it. The waitress comes by to refill our water glasses, and Valerie stops talking until she walks away. Then she looks directly at me and says, "The important information she wanted to tell me is that Drew never had any romantic feelings for me whatsoever. Not even a tiny bit." She says her therapist helped her realize she invented an entire story in her head that had no basis in reality. Drew never looked at me in any special way, never mentioned me except when she brought me up, never gave her any actual reason to think he wanted me. She created this whole fantasy where I was secretly in love with him, and he was secretly in love with me, and she was the only one who could see the truth. I sit there completely stunned because I thought she was going to reveal some actual secret. I thought maybe Drew had said something to someone or there was some incident I didn't know about. But this is just her confirming what I already knew, what everyone at that wedding already knew. I tell her I could have told her that myself since I was there for those 2 awkward coffee dates where we talked about economics homework and realized we had nothing in common. I remind her that I barely remembered him when she first showed me his picture, that I had to think for a minute to even place who he was. Valerie nods and says she knows that now. But she spent years building up this fantasy where I was secretly in love with Drew and trying to steal him from her. She says she even convinced herself that I moved 3 states away specifically to make Drew miss me. In her mind, my job opportunity and my desire for independence didn't matter. Everything I did was part of some elaborate plan to make Drew realize he wanted me instead of her. She would lie awake at night imagining scenarios where Drew would suddenly remember our coffee dates and realize I was his soulmate. She says her therapist has helped her understand that she was projecting her own insecurities onto me and Drew, creating a villain in her story so she didn't have to face her real fears about not being good enough. Cora finally speaks up, her voice sharp in a way I rarely hear from her. She asks Valerie why she replaced Kira as maid of honor 2 weeks before the wedding. The question hangs in the air and I realize I'd almost forgotten about that detail and everything else that happened. Valerie looks down at the table and her face goes red with shame. She admits she was afraid Kira would defend me when she executed her dress sabotage plan. Kira had been her college roommate and knew both of us pretty well, and Valerie was worried Kira would speak up and ruin the whole setup. So she made up some story about needing someone who understood her vision better, and demoted Kira to regular bridesmaid status. She says Kira was hurt and confused but accepted it because she didn't want to cause drama before the wedding. I feel anger rising in my chest like hot water filling up a container. This wasn't a moment of wedding day panic or stress-induced paranoia. Valerie had been planning to humiliate me for weeks, maybe months. She had carefully orchestrated the dress colors, the timing, the setup with Cora, all of it. She had replaced her maid of honor specifically to make sure no one would defend me when she made her accusations in front of everyone. Every detail was calculated and cruel, designed to make me look like the villain in her made-up story. I think about all the phone calls leading up to the wedding where she sounded so grateful for my help, so happy that we were getting closer as sisters. All of that was fake while she was planning this elaborate trap. Valerie reaches across the table trying to take my hand, but I pull it away before she can touch me. She starts crying harder, and the tears are running down her face faster than she can wipe them away. She says she understands if I never forgive her, that she wouldn't forgive herself if she were in my position. But she needed me to know the truth about how sick her thinking had become. She says her therapist Madison has been helping her understand that she needs to take full responsibility for her actions, not just apologize and expect everything to be okay. She knows she destroyed our relationship and destroyed her relationship with Drew, and it was all because of problems that existed only in her head. I ask her if she's been in contact with Drew at all since the wedding. My voice sounds cold even to my own ears. Valerie shakes her head and more tears fall onto the table between us. She says Drew blocked her number the same day he walked out, and she found out through a mutual friend that he moved to a different city about a month later. She doesn't blame him for wanting nothing to do with her. She says she put him through hell for their entire relationship, accusing him of things he never did, controlling who he could talk to, checking his phone like a detective looking for evidence of a crime that never happened. She admits that walking out of that wedding was probably the best decision he ever made, even though it destroyed her at the time. Cora asks the question I'm too angry to voice myself. She wants to know if Valerie has apologized to Drew for what she put him through. Valerie wipes her face with her sleeve and nods slowly. She says she wrote him a letter through her therapist about a month ago. Madison helped her write something that took responsibility without making excuses or asking for anything in return. She sent it to his new address, but she has no idea if he ever read it. She says she hopes he did because he deserves to know that none of it was his fault, that he did nothing wrong, but she's not expecting or wanting a response. She just needed him to know that she understands now how badly she treated him. I push my chair back from the table and stand up, my legs feeling shaky after sitting through Valerie's confession. I tell her I need time to process everything she's told me, and I'm not ready to say I forgive her, or that we can rebuild our relationship. The words come out flat and tired because I've been holding them in for the past hour while she cried and explained her therapy breakthroughs. Valerie nods and wipes her face with a napkin that's already soaked through. She says she expected that, but she hopes someday I might be willing to try. Her voice cracks on the last word, and part of me wants to comfort her, but a bigger part remembers standing in that bridal suite while she accused me of sleeping with Drew in front of everyone. Cora stands up next to me and puts her hand on my shoulder, a silent reminder that we're leaving now. As we're getting up to leave, Valerie mentions that she's also apologized to Cora for setting her up with the wrong dress. She looks at Cora with red, swollen eyes and says she knows it doesn't fix anything, but she wanted Cora to know she was sorry. Cora accepts the apology but tells Valerie it's going to take more than sorry to fix what she did to both of us. Her tone is polite but cold, and I'm grateful she's here because I don't think I could handle this conversation alone. We walk out of the cafe into bright afternoon sunlight that feels wrong for how heavy everything feels. On the drive home, Cora and I sit in silence for 20 minutes before I finally break down crying. The tears come suddenly and I can't stop them. Big, ugly sobs that make my whole body shake. Cora pulls over into a gas station parking lot and just sits with me while I cry into my hands. I'm not even sure if I'm crying from anger, relief, or grief for the sister relationship I thought we were building. Maybe it's all three mixed together into something I don't have words for. Cora doesn't try to make me stop or tell me it's going to be okay. She just hands me tissues from the glove box and waits until I can breathe normally again. When I finally calm down enough to talk, I tell her I don't know what to do with all of this information. Knowing that Valerie planned everything, that she deliberately set up that dress situation to humiliate me, makes it worse somehow. Cora says we don't have to figure it out right now. We can just go home and watch bad TV and eat ice cream. That sounds perfect, so I nod and she pulls back onto the road. That evening, my mom calls asking how the lunch went because Valerie told her we met. I give her a brief summary while sitting on my couch with a pint of chocolate ice cream. Mom listens without interrupting, and when I finish, she lets out a long sigh. She admits she and Dad have been worried about Valerie's mental health for years, but didn't know how to address it. This surprises me because my parents never talked about Valerie having problems when we were growing up. Mom says they noticed things but hoped she would outgrow them, which clearly didn't happen. I ask her what kind of things they noticed, and there's a long pause before she answers. Mom reveals that Valerie had similar jealousy issues with her high school boyfriend, accusing his female friends of trying to steal him. She would call him constantly to check where he was and who he was with. They thought she'd grown out of it, but clearly the problems went deeper than they realized. I sit there holding my phone and wondering how I never knew any of this. Mom says they didn't want to label Valerie or make her feel bad about herself, so they just encouraged the boyfriend to be patient with her. He eventually broke up with her anyway because the jealousy was too much. I tell Mom I wish someone had warned Drew about this pattern before he got engaged to her. Mom's voice gets quiet and she says they thought about it but didn't want to interfere in Valerie's relationship. She sounds guilty now, like she's realizing they should have said something. We talk for another 15 minutes before I tell her I need to go. After we hang up, I sit in the dark thinking about how many people saw warning signs and said nothing. 2 weeks after the lunch, I get a text from Blake Goodman, Drew's best friend from the wedding. I recognize his name from the guest list and remember seeing him standing with the groomsmen that morning. He asks if we can talk because Drew wanted to reach out to me, but wasn't sure if it would be appropriate. My first thought is that this is weird, but then I remember Drew was a victim in all of this too. I text back saying sure, we can talk. Blake suggests meeting for coffee the next day at a place near my apartment. I agree to meet Blake for coffee, curious about what Drew wants to say. The next afternoon, I walk into a small coffee shop and find Blake already sitting at a corner table. He's tall with dark hair and looks tired, like he hasn't been sleeping well. We shake hands and I sit down across from him. Blake explains that Drew felt terrible that I got caught up in Valerie's accusations and wanted to apologize for not defending me more strongly that day. He says Drew has been beating himself up about it for months, replaying that morning over and over. I tell Blake that Drew doesn't owe me an apology because he was dealing with his own crisis in that moment. Blake nods but says Drew still wants me to know he wishes he had handled things differently. He pulls out his phone and shows me a text from Drew that basically says the same thing. Blake tells me that Drew had actually been planning to call off the wedding the week before, but his parents convinced him to try one more time. They told him every couple has problems and marriage would make things better. Drew knew that was wrong, but he loved Valerie and wanted to believe she would change. Blake says Drew regrets not trusting his instincts and walking away sooner. He thinks if he had ended things privately before the wedding, I wouldn't have been dragged into the mess. I appreciate that Drew is thinking about me, but I tell Blake that Valerie would have found another way to blame me for the breakup. Her problems weren't really about me or Drew. They were about whatever was going on in her own head. I ask Blake if Drew knew about the dress setup plan, and Blake says absolutely not. Drew was genuinely shocked when he walked into that room and heard what Valerie was saying about me. Blake says Drew had no idea Valerie had sent Cora the wrong dress color on purpose. He thought it was an honest mistake until he saw how satisfied Valerie looked when she started making accusations. That's when everything clicked for him, and he realized how far gone she really was. Blake leans back in his chair and says, Drew spent the whole morning getting ready thinking about how to bring up his concerns about the relationship one more time. He never imagined he'd walk in on a planned attack. I believe Blake because Drew's face that morning showed real confusion and horror. Blake gives me Drew's new number and says Drew would like to apologize directly if I'm open to it. He writes it down on a napkin and slides it across the table. I take the number but tell Blake, part of me wants to talk to Drew and clear the air, but another part thinks it might be better to just let everything stay in the past. Blake says he understands and tells me to take my time. We finish our coffee and talk about other things for a while, just normal conversation about work and life. It's nice to have a casual chat that isn't about wedding drama or family problems. When we leave the coffee shop, Blake gives me a quick hug and says he hopes I'm doing okay. I tell him I'm working on it, which feels like the most honest answer I can give. I spend the next month throwing myself into work, taking on extra projects that keep my brain too busy to spiral. Cora checks in on me every few days, and one Friday she shows up at my apartment with 2 packed bags and announces we're going to the beach for the weekend. I don't argue because I know she's right that I need to get away from everything. We drive 3 hours to a small beach town and rent a cheap motel room that smells like salt water and old carpet. We spend Saturday walking along the shore, and Cora lets me talk through everything that happened without interrupting or trying to fix it. I tell her how weird it feels that my sister's mental health crisis became the defining moment of my year, how I'm angry at Valerie but also sad for her, how I don't know if I'll ever trust her again even if she gets better. Cora listens and nods and occasionally throws shells into the waves. Sunday morning, we sit on the beach eating donuts and watching the sunrise, and I realize this is the first time in weeks that my chest doesn't feel tight. When we drive home that afternoon, I feel like maybe I can actually move forward instead of just surviving. The next week, I'm sitting at my desk staring at Drew's number that Blake gave me. I've picked up my phone a dozen times and put it back down because I don't know what I'd even say to him. But then I think about how he walked out of that wedding and probably spent months dealing with his own mess, and maybe we both deserve to clear the air. I send him a text that just says it's me and asks if he wants to talk sometime. He responds within an hour saying yes and gives me his new number since he changed it after everything happened. We set up a time for Thursday evening, and I spend the next 3 days being nervous about a phone call with someone I barely know. When Thursday comes, I almost cancel 5 times, but at 7 o'clock I dial his number and he picks up on the second ring. The first few minutes are so awkward that I consider faking bad reception and hanging up, But then Drew says he's been wanting to apologize to me for months, and suddenly the conversation gets easier. He tells me he feels terrible that I got dragged into Valerie's accusations, that he should have defended me more strongly in that moment instead of just defending himself. I can hear genuine guilt in his voice, and it makes me feel less alone in this whole situation. Drew starts explaining how he was ignored so many red flags because Valerie was perfect in every other way. He says she was loving and supportive and funny, and he convinced himself that her jealousy was just insecurity that would fade once they got married, and she felt more secure in the relationship. He thought if he just proved his loyalty enough times, blocked me on social media like she asked, let her check his phone whenever she wanted, that eventually she'd trust him. He admits now that he was wrong to think marriage would fix her problems, and he wishes he'd recognized the patterns earlier. I listened to him talk about checking in with her constantly when he was out with friends, about avoiding female coworkers. Because it upset her, about the time she accused him of thinking about me during sex, and he actually tried to convince her that wasn't true, instead of recognizing how messed up the accusation was. He sounds exhausted just recounting it all, and I start to understand that he was drowning in that relationship long before the wedding day. I tell Drew he doesn't owe me an apology because he was dealing with his own crisis that morning, and I don't blame him for how he reacted. I explain that I was just collateral damage in Valerie's issues, but he was the actual target of all that jealousy and control. We end up talking for over an hour, and I realize he's actually a really decent person who got caught in a bad situation with someone he loved. He tells me about the guilt he felt leaving Valerie sobbing on the floor, how his parents were furious with him for embarrassing the family, how half their mutual friends took her side because they couldn't believe sweet Valerie would do something so calculated. He moved to a new city 2 months after the wedding disaster because he couldn't handle running into people who knew them as a couple. I find myself feeling protective of him even though we're basically strangers, because I know what it's like to be blamed for Valerie's problems. Drew mentions he started therapy right after the wedding, working through his own trust issues and learning to spot unhealthy relationship patterns before they get that bad. His therapist helped him understand that he'd been in a controlling relationship and didn't even realize it, because Valerie's control came wrapped in love and concern. He says walking out of that wedding was the hardest thing he's ever done, but also the best decision because staying would have destroyed him eventually. I hear real conviction in his voice when he talks about it, like he's finally accepted that leaving was the right choice even though it felt awful. He asks how I'm doing with everything, and I'm honest that I'm still processing it all, still deciding if I want to rebuild a relationship with Valerie or just let it go. Drew doesn't give me advice, but he listens, really listens, and that feels more valuable than any advice could be. We end the call agreeing to stay in touch as friends, which feels strange considering he's my sister's ex, and we went on 2 terrible dates years ago. But it also feels healthy and honest. There's something freeing about talking to someone who understands exactly what Valerie's jealousy looks like from the inside. After we hang up, I sit on my couch for a while thinking about how weird life is, how the wedding disaster connected me to someone I never would have known otherwise. I save his new number in my phone under just Drew. No last name, no context, just a person who gets it. 3 months pass and I'm getting coffee before work when my phone buzzes with a text from Valerie. She's asking if I'd be willing to meet again, saying she's made real progress in therapy and wants to share some things she's learned about herself. I stare at the message while my coffee gets cold, trying to figure out how I feel about seeing her again. Part of me wants to ignore it and keep living my life without her drama, but another part is curious about what she wants to say. I text Cora asking what she thinks, and Cora says I should do whatever feels right for me, that she'll support either decision. I spend 2 days thinking about it before I finally respond to Valerie saying yes, I'll meet her. But this time I want to do it alone without Cora there. I need to know if Valerie and I can have a real conversation without a buffer. We agree to meet at the same cafe where we had lunch before, and when I walk in, Valerie is already there at a corner table. She looks different, healthier somehow, like she's been sleeping through the night and eating regular meals. Her hair is pulled back and she's wearing minimal makeup, nothing like the perfectly put-together version of her I grew up with. I sit down across from her and order tea, and we make awkward small talk for a few minutes about the weather and work. Then Valerie takes a deep breath and tells me she's been diagnosed with something called obsessive-compulsive disorder, with relationship-focused obsessions. She explains that her therapist, Madison, helped her understand that the intrusive thoughts about me and Drew weren't rational jealousy. They were a symptom of OCD that made her brain get stuck on fears of abandonment and betrayal. She's on medication now and learning coping strategies in therapy, and she says it's like someone turned down the volume on the constant anxious noise in her head. Valerie starts explaining that her jealousy was never really about me or Drew specifically. It was about this deep terror of being abandoned that came from our childhood. She talks about how we were always compared to each other, how she felt like she had to be perfect to be loved, because any flaw meant I was chosen over her. She says she internalized this idea that love was conditional and could be stolen away if someone better came along, so she tried to control everything to prevent that from happening. I sit there listening and realizing that while I spent our childhood feeling invisible next to her, She spent it feeling like she was one mistake away from losing everything. We both grew up in the same house but experienced completely different versions of our family, and neither of us knew what the other was going through. I take a breath and tell Valerie that I need to share something too, that growing up I always felt like I was in her shadow. She looks confused, so I explain how I was just the younger sister who wasn't as pretty or accomplished, how I felt invisible next to her. Valerie's face changes and she says she had no idea I felt that way, that she always thought I had it easier because there was less pressure on me. We sit there for a long time talking about our childhood in a way we never have before, both of us realizing we spent years misunderstanding each other's experience. She tells me about feeling like she had to be perfect, or she'd lose our parents' love, and I tell her about feeling like nothing I did mattered because she'd already done it better. It's the first truly honest conversation we've ever had about being sisters. When we're getting ready to leave the cafe, Valerie asks if there's anything she can do to make up for everything beyond just saying sorry. I think about it for a minute and tell her the most important thing is that she keeps going to therapy and working on her mental health, not just for me, but for herself. She nods and says, Madison has been helping her understand that her problems go deeper than just the wedding situation. We walk out to the parking lot together and stand by our cars for a few minutes, just talking about normal things like work and the weather. Before we drive away, Valerie suggests that maybe we could try rebuilding our relationship slowly, like meeting for coffee once a month where we can practice talking to each other honestly. I agree and tell her there's no pressure to become best friends overnight. We're just committing to try. She looks relieved and gives me a quick hug before getting in her car. I drive home feeling lighter than I have in months, like maybe there's a chance for us after all. A few days later, I'm at my parents' house for Sunday dinner when my Uncle Otto pulls me aside in the kitchen. He tells me he's proud of me for being willing to give Valerie another chance while still keeping healthy boundaries. Otto has always been the wise one in our family, the person everyone goes to for advice about relationships and life problems. He says what I'm doing is what real forgiveness looks like, that it's not about pretending nothing happened, but about choosing to move forward anyway. I tell him I'm scared Valerie might fall back into old patterns, and he reminds me that's why the boundaries matter, that I can support her growth without letting her hurt me again. We rejoin everyone in the dining room, and I notice my parents watching Valerie and me interact with this hopeful look on their faces, like they're afraid to believe things might actually get better between us. 6 months pass, and I get invited to a small family dinner at my parents' house. When I arrive, Valerie is already there helping Mom set the table. We say hi to each other and fall into easy conversation about a TV show we both watch. It's not perfect, and there are still some awkward moments, but it feels genuine in a way our relationship never did before. We all sit down to eat, and Dad asks Valerie about her new job, and she talks about it without the fake enthusiasm she used to have when trying to prove everything was perfect. Later, when we're clearing dishes, Mom pulls me into the hallway and says she's so relieved to see Valerie and me talking and laughing together. I can tell she was worried we'd never speak again after the wedding disaster. Throughout the evening, I catch myself actually enjoying Valerie's company. Not forcing it or pretending, but genuinely finding her funny and interesting. When I'm leaving, Valerie walks me to my car and tells me she started volunteering with a mental health advocacy group. She explains that she's been sharing her story at their meetings to help other people recognize obsessive relationship patterns before they destroy their lives. I'm surprised and impressed that she's turned her worst moment into something meaningful, that she's using what happened to help others. She says Madison encouraged her to find a way to give back, and this felt right. I tell her I think that's really brave, and she smiles in a way that looks different from her old smile, more real somehow. A week later, I'm at work when my phone buzzes with a text from Drew. I haven't heard from him in months, so I'm curious what he wants. The message says he started dating someone new and it's going really well, that he wanted to thank me for being a supportive friend during his healing process. I text back saying I'm genuinely happy for him and asking how he's been. He calls me during my lunch break and we talk for 20 minutes about his life and his new girlfriend. He sounds lighter, like he's finally moved past everything that happened with Valerie. I tell him about Valerie's progress in therapy and the volunteer work she's doing, and he says he's glad she's getting help, but he's not ready to have any contact with her yet. I understand completely and tell him he doesn't owe her anything. Before we hang up, he says he hopes Valerie and I can build something healthy together, that sisters are important. After the call, I sit in my car thinking about how strange it is that Drew and I are friends now when we barely knew each other before all this happened. The wedding disaster connected us in this weird way, both of us victims of Valerie's obsession. That evening, I'm making dinner in my apartment when I start thinking about everything that's happened over the past year. The wedding disaster was one of the most painful experiences of my life, watching my sister accuse me in front of all those people, and then seeing her relationship fall apart. But it also taught me important lessons about boundaries and forgiveness, and the difference between enabling someone and supporting their growth. I learned that you can't fix someone else's mental health problems by ignoring them or making excuses for their behavior. I learned that real love means being honest even when it's hard, and that sometimes the kindest thing you can do is let someone face the consequences of their actions. Valerie and I will never have a perfect sister relationship like the ones you see in movies, but we're building something real and honest. We're learning to talk to each other without the layers of resentment and competition that defined our childhood. It's slow and sometimes awkward, but it feels worth it. A year after the wedding that never happened, Valerie texts asking if I want to take a weekend trip together. Just the two of us, no parents or other family members, a chance to spend real time together. I'm nervous about it, but I agree. Figuring if things get weird, I can always drive home early. We book a spa weekend at a resort 2 hours away and drive up on a Friday afternoon. The first few hours are a little stiff as we settle into the hotel room and figure out how to be around each other for an extended period. But by dinner that night, we're talking easily, sharing stories about work and friends and the random things happening in our lives. On Saturday, we get massages and sit in the hot tub, and Valerie opens up about her therapy sessions in a way she hasn't before. She talks about the work she's doing to understand her fear of abandonment and how it shaped her behavior in relationships. I share my own struggles with feeling invisible, and how moving away helped me build my own identity, separate from being Valerie's little sister. We spend hours by the pool talking about our hopes for the future and our commitment to breaking the unhealthy family patterns we grew up with. Valerie admits she's scared about dating again because she doesn't trust herself to recognize when she's falling into obsessive patterns. I tell her that's what therapy is for, to help her develop those skills. On Sunday morning before we check out, we sit on the balcony drinking coffee and watching the sunrise. Valerie thanks me for giving her another chance, and I tell her I'm glad I did, that I can see how hard she's working to change. As I drive home Sunday afternoon, my car full of spa products and my body relaxed from the weekend, I feel genuinely optimistic about our future as sisters. We've both grown so much over the past year, doing the hard work of understanding ourselves and each other. The wedding day was traumatic, and I wouldn't wish that experience on anyone, but it forced us both to confront truths we'd been avoiding our whole lives. Valerie had to face her mental health issues and get real help instead of pretending everything was fine. I had to learn how to set boundaries and stop making myself small to avoid conflict. Sometimes the worst moments in life lead to the most important growth, and I'm grateful we both had the courage to do the hard work of healing. Our relationship will always have scars from what happened, but those scars are part of our story now. They remind us how far we've come and how much we've learned. I turn up the music and roll down the windows, feeling the warm air rush through the car, and I smile thinking about next month's coffee date with Valerie. My sister called me her backup parent and banned me from dating because it would distract me from my responsibilities. My sister Laura had 3 kids in 4 years with a guy named Brett who took off when the youngest was 6 months old. I stepped up immediately because that's what family does. I was 25, working as a physical therapist, and had my own apartment 10 minutes from Laura's house. Every morning before work, I'd stop by to help get the kids ready for school and daycare. Every evening, I'd pick them up so Laura could work late at her accounting firm. Weekends, I'd take them to the park so she could clean or rest or just exist without someone needing something. I loved those kids like they were mine and honestly didn't mind helping. Laura and I had always been close, and seeing her struggle as a single mom broke my heart. For 2 years, this worked perfectly. The kids called me auntie and fought over who got to sit next to me at dinner. Laura would thank me constantly, saying she couldn't do it without me. We had a system, and it worked. Then Laura got promoted to senior accountant, and something in her brain shifted. She started calling me the backup parent. Not aunt, not helper, backup parent. She'd introduce me to people as her built-in childcare solution. When the school needed emergency contact info, she listed me as secondary guardian without asking. When the pediatrician asked about family medical history, Laura said to just put me down as the second parent since I was basically raising them anyway. I tried to laugh it off, but then the demands started getting weird. Laura informed me I needed to adjust my work schedule because the kids needed pickup at 2:30 now instead of 3. Just informed me. Like I didn't have a job with actual patients scheduled. When I said I couldn't change my entire calendar, she said backup parents make sacrifices. She started dropping them off at my apartment without warning. I'd come home to find 3 kids on my doorstep with a note saying Laura had an emergency meeting. The emergency was usually her getting drinks with coworkers. She gave the school my address as a secondary residence and told them the kids might be staying with me during the week sometimes. The principal called me confused about the custody arrangement. The real problem started when I met Tom at my gym. Sweet guy, worked as a firefighter, had this amazing smile. We went on a few dates and it was going really well. Laura found out when she went through my phone while I was playing with the kids. She lost it completely. Said I couldn't date because the kids needed stability and bringing random men around would confuse them. I hadn't even introduced Tom to the kids yet. Laura said that wasn't the point. The point was I needed to be available at all times, and dating would distract me from my responsibilities as backup parent. She actually said I'd made a commitment when I agreed to help, and dating would be breaking that commitment. She told the kids Auntie might not be around as much because she was choosing some man over them. My 6-year-old nephew cried, asking why I didn't love them anymore. That's when Laura printed out a schedule. A literal hour-by-hour schedule of when she needed me to watch the kids for the next 3 months. It included overnight stays, full weekends, and 2 weeks straight in summer, while she went on a work retreat that I later found out was optional. At the bottom, she'd written that I needed to sign it as acknowledgement of my duties as backup parent. She'd also written that I understood dating was not compatible with this role. I asked if she was serious, and she said single parents don't get to have social lives, so why should I? The backup parent comment finally made sense. She didn't see me as family helping out, she saw me as her co-parent who just happened to live separately. And co-parents don't date other people in her mind. I told her she was being insane, and she said if I didn't sign, she'd have to find alternative childcare, which the kids would hate, and it would be my fault for abandoning them. So I signed it. Then I started following it exactly. Every single line. Monday morning, I pulled up to Laura's house at exactly 6 a.m. like the schedule said. The sky was still dark, and the street was quiet except for one neighbor's porch light. I sat in my car for a minute looking at Laura's front door and the printed schedule on my passenger seat. The schedule said morning childcare duty starts at 6, so here I was. I grabbed my coffee mug and walked up to the door using the spare key Laura gave me 2 years ago when this whole thing started. The house was completely silent inside. No lights on, no sounds of anyone moving around. I checked my phone to make sure I had the time right. 6 a.m. Monday morning. That's what it said in Laura's neat handwriting. I walked into the living room and sat down on the couch. The kids didn't need to be up until 6:30 for school. Laura usually got them moving around 6:45. But the schedule didn't say 6:30, it said 6. So I sat there in the dark living room sipping my coffee and waiting. Around 6:15, I heard footsteps upstairs. Laura came down in her bathrobe looking confused and annoyed. She stopped at the bottom of the stairs when she saw me sitting there. I held up my coffee mug in greeting. She asked what I was doing here so early, and I pulled out the printed schedule and showed her the first line. Morning childcare duty begins at 6 a.m. Monday through Friday. She stared at the paper, then at me. She said the kids weren't even awake yet, and I nodded and said, I know, but the schedule says 6, so I'm here at 6. Laura rubbed her face and asked what I was supposed to do for the next half hour. I looked at the schedule again and told her it doesn't specify my duties for this time block, just that I need to be present starting at 6. She looked like she wanted to argue, but instead just went to the kitchen to make coffee. I stayed on the couch scrolling through my phone. At 6:30, I heard the kids starting to wake up upstairs, and I went up to help them get dressed like I always did. Laura stood in the kitchen doorway watching me with this weird expression I couldn't read. The whole morning routine felt off because we both knew I'd been sitting downstairs in the dark for 30 minutes just following her written rules. I got the kids breakfast and packed the 6-year-old's lunch. Laura didn't say anything else to me. At 7:15, I loaded the kids into my car to drop them at the school and daycare. As I was leaving, Laura called out asking what time I'd be back for pickup. I checked the schedule and told her 2 p.m. like it says here. She said school doesn't end until 3, and I said I know, but the schedule says 2, so I'll be there at 2. Her face went red, but she just closed the door. I drove the kids to the school and daycare, then headed to work. My first patient was at 8:30, and I made it with 10 minutes to spare. Tuesday, I showed up at Laura's house at 6 a.m. again. This time, she was already downstairs waiting for me, looking tired and annoyed. The rest of the week went the same way. Every morning, I arrived at 6, even though the kids didn't need me until 6:30. I'd sit on the couch or help make coffee or just exist in the house for that extra half hour. Laura stopped commenting on it, but I could feel her watching me. The afternoon pickups were worse. School let out at 3, but the schedule said 2 p.m. pickup, so I started leaving work at 1:30 to sit in the school parking lot. My supervisor, Julian, noticed me leaving early every day and asked if everything was okay. I rescheduled 3 patient appointments that first week to make the 2 p.m. time work. I'd sit in my car in the empty school parking lot reading or scrolling my phone while other parents slowly started arriving around 2:45. The school secretary came out Tuesday afternoon and knocked on my window asking if I was okay. I told her I was just early for pickup. She gave me a strange look and went back inside. Thursday afternoon, I was sitting in my car when Julian called and asked me to come by his office before I left for the day. My stomach dropped because I knew my weird schedule was affecting my work. I picked up the kids at 3 after sitting in the parking lot for an hour, then dropped them at Laura's house. The schedule said evening childcare from 5 to 8 p.m., so I had time to go back to the clinic. Julian was in his office when I got there at 4:15. He's been my supervisor for 3 years, and we've always had a good working relationship. He asked me to sit down and then said he'd noticed my schedule had become really chaotic lately. I'd been rescheduling patients, leaving early, seeming distracted during appointments. He asked if something was going on that he should know about. I pulled out Laura's printed schedule and handed it to him. He read through it slowly, and his expression changed from concerned to confused to something like anger. He looked up at me and asked if this was serious. I told him yes. My sister created this schedule and demanded I sign it, and now I'm following it exactly. Julian read through it again, paying attention to the times. He pointed at the 2 p.m. pickup and said school doesn't end until 3. I said I know. He asked why I was following a schedule that didn't make sense, and I explained the whole situation. How Laura had been treating me like a backup parent instead of family. how she'd tried to ban me from dating, how she'd given me this schedule with a note at the bottom saying I understood dating wasn't compatible with my role. Julian put the schedule down and told me this was exploitation. He said what Laura was doing had a name and it wasn't okay. I felt my throat get tight because hearing someone else say it made it real. Julian suggested I needed to have a serious conversation with Laura about boundaries and expectations. I told him I wasn't ready for that conversation yet. I wanted Laura to see exactly what she was demanding before I confronted her directly. If I followed her schedule precisely, maybe she'd realize how unreasonable it was. Julian looked skeptical but said he understood. He also said I needed to figure this out soon because it was affecting my job performance and patient care. I promised I'd handle it and left his office feeling worse than before. I drove back to Laura's house for evening childcare duty. The schedule said 5 to 8 p.m. I got there at 4:55, and Laura was still at work. The kids were with the neighbor who watched them for the hour gap between school and when I usually picked them up. I collected them from next door and brought them back to Laura's house. We did homework and I made them dinner. At exactly 8 p.m., I put on my jacket and told the kids I had to go. The 6-year-old asked why I was leaving, and I said, because my schedule says 8 p.m. is the end of evening duties. He asked where Mommy was, and I said I didn't know, but she'd be home soon. I texted Laura that I was leaving at 8 as scheduled. I got in my car and drove home. My phone rang before I even got out of Laura's neighborhood. It was Laura, and she was furious. She asked where I was, and I said I was heading home. She said the kids were alone, and I reminded her that I left at 8 p.m. exactly as the schedule specified. Laura started yelling that she wasn't home yet and I couldn't just leave the kids alone. I asked her what time the schedule said evening duties ended, and there was silence. Then she said 8 p.m., but obviously she expected me to stay until she got there. I told her the schedule doesn't say that. It just says 8 p.m. She called me petty and ridiculous. I asked her calmly if she wanted me to follow the schedule or not. More silence. Then she said through what sounded like gritted teeth that yes, I should follow the schedule. I said okay, then I'll see her tomorrow at 6 a.m. and hung up. Wednesday morning I showed up at 6 a.m. and Laura looked exhausted. She'd clearly had to leave work early the night before to get home to the kids. She didn't say anything to me, just made coffee and got ready for work. The pattern continued through the week. Thursday I left at 8 p.m. sharp again, even though Laura texted me at 7:45 saying she was running late. I texted back that the schedule says 8 p.m. She had to leave another work meeting early. By Friday, Laura was visibly stressed. She had bags under her eyes and kept checking her phone. I picked up the kids at 2 p.m. after sitting in the school parking lot for an hour. I brought them back to Laura's house at 5 for evening duties. At 7:30, Laura came home early looking defeated. She walked past me without saying anything and went straight upstairs. I stayed until 8 p.m., then left. My phone didn't ring this time. Saturday morning, I woke up in my own apartment with no schedule obligations and felt lighter than I had all week. Laura had the kids on the weekend according to her schedule. My phone rang at 9 a.m. and it was Tom asking if I wanted to grab breakfast. I said yes immediately. For the first time in a week, I felt like myself again. I got dressed and drove to the diner where Tom was already waiting in a booth by the window. He stood up and hugged me, and I realized how much I'd missed normal human interaction that wasn't dictated by a printed schedule. We ordered coffee and pancakes, and Tom asked how my week had been. I laughed, and it came out a little shaky. I told him about following Laura's schedule exactly, about showing up at 6 a.m. when the kids didn't wake until 6:30, about sitting in the school parking lots for an hour every afternoon, about leaving at exactly 8 p.m. even when Laura wasn't home yet. Tom listened without interrupting, and his face showed concern but not judgment. When I finished, he reached across the table and took my hand. He said it sounded like I was handling an impossible situation the only way that made sense. He didn't try to fix it or tell me what I should do differently. He just said he was sorry my sister was putting me through this, and he was here if I needed anything. We finished breakfast and walked around downtown for a while. Tom told me about a fire call his station had responded to earlier in the week. Normal conversation about normal life. I felt the tension in my shoulders start to ease. He asked if I wanted to catch a movie later, and I said yes. We spent the whole day together, and I didn't think about Laura's schedule once until my phone buzzed with a text from her, asking if I could take the kids tomorrow because she had plans. I showed Tom the message and he raised his eyebrows. I texted back that Sunday wasn't on the schedule. Laura responded with 3 angry face emojis. Tom said I was doing the right thing and I wanted to believe him. Sunday night, I checked my phone and saw 17 missed calls from Laura. The voicemail she left sounded panicked and angry at the same time, saying she needed to talk to me immediately about the schedule. I deleted it without calling back because Sunday wasn't on the schedule I signed. Monday morning, I showed up at 6 a.m. exactly as written and found a new copy of the schedule taped to Laura's front door. This one had handwritten notes scribbled in the margins with different colored pens. Next to the 6 a.m. start time, she'd written, "Obviously this means be ready to help when kids wake up, not just sit around." Next to the 2 p.m. pickup, she'd written, "Or earlier if I text you, use common sense." At the bottom, she'd added a whole paragraph about how the schedule was meant to be flexible, and I should interpret it with the kids' best interests in mind. I took a picture of it with my phone, peeled it off the door, and threw it in Laura's recycling bin. Then I knocked and waited. Laura opened the door looking surprised to see me standing there empty-handed. She asked where the new schedule was, and I told her I only signed one schedule and that's the only one I'm following. She started to argue, but I walked past her into the kitchen and poured myself coffee. The kids were still asleep upstairs, and Laura followed me asking why I was being so difficult about simple clarifications. I reminded her that the document I signed didn't say anything about clarifications or amendments. She'd demanded I sign a specific agreement, and now she was stuck with what she wrote. Laura's face went red, and she said I was being ridiculous and petty over semantics. I shrugged and sat down on her couch to wait until the kids actually needed me. By Tuesday, I was exhausted in a way that had nothing to do with the actual hours. Following the schedule exactly meant constantly checking the time, constantly enforcing boundaries, constantly saying no to Laura's attempts to modify our agreement. My coworker Kira noticed me staring at my phone during our lunch break and asked if everything was okay. I hadn't planned to tell anyone at work about the situation, but something about her genuine concern made the whole story come spilling out. I showed her Laura's printed schedule with all my notes and timestamps. I explained about the backup parent designation and the ban on dating and how I was following every line exactly to prove a point. Kira's face shifted from confused to concerned to horrified as I talked. When I finished, she was quiet for a long moment before saying that what Laura was doing had a name. She called it parentification and exploitation. She said her wife Harper was an elementary school teacher, and they'd learned about this pattern in families where one adult inappropriately burdens another adult or older child with parenting responsibilities. Kira said it was a form of manipulation and control that people often don't recognize because it's wrapped up in family obligation language. Hearing someone name what was happening made my chest feel tight. I'd been thinking I was overreacting or being selfish, but Kira was looking at me like Laura had done something genuinely wrong. Kira invited me to dinner at her place that Wednesday night to meet Harper and get another perspective. I almost said no because Wednesday was an evening duty night according to the schedule, but then I checked and saw that evening duties ended at 8 p.m. I could make a 9 p.m. dinner work. Harper opened the door with a warm smile and ushered me into their cozy house that smelled like garlic and tomatoes. Over pasta, Harper asked to see the famous schedule, and I pulled up the photo on my phone. She studied it carefully, zooming in on different sections, and her expression got more serious with each line she read. Harper said this was exactly the kind of red flag she watched for in her students' families, where one adult inappropriately burdened another, and then made them feel guilty for setting boundaries. She pointed to the line about dating being incompatible with backup parent duties, and said that was especially concerning, because it showed Laura felt entitled to control my entire personal life. Harper asked how long this had been going on, and I realized with a sick feeling that the intense schedule was recent, but the pattern had been building for 2 years. Harper nodded like she'd expected that answer. She said Laura's behavior had probably escalated right after getting promoted, because sometimes people respond to increased responsibility by trying to control everything around them, instead of adjusting their own expectations. It was easier for Laura to control me than to admit she needed to hire actual help, or reduce her work hours, or accept that she couldn't do everything perfectly. The validation from Harper helped me feel less crazy, but it also made me angry in a way I hadn't let myself feel before. I'd been so focused on helping Laura and loving the kids that I hadn't stopped to question whether what she was asking was reasonable or fair. Harper said something else that stuck with me. She said the fact that Laura had put it all in writing and made me sign it suggested she knew on some level that her demands were excessive. Otherwise, why would she need a formal agreement? People don't make their family members sign contracts unless they're worried about pushback. That comment rattled around in my head the whole drive home. Laura had been worried I'd say no, so she'd manufactured a crisis with the kids' emotions and then presented the schedule as the only solution. I'd signed it because I felt trapped, but Laura had set the trap deliberately. Thursday morning, my phone buzzed with a text from Laura asking me to pick up the kids at noon instead of 2 p.m. because she had an important meeting. I stared at the message for a long moment before typing back that the schedule said 2 p.m. pickup, and that's when I'd be there. Laura responded immediately asking if I was seriously going to make her miss a crucial meeting over 2 hours. I replied that I had patients scheduled until 2 p.m. and couldn't change my work calendar. She sent back 3 angry emojis and then nothing else. I silenced my phone and went to see my first patient of the day. At noon, my phone started buzzing again, but I ignored it. At 1 p.m., Julian knocked on my treatment room door between patients and said I had an urgent call. I told him to take a message because I was with patients. He gave me a strange look but nodded and left. At 2 p.m., I checked my phone and saw 12 missed calls from Laura and 6 text messages getting progressively more frantic. The last one said she'd had to leave her meeting early and I'd made her look unprofessional in front of her entire team. I didn't respond. Wednesday of the following week, Laura showed up at my clinic during my lunch break. The receptionist looked uncomfortable as she led Laura back to the break room where I was eating a sandwich. Laura's face was flushed and her hands were shaking as she demanded to know why I was being so rigid and difficult when I knew she needed flexibility. She said the schedule was meant to be a framework, not a prison, and I was deliberately misinterpreting it to punish her. I finished chewing my bite of sandwich before responding. I told her calmly that this was exactly the schedule she'd created and demanded I sign. I was simply following our agreement to the letter, because that's what she'd asked me to do. If the schedule didn't work for her actual needs, then maybe she should reconsider what she was asking of me. Laura's voice got louder as she said I was being petty and vindictive, punishing her for setting reasonable boundaries about my dating life. Several of my coworkers had stopped what they were doing to watch our conversation through the break room window. I kept my voice level and quiet as I responded that I wasn't punishing anyone. I was just demonstrating that her expectations were impossible for both of us. The schedule she'd created didn't account for real life or flexibility, or the fact that I had my own job and responsibilities. She'd tried to make me sign away my autonomy, and now she was discovering that the control she wanted wasn't actually workable. Laura opened her mouth to argue, but nothing came out. Her face crumpled, and for a second I thought she might cry, but instead she turned and walked quickly out of the break room. Through the window, I watched her push past the receptionist and leave the building. Julian appeared in the doorway a moment later, looking concerned. He asked if I was okay, and I nodded even though my hands were shaking. Julian sat down across from me and said gently that we needed to talk about what was happening. He said my family situation was affecting my professional reputation and patient care. 3 patients had mentioned that I seemed distracted lately, and I'd had to reschedule multiple appointments to accommodate Laura's schedule demands. Julian said he understood family obligations, but I needed to protect my job because Laura's behavior was creating problems that extended beyond our personal relationship. I promised him I was handling it and the situation would resolve soon. Julian didn't look convinced, but he nodded and left me alone to finish my lunch. I couldn't eat the rest of my sandwich. That evening, I sat down at my kitchen table with Laura's printed schedule and a calculator. I went through line by line and added up the actual hours she was demanding. Morning duties from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. was 2 hours daily. Afternoon pickup and care from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. was 3 hours daily. Evening duties from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. was 3 more hours. That was 8 hours every single weekday. Then weekend duties were listed as Saturday 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. and Sunday 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. That was 9 hours on Saturday and 6 hours on Sunday. 8 hours times 5 weekdays was 40 hours. Plus 15 weekend hours made 55 hours total. I stared at the number in disbelief. Laura was demanding 55 hours per week on top of my 40-hour work week. I'd been working 95-hour weeks for 2 years without fully realizing it, because it had built up gradually. No wonder I was exhausted. No wonder I had no social life. No wonder the idea of dating had seemed impossible. I'd been working more than 2 full-time jobs, and Laura had responded to my attempt at boundaries by trying to formalize and expand my obligations even further. I pulled out my phone and texted Tom that I needed to see him tonight. He responded immediately saying he'd bring dinner. When he arrived at my apartment 2 hours later, I was still sitting at the kitchen table staring at the numbers I'd written down. 55 hours per week. Tom set down the takeout bags and came over to look at what I was doing. He read through my calculations silently while I sat there feeling numb. Then he pulled out the chair next to me and sat down. He didn't try to fix anything or tell me what to do. He just reached over and took my hand. That's when I started crying. Not quiet tears, but the kind of crying where you can't catch your breath. Tom pulled me into his arms and held me while I sobbed into his shirt. I kept saying I couldn't believe I'd let this happen, that I'd been so stupid not to see what Laura was doing. Tom just rubbed my back and said I wasn't stupid. I was kind, and Laura had taken advantage of that. We sat there on my kitchen floor for a long time while I cried out 2 years of exhaustion and resentment. Tom ordered me to take a shower while he heated up the food. By the time I came back out, he had plates set up and was scrolling through his phone. He showed me an article about family exploitation and parentification. Everything in it described exactly what Laura had been doing to me. Tom stayed until almost midnight, and when he left, he made me promise to talk to Julian about what was happening. I promised even though the idea made me want to throw up. Friday afternoon, Julian called me into his office right after my last patient left. His expression was serious as he gestured for me to close the door and sit down. He said he needed to talk to me about my recent performance. 3 patients had submitted complaints about rushed appointments in the past 2 weeks. I'd also had to reschedule 7 different sessions because of Laura's schedule demands. Julian pulled out a folder with the complaint forms, and I felt my face get hot as I read through them. One patient said I seemed distracted and didn't listen to her concerns about her knee pain. Another said I'd cut his session short by 15 minutes without explanation. The third said I'd been checking my phone repeatedly during their appointment. I remembered that day because Laura had been texting me about an emergency pickup that turned out to be nothing. Julian asked what was going on, and I told him everything. About Laura's schedule and the backup parent designation, and how I'd been trying to prove a point by following her demands exactly. Julian listened without interrupting, his expression getting more concerned as I talked. When I finished, he was quiet for a minute. Then he said very gently that my family situation could not continue to impact patient care. He understood I was in a difficult position, but my professional reputation was at stake. The clinic's reputation too, since patients were starting to complain. Julian suggested I take a few days off to sort things out. He said it wasn't a punishment, but he was worried about me and thought I needed space to handle this situation with Laura. I felt relief and failure at the same time. Relief because I was so tired I could barely think straight. Failure because I'd let my personal life mess up my job. Julian said he'd cover my appointments for Monday and Tuesday, and I should use that time to set some boundaries. I thanked him and left his office feeling like I might cry again. I sat in my car in the parking lot for 20 minutes before I could drive home. When I got to my apartment, I called my mom. She answered on the third ring, sounding cheerful. I asked if she had time to talk, and her tone changed immediately. She asked what was wrong, and I started explaining everything that had been happening with Laura. The backup parent comments and the printed schedule and Laura banning me from dating. Mom was quiet while I talked. When I finished, there was a long silence on the other end. Finally, she said she'd noticed Laura taking advantage but hadn't wanted to interfere between her daughters. I felt anger flash through me. I asked why she hadn't said anything if she'd noticed. Mom sighed and said she thought I would speak up if it bothered me, and Laura had been under so much stress as a single mom that she didn't want to make things harder. Mom said Laura had always struggled with asking for help directly. Even as a kid, she would manipulate situations until people volunteered instead of just asking. She'd create problems or act helpless until someone stepped in to fix things. Mom said the promotion had probably made Laura feel more out of control because suddenly everyone was watching her performance at work. So she was trying to control me instead of admitting she was overwhelmed and needed actual help. Mom asked what I was going to do, and I said I didn't know. She offered to talk to Laura, but I said no. This was between me and my sister, and I needed to handle it myself. Mom made me promise to call her if things got worse. I promised and hung up feeling slightly better, but also more confused. Requested Reds is on Spotify now. Check out link in the description or comments. Saturday and Sunday, I barely left my apartment. Tom came over Saturday afternoon and we watched movies. Sunday, I cleaned my entire place and tried not to think about Laura or the kids. Then Sunday night, my phone rang. Laura. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. Laura was crying before she even said hello. She said the kids were asking why I didn't love them anymore and why I was being so mean to Mommy. She said the 6-year-old had cried himself to sleep asking when Auntie was coming back. I felt the familiar guilt rising up like a wave, that automatic response that made me want to apologize and fix everything. But I pushed it down because I knew what Laura was doing. She was manipulating me through the kids just like she'd been doing for weeks. I told Laura very calmly that I loved the kids completely, but I was not their parent. She needed to stop telling them I was choosing Tom over them, because that wasn't true, and it wasn't fair to them. Laura started to argue, her voice getting louder. She said I was abandoning them and breaking my commitment to the family. I hung up. My hands were shaking so hard I had to put the phone down on the table. Laura called back immediately, but I didn't answer. She called 3 more times and sent a string of texts saying I was being cruel and selfish. I turned off my phone and went to bed even though it was only 8:30. Monday morning, I turned my phone back on and saw 12 missed calls from Laura and 1 from the school. I called the school first. The secretary said the 6-year-old had asked to see me during drop-off and had gotten upset when Laura said I wasn't coming. They wanted to make sure everything was okay with the family. I said everything was fine and I'd talk to my nephew. When I got to Laura's house to do the morning pickup that the schedule required, the kids were already dressed and eating breakfast. Laura wasn't there. The 6-year-old looked at me with big sad eyes and asked why I was being different now. He asked why I didn't play with them like I used to. I knelt down next to his chair and took his hand. I told him I loved him very much and I always would. But I had my own life too, and that didn't mean I loved him any less. I tried to explain that grown-ups need time for their own things, and that was okay and normal. The 4-year-old interrupted to say that Mommy told her I was going away soon because I had a boyfriend now. My chest felt tight as I looked at her little face. Laura was actively poisoning my relationship with the kids to maintain control over me. She was using them as weapons, and they didn't even know it. I told both kids that I wasn't going anywhere, and I would always be their aunt. But things might look a little different from before, and that was okay. The 6-year-old asked if I still loved Mommy, and I said yes, even though I wasn't sure that was true anymore. I drove them to the school and daycare, my mind spinning. Laura had crossed a line by telling the kids those things. She was hurting them to hurt me. That evening after I picked the kids up and brought them back to Laura's house, I waited until they were in the other room watching TV. Then I pulled out my phone and texted Laura. I said we needed to have a serious conversation without the kids present. I said we needed to talk about boundaries and expectations and what was actually reasonable. Laura responded 10 minutes later. She said she was too busy with work and her actual responsibilities as a parent. The implication was crystal clear. I wasn't a real parent, so my concerns didn't matter. I stared at that text for a long time before I put my phone away. Tuesday afternoon, I was between patients when my phone rang with a number I didn't recognize. I almost sent it to voicemail, but something made me answer. The woman on the other end introduced herself as Fiona, Laura's boss at the accounting firm, and my stomach dropped because bosses don't call family members unless something is really wrong. She apologized immediately for overstepping boundaries, but said she was concerned about Laura and hoped I could help clarify some things. I gripped my phone tighter and asked what was going on. Fiona explained that Laura had been struggling at work lately, missing deadlines she'd never missed before, seeming distracted during meetings and making unusual errors in client files. She'd pulled Laura aside yesterday to check in, and Laura had mentioned family issues, something about childcare arrangements falling through. My face got hot because I knew exactly what Laura had told her. Fiona asked very carefully if everything was okay with our arrangement, if I was still able to help with the kids, because Laura had implied I might be backing out. I sat down hard in my office chair, stunned that Laura was discussing this at work, potentially making herself look unreliable to her boss. I took a breath and told Fiona there had been a misunderstanding about expectations, and Laura and I were working through it. I kept my voice diplomatic even though I wanted to scream about Laura manipulating the situation to make me look like the problem. Fiona sounded relieved and said she was glad we were communicating, then added that Laura seemed to be under tremendous pressure and maybe needed more support than she was willing to admit. She gave me her husband's contact information, said his name was Rory, and he was a family therapist who specialized in exactly these kinds of situations. I thanked her and saved the number even though I wasn't sure I'd use it. That night I couldn't sleep, my brain replaying every interaction with Laura from the past 2 years like a movie I couldn't turn off. I stared at my ceiling, remembering the exact moment the backup parent language started, and suddenly it clicked into place like a puzzle piece I'd been ignoring. It was right after a family gathering where Brett's brother Axel had asked about the kids, asked how Laura was managing everything alone, and Laura had gotten this tight look on her face. She'd launched into this whole speech about how she wasn't alone, how she had a great support system, how she was handling single motherhood just fine. The next week she'd started calling me backup parent instead of just saying I helped out. I rolled over and grabbed my phone, scrolling back through old texts, and found the pattern I'd missed while living through it. Every time someone questioned her parenting or implied she needed help, Laura's control over me got tighter. When her coworker mentioned daycare options, Laura added morning duties to my schedule. When Mom suggested a cleaning service, Laura started having me come over on weekends to help with housework. The promotion had given her financial security, but also more eyes on her, more people watching, more chances for someone to notice she was struggling. She couldn't control whether people judged her, but she could control me, could make it look like she had everything perfectly managed by turning me into her shadow parent. Thursday morning, I called Rory's number before I could talk myself out of it. He answered on the second ring, and I explained who I was and how I got his contact information. He suggested we meet that afternoon during my lunch break at a coffee shop near my clinic. I showed up 10 minutes early and ordered tea I didn't drink, my hands shaking around the paper cup. Rory arrived exactly on time, a calm-looking man in his 40s who sat down across from me and just waited for me to start talking. I told him everything, the whole story from Brett leaving to the printed schedule to Laura banning me from dating. He listened without interrupting, just nodding occasionally and taking notes on a small pad. When I finished, he was quiet for a moment before confirming what I'd already started to suspect. Laura was exhibiting controlling behavior rooted in deep insecurity and fear of judgment as a single mother. He explained it carefully, said that Laura likely saw me as an extension of herself, rather than a separate person, which was why she felt entitled to dictate my dating life and schedule. She wasn't trying to hurt me exactly. She was trying to control her own anxiety by controlling me, turning me into a tool she could use to manage her fear of being seen as inadequate. Every time someone questioned her parenting, she tightened her grip on me to prove she had everything under control. Rory leaned forward and said, family therapy could help, but Laura had to recognize the problem first. He warned me that people in her mindset often resist help because admitting they need it feels like admitting failure as a parent, and for Laura, that fear of failure was driving everything. He asked if I thought Laura would be willing to sit down with a mediator, and I honestly didn't know. I thanked him for his time and drove back to work with his words circling in my head. This new framework for understanding 2 years of my life. Friday evening, I was making dinner when someone knocked on my apartment door. I looked through the peephole and saw Laura standing there with all 3 kids and 2 suitcases, and my heart started racing before I even opened the door. Laura pushed past me the second I turned the knob, herding the kids inside and thrusting an overnight bag into my hands. She said she'd been called for an emergency work trip and needed me to keep them for the weekend, her words coming out fast and clipped like she was reading from a script she'd practiced. I looked at the kids standing in my entryway looking confused and tired, then at Laura, who wouldn't quite meet my eyes. I walked over to my fridge where the printed schedule was still taped up, yellowing slightly at the edges from 2 weeks of cooking steam. I pointed at it and told Laura very calmly that weekend childcare wasn't on the schedule I signed. Laura's face went red immediately, that angry flush I'd seen 100 times before. She started yelling that I was being ridiculous. This was an emergency. Family helps family when emergencies happen. Her voice got louder with each word, and the 6-year-old started crying. I kept my voice level and asked what the emergency was exactly. Laura sputtered that it was a work crisis, a client situation that required immediate attention. I asked why she couldn't have called me first, given me any warning instead of just showing up with packed bags. She said there wasn't time and I was making this so much harder than it needed to be. I pulled the printed schedule off my fridge and held it up so Laura could see the yellowing paper with her own handwriting. Family doesn't treat family like unpaid employees, I said, keeping my voice steady even though my hands were shaking. I won't be manipulated anymore. Laura's face went from red to almost purple, and she grabbed her phone from her purse. She stabbed at the screen while yelling that I was selfish, that I was abandoning her children, that I'd promised to help, and now I was backing out when she needed me most. The kids were still standing in my entryway looking confused and scared, the 6-year-old crying again. Laura put the phone to her ear, and I heard it ring twice before someone picked up. "Mom," Laura said in this broken, sobbing voice that didn't match how angry she'd been 2 seconds before. "She won't take the kids. She's refusing to help, and I have this work emergency, and she just doesn't care that I'm going to lose my job." I watched Laura pace my tiny kitchen while she cried into the phone, telling our mother that I'd changed, that I was choosing some man over my own family, that she didn't know what she was going to do. She hung up and looked at me with this expression I'd never seen before, something between rage and actual fear. "You're going to regret this," she said quietly. Then she herded the kids back out my door without another word. I stood there staring at the closed door for probably 5 minutes before my phone started ringing. Mom's name lit up my screen and I almost didn't answer because I knew what was coming. I picked up and immediately heard Laura sobbing in the background, that same broken sound she'd used on the phone before. "Honey, what's going on?" Mom said, and her voice had that careful tone she used when she was trying not to take sides. I sat down on my couch and started explaining everything from the beginning. The 2 years of helping, the promotion that changed Laura, the backup parent comments, the printed schedule with 42 hours of childcare demands. I told her about Laura banning me from dating, about going through my phone, about telling the kids I was choosing Tom over them. Mom was quiet while I talked, and I could still hear Laura crying, but it sounded further away now. I explained about the schedule I'd signed and how I'd been following it exactly to show Laura how impossible her demands were. When I finished, there was this long silence where nobody said anything, and Laura's crying had stopped completely. "Is that true?" Mom said, but she wasn't talking to me anymore. "Laura, is what she's saying true?" I heard Laura's voice but couldn't make out the words, just the defensive tone that meant she was trying to justify everything. Mom's voice changed then, went from careful to disappointed in a way I recognized from when we were kids, and one of us had really messed up. "Laura Marie, we need to talk about this privately," Mom said. "You and I need to have a very serious conversation about what's appropriate to ask of your sister." The line went quiet, and I realized Mom had hung up without saying goodbye to me. I sat on my couch holding my phone and feeling like I might throw up. The 6-year-old's face kept replaying in my head, the confusion and hurt when Laura dragged them out of my apartment. They didn't understand what was happening, and that wasn't their fault. An hour passed and I'd moved from the couch to my bed, still fully dressed and staring at the ceiling. My phone rang again and it was Mom calling back. "I've got the kids for the weekend," she said without any greeting. "They're watching a movie in the living room right now." Her voice sounded tired in a way I'd never heard before. "You and Laura need to sit down with someone who can help you both communicate better. Someone neutral." I told her that sounded good and waited for whatever else she was going to say. "I need to tell you something, and I need you to just listen," Mom continued. "I've been enabling your sister's behavior by always stepping in to smooth things over. Every time she's asked too much of you, I've told you that family helps family and Laura's had such a hard time. I made excuses for her instead of telling her she was being unreasonable. That stops now." I felt something loosen in my chest that I didn't know had been tight. Mom said she loved us both, but what Laura was doing wasn't okay, and I had every right to have my own life. We talked for another 20 minutes about logistics and boundaries and how this mediation thing might work. When we hung up, I finally got up and changed into pajamas, even though it was only 7 in the evening. Tuesday morning, I woke up to a text from Laura that was so long I had to scroll to read the whole thing. She'd sent it at 3 in the morning, which meant she'd been up all night writing it. The message said I'd humiliated her in front of Mom, and now Mom was treating her like a bad parent. It said I'd also humiliated her in front of her boss, Fiona, because apparently Fiona had asked if everything was okay with childcare arrangements, and Laura had to admit there were family issues. The text went on to say that if I didn't want to help anymore, I should just say so, instead of playing games with the schedule and making her look incompetent. She wrote that she'd always been there for me when I needed her, and this was how I repaid her support. The last line said she guessed she knew where she stood now, and she'd figure things out on her own like she always did. I read the whole thing twice and then started typing my response. I wrote out everything I'd been thinking for weeks but hadn't been able to say. I told Laura that I'd been helping 42 hours per week for 2 years, that I'd calculated the actual time and it was equivalent to a full-time job on top of my real job. I explained that I loved her kids completely, but I wasn't their parent, and she needed to stop introducing me that way. I wrote about how her attempt to control my dating life had crossed a line I couldn't uncross, how telling the kids I was choosing Tom over them was manipulation. I said I understood she was scared and overwhelmed as a single mom, but that didn't give her the right to treat me like an employee she could schedule and control. I told her I was willing to help on a reasonable schedule that respected both our lives and our boundaries. I would not sign any more agreements, and I would not accept being called backup parent ever again. The last part was hardest to write, but I made myself type it out. She needed to decide if she wanted my help as family who supported each other, or if she wanted to find alternative childcare. I read it 3 times before hitting send. My second message was shorter. I'm willing to help 2 days a week with pickups and 1 weekend afternoon, I wrote. That's what I can do while still having my own life. You need to hire someone for the rest of the coverage because that's the responsible thing to do as a parent. I'll always love the kids and I'll always be their aunt, but I can't be their second parent. That's not fair to any of us. I hit send and then turned my phone face down on the kitchen counter. 3 days went by with no response from Laura. Not a text, not a call, nothing. The silence felt like this weird combination of relief and terror, like waiting for test results you're not sure you want to know. Wednesday night, Tom picked me up for dinner at this Italian place downtown that he'd been wanting to try. I barely tasted anything even though the pasta was supposed to be amazing. My mind kept spinning through possible outcomes. Maybe Laura would agree to reasonable boundaries and we could rebuild something healthier. Maybe she'd cut me off completely and I'd lose my relationship with the kids. Maybe she'd show up at my apartment again with more demands. Tom reached across the table and took my hand, told me to try to be present for at least 5 minutes. I managed to focus on him and the restaurant and the normal conversation we were having, but the anxiety was still there underneath everything. Thursday afternoon, my phone rang while I was between patients and Laura's name appeared on the screen. My stomach dropped, but I answered. Her voice sounded completely different from the last time we'd talked, tired and small instead of angry. "Can we meet at Mom's house on Saturday?" she asked, with Rory there as a mediator. Mom already talked to him and he said he'd do it. I said yes immediately, maybe too quickly, but I wanted this conversation to happen before I could lose my nerve. Laura thanked me in this quiet voice and then hung up. I stood in the clinic hallway holding my phone and feeling like maybe something might actually change. Kira found me there a few minutes later and I told her about the mediation. She hugged me right there in the hallway and said she was proud of me for holding my boundaries. The rest of Thursday and all of Friday passed in this strange slow motion where I couldn't focus on anything except Saturday morning. Saturday morning arrived and I was up at 6 even though the mediation wasn't until 10. I changed clothes 3 times and couldn't eat breakfast. Tom came over at 9:30 and found me pacing my apartment in jeans and my 4th shirt choice. He told me I looked fine and we needed to leave or I'd be late. In the car, I couldn't stop fidgeting with my seatbelt and running through everything I wanted to say. Tom pulled into Mom's driveway and put the car in the park, then turned to look at me. "You didn't create this situation," he said. "You just refused to keep enabling it. That's not the same as causing it." I nodded and took a deep breath. He squeezed my hand, and I got out of the car before I could change my mind. Mom's front door was already open, and I could see Laura's car parked on the street. And I walked up the steps feeling like I was heading into something that would change everything, for better or worse. Mom's living room felt smaller than I remembered. Laura sat on the couch across from me, her hands twisting in her lap, and Rory sat in the armchair between us with a yellow legal pad. Mom stood near the kitchen doorway like she couldn't decide if she should sit or stay ready to escape. Rory started by asking us each to describe the situation from our perspective without interrupting each other. Laura went first, and her voice came out defensive and shaky at the same time. She talked about how hard everything was as a single mom, how she couldn't do it alone, how I'd always been there, and she thought that meant I always would be. She said the schedule was just trying to organize what we were already doing, that she didn't understand why I was suddenly making everything so difficult. I watched her face while she talked, and saw the tears building up, saw her jaw set in that stubborn way she'd had since we were kids. When it was my turn, I pulled out my phone and showed Rory the schedule Laura had printed. He studied it for a long minute, then asked me to walk through a typical week. I started with Monday morning at 6, the pickup times, the evening duties, the weekend coverage, the overnight stays. I kept my voice steady and factual, just listing what the schedule required hour by hour. Rory wrote numbers on his legal pad while I talked. When I finished, he looked up at Laura and asked if this was accurate. She nodded but said I was making it sound worse than it was. That family helps each other. Rory asked how many hours per week the schedule required from me. Laura opened her mouth but nothing came out. Rory turned his pad around so we could both see the calculation written there in neat columns. 42 hours per week of childcare. Laura stared at the number like she'd never seen it before. Rory asked her gently if she realized she'd been asking me to work a full-time job on top of my actual full-time job. Laura's face changed then, the defensiveness cracking into something that looked like shock. She said she never added it up like that. She just knew she needed help with morning and evening and weekends. Rory nodded and asked what would happen if she hired someone to provide 42 hours of childcare per week. Laura whispered that it would cost more than her mortgage payment. The room went quiet except for the kitchen clock ticking. Then Laura started crying for real. Not the angry defensive tears from before, but these horrible broken sobs that shook her whole body. She said she was so scared all the time. Scared of failing. Scared of people judging her. Scared that Brett leaving proved she wasn't good enough to be anyone's partner or parent. She said when I agreed to help after Brett left, it felt like maybe she wasn't completely alone. Like maybe if I was committed as backup parent, then she had someone and wasn't just a failure doing it all by herself. The words came out messy and desperate between sobs. She said the promotion made everything worse because more people were watching her. More people could see if she messed up, and she needed me to be locked in so she wouldn't fall apart. I felt my own throat getting tight listening to her. I understood the fear, I really did, but understanding it didn't make what she'd done okay. I waited until her crying slowed down. Then I said, I got why she was scared, but I couldn't sacrifice my whole life to manage her worry. I told her I loved her, and I loved the kids completely, but I needed boundaries, and she needed to accept that asking for help wasn't the same as failing as a parent. Laura wiped her face and said she knew she'd gone too far, that somewhere along the way helping had turned into expecting, and she couldn't see it until Rory wrote that number on the pad. Rory asked what would feel reasonable for both of us going forward. I said I could do pickups 2 days a week and 1 weekend afternoon, maybe 4 or 5 hours total. Laura looked panicked and asked what about the rest of the time. Rory suggested she hire a part-time nanny for the other coverage, said it was the responsible thing to do and didn't mean she was failing. Laura argued that hiring help felt like admitting defeat. Mom finally spoke up from the doorway and said that was ridiculous, that every parent needs support and paying for good childcare was smart. Parenting, not weakness. We spent the next hour working out details with Rory guiding the conversation. Laura agreed to stop introducing me as backup parent and to respect that I had my own life, including dating. She'd hire a nanny for the coverage I couldn't provide. I'd help 2 weekday afternoons and 1 weekend afternoon, but anything beyond that required advance notice and my actual agreement. Laura looked at me with red, swollen eyes and said she was sorry for manipulating the kids, for telling them I was choosing Tom over them. She admitted she'd been jealous that I might have the relationship she lost with Brett, and she'd taken that fear and anger out on me in a way that was completely unfair. Her voice broke on the last words. I reached across the space between us and took her hand. Mom came and sat on the arm of the couch next to Laura, putting her hand on Laura's shoulder. Mom said she should have stepped in earlier instead of letting things get this bad, that she'd watched Laura's behavior get worse and worse but didn't want to interfere between her daughters. She promised she'd be more present to help Laura work through the single-parent anxiety without dumping it all on me. Rory made us both agree to check in with him in 2 weeks to see how the new arrangement was working. Laura signed a paper acknowledging the boundaries we'd set, and I signed one agreeing to my specific commitment. It felt weird and formal, but also necessary after everything that had happened. When we left Mom's house, 3 hours had passed and I felt completely drained. Tom was waiting in his car and he took one look at my face and pulled me into a hug without asking questions. The following week felt strange in a way I couldn't quite name. Wednesday afternoon, I picked up the kids from the school like we'd agreed and took them to the park. The 6-year-old ran straight to the swings shouting for me to push him. The 4-year-old wanted to play tag. The 2-year-old toddled after a dog with his arms out. I wasn't checking my phone every 5 minutes or watching the clock worried about what came next. I actually played with them, laughed at their jokes, helped them climb the jungle gym without feeling that crushing weight of resentment. When I dropped them back at Laura's house at 5:30, the 6-year-old hugged me and said this was more fun than before. I asked what he meant, and he said I wasn't grumpy anymore. His honesty stung, but he was right. The rigid schedule had turned me into someone stressed and resentful, and the kids had felt it even if they couldn't name it. Laura started seeing Rory individually the next week for therapy about her control issues and single-parent fears. She texted me after her first session saying thank you for forcing this, that she hadn't realized how much terror was driving everything she did. She said Rory was helping her see that asking for help directly was actually stronger than manipulating people into giving it. 2 weeks after the mediation, Tom and I had dinner at Laura's house with her and the kids. Laura had ordered pizza and set up the dining room table with actual plates instead of paper. It was awkward at first with everyone being extra polite and careful. But then the 6-year-old spilled juice all over himself and we all laughed, and Laura asked Tom about his work at the fire station. He told stories about rescue calls that had the kids fascinated, and Laura smiled and didn't make a single comment about my dating life taking away from family time. When we left that night, Laura hugged me at the door and whispered that she liked him, that she could see why I wanted to spend time with him. Monday morning, I walked into the clinic and Julian called me into his office. I thought maybe I was in trouble, but he said he'd noticed a big change in my work over the past 2 weeks. My patient appointments were running on time, I wasn't scattered and exhausted, and 2 patients had specifically mentioned how much more present I seemed during their sessions. He said whatever I'd done to sort out my family situation was clearly working, because I was back to being the therapist he'd hired 2 years ago. A month passed after the mediation session at Mom's house. Laura called me on a Tuesday afternoon while I was between patients. She said she'd hired someone to help with the kids and wanted me to meet her. The woman's name was Siobhan Pace, and she'd been working as a nanny for 6 years with excellent references. Laura's voice sounded different on the phone, lighter somehow, like she'd been carrying something heavy and finally put it down. I drove to Laura's house that Saturday morning and found a woman in her early 30s playing board games with all 3 kids in the living room. Siobhan had dark curly hair and laugh lines around her eyes, and the kids were completely focused on the game instead of fighting or demanding attention. Laura pulled me into the kitchen and admitted she'd been scared to hire help because it felt like failing as a mom. She said Rory had helped her see that asking for professional childcare wasn't admitting defeat. It was being responsible about what she could actually handle. The relief on Laura's face was obvious, and I hugged her without saying anything, because words would have made it awkward. Siobhan came 3 afternoons a week and every other Saturday, giving Laura actual breathing room in her schedule. The kids adapted fast because Siobhan knew how to make cleanup time into a game, and never seemed tired or frustrated with their constant questions. I picked up the kids one Wednesday afternoon a few weeks later for our scheduled park time. The 6-year-old ran straight to me when I arrived and wrapped his arms around my legs. We walked to the playground near Laura's house, and I pushed him on the swings while the 4-year-old played in the sandbox. He asked if we could get ice cream after, and I said yes because the schedule wasn't controlling every minute anymore. We sat on a bench eating our cones, and he looked at me with chocolate ice cream on his nose. He said he liked having special aunt time now instead of everyday time. I asked him why, and he said because I wasn't tired and grumpy anymore when we hung out. His words stung, even though his voice was completely matter-of-fact, just stating something he'd noticed. I wiped the ice cream off his face and told him I liked special time better too. He smiled and went back to his cone, and I realized he was right. When I'd been following that rigid schedule, I'd been resentful and exhausted, and the kids had felt it even if they couldn't name it. Now when I spent time with them, I actually wanted to be there, and they could tell the difference. 3 months after the mediation, my relationship with Laura had changed into something I didn't quite recognize yet. We weren't as close as we'd been before everything exploded. There was still tension sometimes when she made requests that felt too much like the old pattern. But we had clear boundaries now, and we both respected them most of the time. Laura didn't call me backup parent anymore, and she'd stopped introducing me as her childcare solution. When we had family dinners, the conversation felt careful in a way it never used to, like we were both watching for old habits trying to creep back in. Mom came over more often to help with the kids, and Laura had started actually accepting that help instead of pretending she had everything under control. The kids seemed happier overall, with more adults sharing the load and less pressure on any single person. It wasn't the easy closeness Laura and I used to have, but it felt more honest somehow, built on reality instead of unstated expectations and growing resentment. Tom and I started planning a weekend trip to the coast for next month. We were looking at hotels online one evening at my apartment when I realized I should probably tell Laura since it fell on one of my usual kid days. I texted her about the dates and asked if she could adjust the schedule. She responded within minutes saying to have fun and she'd work it out with Siobhan. No guilt trip, no comment about me prioritizing my relationship over family. Just a simple acknowledgement that I had my own life. I showed Tom the text and he smiled and said it was progress. It was such a small moment. Laura's casual response about a weekend away. But it represented everything I'd fought for over the past few months. The right to have my own life and my own plans while still being a loving aunt to my sister's kids. Not a backup parent, not a co-parent, just an aunt who helped when she could and lived her own life the rest of the time. That's how it went from my side. Now I want to hear your version. Drop your thoughts in the comments. I'll be reading through later. My SAL said she's glad my baby died. My husband Barry and I had been waiting for the perfect moment to tell his family we were having a baby, and his parents' anniversary dinner felt right. I squeezed his hand under the table and he nodded, so I took a breath and said, "We have some news. I'm pregnant." His mother screamed with joy. His father stood up to hug Barry, and Mandy, his sister, scowled and glared at me so hard I thought she was trying to explode me with her mind. "Some women aren't meant to be mothers," she said loud enough for our happy moment to die. When we made eye contact, she smiled, "Especially women who trap men with babies because they have nothing else to offer." The awkward tension filled the room. Barry's father sat back down slowly, and his mother's smile vanished. Honestly, a slap would have been kinder than her words. "Apologize to my wife right now," Barry said angrily. Mandy stood up so fast her chair scraped against the floor. "Apologize? To her?" She pointed at me like I was garbage someone had dragged in. "She's been in this family for 2 years. I've been here my whole life. And now she thinks she can just waltz in and take everything?" Her voice was getting louder with every word. "You don't deserve this baby. You don't deserve Barry. You don't deserve any of it." Barry slammed his hand on the table. "Get out." Mandy laughed, this horrible bitter sound that made me want to prepare for the worst. "Gladly. But remember this moment, Prue. She leaned across the table toward me and her eyes were ice. You took something from me, and I don't forget. She grabbed her purse and stormed out. His mother grabbed my arm before I could process what just happened and pulled me into the kitchen. You have to understand her, she whispered. Mandy has been trying to get pregnant for 3 years. She wanted to be the one to give us our first grandchild. I stared at her, waiting for the part where she acknowledged her daughter had just threatened me at my own pregnancy announcement. That part never came. Just give her time to adjust, his mother said, patting my arm like I was the one who needed comforting. Barry found me in the kitchen a few minutes later and wrapped his arms around me. She's not okay. I saw it too. That was reassuring that this behavior wasn't actually normal. And the way Mandy had looked at me before she left told me everything I needed to know. This woman didn't just hate me. She wanted to destroy me. And Barry was the only one who knew it too. But having my husband on my side wasn't going to be enough to stop what was coming. Because Mandy was just getting started. And what she did at my doctor's appointment proved this woman wasn't just jealous. She was completely unhinged. For the next 2 weeks, I tried to focus on the good. Barry and I went to baby stores and debated crib colors. We talked about names late at night while lying in bed. He'd rest his hand on my stomach even though there was nothing to feel yet and whisper, "I can't wait to meet you," to my belly button. Those moments made me feel like everything would be okay. Like Mandy was just a temporary storm we'd weather and move past. I should have known better. My 12-week appointment came and Barry couldn't make it because of work. I had just finished changing into the paper gown and was waiting for the ultrasound tech. The door opened and I looked up expecting to see someone in scrubs. Instead, I saw Mandy. She walked in like she owned the place. Designer purse on her arm, smile stretched across her face like we were old friends meeting for lunch. "Surprise," she said. "I thought I'd come support you since Barry couldn't make it." Every alarm in my body went off at once. "How did you know I had an appointment today?" I asked. Mom told me. She thought it would be nice if someone from the family was here. She sat down in the chair next to the exam table and crossed her legs. "Isn't this exciting? Our first look at the little one." "Our." She said our. I opened my mouth to tell her to leave, but the ultrasound tech walked in before I could get the words out. She was a cheerful woman with gray hair and kind eyes who introduced herself as Rose. "All right, Mama, let's take a look at your baby," she said, squeezing the cold gel onto my stomach. Mandy scooted her chair closer. "Actually," Mandy said, and her voice had changed to something sweet and concerned. "I need to tell you something important. I'm the real mother." Rose stopped moving the wand. She looked at Mandy, then at me, then back at Mandy. "I'm sorry, what?" "She's my surrogate," Mandy continued, not missing a beat. "We don't like to advertise it because of the stigma, but I want to make sure my baby is healthy. Can you tell me everything you're seeing?" I felt like I was having an out-of-body experience. This woman was sitting in my doctor's appointment claiming my baby was hers. "That's not true," I said, and my voice came out shakier than I wanted. "She's my sister-in-law. She's not supposed to be here. I need her to leave." Rose looked between us again, clearly unsure what to do. Mandy put her hand on Rose's arm. "She gets confused sometimes. The hormones, you know? I'm sure you've seen it before. Surrogates can get very attached." "I am not a surrogate." I sat up on the table, gel smearing everywhere. "This is my baby, mine and my husband's. She showed up uninvited and she needs to leave right now." Mandy's sweet expression changed and I was able to see that same cold hatred from the dinner table all over her face before she covered it back up again. "See what I mean?" she said to Rose. "So emotional, so unstable. Are we sure she should even be carrying a child in this state?" Rose stood up and took a step back. "I'm going to get the office manager," she said, and practically ran out of the room. The second the door closed, Mandy dropped the act completely. "You think you're so special," she hissed at me. "Walking around with your little bump like you accomplished something. You didn't accomplish anything. You got lucky. That's all. Get out," I said. "Or what? You'll call Barry? Go ahead. Call him. Tell him his crazy sister showed up at your appointment. See how long it takes before everyone realizes you're the problem, not me." The office manager appeared with Rose and a security guard. Mandy played confused and hurt, saying she was just trying to support her sister-in-law and didn't understand why everyone was being so hostile. But they escorted her out anyway, and I sat there shaking while Rose apologized over and over and finished the ultrasound in uncomfortable silence. I called Barry the second I got to my car and told him everything. He was furious. He called his mother immediately and demanded to know why she'd told Mandy about my appointment. Her dumb response? She just wanted to be involved. You're shutting her out of everything and it's breaking her heart. Breaking her heart. Mandy had just tried to claim my baby as her own in front of medical professionals, and his mother was worried about breaking her heart. But it got worse. 2 days later, Barry's mother showed up at our house unannounced. I opened the door and she pushed past me without waiting to be invited in. "We need to talk about your prenatal care," she said, settling herself on my couch like she planned to stay a while. I stood there holding the door open. Excuse me? Mandy told me you've been skipping appointments, not taking your vitamins, eating fast food constantly. She shook her head. I raised 2 healthy children. I know what a pregnant woman needs to be doing, and from what I'm hearing, you're not doing it. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Mandy told you that? Mandy, who showed up at my appointment and told the ultrasound tech she was the real mother? That Mandy? His mother waved her hand dismissively. She was trying to be supportive. You took it the wrong way. I took it the wrong way? She claimed my baby was hers. She was confused about how to help. You're so defensive all the time, Prue. It makes it very hard for anyone to get close to you. Barry came downstairs then, having heard the commotion. He took one look at his mother's face and mine and said, "What's going on?" His mother started in about the prenatal care concerns and the vitamins and the fast food. Barry listened for about 30 seconds before cutting her off. "Mom, stop. Everything you just said is a lie. Prue hasn't missed a single appointment. I watch her take her vitamins every morning, and she hasn't eaten fast food in months because it makes her nauseous." His mother's face tightened. Mandy is lying, Barry said flatly. "She's been lying about Prue since the day we announced the pregnancy, and I'm done listening to it. You need to leave." His mother looked like he'd slapped her. "Barry, I'm your mother. And Prue is my wife. She's carrying our child. And your daughter is trying to destroy her." He opened the front door. "We'll talk when you're ready to see what's actually happening. Until then, I think you should go." She left without another word, but the look she gave me on her way out told me exactly who she blamed for this. Not Mandy. Me. The following Sunday was his father's birthday dinner. Barry didn't want to go, but I convinced him we should try to keep the peace. Maybe seeing us together, seeing how happy we were, would help his mother understand. Maybe Mandy would behave in a more public setting. I was wrong on both counts. We were seated at a long table at his parents' favorite restaurant. Mandy sat directly across from me, which I thought was bad enough. She spent the first half of dinner making passive-aggressive comments about women who steal things that don't belong to them, and people who don't appreciate family. I ignored every single one. I was not going to give her the satisfaction of a reaction. Then the main course came. I was reaching for my water glass when Mandy stood up to grab a dish from the center of the table. She stretched across toward me and her elbow connected with my stomach. Hard. Not a brush. Not an accident. A direct, forceful blow right to my belly. I doubled over, gasping. The pain radiated through my whole midsection, and my first thought was, the baby. Is the baby okay? Did she hurt the baby? Oops, Mandy said, and her voice was pure sugar. I'm so clumsy. Are you all right? I looked up at her through watering eyes and saw it. The smirk, the satisfaction. She'd done it on purpose, and she wanted me to know. I need to go to the bathroom, I managed to say, and I practically ran to check for bleeding. There wasn't any, thank God, but my hands wouldn't stop shaking. When I came back to the table, Barry was arguing with his mother in hushed tones. His father was staring at his plate. Mandy was calmly eating her dinner like nothing had happened. It was an accident, his mother was saying. You're overreacting. She hit my pregnant wife in the stomach, Barry said through clenched teeth. I saw her do it. You saw her reach for a dish and accidentally bump Prue. There's a difference. I sat back down and Barry grabbed my hand. Are you okay? He asked quietly. Is the baby okay? I think so. I didn't see any blood. His jaw tightened. He stood up and threw his napkin on the table. We're leaving. His father finally spoke. Barry, it's my birthday. Then you should have raised a daughter who doesn't assault pregnant women at dinner. He pulled me up and put his arm around me protectively. Mandy is not welcome anywhere near my wife again. Not at family dinners, not at holidays, not at the hospital when this baby is born. Nowhere. Mandy laughed. That same bitter, horrible laugh from the announcement dinner. You can't keep me away forever, she said. She can't hide behind you for the rest of her life. Barry looked at his sister like he was seeing her clearly for the first time. Watch me, he said. And we walked out. I felt so much relief knowing Mandy was banned from coming anywhere near me. I knew Barry would keep me safe no matter what. But then Barry said he had a work trip he couldn't cancel. He'd be gone for 3 days and I'd be home alone and unprotected. I wish I had known that Mandy had been waiting for exactly this moment. The second his plane took off, she made her move. And she didn't come alone. The ban meant nothing when she had a key to my house and 30 guests waiting inside as witnesses. What she did while Barry was gone? I still have nightmares about it. The next few days were the calmest I'd felt since the announcement. Barry worked from home when he could and screened every call from his family. No surprise visits, no passive-aggressive texts, just me and my husband preparing for our baby in peace. I painted the nursery a soft yellow because we wanted to be surprised by the gender. I organized tiny onesies in the dresser drawers and cried happy tears at how small they were. I downloaded apps that told me my baby was the size of a lemon, and then an avocado, and then a bell pepper. Normal pregnant woman things. Safe things. Then Barry told me about the work trip. 3 days in Chicago for a conference he'd been planning for months. He offered to cancel, but I told him to go. I couldn't let Mandy turn me into someone who needed her husband within arm's reach at all times just to function. I'll be fine, I promised him. She doesn't know where I am every second of the day, and she's banned from seeing me. What's she going to do? He kissed me goodbye at the airport, and I drove home feeling almost normal. Almost brave. Almost like myself again. That feeling lasted exactly 4 hours. I'd gone to the grocery store to stock up on things for the week. Healthy stuff. Vegetables and lean proteins and all the things the pregnancy book said I should be eating. I was thinking about what to make for dinner when I pulled into my driveway and saw the cars. 6 of them. Lining the street in front of my house like there was a party happening. My first thought was that something was wrong. That there'd been an emergency and people had come to help. I grabbed my grocery bags and hurried to the front door, and when I opened it, I walked into my worst nightmare. There were at least 30 women in my living room. Strangers. Women I'd never seen before in my life. They were holding champagne glasses and wearing nice dresses, and there were pink and blue balloons everywhere, and a banner that said baby shower hanging across my fireplace, and standing in the middle of it all, arms spread wide like she was welcoming me to my own home, was Mandy. "Surprise!" she screamed. The whole room erupted in cheers and applause. I stood frozen in my doorway with grocery bags cutting into my fingers and my brain refusing to process what I was seeing. "What the hell is this?" I managed to say. A few women near the front exchanged uncomfortable glances. Mandy's smile didn't falter. "It's your baby shower, silly. I know we've had our differences, but I wanted to do something special for my future niece or nephew. Family is family, right?" She walked toward me and took the grocery bags from my hands before I could react. "Come sit down. We have games planned and gifts and everything. I've been organizing this for weeks." Weeks. She'd been planning this for weeks. While Barry was setting boundaries and banning her from contact, she was collecting phone numbers and buying decorations and waiting for the exact moment he'd be gone. "I don't want this," I said. My voice came out weak and shaky. "I didn't ask for this. You need to get these people out of my house." "Don't be rude," Mandy said, and her voice had that sweet poison edge to it. "These women took time out of their busy schedules to celebrate you. The least you can do is be grateful." An older woman I didn't recognize stepped forward and put her hand on my arm. "Honey, maybe just sit down for a minute. You look overwhelmed. It's a lot to take in, but we're all here because we care." I looked around the room at all these faces I didn't know. Some of them looked excited. Some of them looked uncomfortable. A few were whispering to each other and glancing between me and Mandy like they could sense something was wrong but didn't know what. "Who are these people?" I asked Mandy. "Friends of the family, Mom's book club. Some of my coworkers, people who wanted to welcome your baby into the world." She guided me toward a chair that had been decorated with ribbons and sat me down like I was a child. "Now let's open presents." Everyone's been so generous. The next hour was torture. Mandy handed me gift after gift and made me open each one in front of everyone while she narrated. "Oh, look at that adorable onesie. What size is it? Newborn? That's so precious." The onesie was size 2T. Way too big for a newborn. Completely useless for at least 2 years. "And this blanket. Feel how soft that is, Prue. Isn't it beautiful?" The blanket had a stain on it. A yellow stain right in the corner that looked like it had been washed but not well enough. It was used. She'd given me a used blanket with someone else's baby's spit up still on it. These bottles are top of the line. I did so much research to find the best ones. The bottles were a brand that had been recalled 6 months ago. I'd read about it in one of my pregnancy forums. They weren't safe. Every single gift was wrong. Wrong sizes, wrong items, used things disguised as new. Dangerous products she had to have known were problematic. And I had to sit there and smile and say thank you while 30 women watched and Mandy documented every second of my humiliation. "You seem upset," Mandy said loudly enough for everyone to hear. "Is something wrong with the gifts? I worked so hard on this." "They're lovely," I forced out. "I'm just tired." "She's always tired," Mandy said to the room, shaking her head with fake concern. "Barry's mentioned it to me. How exhausted she is all the time. How emotional. I worry about her, honestly." A woman in a blue dress leaned forward. "Pregnancy exhaustion is completely normal. I slept 14 hours a day during my first trimester." "Oh, I know," Mandy said. "But this is different. This is more like instability. Barry doesn't like to talk about it, but she's been having episodes. Mood swings, paranoid thoughts. She accused me of trying to steal her baby at a doctor's appointment. Can you believe that?" The room went quiet. I felt my face burning. "That's not what happened," I said. "She showed up uninvited and told the nurse she was the real mother." Mandy laughed. See what I mean? She genuinely believes that's what happened. It's so sad. Barry and I have been talking about whether she should see someone. A professional. Someone who can help her before the baby comes. You're lying, I said, and my voice cracked. Barry banned you from seeing me. He knows exactly what you've been doing. Sweetie? Mandy crouched down in front of my chair and took my hands. Her grip was too tight. Her eyes were ice cold even though her voice dripped with fake sympathy. Barry asked me to throw this shower. He's worried about you being isolated. He thought surrounding you with support might help with your mental state. That's not true. That's not true, and you know it. I yanked my hands away and stood up so fast the ribbon-covered chair fell backwards. Get out of my house. All of you. Get out right now. The room erupted in whispers. Women started gathering their purses and looking at each other with wide eyes. Some of them looked scared. Some of them looked embarrassed. A few looked at me with something that might have been pity or might have been judgment. See? Mandy said to the crowd. Her voice was sad and concerned and completely fake. This is what I was talking about. She can't handle normal social situations anymore. The stress of the pregnancy is breaking her down. Shut up! I screamed. Screamed. Loud enough that several women flinched. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! You broke into my house. You invited strangers into my home without my permission. You gave me used garbage and recalled products, and you're standing here telling everyone I'm crazy? Tears were streaming down my face now. I couldn't stop them. I was shaking so hard I could barely stand. You told a nurse you were my baby's real mother. You hit me in the stomach at a restaurant. You have spent months trying to destroy my life because you're jealous that I got pregnant first and you didn't. Mandy's mask slipped for just a second. That cold fury flashed across her face before she covered it back up. You're having an episode, she said calmly. Everyone can see it. You're proving my point right now. Get out! I grabbed the nearest gift box and threw it at her. She ducked and it hit the wall behind her. Get out of my house. Women were rushing for the door now. I heard someone mutter, "This is insane," and someone else whisper, "I told you something was off." A woman with gray hair stopped next to me on her way out. "Honey," she said quietly, "I don't know what's really going on here, but you might want to call someone. Your husband, maybe, or a friend. You shouldn't be alone right now." She pressed a tissue into my hand, and then she was gone. Within minutes, the house was empty except for me and Mandy. She stood in the middle of my living room, surrounded by wrapping paper and fallen balloons, and she smiled at me. A real smile this time. The smile of someone who got exactly what they wanted. "That went well," she said. 30 witnesses just watched you have a complete mental breakdown. Screaming, throwing things, crying uncontrollably, and I have the whole thing on video. She held up her phone. Barry's going to be so concerned when I show him. "Get out," I whispered. I didn't have any fight left. "I'm going, but Prue?" She walked toward the door and paused with her hand on the frame. "This is just the beginning. By the time I'm done, everyone will know you're not fit to be a mother. And when they take that baby away from you, I'll be right there waiting to give it a real home." She left. I collapsed onto my couch surrounded by the wreckage of her fake party and sobbed until I couldn't breathe. I called Barry, but it went straight to voicemail. I texted him, "Call me now, please." And then I sat there staring at my phone waiting for it to ring. 3 hours later, he finally called back. I told him everything through hiccups and tears, the shower, the guests, the gifts, the speech about my mental instability, the video, the threat. When I finished, there was silence on the other end of the line. Then Barry said 2 words that told me everything I needed to know about where we stood. "I'm coming home." Mandy publicly humiliated me in my own home, painted me as mentally unstable in front of 30 people I'd never met. Barry was furious when he got back and gave her the talk of her life. But I was exhausted, pregnant, tired of fighting a war I never asked for. Then she texted asking to come apologize in person. She was bringing a peace offering. I should have known better. Silence from someone like Mandy isn't surrender. It's strategy. That apology cost me everything. Barry walked through the door at midnight looking like he hadn't slept the entire flight home. I was waiting on the couch where I'd been sitting for hours, unable to do anything but stare at the wall and replay the baby shower nightmare in my head. He dropped his suitcase by the door and crossed the room and pulled me into his arms without saying a word. We stayed like that for a long time. "I'm calling her tomorrow," he finally said into my hair. "I'm telling her to come over here and we're ending this once and for all." "Barry, I don't want to see her. I can't." "You won't have to. I want you to stay upstairs. But she needs to hear it from me, face to face. She needs to understand that this is over." I pulled back and looked at him. His jaw was set. His eyes were hard. This wasn't the easygoing guy I'd married. This was someone who'd been pushed past his limit. "Okay," I said. "Okay." He called her the next morning. I only heard his side of the conversation, but it was enough. Come to the house at noon. We need to talk. No, Mom can't come. Just you. Be here or don't. But this is your last chance to hear what I have to say. He hung up and looked at me. She'll be here. At 12, I went upstairs like we'd planned. I sat at the top of the stairs where she couldn't see me, but I could hear everything that happened in the living room below. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. At exactly noon, the doorbell rang. Barry answered it, and I heard Mandy's voice, already defensive. What's so important that you had to drag me over here? I have things to do, Barry. I have a life. Sit down. I don't want to sit down. Just say whatever you're going to say so I can leave. Sit down. A pause. Then the sound of someone dropping onto the couch. Fine, I'm sitting. Happy now? No, I'm not happy. I haven't been happy since you decided to make my wife's pregnancy a living hell. Oh, here we go. Everything's always about precious Prue. Poor Prue. Innocent Prue. Do you even hear yourself anymore? I hear myself just fine. What I'm trying to figure out is if you can hear yourself. Do you have any idea what you've done? Any idea at all? I threw her a baby shower. That's what I did. I tried to do something nice and she had a complete meltdown in front of everyone. You broke into our house. Barry's voice exploded so loud I flinched at the top of the stairs. You invited 30 strangers into our home without permission. You gave her used garbage and told everyone she was mentally unstable. You recorded her crying and threatened to use it against her. I didn't break in. Mom gave me the key. Mom had no right to give you shit. This is our home, Mandy. Prue's home. And you violated it. There was a crash. Something breaking. Glass, maybe. You want to talk about violation? Mandy screamed back. You want to talk about what's been violated? How about my entire fucking life, Barry? How about watching this bitch waltz into our family and get pregnant on her first try while I've been suffering for 3 years? My whole body went cold. She'd called me a bitch. In my own house. To my husband's face. Don't call her that, Barry said. And his voice had gone dangerously quiet. I'll call her whatever I want. She stole everything from me. She stole my spot in this family. I was supposed to give Mom and Dad their first grandchild. That was supposed to be mine. And she just took it like it was nothing. Babies aren't prizes, Mandy. They're not trophies you win for being first. Easy for you to say. You got everything handed to you. The perfect wife, the perfect pregnancy, the perfect little life while I'm stuck alone watching everyone get what I deserve. What you deserve? You deserve to be in jail. You hit my pregnant wife in the stomach at Dad's birthday dinner. You tried to claim our baby as yours at a medical appointment. The only reason you're not sitting in a cell right now is because Prue begged me not to press charges. Silence. Then Mandy's voice came back smaller, colder. She begged you. Yes, because unlike you, she actually cares about keeping this family together. She didn't want to be the reason you went to prison even after everything you've done to her. How noble. The sarcasm was thick enough to choke on. It is noble. It's more than you deserve. And it's the last chance you're ever going to get. I heard footsteps. Barry moving toward the door. Stay away from my wife. Stay away from my house. Stay away from my baby. If I see you anywhere near us again, I'm calling the police and pressing every charge I can think of. Assault, breaking and entering, harassment, all of it. You can't do this to me. Mandy's voice cracked. You can't just cut me out. I'm your sister Barry. I'm your blood. You can't throw away 30 years for some woman who... Get out. Barry, please just listen to me. Get the fuck out of my house. Now. The front door slammed. I heard Mandy's car start in the driveway. Heard the tires screech as she tore away. Then silence. Barry appeared at the bottom of the stairs and looked up at me. His hands were trembling. His face was flushed, but his eyes were wet. You heard everything, he said. Yeah. He climbed the stairs and sat down next to me. Neither of us spoke for a long moment. I was still processing everything I'd heard. The hatred in her voice. The way she'd called me a bitch like it was my name. The complete lack of remorse for anything she'd done. I'm sorry, Barry finally said. I'm sorry she said those things. She really hates me. My voice came out barely above a whisper. She hates that you have what she wants. That's not the same thing. He put his arm around me and I leaned into him. I meant what I said down there. If she comes near you again, I'm done protecting her. I don't care if she's my sister. I don't care if my parents never speak to me again. You and this baby are everything to me. Everything. The tears came then. I couldn't stop them. Barry held me on the stairs while I sobbed into his chest. What if she never stops? I asked when I could finally breathe again. What if this is just our life now? Always looking over our shoulders? Always waiting for her to do something worse? Then we move. He said it like it was the most obvious thing in the world. We sell this house and move somewhere she can't find us. We start completely over. You'd really do that? Leave your parents? Your whole life here? Prue. He pulled back and held my face in his hands. You are my life. You and this baby. Everyone else is just background noise. If leaving is what it takes to keep you safe, I'll pack the car tonight. I wanted to believe we could just disappear. Start fresh in some city where nobody knew us. Where Mandy was just a bad memory that faded more every year. But I knew people like her didn't let go that easily. They just found new ways to attack. We tried to move on anyway. Barry worked from home for the next 2 weeks, and we fell into something that almost felt normal. He came to every doctor's appointment. He screened every call and deleted every text from his family without reading them. He made sure I was never alone. 2 weeks of peace. 2 weeks of pretending Mandy didn't exist. Then she texted him. I've had time to think. I was wrong about everything. Can we please talk? Barry showed me the message without comment. I stared at those words for a long time, looking for the trap I knew had to be hiding in them somewhere. What do you want to do? He asked. I don't know. What do you think? Honestly, I don't trust her. Not even a little bit. He paused. But she's still my sister. And if there's any chance she's actually sorry, actually willing to change. He shook his head. I don't know. She hurt you, so this is your call. Whatever you decide, I'm behind you completely. I thought about it. The exhaustion of being constantly on guard. The stress of wondering when she'd strike again. The fantasy of having a normal sister-in-law who could come to holidays without trying to destroy me. And my husband wouldn't have to leave his entire family behind for my sake. If we do this, I said slowly, you're here the entire time. She doesn't get 1 second alone with me. Obviously. And if she does anything wrong, anything, she's gone forever. No more chances. No more discussions. Agreed. He squeezed my hand. But Prue, if you want to tell her no, if you never want to see her face again, I will send that text right now and never look back. This is completely your decision. I should have said no. I should have listened to every instinct screaming that this was a mistake. But I was so tired of being afraid. So tired of waiting for the next attack. And some stupid, hopeful part of me actually believed that maybe she'd finally seen how insane she'd been acting. Tell her she can come tomorrow, I said. But she better mean it. Mandy arrived the next afternoon looking like a completely different person. No designer clothes, no perfect makeup, just jeans and a wrinkled sweater with her hair pulled back in a messy ponytail. She looked exhausted, human, almost fragile, and she started crying before I finished opening the door. I'm so sorry, she choked out. I'm so sorry for everything. I don't know what's wrong with me. I've been seeing a therapist and she helped me understand how messed up I've been and I'm so ashamed, Prue. I'm so ashamed. She held out a gift bag with trembling hands. I brought you something. Real gifts this time. And some herbal tea that's supposed to help with pregnancy stress. I know it doesn't fix anything, but I wanted you to know I'm trying. I looked at Barry. He gave me a small shrug. This was my call. I stepped aside and let her in. He gave me a small shrug. This was my call. I stepped aside and let her in. We sat in the living room and Mandy started talking. Really talking. Not the defensive screaming from before. Not the fake sweetness she used when she was manipulating people. This was something different. Something raw. I've had 4 miscarriages, she said quietly. 4. The first one was at 8 weeks. And I didn't even know I was pregnant yet when I started bleeding. The doctor said it happens all the time. 1 in 4 pregnancies. Like that was supposed to make me feel better. I didn't know what to say. I had no idea she'd been through that. The second one I made it to 12 weeks. I'd already told everyone. I'd already bought clothes. And then one morning I woke up and there was just blood everywhere. My husband Drew drove me to the hospital and they did an ultrasound and the doctor looked at the screen and I knew. I knew before she even said anything. Her voice cracked. She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. The 3rd and 4th were back to back. 6 weeks. Then 7 weeks. My body just kept rejecting them. Like I was broken. Like I wasn't meant to be a mother no matter how hard I tried. Mandy, I said softly. I had no idea. Why didn't you tell us? Because I was ashamed. Because every time someone asked when Drew and I were going to have kids, I wanted to scream. Because watching you and Barry be so happy made me want to die. She looked at me and her eyes were red and swollen. Drew blamed me. He never said it out loud, but I could see it. Every time I lost another baby, he pulled further away. We haven't slept in the same bed in a year. He barely looks at me anymore. And then you announced your pregnancy and something inside me just snapped. I'm so sorry, I said. And I meant it. I'm so sorry you went through all of that alone. I wish you had told us. We would have been there for you. Every step of the way. Every appointment. Every loss. You didn't have to carry that by yourself. I know that now. She laughed bitterly. My therapist has been helping me see how much I pushed everyone away. How I turned my pain into anger and aimed it at the easiest target. You didn't do anything wrong, Prue. You just existed. And I hated you for it because hating you was easier than hating myself. I took her hand. It felt strange after everything she'd done, but it also felt right. We're family, I said. That's supposed to mean something. Let's start over. Really start over. I want my baby to have an aunt who loves them. I want us to be close. Mandy squeezed my hand and fresh tears spilled down her cheeks. I want that too. More than anything. Then let's make it happen. She hugged me then. A real hug. The kind you give someone when you actually mean it. And for the first time since that announcement dinner, I let myself believe that maybe everything was going to be okay. Let me make you some tea, she said when she pulled back, wiping her face. I brought this special blend. Chamomile and herbs. It's supposed to be really calming. Good for pregnancy stress. She went to the kitchen and I heard her filling the kettle, humming softly to herself. Barry caught my eye and raised an eyebrow. I smiled back at him. Maybe she really had changed. Maybe people could surprise you. Mandy returned with 2 cups and handed one to me. The tea smelled sweet and floral with something minty underneath. It's all natural, she said. Safe for the baby. I made sure. I took a sip. A little bitter, but most herbal teas were. We talked while I drank. About the nursery. About names we were considering. About whether we wanted to find out the gender or be surprised. I think you should find out, Mandy said. That way you can plan better. Buy the right colors. Pick the perfect name. Barry wants it to be a surprise. He's old-fashioned that way. That's sweet. She smiled at him. You two are going to be amazing parents. The words hit me somewhere deep. Coming from her, after everything, they meant more than I expected. We talked for another hour. About our childhoods. Memories I'd forgotten and ones she'd never shared. She told me about the time she broke her arm falling off a swing and Barry carried her all the way home. He blushed and said he'd forgotten about that. She told me about their dad teaching them to fish and how she'd cried when she caught her first one because she felt bad for hurting it. Normal family stories, the kind you share with people you trust. When I finished my tea, we moved to the nursery so I could show her the yellow walls and the crib Barry had assembled wrong 3 times before getting it right. She ran her hand along the railing and smiled. It's beautiful, she said. This baby is so lucky. Then my stomach cramped. It was sharp and sudden, like something tearing inside me. I gasped and grabbed my belly. Mandy and Barry both turned to look at me. Prue? Barry's voice was tight. What's wrong? I don't know. It hurts. Another cramp. Worse. So much worse. My entire midsection felt like it was being crushed from the inside out. I doubled over and grabbed the edge of the crib to keep from falling. Something's wrong, I gasped. Something's really wrong. Then I felt it. Warmth spreading between my legs. I looked down and saw red blooming across my dress, soaking through the fabric, dripping onto the floor of the nursery we'd painted yellow because we wanted our baby to feel like sunshine. No. The word came out broken. No, 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 no. I sank to the ground. The cramps were coming faster now. Waves of pain that made it impossible to think. Blood was pooling beneath me. So much blood. More than I'd ever seen in my life. Barry! I screamed. Call 911! The baby! Something's wrong with the baby! He was already running for his phone. I could hear him shouting our address, his voice cracking with panic. But his words sounded far away. Everything sounded far away. Like I was underwater and couldn't stop myself from drowning. The pain hit again and I screamed so hard my throat hurt. This animal sound that didn't even sound like me escaped my throat. Mandy was kneeling beside me. Her hands were on my shoulders. Her voice was soft and calm. Shh. It's okay. Just breathe. Everything's going to be fine. But I didn't believe that for a second. I was bleeding on the floor of my baby's nursery while Barry screamed our address into the phone. The ambulance couldn't get there fast enough. Every second felt like an hour. Every cramp felt like my body was being ripped apart from the inside. And through all of it, through the sirens and the stretcher and the rush to the hospital, one thought kept circling in my head. Mandy had been calm. Too calm. Like she already knew exactly what was happening to me. The ambulance ride was a blur of pain and lights and voices I couldn't understand. Paramedics kept asking me questions. How far along are you? When did the bleeding start? Have you taken anything today? I couldn't answer. I could only grip Barry's hand and whisper, "Save my baby," over and over like a prayer. Part of me thought that if I said it enough times, God would have to listen. Barry rode with me. He never let go of my hand. His face was gray and his eyes were red and he kept telling me it was going to be okay. But his voice shook so badly I knew he was lying. We both knew something terrible was happening and neither of us could stop it. At the hospital, they rushed me through bright hallways into a room full of machines and people in scrubs. Someone put an IV in my arm. Someone else strapped monitors to my belly. A doctor appeared with an ultrasound wand and pressed it against my stomach and stared at the screen. I watched her face. I watched her eyes move across the screen. I watched her adjust the wand. Press harder. Move it to a different angle. She wasn't saying anything. Why wasn't she saying anything? Is everything okay? Barry asked. His voice cracked on the last word. The doctor didn't answer. She just kept moving the wand around, pressing buttons on the machine, staring at that screen like she was looking for something she couldn't find. Then she set down the wand. She pulled a chair close to the bed and sat down. She took my free hand in both of hers. And I knew. Before she opened her mouth, I knew what she was going to say. "I'm so sorry," she said quietly. "There's no heartbeat." The words hit me like a truck. No heartbeat. But there had been a heartbeat. I'd heard it 2 weeks ago at my last appointment. That fast little whooshing sound that filled the room like music. The sound that made Barry cry the first time he heard it. The sound that meant our baby was real and alive and waiting to meet us. "No," I said. "No. Check again. Please. You have to check again. Maybe you're looking in the wrong spot. Maybe the machine is broken. Please just check again." "Sweetheart." The doctor squeezed my hand. "I checked 3 different times. There's no heartbeat. Your baby has passed. Your baby has passed." Such gentle words for the worst thing anyone had ever said to me. Your baby has passed. As if she just went on a trip or stepped out for a moment and would be right back. No. I was shaking my head. I couldn't stop shaking my head. This isn't happening. This isn't real. Wake me up. Please. Please wake me up. Barry choked back a sob and grabbed my hand with both of his and pressed it to his forehead, and I felt his tears dripping onto my fingers. "I'm sorry," he kept saying. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." I didn't understand why he was apologizing. This wasn't his fault. This was my fault. But I didn't even know how this happened. Why did I suddenly start bleeding like that? I had been so careful and ate right and did everything right. Why did I lose my baby? The next several hours destroyed me in ways I didn't know a person could be destroyed. They told me I had to deliver. I had to go through labor. I had to push. I had to do everything a mother does to bring a child into the world, except at the end there would be no crying. No first breath. No tiny hand wrapping around my finger. I screamed through the contractions. Not just from pain, but from the unfairness of it. Every wave that ripped through my body was supposed to bring me closer to meeting my baby. Instead, each one just reminded me that I was pushing out death. Barry held my hand through every contraction. He wiped my face when I was drenched in sweat. He told me he loved me even when I couldn't say it back because I couldn't say anything. I was somewhere else, floating above my own body. Watching this nightmare happen to someone who used to be me. When it was over, a nurse wrapped my baby in a soft white blanket. She asked if I wanted to hold her. Her. I had a daughter. A daughter I would never get to raise. She was so small. So impossibly small. I could hold her entire body in my 2 hands. She had 10 perfect fingers and 10 perfect toes, and a face that looked like Barry's. A face that would never smile at me. Never laugh at my jokes. Never call me mama. Never grow up to be whoever she was supposed to be. I held her for hours. I couldn't let go. Barry sat beside me with his arm around my shoulders, and we just existed in that horrible space together. 2 parents holding their dead child in a hospital room that was too bright and too cold and too real. Then the doctor returned. She had a clipboard and a serious expression. "Mrs. Dalton, I need to ask you some questions. Your blood work came back and we found something. Poison." The word hung in the air. Poison. "That's not possible," I said. "I didn't take anything." "I need you to think carefully. What did you eat or drink in the last 24 hours? I tried to focus. Tried to remember anything before the blood and the pain and the ambulance. Breakfast, eggs and toast, water, some crackers later, tea. Anything else? Anything at all? No, nothing unusual, just normal stuff. Tell me about the tea." "It was herbal, for stress. My sister-in-law made it for me." Barry's whole body went stiff. I felt him stop breathing next to me. The doctor wrote something down. "Your sister-in-law made the tea. Was she with you when you drank it?" "Yes. We were talking in the nursery. She brought it as a gift." "And she made it in your kitchen?" "Yes." The doctor looked at Barry. "I think we need to speak with your sister." Barry was already on his feet. His hands were shaking. His jaw was clenched so tight I could see the muscles jumping. "I'll call her." 20 minutes later, Mandy walked into the hospital room. Her eyes were red like she'd been crying. She rushed toward the bed with her arms open. "Oh my God, Prue, I'm so sorry. I've been worried sick. Is everything okay? Is the baby—" "Stop." Barry stepped between her and the bed. "Don't come any closer." Mandy froze. "Barry, what's wrong? What's going on?" The doctor stepped forward. Ma'am, I need to ask you some questions about the tea you made for Mrs. Dalton yesterday. The tea? Mandy blinked. What about it? What did you put in it? Chamomile, lavender, honey. It was just a relaxation blend. I bought it at the store. We found poison in her blood work, something that caused her to miscarry. Mandy's face went white. What? No, that's not possible. I didn't put anything in that tea. It was just herbs. I was trying to help her relax. Then how do you explain the toxins we found? I can't explain it because I didn't do anything. Mandy's voice went high and shaky. I came over to apologize, to make things right. Why would I hurt her? She's my sister-in-law. I was there for her. Barry stepped closer to his sister. You've hated her since the day we announced the pregnancy. That doesn't mean I would poison her. You ambushed her with that fake baby shower. You hit her in the stomach at Dad's birthday. You've been trying to destroy her for months. I apologized for all of that. That's why I came over, to make amends. The doctor cut in. Ma'am, we're going to need to run tests on anything remaining from that tea, and we'll need you to stay here while we contact the police. The police? Mandy backed up a step. No, you can't call the police. I didn't do anything wrong. This is insane. You're all treating me like a criminal when I was just trying to be nice. You were trying to be nice. I spoke for the first time. My voice came out hollow and dead. After telling me I stole something from you, suddenly you wanted to be nice. I was trying to change. I told you about the miscarriages. I told you about Drew. I opened up to you. Doesn't that count for anything? You opened up to me while I was drinking poison you put in my tea. I didn't poison you. Why won't anyone believe me? Barry grabbed her arm. Because we know you, Mandy. We know exactly who you are and what you're capable of. Let go of me. You called our baby. I didn't call anyone. Then explain the poison. Explain how it got into her system. Explain why the only thing she consumed that wasn't from our own kitchen was the tea you made. Mandy tried to pull away, but Barry held tight. Her face was red now, tears streaming down her cheeks, snot running from her nose. She looked wild, desperate, cornered. This isn't fair, she screamed. You're all ganging up on me. I made 1 cup of tea. 1 cup. And suddenly I'm a murderer? Just tell us the truth, the doctor said calmly. Whatever happened, we need to know. I already told you the truth. Mandy. Barry's voice dropped low. Dangerous. I will never speak to you again. I will never look at you again. You will be dead to me for the rest of your life. Unless you tell me right now what you did to my wife. Something cracked. I saw it happen. Saw the moment Mandy stopped trying to hold it together. Saw her face twist into something ugly and raw and honest. Fuck off. She yanked her arm free from Barry's grip. You think I wanted to make amends? She laughed, but it sounded like breaking glass. You think I drove over there to be her friend? To talk about baby names and look at the nursery and pretend I was happy for you? The room went silent. Of course I did it. Of course I killed your fucking baby. She was pacing now, back and forth, hands pulling at her hair, eyes wild and unfocused. She was pacing now, back and forth, hands pulling at her hair, eyes wild and unfocused. I've been trying to have a baby for 3 years. 3 years of shots and pills and procedures that made me sick. 3 years of watching the blood come every single time. 4 babies I lost. 4. And nobody cared. Nobody threw me a shower. Nobody came to my house with flowers. I suffered alone while everyone else got to be happy. She pointed at me, her finger shaking. And then you come along. You get pregnant by accident. By accident. Like it was nothing. As if it was easy. God just handed you a baby because you're so fucking special. Mandy, stop, Barry said. His voice was shaking. No. You wanted the truth, so here it is. You don't get to be a mother before me. That's not how this works. I've been waiting longer. I've suffered more. I deserve it more. Not you. Me. She moved toward the bed. Toward me. Toward the tiny bundle still in my arms. I'm glad your baby's dead. The words came out sharp and cruel. I'm glad I did it. You don't deserve to be a mother. You never did. And now you know what it feels like. Now you know what I've been living with for 3 years. Welcome to my world, Prue. Security burst through the door. 2 officers behind them. Someone must have called while she was ranting. They grabbed her arms and she fought, screaming, kicking, thrashing like an animal caught in a trap. Get off me. She deserved it. She stole my life. Barry, tell them. Tell them what she did to me. Barry didn't move or speak. Just stood there with tears running down his face, watching his sister get dragged away in handcuffs. The door slammed shut behind them. The room went quiet except for the monitors beeping and the sound of Barry crying and the echo of her words still ringing in my ears. I'm glad your baby's dead. I looked down at my daughter, at her perfect tiny face. at the life that had been stolen from us by someone who was supposed to be family. And I understood something I would carry for the rest of my life. Some people are broken in ways that can't be fixed. Some wounds turn into weapons. And some monsters look exactly like the people you're supposed to trust. My stepdaughter said she wished my twins were never born and called them Spawn. So I cut off her tuition payments completely. I married Rick when his daughter Haley was 12, and for 4 years we were like a real family. I never tried to replace her mom, who lived across the country with her new husband. Haley stayed with us during school and spent summers with her mom. We had this great routine where I'd help with homework, we'd bake together on Sundays, and she'd tell me about her crushes while I braided her hair. She called me by my first name, which was fine, but she'd introduce me as her bonus mom to friends, which always made me tear up. When I got pregnant with the twins, Haley was 16 and seemed excited. She helped paint the nursery, came to ultrasounds, even threw me a surprise baby shower with her friends. After the boys were born, she'd rush home from school to hold them, learn to change diapers, called herself the best big sister ever. Rick was over the moon seeing everyone together. Then Haley turned 18 and got into her dream college 3 hours away. We were so proud. Rick and I agreed to cover tuition and housing while her mom would handle books and spending money. Expensive, but worth it for Haley's future. She came home every few weeks that first semester and things seemed normal. The twins were walking by then and would scream with joy when they saw her. Second semester, something shifted. Haley started criticizing everything I did. The twins' clothes were tacky. Their toys were too loud. The food I made wasn't organic enough. She complained we'd turned her room into a playroom even though we'd only added a toy box while keeping all her stuff. Rick said she was just adjusting to college life. Spring break, she brought her roommate Amber home. Amber was one of those girls who thought having younger siblings was embarrassing, and parents were just ATMS. She kept making comments about how Haley was stuck visiting family instead of going to Cancun like everyone else. Haley started agreeing, saying the twins made it impossible to relax at home. One afternoon, I asked Haley to watch the boys for an hour while I got groceries. Came back to find them crying in their cribs and Haley on the couch with Amber watching Netflix. She said they wouldn't stop making noise, so she put them in timeout. They were 2 years old. Rick talked to her that night about responsibility, but she just rolled her eyes and said we were being dramatic about babies who wouldn't even remember. Summer came and Haley announced she was staying at school for an internship. There was no internship. Her friend posted photos of them at the beach every day. But we kept paying tuition because Rick didn't want to start drama. When she came home for Rick's birthday, the twins ran to hug her and she actually pushed them away, saying they were sticky. Then during dinner, Rick mentioned we were considering moving to a bigger house since the boys were getting bigger. Haley lost it, said we were erasing her childhood home, that everything was about the twins now, that nobody cared about her anymore. I tried explaining we'd make sure she had a room in any house we bought. That's when she said it, looked me straight in the eye and said she wished the twins were never born because they ruined everything and turned her dad into someone who only cared about his new family. Rick's face went white. The twins were right there. The older one asked why Sissy was mad. I took the boys upstairs while Rick tried to talk to Haley. I could hear her screaming about how I'd replaced her and the twins were the proof. How her life was better before I showed up with my spawn. That word, spawn, about my babies. Rick came up an hour later looking defeated. Said Haley was going back to school early and maybe everyone needed space. I agreed but knew something had to change. That night I went through our finances. We were paying $32,000 a year for Haley's education. Money that could go to the twins' college funds. Money we were struggling to afford with 2 babies. I made a decision, called the college financial aid office and said we needed to update our payment information for next semester. Removed our card and put Haley's mom's contact instead. Then I called her mom, Julia, and explained we could no longer afford tuition with the twins' expenses. Julia freaked, saying she couldn't cover it alone. I suggested Haley could take out loans like most students or transfer somewhere cheaper. 2 weeks later, Haley called Rick screaming that her registration was blocked for non-payment. Requested Reds is on Spotify now. Check out link in the description or comments. Rick moved through the house like a ghost for 3 days. He'd get coffee in the morning without looking at me, eat dinner with the twins while staring at his plate, then disappear into his home office until midnight. The boys kept asking why Daddy was quiet and I didn't have good answers. I tried talking to him twice, but he just nodded and walked away. On the 4th morning, I found him in the kitchen before the boys woke up. I asked if we could actually discuss this instead of pretending I didn't exist. He put down his coffee mug hard enough that it cracked against the counter. He said I should have talked to him before making such a huge decision about his daughter. I felt my face get hot and told him he should have defended me and the boys when his daughter called them spawn. He said that wasn't the point, and I was changing the subject. I said it was exactly the point because he let her trash our children without consequences, and now he was mad at me for doing something about it. He grabbed his keys and left for work without saying goodbye to the twins. Nova asked me at breakfast why Daddy didn't hug him, and I had to lie and say Daddy was just busy. The next afternoon, my phone rang with Julia's number. I let it go to voicemail, but then Rick's phone started ringing. He was upstairs changing Ember's diaper, so I heard the whole conversation through the baby monitor. Julia was screaming so loud I could make out every word. She said she was taking him to court for abandoning his financial obligations to his daughter. She said they'd made promises, and now he was breaking them to prioritize his new family. Rick sounded exhausted, trying to explain they never signed anything legally binding. Julia yelled that didn't matter because he'd verbally committed and she had witnesses. She said he was choosing his spawn over his first daughter, and she'd make sure everyone knew what kind of father he really was. Rick said he needed time to figure things out, and Julia hung up on him. I stood in the kitchen feeling weird because part of me was glad Julia was showing her crazy side, but another part felt terrible that I'd put Rick in this spot. He came downstairs 10 minutes later and we didn't talk about the call even though we both knew I'd heard it. My mom called 2 days later. I was surprised because we usually only talk on Sundays. She said Rick's mother had mentioned the situation and she wanted to hear my side. I explained everything, starting with the spawn comment and ending with cutting off tuition. I expected support, but instead she got quiet. Then she said I had every right to be hurt, but cutting off tuition without warning was cruel. She said I was acting like Haley was evil when she was really just a confused teenager watching her family change. I tried to explain about the money and how we couldn't afford it, but Mom cut me off. She said that wasn't the real issue and I knew it. She said I'd made a huge decision out of anger instead of thinking it through. I felt my throat get tight and told her she didn't understand what it was like to hear someone call your baby's spawn. She said she did understand, but that didn't make my reaction right. I hung up feeling attacked from every direction. Even my own mother thought I was the bad guy. I sat on the couch and wondered if everyone saw me as the evil stepmother who ruined everything. That night after the boys went to bed, I pulled out our bank statements. I hadn't looked at our actual finances in months because Rick handled most of the bills. Our savings account had $3,000 when it used to have $20,000. We'd put groceries on credit cards 4 times in the past 2 months. The twins' daycare cost went up to $1,800 a month starting in January. I added up the tuition payments and realized we'd been paying almost $3,000 every month to Haley's school. No wonder we were broke. I felt justified seeing the numbers laid out like that. We literally couldn't afford to keep paying and raise 2 toddlers. But then I thought about what would happen if Rick decided I'd damaged his relationship with Haley so badly that he couldn't forgive me. Would he leave? Would he resent me forever? I closed the laptop and went to bed but couldn't sleep. Rick was already asleep facing away from me. Rick's sister sent him a text the next morning with screenshots attached. I was feeding the twins breakfast when he showed me his phone. Haley had posted on Facebook about being abandoned by her father, who chose his new perfect family over her. The post had 60 comments and they were all sympathetic. People were calling Rick a deadbeat dad and me a manipulative stepmother. Some distant cousins I'd never met were saying they always knew Rick would do this. One of Haley's friends commented that stepmothers always steal fathers from their real children. I felt sick reading them. I wanted to comment the truth about what she'd said, but Rick grabbed his phone back. He said posting anything would make it worse. I asked how it could get worse than everyone thinking I was evil. He said trust him, it could get a lot worse. The twins were watching us argue and Nova started crying. I picked him up and took both boys to the playroom while Rick stared at his phone looking defeated. That evening, Rick was quieter than usual during dinner. After we put the twins to bed, he said he needed to talk to me. We sat in the living room and he admitted he'd been talking to Julia about ways to help Haley without telling me. I felt like he'd punched me in the stomach. I asked how long he'd been doing that and he said since the registration got blocked. I stood up and said he was undermining me and making me look like the only bad guy. He said he was her father and couldn't just abandon her. I yelled that he'd abandoned me by going behind my back to his ex-wife. He said I'd made a unilateral decision, so he was making one too. I said that wasn't the same thing at all and he knew it. He got up and grabbed a pillow from the couch. I asked what he was doing and he said he was sleeping in the guest room. I followed him down the hall asking if he was serious. He closed the guest room door without answering. I stood there for 5 minutes before going back to our bedroom. I lay awake until 4 in the morning thinking about how I might have destroyed my marriage over one horrible dinner. Nova woke up screaming at 2 in the morning 3 nights later. I ran to his room and found him crying about Sissy being mad at him. I held him and said Sissy wasn't mad, but he kept asking when she was coming home because he missed her. It took an hour to get him back to sleep. The next morning, Ember wouldn't let me leave the bathroom while I showered. He stood outside the glass door crying until I got out. At breakfast, he sat in my lap instead of his high chair and wouldn't eat unless I fed him. This went on for a week. I took them to their pediatrician for their regular checkup and mentioned the changes. The doctor asked if there was stress at home. I admitted things were tense with Rick and his daughter. She said gently that kids pick up on household stress and it affects their behavior. She suggested family therapy. I left feeling worse than when I came in. I'd cut Haley off to protect the twins from her cruelty, but now my decision was hurting them differently. A week later, a thick envelope arrived addressed to Rick from a law office in Julia's state. He opened it at the kitchen table while I made the twins lunch. His face went white as he read. He handed me the letter without saying anything. It was from Julia's lawyer demanding we resume tuition payments immediately. The letter threatened a lawsuit for breach of verbal contract and emotional damages to Haley. It claimed Haley's grades were suffering and she was experiencing depression because of our sudden abandonment. There were medical records attached showing she'd been prescribed antidepressants. Rick looked completely defeated. I sat down and read the whole thing twice. I said we never signed anything, so how could they sue us? Rick said verbal contracts can be binding in some states, and Julia probably had emails or texts where we'd discussed paying tuition. I asked how much a lawyer would cost to fight this. He said probably $10,000 just to start. I realized we were going to lose money either way. We couldn't afford tuition, but we also couldn't afford lawyers. I put my head in my hands and Rick just sat there staring at the letter. Trish from work called me that weekend. She said her daughter went to the same college as Haley and she'd done some digging. I asked what she meant and Trish said she'd had her daughter check Haley's social media. She sent me screenshots of Instagram stories from the past 2 months. There was Haley at the beach with friends, Haley at a concert, Haley at someone's lake house, Haley at a party with red cups everywhere. None of these were the activities of a depressed girl struggling with abandonment. I felt vindicated seeing proof that Haley was lying to her mother and the lawyer. But I also felt sad. This girl who used to bake with me on Sundays was lying to everyone, including Julia. I thanked Trish and saved the screenshots. Rick was at the grocery store with the twins, so I texted him that I had information about Haley. He didn't respond for 3 hours. Ken called my cell phone on Monday morning. Rick's dad and I had always gotten along fine, but we didn't talk much without Rick around. He asked if I could meet him for coffee without Rick knowing. I was suspicious, but agreed. We met at a diner near his house. Ken ordered coffee and got straight to the point. He said he needed to tell me about Rick's first marriage. I said I knew the basics, but Ken shook his head. He explained that Julia had always used Haley as a weapon. Whenever Rick didn't do exactly what Julia wanted, she'd threaten to withhold custody. She'd cancel his weekends with Haley or suddenly decide Haley needed to stay with her for holidays. Rick would panic and give Julia whatever she demanded just to see his daughter. Ken said this went on for years until Haley turned 12 and could decide for herself. He looked at me seriously and said I wasn't wrong to set boundaries, but I needed to understand Rick was terrified of losing his daughter completely because Julia had already done it before. I felt my chest get tight. I asked if he thought I should just let Julia win. Ken said no, but maybe there was a middle ground that didn't involve lawyers or completely cutting Haley off. I drove home thinking about everything Ken had said and wondering if there was any way to fix this mess I'd created. Ken leaned back in the diner booth and rubbed his face with both hands. He looked older than usual, tired in a way that went deeper than just missing sleep. He said his brother Ashton had been through something similar with his stepkids about 10 years ago. The kids from his wife's first marriage never accepted him and made life miserable whenever they visited. They'd break things in his house and blame him, steal money from his wallet, tell their mom he was mean to them when he'd barely said 2 words. Ashton tried everything to make it work because he loved his wife. He paid for their sports teams and school trips, drove them to practices, showed up for games where they pretended he didn't exist. His wife kept saying they'd come around eventually, but they never did. By the time they were teenagers, they were openly hostile, calling him names and telling him he wasn't their father so he couldn't tell them what to do. The breaking point came when the oldest daughter accused Ashton of hitting her during an argument about her curfew. It wasn't true, but Child Protective Services got involved and investigated him for 3 months. His marriage barely survived, and even after the case was closed, his relationship with those kids were destroyed forever. Ken said Ashton still paid their college tuition because his wife begged him to, but he doesn't speak to them anymore and they don't come to family holidays. He looked at me seriously and said that in blended families, the biological parent always feels torn between their old family and new one. They carry guilt about the divorce, about their kid losing the intact family, about choosing a new partner. The step-parent always feels like the outsider no matter how hard they try because there's this whole history they weren't part of. Kids sense that tension, and sometimes they use it as a weapon, because they're angry about things that aren't really anyone's fault. He said what happened at Rick's birthday dinner was cruel, and I had every right to be hurt. But Haley's been dealing with her parents' divorce since she was 7, and watching her dad build a new family probably brought up feelings she didn't know how to handle. I sat there stirring my coffee and feeling something shift in my chest. This wasn't just about one dinner or one horrible comment. This was years of complicated family stuff that existed before I even met Rick. Haley had been the center of his world after the divorce, and then I showed up, and eventually there were 2 babies who needed constant attention. I'd been so focused on protecting my boys that I hadn't really thought about what it felt like for her to watch her place in her dad's life get smaller and smaller. Ken paid for both our coffees and hugged me before I left. He said Rick loved me and the twins, but he also loved Haley, and somehow we all had to figure out how to exist in the same family without destroying each other. I got home to find Rick giving the twins lunch in their high chairs. He looked at me and asked where I'd been. I told him I'd met with his dad, and he froze with a spoonful of mashed carrots halfway to Nova's mouth. He asked what his dad wanted, and I said just to talk about Haley and the whole situation. Rick put down the spoon and wiped his hands on a towel. He said his dad had no business getting involved, and I shouldn't have gone behind his back. I felt anger flash through me because I'd gone to get coffee with his father, not planned some conspiracy. We didn't talk for the rest of the day. That night after the twins were asleep, I checked Facebook for the first time in a week. My notifications were exploding. Haley had posted a long essay about growing up with divorced parents and feeling replaced by her dad's new perfect family. She'd tagged Rick and actually used the twins' names. The post had been up for 6 hours and already had over 300 comments. I scrolled through them feeling sicker with each one. Person after person calling Rick a deadbeat dad who abandoned his first daughter for his new kids. Someone said I was clearly a manipulative stepmother who wanted Haley out of the picture. One of Haley's aunts from Julia's side commented about how sad it was that Rick was forgotten where he came from. Extended family members I'd met maybe twice were weighing in with their opinions about our private family business. There were even people I didn't know, friends of friends, adding their thoughts about what terrible parents we were. My hands shook as I read Haley's words about feeling erased and forgotten, about coming home to find her childhood room turned into a playroom for the replacement children, about her dad choosing his new wife over his own daughter. She made it sound like we'd thrown her out on the street. She made it sound like the twins were my idea, and Rick had just gone along with it. She made it sound like I'd systematically pushed her out of her own family. Part of me wanted to write a comment explaining what she'd actually said about my babies. Part of me wanted to post screenshots of her partying at the beach while claiming to be depressed. Part of me just wanted to disappear and never show my face anywhere again. Rick came into the bedroom and saw me staring at my phone. He asked what was wrong, and I turned the screen toward him. His face went white as he started reading. He sat down on the edge of the bed and scrolled through the comments. He didn't say anything for a long time. Finally, he asked if I'd commented or responded, and I shook my head. He said, "Good, don't engage. It'll only make it worse." I asked how it could possibly get worse than hundreds of people thinking we're monsters. He didn't have an answer. The next morning, Rick suggested marriage counseling. He said we clearly couldn't figure this out on our own, and maybe a professional could help us communicate better. I agreed because I didn't know what else to do. We got an appointment for that Thursday with a therapist named Dr. Smith who specialized in blended families. I went in expecting her to understand my side, to validate how hurt I was by what Haley said, to agree that cutting off tuition was a reasonable consequence. Instead, she spent the whole hour asking me questions that made me defensive. She wanted to know why I'd made such a big financial decision without talking to Rick first. She asked if I'd considered how Haley would feel getting blindsided by her registration being blocked. She pointed out that I'd gone around Rick entirely by calling Julia directly. I tried explaining that I was protecting my children from someone who'd called them spawn. Dr. Smith nodded and said she understood that was hurtful, but then she asked if I'd talked to Haley about why she said it or just immediately retaliated. I said retaliated was a strong word, and she raised her eyebrows. She said I'd taken away $32,000 in financial support as punishment for words said during an argument. I felt my face get hot. I told her she didn't understand what it was like to hear someone say they wished your babies were never born. Dr. Smith said she was sure that was incredibly painful, but then she said something that made me want to walk out. She said it seemed like I was parenting Rick by punishing Haley instead of communicating with my husband about how to handle the situation together. She said Rick was Haley's father and I'd taken away his ability to make decisions about his own daughter. Rick sat very still next to me on the couch. Dr. Smith asked how he felt about my decision, and he said he understood why I was hurt, but wished I'd talked to him first. She asked if we'd discussed our finances together before I made the change, and Rick said no. She asked if we'd agreed on consequences for Haley together, and Rick said no. I felt ganged up on and betrayed. I stood up and said I didn't think this was helping. Dr. Smith asked me to sit back down, but I grabbed my purse and walked out. Rick followed me to the parking lot, asking me to come back inside, but I got in the car. We drove home in silence. We didn't book a second session. That weekend, while Rick took the twins to the park, I sat at the kitchen table with our bank statements spread out in front of me. I went through 6 months of charges line by line. The organic baby food I insisted on buying cost almost twice as much as regular. The designer baby clothes I'd gotten from that boutique downtown added up to over $800 in 3 months. The special educational toys I'd ordered online because I'd read they were better for development. The matching Halloween costumes I'd bought in August because they might sell out. I added it up and felt sick. I'd spent over $3,000 on the twins in just the past few months on things we didn't really need. Meanwhile, I'd been silently resenting every tuition payment that came out of our account for Haley. I thought about all the times I'd seen a charge for her housing or meal plan and felt annoyed that we were supporting her. I remembered feeling bitter when Rick mentioned needing to send her extra money for textbooks. I told myself it was because she was ungrateful and didn't appreciate what we were doing. But sitting there looking at the proof of my own spending, I had to admit something ugly. Part of my anger at Haley came from jealousy about the money Rick had spent on her over the years. Money that went to her instead of going to me and the twins. Money that reminded me she'd been Rick's first family and we were the second one. I felt terrible about myself for even thinking that way. Haley was a kid when I married Rick. She didn't choose for her parents to get divorced. She didn't ask to have her dad remarry and have more children. But somewhere along the way, I'd started seeing her as competition instead of as Rick's daughter who needed support. I closed all the bank statements and put my head down on the table. The twins were my babies and I'd do anything to protect them. But maybe what I'd done wasn't really about protecting them at all. Rick's phone rang Tuesday afternoon while he was working from home. I heard him answer, and then his voice got quiet and serious. He came into the living room where I was building blocks with the twins, and his face looked strange. He said that was the financial aid counselor from Haley's college. Haley was on academic probation, and might lose her merit scholarship entirely if she didn't turn things around next semester. She'd failed 2 classes last term and was barely passing her current ones. The counselor had called because they were concerned about her and wanted to make sure her parents knew what was happening. Rick sat down on the couch and just stared at the wall. I asked what he wanted to do, and he said he didn't know. Nova brought him a block, and Rick took it, but didn't do anything with it. I felt this complicated mix of emotions I couldn't sort out. Part of me was genuinely concerned about Haley's future, because failing out of college would hurt her for years. Part of me was angry that she was wasting the opportunities she had while playing victim on Facebook. Part of me felt guilty wondering if the tuition situation had made her grades worse. Part of me thought she'd been partying too much based on those Instagram photos, and this was her own fault. I realized I still cared about her despite everything that had happened. That confused me because I wanted to just write her off as cruel and selfish, but I couldn't. She'd been part of our family for years. She'd helped paint the nursery and held the twins when they were newborns. She'd called me her bonus mom and baked cookies with me on Sunday afternoons. That girl still existed somewhere under all the anger and hurt. Thursday night, Rick told me he was going to visit Haley at college this weekend to talk things through. I asked if I was invited, and he said no. This needed to be just them. I felt like he'd punched me in the stomach. I asked if he was choosing her side after everything she'd said and done. He said this wasn't about sides. It was about being her father and trying to fix things before she completely destroyed her future. I said I was his wife and we should make decisions together. He looked at me and said I'd made a unilateral decision about her tuition, so he was making a unilateral decision about going to see her. I felt tears start and tried to hold them back. We had a huge argument where I accused him of betraying me, and he accused me of trying to cut his daughter out of his life. He said I'd put him in an impossible position where he had to choose between his wife and his child. I said he was being dramatic, and he said I was being controlling. We both said things we probably shouldn't have. He slept in the guest room again. Friday morning, he packed a bag and left for Haley's college without saying goodbye. I stood in the kitchen watching him drive away, and wondered if our marriage was actually going to end over this. I spent the weekend working through everything with Rick while the twins stayed with my mom. We sat at the kitchen table with our bank statements spread out, the tuition numbers from community college written on a notepad, and we actually talked through what we could manage without destroying ourselves financially. Rick admitted he'd been terrified of Haley ending up like his cousin who never finished school and worked retail for 20 years, which was why he'd been throwing money at the problem instead of addressing her behavior. I told him I'd been so focused on protecting the twins that I'd forgotten Haley was still just a kid who'd watched her family split apart and didn't know how to handle it. We agreed to cover one semester at the community college near Julia's house, around $8,000 instead of $32,000, with clear conditions attached. Haley had to maintain a B average, attend family therapy sessions twice a month either in person or video, and no more social media posts trashing us. If she kept her grades up and actually worked on things, we'd help her transfer to a state school for her junior year. It wasn't the dream college she'd wanted, but it was something, and it felt more honest than just handing over money while she called my kids spawn on the internet. Rick drove to Julia's house to tell Haley in person while I stayed home with the boys. He came back 3 hours later looking exhausted but relieved, said Haley cried and admitted she'd been failing because she was depressed and angry, but didn't know how to ask for help. She agreed to the community college plan and said she'd try therapy if it meant not losing her dad completely. I felt this weird mix of hope and caution because I wanted to believe she was being genuine, but I'd also seen her manipulate situations before. 2 weeks later, we got the confirmation that Haley was enrolled for spring semester at the community college, living with Julia, and her first therapy appointment was scheduled. Rick seemed lighter, like he'd been carrying concrete blocks and finally put them down. Thanksgiving came faster than I expected, and suddenly Haley was driving up with Julia for dinner. I spent the morning cooking and trying not to throw up from nerves while the twins ran around asking when Sissy was coming. Rick kept checking his phone and rearranging things on the table that didn't need rearranging. When they arrived, Haley looked different, thinner and tired, with her hair pulled back in a messy ponytail, instead of the perfect curls she usually had. The twins screamed and ran to her, and she actually got down on the floor and let them climb on her instead of pushing them away. Julia stayed for an hour making awkward small talk before leaving, and then it was just us. Dinner was quiet at first, everyone careful with their words, but Ember knocked over his milk and we all laughed, and it broke some of the tension. After the twins went to bed, Haley asked if we could talk privately. My stomach dropped, but I followed her to the back porch where we used to sit and braid hair years ago. She looked at her hands and said she was sorry for calling the twins Spawn, that she'd been so angry about feeling replaced that she'd said the cruelest thing she could think of. She said her therapist was helping her understand that her feelings about the divorce and the new family were valid, but the way she'd expressed them was wrong. I told her I was sorry for cutting off her tuition without warning, that I should have talked to Rick first and handled my hurt feelings better, instead of making a huge decision out of anger. We both cried a little, and it wasn't perfect or completely healed, but it was something real. She went inside and played blocks with the twins before bed, and Nova fell asleep holding her hand. 3 months passed, and Haley called every Sunday to video chat with the twins. She'd hold up drawings she made in her art class, silly pictures of dinosaurs and trucks that made the boys laugh and point at the screen. Her grades came in at the end of the semester showing 3 Bs and an A-, and Rick cried when he saw them. She still made comments sometimes about feeling left out when we posted family photos, still had moments where you could tell she was struggling with everything, but she was actually trying instead of just being angry. I had to accept that our relationship would never be what it was when she was 12 and we baked cookies together on Sundays. She wasn't my bonus daughter anymore in that simple way, and the twins had changed everything whether anyone wanted to admit it or not. But she was working on things, and that mattered. Rick and I went to therapy ourselves and worked through how we'd both handled everything badly, him avoiding conflict and me making big decisions alone when I felt hurt. We had hard conversations about communication and priorities, about how we'd almost lost our marriage over not talking to each other. The twins asked about Sissy constantly, and lit up every time she video called, and when she came home for spring break, they followed her around the house like puppies. Things weren't perfect and probably never would be, but we were figuring out how to actually be a blended family, instead of pretending everything was fine while resentment built up underneath. I'd learned that protecting my kids sometimes meant having uncomfortable conversations instead of dramatic gestures, and that Haley was allowed to have complicated feelings about her family changing, even if the way she'd expressed them was completely wrong.